Chapter 1 The script is wrong. April 5, 2008, Saturday, Classroom 4 of Senior Year 3 at Yongchang No. 1 High School. It took me half an hour to finally confirm that I wasn't dreaming or on a movie set. After all, no film production could make my classmates miraculously revert to their youthful selves. After confirming my rebirth, I hesitated for a brief moment before calmly accepting it. As a quintessential rebellious youth of the new era, who hasn't had some rebirth experience? There's no shortage of rebirth novels online, and even a glance tells me this is the ultimate cheat code for a short, ugly loser to rise up and overtake the tall, rich, and handsome. Besides, I've got no money, no girl, what do I have to lose? Even if I don't do squat after being reborn, I'd still get extra years to live. It's a win-win no matter how you slice it. Finally, the bell rang at the end of class after what felt like an eternity. The teacher, familiar yet somehow unfamiliar, stubbornly dragged on for several more minutes before reluctantly leaving the classroom. As the teacher was leaving, they said, registration for the martial arts track starts next week. Those interested should get ready. I didn't pay much attention, mistaking it for the liberal arts track. College entrance exam registration was usually handled by the school, so there was no need for a reminder. Besides, our class was in the science track, which had nothing to do with liberal arts. With the whole rebirth thing on my mind, how could I care about such trivial matters? My head was filled with visions of punching Jack Ma and kicking Pony Ma, even if the timing was a bit late now. But if a reborn person doesn't do something unexpected, can they even be called reborn? Or perhaps I'd do well to switch to politics. I pondered silently, too preoccupied to chat with my classmates around me. In my eyes, these youngsters couldn't possibly comprehend the grand ambitions swirling in my mind. Starting today, we no longer belong to the same world. As I was mapping out my future, the burly classmate Yang Jian in the front row suddenly turned around and asked Chen Fan and me, "Are you two signing up?" I was deeply impressed by Yang Jian. At our college reunion shortly after graduation, he had grown such a thick beard that for a moment I thought his father had come instead. Lost in thought, I didn't respond immediately. My deskmate Chen Fan, one half of our class's ordinary duo, shook his head and said, "I won't sign up. It's just wasting money. Registration alone costs 10,000, and we're bound to fail." With that much money, it could almost cover a year's tuition and living expenses at university. Yang Jian sighed, "True, but it's hard to accept. If we don't try, I'm afraid we'll regret it for the rest of our lives." Yang Jian's deskmate turned to join the discussion, his expression gloomy. "This is our only chance to leap the dragon gate like carp, but alas, it has nothing to do with us." The three of them sighed with mixed emotions, leaving me utterly confused. Registration? The arts division registration the teacher mentioned? 10,000 yuan just to sign up? This was 2008, property prices in Yangcheng's urban areas were only around 4,000 yuan per square meter at the time. How could an exam registration cost so much? I wondered if they'd misheard or been scammed. I was about to ask when Chen Fan adjusted his glasses and said with steadfast determination, "Even if we don't test for the martial arts division and go for the arts division instead, it doesn't mean we'll never amount to anything. There are martial arts training programs in society. After graduation, once we've earned money, we can still pursue further studies. Even if we can't match the martial arts students, there's still hope." Yang Jian's deskmate also looked excited. "Absolutely. If you get into a top liberal arts university, your salary after graduation won't be low. I still want to give it a try." Yang Jian hesitated. His family was well off, and he was physically strong. He'd feel too regretful not to try. Chen Fan and the other didn't stop him. After all, the opportunity was right before them, and no one wanted to bear the blame for letting someone miss out. I stood there in complete confusion, totally clueless about what was going on. Just as I was about to ask, someone snatched away the chance to speak. At the desks nearby, two boys had been whispering, but suddenly one of them, a crew-cut guy, asked Yang Jian and Chen Fan eagerly, "Did you check the news online last night?" Yang Jian and the others shook their heads. With the college entrance exams approaching, their families were strict, they barely had time to go online. Sensing their ignorance, I and the other boy were still lost. The crew-cut guy grinned. "What a shame. Big news broke last night. Grandmaster Ma has reached the 8th rank. At just under 40 years old this year, he's now the top martial arts expert of the younger generation. Yesterday, Penguin Group officially issued a challenge to Tim, the Asia-Pacific president of Google and a veteran 8th rank powerhouse." What? Is this true? Grandmaster Ma reached the 8th rank? Didn't he just break through to 7th rank a few years ago? The classmates exclaimed in shock. "Zhang Hao, tell us quickly, is this an open challenge or a private one? An 8th rank battle? I'd love to witness it, but we simply don't have the qualifications to attend. Not many high school seniors stay online after school, so few in our class knew about last night's news." Zhang Hao spoke in a loud voice, and after he finished, the nearby students who heard him grew visibly excited. His face beamed with joy. "It's true. Grandmaster Ma has really broken through. The whole world is stunned. If Grandmaster Ma defeats Taimu this time, the Penguin Group can aggressively expand into various Asian countries and become one of the dominant conglomerates in Asia. In a few more years, once Grandmaster Ma reaches the 9th rank, the Penguin Group could even become one of the world's top conglomerates. Heavens, this is so fast. The 8th rank Grandmaster realm. Has the Grandmaster ranking been updated yet? Grandmaster Ma is about to break into the top 30. The students buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with excitement, admiration, passion, and longing. Even the girls were no exception. Only I remain utterly confused, staring blankly while feeling like my brain has turned to mush. What's happening? I understand every word they're saying, each character is familiar, yet when strung together, it makes no sense to me. Who the hell is Master Ma? Of course I know about Tencent and Google, but why does hearing them mentioned feel so bizarre here? My throat moves nervously, lips suddenly parched. Something about this script feels terribly off. Chapter 2. I must take the martial arts exam. Sitting in the classroom, my mind swirls with confusion while apprehension churns in my gut. I suppressed the urge to argue and said nonchalantly, I've been preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance exams lately and haven't kept up with the news. Why don't you tell me if there's anything interesting happening? Chen Fan responded indifferently, same old stories as before. Though it was unexpected that Grandmaster Ma broke through to the 8th rank. He wasn't much for gossip, but Yang Jian, who would grow a beard in the future, seated in front of him, was quite talkative. The class bell hadn't rung yet. Hearing my question, Yang Jian turned around and whispered, there haven't been many major confirmed headlines, but I skimmed some tabloids a few days ago and picked up a bit of hearsay. Not sure how accurate it is. Rumor has it that Alibaba's Grandmaster Ma might have recently broken through to the 7th rank, earning the title of Grandmaster. Baidu's Grandmaster Li also seems to be preparing for seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the 8th rank. It hasn't been long since Grandmaster Li reached the 7th rank, but his progress in martial arts hasn't been as rapid as Grandmaster Ma's in recent years. Hard to say if he'll succeed this time. By the way, there's another piece of news. Governor Zhang of our Nanjiang province might soon break through to the 7th rank. If Governor Zhang reaches the 7th rank, it would be truly remarkable. Our Nanjiang has been weak for years, with only a few elderly 7th rank masters holding the fort. Governor Zhang is relatively young. If he breaks through, there's hope he could advance even further, finally eradicating Nanjiang's long-standing weakness in martial arts. Oh, and before this year's martial science entrance exam, it seems our school has invited a senior who got into Nanjiang Martial University last year to give us a motivational talk. Yang Jian kept chattering away with gossip, but I felt like I was listening to something completely incomprehensible. Most of the rumors he mentioned were related to martial artists. So-and-so might be about to break through. So-and-so was in seclusion. Some of these names I'd heard before, and they weren't limited to the business world, they spanned entertainment and politics. From Yang Jian's offhand remarks, I could sense that martial artists held a highly esteemed position in this society. For those below the 7th rank, he consistently referred to them as master, while those above the 7th rank were honored with the title Grandmaster. Furthermore, it seemed every famous figure was somehow a formidable martial artist, or perhaps, without being a martial artist, one simply couldn't rise to fame. At one point, I casually asked just how strong these people were. Yang Jian responded bluntly, even the weakest martial artist could turn us into Swiss cheese without breaking a sweat. When the class bell rang and before the teacher arrived, Yang Jian sighed with some emotion. If I can't get into the martial arts department and become a martial artist, this is probably how my whole life will be. Even as an official, you won't rise beyond the municipal level. The same goes for business. For an ordinary person to stand out, it's tough. His words left me stunned again. Chen Fan, who had remained mostly silent until now, also sounded somewhat dejected as he said quietly, after all, warriors are a minority. And for people like us, whether we go into business or politics, we probably won't reach that level anyway, so there's no need to care about these things. Through their conversation, I vaguely sensed something, but whatever it was, I could feel the intense malice this society had toward me. Without becoming a martial artist, without becoming strong, even if I am a reincarnated person, I might still be stuck at the bottom my whole life. The key issue is, I'm seriously doubting now, am I really a reincarnated person at all? Although my classmates' appearances haven't changed, their names are the same, and the big shots and corporate names all match up, suddenly there's this high-energy profession. Is everything else really the same as what I remember? I meant to ask a few more questions, but the teacher had already entered the classroom, and everyone returned to their seats, putting an end to the idle chatter. Besides, these things seemed like common knowledge to others, and I didn't want to press further. If I did, they might start suspecting I'd lost my memory. After a moment's thought, I seized the chance while the teacher turned away and whispered to Chen Fan, our school, are there still internet cafes nearby? Chen Fan gave me a strange look but still replied, of course. Weren't you always going to that Blue Sky internet cafe before? Ha! I let out a relieved breath and nodded without another word. It seems some things remained the same, like that ridiculously named internet cafe still being there. If the cafe was around, it meant not everything had changed. After school, I'd head to the internet cafe to dig up some information. Surely, I'd find the answers I was looking for. Seeing my relief, Chen Fan kindly reminded me, even if we can't get into the martial arts program, we shouldn't give up. Doing well in the liberal arts track still offers opportunities to distinguish ourselves. Who knows, there might even be a chance to become a martial artist in the future. With the college entrance exams approaching, you should really cut down on visiting internet cafes. I nodded with a smile. As a member of our ordinary duo, Chen Fan wasn't usually talkative, but since we were in similar circumstances, he genuinely cared about his deskmate. Finally enduring the remaining morning classes felt like a small miracle. The moment the dismissal bell rang, I rushed out with a belly full of burning questions waiting to be answered. Seeing me dart out in such haste, Chen Fan hesitated before catching up to ask, "Are you heading for lunch or the internet cafe?" "Internet cafe. Come back early. The first class this afternoon is with the homeroom teacher." I responded with a grunt. Both my parents were at work, so I'd be eating lunch at a fast food joint near the school, no need to go home. Seizing the midday break, my intense craving for knowledge made me eager to rush to the internet cafe and explore all those things I didn't yet understand. Walking briskly, I quickly scanned my surroundings. Yangcheng First High looked just as I remembered, nothing had changed. The students and teachers all appeared perfectly normal too. I didn't witness anyone scaling walls or leaping rooftops. The contrast was evident in the bizarre slogans and signs plastered across campus. Prepare for the college entrance exams. Wu Department, here I come. Fight to the death. Strive for Wu Department. Want to pass Wu Department exams? Come to Bluebird Martial Arts Tutoring, your best choice. One blood chi pill guarantees your admission to Wu Department. If not for these absurdities openly displayed on school grounds, I'd have every reason to believe charlatans and snake oil salesmen had infiltrated the campus. Yet seeing how everyone treated this as completely normal made me realize this was decidedly not the world I remembered. As for how profound the differences truly were, I'd have to investigate further to find out. 10 minutes later, I arrived at Blue Sky Internet Cafe, not too far from the school. The same familiar smell, the same familiar signboard. What had once seemed like a high-class cyber cafe now looked shabby and worn, the characters Blue Sky Internet Cafe barely visible anymore. Stepping inside, I saw the vaguely familiar female attendant still sitting at the front counter, a young girl who hadn't aged much. Looking at her now, I realized my teenage self must have had terrible taste. Then again, if she were drop-dead gorgeous, why would she be working as a net cafe attendant? I glanced at the girl briefly. I wasn't in the mood to flirt, and even if I were, a girl of her caliber wouldn't suit a lofty reborn individual like me. Yet the thought of Master Ma instantly shattered that elevated sense of superiority. Being reborn sounds impressive until you realize you've been reborn in the wrong damn place. I mumbled a few complaints in my mind but didn't waste time, getting straight to the point. Open a computer for me. How much per hour? 3 yuan, the female attendant answered curtly, then immediately added, are you a member? If not, open a membership, deposit 50 and get 10 extra. With a haughty expression, I couldn't be bothered to engage. Only 10 yuan for a 50 deposit? How stingy. Besides, which part of me looked like I had 50 yuan to spare? After a few morning classes, I'd already counted all my wealth precisely 28 yuan flat. And that included my lunch money too. Even if I wanted to deposit 50, I simply didn't have it. I ignored the receptionist's sales pitch, pulled out a crumpled 5 yuan bill from my pocket, and slapped it on the counter with an air of affected pride. Of course, the female receptionist paid no attention to my pathetic display either, tossing me a temporary membership card before promptly ignoring me. I desperately wanted to shout, don't bully the youth for being poor, but considering the receptionist's lowly status in society, I stopped arguing with the receptionist, thinking to myself that such dramatic lines should be reserved for big shots anyway, then took the temporary card to a dim corner of the internet cafe. In that secluded corner, I booted up the computer and began voraciously searching for information, the ghostly blue monitor light casting eerie shadows across my intense expression. If someone were sitting near me at this moment, they would definitely notice my strangeness. My expression kept changing, sometimes shifting colors, sometimes filled with indignation, sometimes I'd even grit my teeth, and from time to time, a few national swear words would slip out. Who knows whether I was cursing the heavens or something else entirely. After over an hour, the computer automatically shut down, my internet time had run out. I had no intention of topping up the balance. Feeling a mix of confusion and clarity, I stepped out of the cyber cafe. The moment I stepped out of the cyber cafe, my expression hardened noticeably. Through gritted teeth, I declared, I'm going to take the martial arts exam. As if that weren't enough to cement my resolve, I added, I absolutely have to take the martial arts exam. Outside the internet cafe, my expression was resolute, my eyes burning with determination. I had no choice. Without this determination, nothing would work out. After over an hour of browsing and researching, I had finally figured out a few things. For example, What the hell is a martial artist? Modern martial artists are pretty much like the ones depicted in past life martial arts novels and movies, only the setting has changed to the modern era. The profession of martial artists now openly exists in contemporary society. If martial artists were just another high-powered profession, even if I were interested in Superman, it wouldn't necessarily mean I'd have to become one. But in today's society, being a martial artist isn't just about having extraordinary abilities, it also means power and status. The weak are meat while the strong eat, this is an eternal truth. In my past life, this disparity wasn't particularly evident since most people were ordinary folks who could be taken down with a single gunshot. But in this society teeming with martial arts experts, the gap couldn't be more glaring. Take what I told Young Jin earlier, that one shouldn't venture beyond the city in politics or commerce. I didn't fully grasp it then, but now I understand completely. Ordinary people form the mainstream of society and face no real restrictions in any profession. But the law explicitly states that if a company wants to expand beyond city limits, its registered legal representative must be a martial artist. Rank doesn't matter. To expand operations across provinces, the company's legal representative must meet certain rank requirements, being no lower than 4th grade in martial arts. I found online that martial arts are currently divided into 9 grades, with 1st being the lowest and 9th the highest. Practitioners below 4th grade are considered low-tier martial artists, while those at 7th grade or above, including 7th grade, are high-tier martial artists, also known as grandmaster-level experts. To establish a company with cross-provincial ambitions, the legal representative must first be a martial artist of at least 4th grade. As for becoming a multinational corporation, although there's no legal stipulation, my quick research shows that without reaching the 7th grade martial realm, no matter how good the company's products or how large its customer base, venturing into other countries or regions would be akin to throwing money away in courting disaster. Even if a corporation possesses experts of 7th grade or higher, they must still prove their capabilities. Take Little Pony Ma for example now. Penguin's products are much the same as in his past life, still primarily focused on instant messaging, with QQ remaining the main online chatting tool in China. Yet it's confined merely to China, unable to even penetrate Asia. Because although Manhwa previous strength reached the 7th rank, Google, as a global conglomerate, had an 8th rank martial arts expert stationed in Asia. Unless Manhwa could prove his capabilities and demonstrate the ability to compete with Google for resources, there'd be no hope for outward expansion. Outside domestic borders, those sent to expand could very well vanish without a trace overnight. Only by proving to the outside world and peers that he possesses the strength for expansion can it be done steadily. This is also why Manhwa chose to challenge Tom immediately after breaking through to the 8th rank. This challenge isn't about winning or losing, what matters is proving that Manhwa has now reached the pinnacle of 8th grade strength, making him worthy to claim his share of the pie. This holds true not just in the business world, but across all sectors. The allocation of resources determines the government's investment and effort in nurturing martial artists. The recent rumors about the Southern River governor nearing a breakthrough had Yang Jian particularly excited for this very reason. A governor at the grandmaster level could secure more resources for Southern River. This principle applies equally to politics, business, military circles, and extends to entertainment and other industries without exception. Those celebrated superstar performers must possess not just exceptional talent and looks, but also formidable martial arts skills. Without strength, no amount of accumulated wealth can be protected unless backed by powerful parents with overwhelming prowess. Nowadays, the children of the wealthy are almost universally referred to as martial second generation, because those with money and power are all formidable martial artists. A tiny fraction of ordinary people can reach high positions, but without exception, they all have powerful martial artists backing them, and they themselves must demonstrate extraordinary value, standards far more demanding than those required of martial artists. Those who cannot become martial artists are destined to have no connection with social elites or positions of power. This extreme disparity makes modern society's ordinary people long to become martial artists. Even the weakest martial artists, doing nothing but lending their name to small companies, can earn at least $1 million per year. In reality, without exception, those who truly become powerful martial artists are all part of the elite social class. These individuals rarely engage in affiliations unless submitting to someone stronger. They typically prefer starting their own ventures. Their advantages over ordinary people are far too obvious. Without martial aptitude, even the best ideas just feed others success. I muttered to myself a brutally honest truth. My recent online research confirmed that apart from martial-related matters, everything else remained remarkably similar to my previous life. In other words, if I pursued entrepreneurship, I wouldn't lack product ideas or innovations. The core issue lies in my inability to protect myself. Earning modest profits would be manageable, but attempting to build something substantial would be pure delusion. Should I overstep even slightly, the most probable outcome would be losing my enterprise. Fortunately, Huaxia's legal framework remains relatively robust, with numerous powerful figures maintaining order. While my life wouldn't be forfeited, any accumulated wealth would inevitably end up lining others' pockets. Suppose today's society didn't have WeChat yet, and if I created it, there would be only two outcomes. First, it would become someone else's. Second, it would circulate within our city as a niche entertainment gadget. Beyond this city? Sorry, no matter how much money it makes, it wouldn't be mine. As for who ends up with it, that depends on the power struggles between various factions. Ordinary people have no choice but to work steadily at their jobs. At best, they might start some small businesses or workshops that operate within the city. Even staying within the city doesn't guarantee safety. This precarious, hand-to-mouth existence imposes even greater restrictions than those faced by ordinary people in my previous life. If I don't want to be a stagnant nobody, becoming a martial artist is inevitable. Even if I did want to be stagnant, I should at least be a secure and well-fed one. Fortunately, the majority of people in this world are still ordinary, and society hasn't truly abandoned them by cutting off their hopes for upward mobility. The college entrance examination remains the hope for countless ordinary individuals to achieve an extraordinary leap, like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Nowadays, some prestigious universities have established departments for martial studies, specifically to train warriors, ensuring that the aspirations of ordinary people aren't completely dashed. Additionally, certain specialized martial schools also recruit students during the college entrance exams. However, as the saying goes, the poor pursue scholarship, while the rich cultivate martial prowess. Warriors possess formidable strength, but the resources they consume far exceed those of ordinary people. Raising a warrior requires vast amounts of money. Under these circumstances, gaining admission to a martial studies program and securing state-sponsored resources is something only the most exceptional talents can achieve. Therefore, every year during the college entrance exams, becoming a martial arts student is even more difficult than getting into a top university in the previous life. In 2007, the total number of students participating in China's national college entrance exams was 9 million. Across the country, universities ultimately admitted fewer than 20,000 martial arts students in total. That was the combined figure for all institutions. In the previous era, prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking might enroll just a few thousand students annually, separate from other elite schools such as the prestigious 985 institutions, which collectively admitted over 100,000 students each year. But now, across the country, there are over 100 universities with martial arts departments and specialized martial arts schools, yet they collectively admit only 20,000 students, a pitifully small average. An acceptance rate of nearly 1 in 500 might not seem low, but that's in major cities. In smaller cities, this ratio expands tenfold. This is precisely what drove Chen Fan and his peers to despair. Applying for martial arts programs comes with numerous hurdles. The 10,000 yuan registration fee Chen Fan mentioned earlier was just the minimum threshold. Nowadays, even this fee alone gives me a splitting headache. Registration for the martial arts exams begins next week, with a strict deadline. Once it passes, even money won't secure a spot. A registration fee of 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, my grand ambitions deflated. Just this initial hurdle snuffed out over half the fire in my heart, not to mention the slew of other requirements waiting ahead. Such a headache. I sighed and groaned. To be reborn in modern society and still struggle this miserably, there probably aren't many reincarnators worse off than me. After finishing my meal and returning to school, I only had 15 yuan left in my pocket. Classes hadn't started yet for the afternoon. Some classmates were solving practice problems to prepare for the college entrance exams, while others chatted, mostly about the legendary Master Battle Zhang Hao had mentioned that morning. Seeing me return, Chen Fan, who had been working on problems, immediately put down his pen and asked, "Want to play games?" I rolled my eyes and said flatly, "Who'd be in the mood for games right now?" I was researching college entrance exam materials. Rubbing my hands together, I flashed a grin and asked, "Hey, Fan, got any spare cash?" Chen Fan frowned slightly and hesitated before replying, "I've got 10 yuan left, ahem, don't joke around. If you've got money, lend me 10 or 20,000. Once I hit it big, I'll repay you 100 times over." Ha! Chen Fan smirked insincerely, adjusted his glasses, and buried his head back in his homework, probably thinking I'd gone mad with desperation. I sighed. This path was a dead end. We're all students here. Chen Fan's family isn't wealthy, and even the better-off classmates wouldn't be foolish enough to lend me 10,000. Do I really have to ask my parents? But we're not well off either, and 10,000 nowadays is no small sum. Given my circumstances, passing the martial arts exam is nearly hopeless. Would they even agree if I asked? Today's Saturday, with only senior students attending classes. Registration is supposed to start next week, but with Monday less than 2 days away, time is tight. If I had more time, I might scrounge together the entrance fee somehow, but with less than 2 days, even if I activated cheat codes like crazy, I couldn't get my hands on 10 grand. This is just the first step in applying for the martial arts program. To actually get in, you'll need to keep spending money. In this society, the strong are built through resources and accumulated wealth. Otherwise, why would martial arts masters all run businesses and strive to grow and strengthen them? Even if they don't operate businesses, most still join official institutions. In novels and TV shows, those powerful characters seem carefree and effortless, able to level up with sudden enlightenment and go without food or drink. I used to think nothing of it, but now I know that's complete nonsense. At noon, I briefly checked online. According to web rumors, even the weakest first-rank martial artists require at least $1 million in converted resources to cultivate properly. This is still just the first rank, the weakest and most mediocre martial artist in my eyes, and yet it already costs millions. The higher the martial artist's rank, the more resources they consume, expenditures reach astronomical figures. Without substantial financial backing, one simply won't get far. If ordinary folks can't pass the military examination, how many families can afford to self-study and become warriors outside of university at today's average wage levels? The reason everyone flocks to Wuka University lies in its martial arts program, which provides students with the majority of resources, state-funded cultivation. Even if there are still shortcomings, passing the martial arts exam would secure bank loans or early contracts with major corporations. Martial arts students are highly sought after, and various conglomerates are more than willing to invest in nurturing potential talents. But all this hinges on getting admitted to the martial arts program. Thinking of becoming a martial artist without spending any money is nothing short of a pipe dream. I sighed again. I'd lost count of how many times I'd sighed today. Why was this rebirth so frustrating? Chapter 4, Poverty Stifles All Ambitions. During the afternoon homeroom class, the teacher brought up the topic of martial arts program registration again. Yangcheng No. 1 High School wasn't doing too badly in previous years. Several students had been admitted annually, and last year, 5 had made it in one go. Though Class 4 of the third year was just an ordinary class, 2 of those 5 successful applicants had come from ordinary classes. This had spurred the school administration to take this year's martial arts program registration more seriously. Whether or not you can pass the exam, sign up first. Without signing up, there's no chance at all. But the exorbitant registration fee stops 99% of people. Just to register costs $10,000, and unless you're confident in yourself, no one would care to join the fun unless, of course, they're from a wealthy family. So when the homeroom teacher brought it up, only a handful of people responded. Just a few students in the class who had some hope complied. After finishing the topic of registration, the teacher added, for those applying to the martial arts program, next Wednesday afternoon, the school will organize a pre-exam Q&A session. The school has gone to great lengths to invite Wang Jinyang, a student from Nanjiang Martial Arts University, to give a speech. Everyone should treasure this opportunity. For those who apply to the martial arts program, the school will notify you. Remember to dress properly. The teacher emphasized this repeatedly, hoping everyone would take it seriously. This Wang Jinyang from Southern River University of Martial Arts is actually just a freshman in their martial arts program, having been admitted last year from Yangcheng No. 1 High School. But even as just a first-year martial arts student, he's already held an extraordinary regard by the teachers at Yangcheng No. 1 High School. At this moment, I became acutely aware once again of the status gap between ordinary people and martial artists. Chen Fan beside me had a different focus. He murmured subconsciously, the school must have splurged this time. Appearance fees would cost at least 50 or 60,000. My eyebrows twitched slightly as I asked, they charge money just for returning to their alma mater to share some simple advice with younger students? Chen Fan laughed, of course. Did you think martial artists were that easy to invite? Martial arts students' studies are far busier than liberal arts students. While we have winter and summer vacations, they spend their breaks earning money in training. Who would waste time giving advice to others without getting paid? Even if Senior Wang doesn't charge, the school would offer compensation willingly. Favors will eventually run out. If we keep having these martial arts students give free lectures year after year, the goodwill will be drained before long. Paying a speaker's fee now leaves a good impression. When these senior martial arts students rise to prominence in the future, the sentimental ones might at least remember the kindness. Hearing Chen Fan's words, I fully understood. I gave him a strange look and said, I never expected you to see things so clearly. Chen Fan was just a high school student, yet he grasped things I hadn't considered due to my past life differences. It's nothing special. Chen Fan smiled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head before falling silent. I didn't press further but silently calculated in my mind, martial artists indeed earned money much more easily than ordinary people. As a freshman, just giving exam prep tutoring at school for 2 or 3 hours at most could fetch me 50 or 60,000 in appearance fees. Though this couldn't be considered the norm, my parents would struggle desperately for an entire year to earn that much. After homeroom ended, I endured several more classes until the final bell finally rang in the afternoon. Today being Saturday, there was no evening self-study session at school. Actually, with national college entrance exams approaching, some students preparing for martial arts programs didn't even attend regular evening self-study. Their attendance was optional. The school placed far greater emphasis on martial arts candidates than liberal arts students, even though only a handful got admitted each year. I left the school with Chen Fan and a few other classmates I was somewhat familiar with, then went our separate ways at the school gate. I walked along the route I remembered from memory, heading home, but as I walked, I began to feel uncertain. This world had many similarities to the one I remembered, but there were also quite a few differences. Was my home in this lifetime still in the same place? Even if the house was still there, wouldn't my parents be different? My mental age was nearly 30. If I suddenly had new parents, I wasn't sure I could bring myself to call them mom or dad. Probably nothing's changed, right? I comforted myself, though not entirely convinced. My classmates were the same, my teachers were the same. It didn't make sense for my parents to be different. Of course, it would be best if nothing had changed. But even if they had, as long as the people remained who they were, maybe a shift in the family dynamic wouldn't be so bad. For example, if I came home to discover my family was the richest in Yangcheng, or that my parents were top-tier martial arts masters, that would be fantastic. But it's just wishful thinking. I've experienced enough of the world's malice to hold no such hopes. After walking for over 20 minutes, I arrived at Jinghu Garden, the neighborhood where I lived. The name sounded pleasant enough, but in reality, it was one of the few remaining old residential areas in Yangcheng, with buildings over 30 years old. The sight of these familiar yet somewhat dilapidated apartments completely dashed any lingering fantasy about my family secretly being wealthy. I've always resented not being able to become a demolition heir. Rumors about Jinghu Garden being scheduled for demolition had been circulating since the early 2000s. Yet, year after year, nothing changed. Even by 2018, it remained exactly the same. I didn't feel any particular apprehension about returning home, since I just visited Jinghu Garden to see my parents a few days before my rebirth. Now seeing my parents younger is a good thing, and there's no need for complicated emotions. Standing outside Unit 101, Building 6, I didn't knock. Instead, I took out my keys and unlocked the door. As it opened, the cramped living room came into view. The units in this old residential area are all quite small. Our two-bedroom apartment is only about 60 square meters. After years of living here with accumulating belongings, the living room felt even more crowded. But my mom keeps it quite clean. Ground floor units in old neighborhoods have many drawbacks, prone to snakes, insects, rats, and ants, plus they're damp with lots of dust, and you can clearly hear the footsteps of upstairs neighbors. But the advantage is that we could enclose a small courtyard, and since the property management here stopped functioning long ago without much government oversight, the courtyard wouldn't be demolished as an illegal construction. Our living room had a door leading directly to the backyard, where the kitchen and bathroom were built. The original kitchen and bathroom space had been converted into a small room, my living quarters. The two-bedroom apartment wouldn't normally need renovation, but with my junior high school-aged sister, our family of four squeezing into this small space made having a courtyard absolutely essential. I was squatting to change my shoes when I heard my younger sister Fong Yuan's sharp voice coming from the small room to the right of the living room. "Fong Ping, you've got some nerve coming back." Soon enough, the petite, still baby-faced Fong Yuan rushed out. The moment I saw her, my hands itched. Without bothering to ask why she was angry, I stood up straight away, grabbed her chubby cheeks, and gave them a playful tug to both sides. "Enjoying the moment," I said, "haven't pinched these in so long, finally got my chance." In a few years, this girl would grow into a slender face, losing all that baby fat, something I'd always regret. Satisfied with my mischief, Fong Yuan was furious. She slapped my hand away and yelled, "Mom, Fong Ping's pinching my cheeks again." From the kitchen, Mom called out without turning around, laughing, "Stop fooling around. Dinner will be ready when your father gets home. Made something special for you today." "Mom," Fong Yuan called out unwillingly. Seeing that her mom wasn't helping her, she glared at me and angrily shouted, "Fong Ping, pay me back." "What? Stop playing dumb. Mom gave us $50, and we agreed to split it. There's only $5 on my desk, where's the rest?" I froze. Wait, does that mean the $28 in my pocket aside from lunch money all belonged to her? But I only had 15 left. A grown man can't just walk around with empty pockets. I immediately shook my head and said, "No idea. Maybe you spent it yourself. Keep looking." "Fong Ping, call me bro your head. You just love bullying little girls." "Mom, aren't you gonna say anything?" We argued for a bit, but in the end, Fong Yuan still lost the fight, looking thoroughly sulky. I found it both amusing and pitiful. Life had become so bleak that I tormented her like this just for some pocket money. I promised her countless benefits before she finally forgot about the $20 I'd swindled from her. If not for my guilty conscience, I probably could have conned her out of the remaining 5 yuan too. After placating Fong Yuan, I went to the kitchen to greet my mom. When I left, my mind echoed with the saying, "A single penny may keep a hero in distress." Chatting with mom reminded me, because I was in senior year, she'd switched to half-day shifts to take care of both Fong Yuan and me. Not being a skilled worker in our modest city of Yangcheng, her monthly salary was just 800 yuan, barely 10,000 a year. I had originally intended to bring up the matter of applying for the martial arts examination, but at this thought, I simply couldn't muster the words. Rubbing my face, I muttered, as expected, "There's never a time when money isn't tight." Chapter 5. Ha ha ha. No matter how hard it is to speak up, for the sake of the future, one must still find the words. After all, registration was next Monday, and Fong Ping wasn't some kind of god. Just one day left, where on earth could he scrape together 10 grand? When Father Fong Mingrong dragged his weary body home and the family sat down to eat, Fong Ping finally spoke up. Dad, next week is the martial arts program registration. I want to apply. The fee is 10,000 yuan. The moment Fong Ping's words fell, the entire room instantly grew silent. Fong Mingrong was just over 40 years old, his face not particularly aged, though somewhat pale. Fong Mingrong worked at a ceramic factory in the suburbs of Yangcheng, not as a skilled worker but merely an ordinary laborer. In Yangcheng, where the average wage for ordinary workers was around 2,000 yuan, Fong Mingrong earned over 3,000 yuan each month. It wasn't because the boss favored him, nor because Fong Mingrong performed exceptionally well. The key reason was that prolonged work in the ceramic factory easily led to silicosis, so the wages were higher, essentially trading health for money. But Fong Mingrong had no choice but to do it. With 2 children at home, one in high school and one in middle school, every aspect of their lives, from food and clothing to lodging and transportation, required money. They still needed to save for Fong Ping's university tuition, not to mention preparing for his marriage and home buying after graduation. The family's budget was stretched tight. 10,000 yuan, after covering daily expenses, would take the couple nearly half a year to save up. In today's society, martial prowess reigns supreme. Although Fong Mingrong was an ordinary person, he still understood that passing the martial arts examination was as difficult as ascending to heaven. In the vast city of Yangcheng, tens of thousands of students took the college entrance exams each year, but those who succeeded in the martial arts entrance exams could be counted on 2 hands. Yangcheng No. 1 High School, where Fong Ping attended, was considered the best high school in Yangcheng. Even so, only 5 students from Yangcheng No. 1 High School were admitted to the martial arts department last year, while the senior class alone has nearly 1,500 students spread across more than 20 regular classes. In 2007, only 2 students from all those regular classes combined gained admission to the martial arts department. Having attended several parent-teacher meetings, Fong Mingrong was quite familiar with these statistics. In fact, the school actively publicized them. Because producing 2 martial arts college candidates from regular classes wasn't seen as a shortcoming, but rather as an achievement that made Yangcheng No. 1 High's faculty proud. Now, spending 10,000 bucks to gamble on such a far-fetched opportunity, is it worth it? Fong Mingrong wasn't in a hurry to speak. While Li Yueying hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Fong Yuan lowered his head, not daring to speak. Compared to Fong Ping, who had just learned these common knowledge points, Fong Yuan, already in junior high, understood much more. Fong Mingrong held a small wine cup, glanced at his son, and after a moment, nodded. Later, ask your mom to give you the bank card. Tomorrow, withdraw 10,000 yuan yourself. Dad! Fong Ping clenched his teeth, wanting to say a few words to comfort his father. But Fong Mingrong interrupted directly, whether you pass or not, just having this intention is enough. Even if you don't make it, at least you'll gain some experience. When Yuan enters high school in the future, you can still give guidance. Our family may not be well off, but this is a lifetime decision. Although he held little hope, applying for the martial arts program concerned a lifetime opportunity, the chance for a carp to leap through the dragon's gate. If Fong Ping hadn't brought it up himself, Fong Mingrong wouldn't have mentioned it either. But since his son mentioned it, working some overtime would suffice. 10,000 yuan wouldn't be enough to bankrupt the Fong family. Hearing his father's words, Fong Ping didn't press further. At this point, lofty declarations would be meaningless. Besides, Fong Ping wasn't even confident he could actually pass the exam. He had indeed been reborn, but it wasn't through cultivating immortality. Martial arts exams, even without knowing the specific test items, it was clear they would inevitably involve physical fitness and the like. In reality, Fong Ping discovered after brief research that the requirements were even more extensive than that. Whether he could pass the martial arts exam, current Fong Ping truly had no confidence whatsoever. But even if I fail the exam, while earning big money might be difficult, making small money shouldn't be hard, and there's still a chance to become a martial artist someday. So for the future, Fong Ping felt that even if he couldn't reach the pinnacle, at least he wouldn't be reduced to scamming his little sister for 20 yuan in pocket money like now. Having overcome his biggest immediate obstacle, Fong Ping felt much more relaxed. Fong Yuan, the family's little ray of sunshine, noticed everyone was still immersed in the previous topic and cheerfully changed the subject. Fong Ping, are you really going to take the martial arts exam? Fong Ping chuckled and said, of course. Once your big brother passes the martial arts exam and becomes a martial artist, you'll be set for life. Next semester, when you go back to school, you can brag to your classmates, my brother's a martial artist. I guarantee you'll instantly become the school's top dog. No one would dare call you chubby ever again. Fong Ping. Fong Yuan was furious again. This little girl got her name Yuan, meaning round, because of her round face. Just a few days into middle school, some mischievous boys gave her the nickname Rolling Ball. The girl was even ready to challenge those boys to a duel over this matter. Yet Fong Ping just had to rub salt in the wound by bringing it up again. Fong Yuan, in her frustration, didn't bother to spare her brother any face and snapped angrily, "You definitely won't pass the exam. Wasting so much money, you might as well have spent it on something delicious." Yuan. Fong Mingrong and his wife scolded her almost simultaneously. Fong Yuan immediately realized her mistake and muttered with her head lowered, "I was just saying, who knows, maybe he'll pass after all." Fong Ping chuckled and made a pinching gesture toward Fong Yuan's face, making her roll her eyes in irritation. After dinner, Li Yueying handed the household bank card to Fong Ping. She still had work the next day, and Fong Ping wasn't a child anymore, he could withdraw money on his own. This wasn't unprecedented. When the family needed funds before, they'd occasionally send Fong Ping to make withdrawals. Taking the bank card, Fong Ping felt quite emotional and murmured, "Mom and Dad are really trusting, not afraid I'll withdraw it all." Of course, there was more than 10,000 yuan in the card. In the past, Fong Ping naturally wouldn't have touched it. But now, Fong Ping shook his head. Better not, he thought. If he needed something, he might as well ask his parents up front. Taking without permission was no different from stealing. The night passed without incident. The next day, April 6th, Fong Ping woke up early, but his parents had risen even earlier and had already left for work. After a quick wash-up, he found breakfast prepared by his mother still on the dining table, several side dishes and a bowl of golden scrambled eggs. Accustomed to buying breakfast on his way to work and eating while walking, Fong Ping now sat leisurely in his chair savoring the meal, finding this experience rather enjoyable. If he were simply returning to the past in the current moment, Fong Ping truly wouldn't be the least bit anxious. What's the big deal about the Gaokao? Even without taking the college entrance exam, given his years of life experience, the probability of him seizing opportunities and rising with the tide is very high. But now it's different. If I don't seize this opportunity at the Military Technology University exam, whether I'll get another chance like this in the future is hard to say. Moreover, until one becomes a martial artist, even running a small business requires constant caution. Fong Ping understood his priorities. His main focus at the moment was the college entrance exam, especially the martial arts exam. Everything else would have to wait. Unless he failed this time, only then would Fong Ping consider alternative paths. First, get priorities straight. After finishing breakfast, Fong Ping prepared to go out to withdraw some money, while also taking the opportunity to observe the situation and understand the specific differences in society today. Just as he was about to leave, Fong Yuan, already neatly dressed, hurried out from the room and said anxiously, "Fong Ping, I'm coming too." "Why do you want to come?" "I don't care, I'm coming anyway. And you have to buy me snacks, you spent all my pocket money." Fong Ping chuckled but didn't refuse. After all, he was just going to withdraw money, nothing particularly private. Having this girl around might actually help avoid some trouble. Who knows what else in this world Fong Ping still doesn't understand. When they left the house, it was still early, so Fong Ping wasn't in any hurry to get to the bank. Walking side by side with Fong Yuan on the street, Fong Ping didn't need to look after her as she cheerfully gazed around with curiosity at everything, making it seem as though she was the one who had been reborn. The street outside the residential area wasn't all that different from how he remembered it. If not for those eyesore advertisements, Fong Ping would have felt much more at ease. Moisturizing skincare, even grandmasters approve. XTAP runs faster than martial artists. Family secret recipe, 1 pack and martial artists are yours. All sorts of advertisements almost always find a way to connect with martial artists. In reality, over these past years, among Yangqing's population of several hundred thousand, there likely aren't even 20 true martial artists who remain in the city. Martial artists are actually quite distant from the ordinary citizens of Yangqing. But that doesn't stop people from discussing, paying attention to them, and even using their fame for advertising purposes. After all, no one's being singled out specifically. In this era, powerful martial artists are the true superstars. Of course, major celebrities are usually martial arts experts as well. After glancing at the advertisements lining the street, Fong Ping ignored these eyesores of promotional materials. Having bought Fong Yuan several barbecue skewers advertised as approved by martial artists along the way, Fong Ping now had only a single 10 yuan bill left in his pocket. The little girl was delighted, completely unaware that Fong Ping had actually spent her allowance money. After making a round, Fong Ping led Fong Yuan toward a nearby ATM machine, inserting the card, entering the PIN, withdrawing the money. While entering the password, Fong Yuan vigilantly stood guard like preventing a thief, constantly glancing around, afraid someone might peek over. At this ATM machine, the maximum withdrawal amount per transaction was 2,000 yuan. When the machine dispensed the first batch of cash and Fong Ping had just taken it in his hands, he suddenly froze for a moment. Lost in this daze, Fong Ping momentarily stopped proceeding with the operation. Fong Yuan, who was keeping watch nearby, hastily asked upon seeing this, "Fong Ping, is there counterfeit money in it? Last time I saw on the news that even bank ATMs can dispense counterfeit money, and the banks won't admit it." The little girl grew impatient, her words tumbling out rapidly, ending with an indignant tone, "We have to exchange it back, let's go find the bank staff. At this moment, Fong Ping wasn't really paying attention to what she was saying. Frowning slightly, he thought for a moment before continuing to operate the machine, proceeding to withdraw the second sum of money. Soon, another 2,000 yuan was dispensed from the cash outlet. Fong Ping quickly took the money in hand. Then, just like the first time, he remained motionless, clutching the bills for a long while. Beside him, Fong Yuan grew puzzled and asked curiously, Fong Ping, have you lost your mind? Are these actually counterfeit? Say something. Hey, Fong Ping, what are you doing? Fong Ping, got money on the brain? The little girl hadn't stopped chattering non-stop. Fong Ping, sitting beside her, glanced at her sideways and suddenly handed her the banknotes in his hand, saying, here, take this. Fong Yuan's chubby little face was full of bewilderment, but she still took the money and held it in her hand, looking at Fong Ping. Fong Ping, how does it feel? Fong Yuan, can we skip the martial arts training and buy some delicious food instead? Fong Ping suddenly burst into laughter and said in a rapid tone, so, does that mean you've got no clue? Fong Yuan was on the verge of losing his temper at this moment, his big round eyes glaring at him as he growled in frustration, you're bullying me again. No, I wasn't, really not this time. The smile on Fong Ping's face couldn't be concealed, and he followed up right away, just kidding with you, alright? Now, I'll keep withdrawing money, and once we're done, let's go home. Next, Fong Yuan watched as his older brother foolishly began withdrawing money. The reason he called him foolish was because Fong Ping's money withdrawal operation was utterly bizarre. He'd withdraw 100 yuan one moment, 200 yuan the next, never the same amount twice. For the entire 10,000 yuan sum, Fong Ping made over a dozen separate withdrawals. That wasn't all. After withdrawing 10,000 yuan and seeing there was still money left in the card, Fong Ping started withdrawing cash again. Just as Fong Yuan thought he was going to pocket the money for himself, he witnessed another eye-popping scene. Fong Ping withdrew money, then deposited it back in, withdrew again, deposited again, repeating these operations back and forth until Fong Yuan was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't just Fong Yuan, in fact, there were other people waiting behind them to withdraw money too. Fong Ping had been hogging the ATM for nearly half an hour, and it looked like he planned to continue indefinitely. Finally, someone behind him couldn't take it anymore and exploded. Young man, that's enough. Whether you're withdrawing 1,000,000 or depositing 1,000,000, this much time should suffice. Fong Yuan was still young and hadn't developed thick skin yet. Feeling somewhat guilty, her little face instantly flushed crimson as she tugged desperately at Fong Ping's arm. By then Fong Ping had finished his testing anyway and, without hurry, deposited the extra money before withdrawing his card and walking away. Once out of the ATM's vicinity, Fong Ping suddenly beamed with joy, laughing hysterically with unrestrained hee-hee-hee chuckles as if no one else was around. Beside him, Fong Yuan felt his hair stand on end. Was Fong Ping having some kind of breakdown? Fong Ping? Hee-hee-hee. You're not scaring me, are you? Hee-hee-hee. Woo-woo, Fong Ping, what exactly is wrong with you? Hee-hee-hee, cough, it's nothing, let's go home. Seeing Fong Yuan was genuinely about to be frightened to tears by him, Fong Ping coughed dryly, suppressing his urge to burst into laughter, and pulled the little girl toward home. Chapter 6, Poverty Limits My Imagination. Jinghu Garden. Unit 101, Building 6. As soon as Fong Ping returned home, he locked himself in his private little room. Fong Yuan outside the door knocked bang bang several times, but was repeatedly shut out by Fong Ping, making Fong Yuan so angry that he wanted to break the door down. At this moment, Fong Ping couldn't be bothered to care whether Fong Yuan was angry or not. The moment he withdrew the money, if there hadn't been some things he didn't fully understand, Fong Ping would have long since found a place to start his research. Inside the small room, the retrieved 10,000 yuan was currently placed by Fong Ping on his left side, while a single 10 yuan bill lay on his right, the sum total of his personal fortune. At this moment, Fong Ping's complexion had returned to normal, though his face still bore a trace of lingering bewilderment. At the moment he withdrew the money from the ATM, Fong Ping had the 2,000 yuan in hand. Suddenly, his vision blurred slightly, similar to floaters, and something abruptly appeared in his line of sight. This was precisely why Fong Ping had frozen in place at that moment. Unlike the haziness of floaters, what suddenly appeared within his vision were several lines of clear, small text. Fong Ping still remembered seeing 3 short lines appear at that time. Wealth, 2,000. Energy, 1. Spirit, 1. Just a few simple lines of text, with easily understandable words. Fong Ping's first thought was system. This wasn't entirely unfamiliar territory for him. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd at least seen pigs run. Yet Fong Ping couldn't help but notice how crude the thing before his eyes appeared. Just a handful of lines, no explanations, no instructions. Do systems these days not come with manuals anymore? Or is this thing just some shoddy product from an assembly line? Moreover, its appearance was far too abrupt. Fong Ping was completely unprepared for it. If it had appeared the moment he woke up in the classroom yesterday, he could have accepted it without suspicion. But now, a whole day had passed. Why did it suddenly appear out of nowhere? Thinking of the number 2000 in relation to wealth, Fong Ping quickly began to grasp the situation. To confirm whether this number was connected to money, Fong Ping conducted some experiments on the spot. Just as he had expected, as he withdrew cash, the wealth value in his vision steadily increased. Now, Fong Ping finally understood what wealth truly represented. After many attempts, Fong Ping still couldn't grasp certain aspects of the situation. For instance, first point, yesterday he also had 28 yuan on him, and now only 10 yuan remained. But why didn't this phenomenon occur yesterday? After pondering for a long time, and considering the remaining 10 yuan in his hand that hadn't been counted as part of his wealth, Fong Ping began to vaguely understand. To put it simply, he was too poor. In his own definition, the system might be loaded with cash. Anything below 100 bucks didn't even register in the stats. If it were some transmigrator worth over 100 bucks, they'd probably have noticed it yesterday. But Fong Ping was broke. If it weren't for needing money to register for the martial arts exams, there was little chance his parents would give him 100 bucks all at once given his current circumstances. Fong Ping might have gone a long time without discovering this thing. Just yesterday, Fong Ping was complaining about fate being blind, making his reincarnated life so miserable. Now it seems he'd wronged fate. The real issue was simply that he was poor. Poverty truly is the original sin. Having mostly figured this out, Fong Ping sighed deeply. These days, even the heavens look down on the poor. Have you ever considered my feelings? If he never got the chance to obtain that 100 bucks, wouldn't this system be completely wasted on him? Of course, the likelihood is rather slim. This was the first point of confusion. Second, as Fong Ping withdrew money, he noticed something else peculiar. When his wealth value reached 10,000, he withdrew some more money from his card afterwards, but surprisingly, the wealth stopped increasing. After numerous attempts, the wealth value remained fixed at 10,000 without any change. Since there were only a few lines of text and no sudden voice in his mind to explain it, nor any instruction manual, Fong Ping had to make some judgments on his own. According to Fong Ping's understanding, the 10,000 yuan withdrawn today should be considered his own money, as it was intended for his registration fee given by his parents. As for the money withdrawn later, that belonged to his parents. This wealth statistic most likely only counts one's personal fortune. Otherwise, at that time Fong Ping was thinking, if simply touching money could get it counted as wealth, then there'd be no need to do anything else, just get a job at a bank handling cash. Even without working at a bank, there are plenty of other cash handling jobs in society, some with quite low qualification thresholds. He could definitely keep increasing his wealth through these tasks, though at the moment he wasn't entirely clear what effect this wealth accumulation would have. Uncertainty didn't matter. Fong Ping knew it certainly couldn't be a bad thing. Wealth calculates my net worth. Though the level of automation seems oddly advanced for such a crude system, I suppose I can live with it. Fong Ping muttered to himself before frowning slightly and murmuring, does it count just liquid money, or does it include equivalent valuables too, like gold or jewelry? When you have little money, keeping track of cash isn't an issue, but with larger sums, you can't possibly deal solely in physical bills. Besides, does every increase in wealth require you to personally handle it each time? Nowadays, our society has stocks and cryptocurrencies. These are intangible assets, things you can't physically touch even if you wanted to. Fong Ping felt somewhat regretful, as his current poverty made it impossible for him to make any judgment. If only he had some gold, jewelry, or valuable stocks of his own, he could at least conduct an experiment. These would have to wait until conditions improved before he could attempt any tests. As expected, poverty limits my imagination. Slightly regretful, Fong Ping wasn't in a hurry to prove these matters, they would become clear soon enough. Beyond these two already identified doubts, Fong Ping had considered one more issue. That was whether the wealth statistics calculated net assets or included liabilities as well. It might sound contradictory, but this was crucial for some actions Fong Ping might take next. This time, the 10,000 yuan was given by my parents, which can be considered a gift and won't be taken back. But after all, it's not money I earned myself. If only self-earned money counts, then does borrowed money also count as my own? Also, after paying the enrollment fee with this 10,000 yuan, will my net worth be deducted? Having money means spending it, that's inevitable. If the money is spent and the wealth value is deducted, then if Fong Ping wants to accumulate a large amount of wealth, he'll have to become a miser from now on. Due to various conditions, Fong Ping couldn't obtain accurate answers for the time being and had to leave them for later. What Fong Ping focused on most were the two columns, qi and blood, and spirit. In fact, Fong Ping had already guessed some things. The terms qi and blood and spirit weren't just mentioned once or twice when he browsed online yesterday. Modern martial artists, though not overwhelmingly numerous, are far from rare either. With today's advanced information networks, bits and pieces inevitably circulate online. Even ordinary people have some awareness that qi, blood, and spirit form the foundation of martial artists. Low-level martial artists seldom discuss spirit, paying little attention to it. Online discussions suggest that the primary difference between high-level martial artists, especially grandmasters, and their low-level counterparts lies in spiritual cultivation. However, this concept remains distant for Fangping. For low-level martial artists, the focus remains primarily on vital energy. Ample vital energy banishes all ailments. Even in Fangping's previous life, qi and blood were frequently emphasized. Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on nurturing precisely these vital energies. Individuals with abundant qi and blood enjoy better health than others. Certain highly nourishing substances primarily replenish these vital energies. For martial artists, or those aspiring to become one, those with strong qi and blood aren't necessarily martial artists, yet all true martial artists must possess abundant vital energies. Martial arts practice isn't meditation, it differs greatly from Taoist practices. Martial artists are essentially ordinary people who've trained to their limits, breaking through the physical boundaries of normal humans. This is the origin of martial artists. With ample qi blood support, maintaining good health and enduring consumption, these form the foundation for physical strength. In other words, increasing qi blood could help me become a martial artist more easily. After becoming a martial artist, it becomes much easier to adapt to subsequent training and break through step by step. Fangping murmured to himself, then asked and answered his own question. Since wealth points have appeared, and both qi blood and spirit have been quantified, does that mean wealth points can be used for conversion? And what would the conversion ratio be? 1-to-1. Fangping never even considered that possibility. Now, his vitality and spirit points are both at 1. If the conversion were 1-to-1, wouldn't it mean that just $1 could double his vitality compared to an ordinary person? Fangping would never believe such an easy thing could be possible. How exactly does this conversion work? Fangping sighed helplessly as he spoke. Couldn't they at least provide an instruction manual? Figuring it out myself is such a hassle. At this moment, Fangping could see several lines of numbers in his vision simply by focusing his gaze. After staring at the numbers for a while, Fangping tentatively said, System, can you add some qi blood for me? Nothing happened. System Grandpa, can I exchange wealth points for qi blood? Grade 1, Master, are you alive? Say something? Open sesame? Little bunny, be good? By the 3 pure ones? Namo Amichuofo? God bless. Damn it. After trying for a while, the 3 lines of numbers remained unmoving. Fangping completely gave up hope. Apparently this had nothing to do with it. After some consideration, Fangping again focused intently on these lines of numbers, trying to see if there was any overlooked plus sign behind the digits. Unfortunately, there still wasn't. This is giving Fangping a headache. He doesn't know how to use it at all. Could it be broken? Just how reliable is this thing anyway? He grumbled inwardly, why couldn't you just do it right once and for all? Now I'm stuck in this awkward limbo. Have you even considered how I feel? Boost the qi blood already, or I'll beat you to death. Fangping stared at the small lines of text in his field of vision and casually muttered something. Yet no sooner had his words left his mouth than the numbers before his eyes suddenly changed. Wealth, 0. Vitality, 1.1. Spirit, 1. Holy crap. Fangping was instantly dumbfounded. Since when did this thing require threats to work? Seriously? Did this thing actually need to be threatened to function? While standing dumbfounded, Fangping began squirming uncomfortably. However, this discomfort soon vanished. Fangping exhaled a long breath and suddenly felt considerably lighter. To describe the sensation, it was as if an asthma sufferer's wheezing had abruptly stopped, or an anemic person's symptoms had instantly disappeared. To put it more grandly, it felt as though the Earth's gravity had diminished ever so slightly, though the sensation was quite ephemeral. Bliss. Just a mere 0.1 increase in vitality value, yet Fangping found it more pleasurable than a full-body massage. But this euphoria, much like a man's post-coital satisfaction, didn't last long and faded away quickly. The decline might have faded, but Fangping could subtly sense that his body felt slightly healthier than before. No one understands yourself better than you do. When sudden changes occur in your body, you're bound to notice them. However, seeing his wealth drop to 0 instantly made Fangping frown. He had guessed the conversion rate wouldn't be favorable, but 100,000:1? That was outright daylight robbery. 10,000 wealth points exchanged for a mere 0.1 increase in vitality. This certainly didn't turn him into a superhero. At most, he was just a bit more vigorous than the average person. Just how much wealth would he need to reach a martial artist's standard of vitality? At this thought, Fangping abruptly turned his gaze to the desk, relieved to see the red banknotes still lying there. He let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario hadn't materialized. If his wealth points were consumed and the money disappeared too, it would really be hard to explain to his parents later. Reaching out to grab the money on the table, Fangping once again sank into deep thought. It seemed that from now on, he'd have to work hard to earn money. After all, if he wanted to pass the martial arts exam and become a martial artist, the easiest way at present was definitely to convert wealth points into qi and blood energy. Not to mention all this, even if one passes the martial arts examination, becoming a powerful warrior requires spending endless funds to procure resources. In other words, everything revolves around money. So it's true, the poor have no right to grow stronger. This is forcing me to find ways to earn money. Chapter 7, The 5 Great Trials of Martial Arts. Fang Ping, whose mind was filled with thoughts of making money, was quickly brought back to reality once again. When he stepped out of his room, Fang Yuan was already waiting for him outside the door. The moment Fang Yuan saw Fang Ping emerge, he immediately complained pitifully, "I'm hungry." "Well, are you going to eat or what?" Fang Ping spoke matter-of-factly, while Fang Yuan puffed her little cheeks in annoyance and said, "There's no money, there's no leftover food at home. The 50 yuan mom gave us the day before yesterday was supposed to cover our lunches for these 3 days. Now all the money is with you, where are we supposed to eat? Does eating really require money?" Fang Ping seemed struck dumb, muttering blankly, "You didn't mention this in the morning. How happy she was eating those skewers when I bought them for this girl." If Fang Ping hadn't been reluctant, she would have spent the remaining 10 yuan too. Only now did Fang Ping realize that feelings also included paying for today's lunch. The key was, he only had 10 yuan left now, and this girl wasn't touching her own 5 yuan. Was she planning to eat him clean? As expected, Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly, "Of course eating costs money. You took all the money, so why should I worry about meals?" "Fang Ping, I'm hungry. It's almost 1 o'clock, I need to eat." "Ha! Fang Ping, I'm so hungry, I can barely walk anymore." Fang Yuan rubbed her little belly and began exaggerating her pitiful state. Fang Ping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pinched her chubby cheeks, saying helplessly, "Let's go eat. Here I thought I'd actually used your allowance, but it turns out it was all food money. I'd completely forgotten about this, yet you remembered every detail. You little rascal, how could you scheme against your brother like this? All our previous agreements are cancelled." "No." Fang Yuan hurriedly shook her head, her face full of reluctance. After a long while, she finally pulled out her 5 yuan bill from her pocket, lingering over it as she said, "Here you go. You promised to buy me delicious food, nice clothes, a computer, you have to keep your word." Despite all their bickering, Fang Yuan actually had an extremely close relationship with her elder brother, since Fang Ping had promised to buy her delicious food and pretty clothes in the future. Though it's impossible now, the girl still dreams of what Fang Ping will achieve after graduating from university. For the future, Fang Yuan decides to contribute all her savings. After all, she did eat Fang Ping's 5 yuan skewers this morning. The little girl's calculations click loudly in her mind, making Fang Ping both amused and slightly helpless. Indeed, having no money in your pocket leaves you without confidence. Otherwise, why would he make such a fuss over a few dollars arguing with this girl? After finishing their meal, Fang Ping was completely broke. If not for the 10,000 yuan earmarked for tuition, he could have been considered quite well off. Fortunately, the siblings both had 5 yuan fast food for lunch, and 10 yuan was just enough to cover it. Fang Ping still couldn't bring himself to spend the little girl's 5 yuan. She was already in junior high, and a girl shouldn't be left completely without pocket money. With no money, the siblings had no mood to go out in the afternoon. To put it bluntly, if Fang Ping hadn't brought 10,000 yuan with him when leaving home, he wouldn't even be able to enter a pay toilet when nature called on the road. Fang Yuan still had homework to finish. Knowing her big brother was flat broke, she stopped trying to scam him and obediently went back to her room to study. Meanwhile, Fang Ping also entered his room and began planning for the future. At present, Fang Ping only had 2 major priorities in mind. First, preparing for the martial arts college entrance exam, and second, making money. Improving his family's living conditions was actually secondary. There was no urgent need to address that for now. The key issue was that without money, he might not even be able to pass the martial arts college exam. Although he had that rather unreliable system, Fang Ping believed he could still become a martial artist in the future even without attending a martial arts university. But the question was, is a martial artist merely defined by strong vital energy? What about cultivation techniques? How does one train their body and break through limits? Fang Ping was completely ignorant about these matters. Without professional training, who knew how long it would take to acquire such knowledge? The college entrance exam was clearly the fastest shortcut. Naturally, some planning still needed to be done regarding these matters. Around 3 p.m., his mother Li Yueying returned home, bringing along groceries for dinner. Though called a half-day shift, the actual working hours were close to 8, far from the relaxed schedule outsiders might imagine. Fang Ping handed over the bank card and showed the 10,000 yuan. Li Yueying didn't take it back, telling Fang Ping to use it for registration the next day. Probably realizing that both her son and daughter were out of money, Li Yueying gave Fang Ping another 50 yuan for his meals. Perhaps fearing her daughter might be tricked by her son again, Li Yueying gave Fang Yuan 20 yuan separately this time. The little girl was so delighted with the money that she couldn't stop grinning. Fang Ping really wanted to tell his mom, "Who's fooling who here? That little brat is as sharp as a tack, she's the one scamming her big brother." Monday, April 7th. Compared to the bewilderment of the day before yesterday, Fang Ping, who returned to school today, appeared much more composed. His deskmate Chen Fan had arrived even earlier than Fang Ping. When Fang Ping arrived, Chen Fan had already completed half of the test paper in front of him. It was unclear whether he had started early in the morning or had worked on some parts beforehand. Chen Fan wasn't applying for the martial arts program, so he naturally focused all his efforts on the liberal arts track. Even if he couldn't get into the martial arts program, getting into a top-tier liberal arts university would still give him a significant advantage over graduates from ordinary colleges. Seeing Fang Ping arrive, Chen Fan set down his pen, looked up, and said, "Fang Ping, have you finished that math test the teacher handed out the day before yesterday? Let's compare answers." "Ha?" Fang Ping laughed awkwardly. Who knew whether he'd done them or not? He'd received these assignments the day before yesterday but hadn't even opened his backpack since then. Damned if he knew whether he'd completed them earlier. Seeing his reaction, Chen Fan guessed roughly what was going on and frowned. "Fang Ping, there's not much time left before the college entrance exams. Even though we don't have many regular classes now since it's mostly review, doing a few extra problems might make the difference. Those could be exactly what appears on the exams, you know?" Right, little Fan is correct. I've been a bit muddle-headed these days, I'll get to it soon." "You?" Chen Fan felt somewhat helpless, though not because of Fang Ping's nickname for him. It wasn't the first time he'd called him that. He simply thought Fang Ping was somewhat resigned to his own decline. In this society, although martial artists hold a higher status than ordinary people, commoners themselves are also divided into different social strata. The wealthy, the poor, those with minor authority, salaried workers, corporate employees, factory laborers. Each of these groups receives entirely different treatment. Number 1 high school is Yangqing's top secondary institution. Fang Ping's academic performance in Class 4 of senior year isn't outstanding, but neither is it particularly poor. Work a bit harder, and there's still hope to get into a top-tier university. If luck strikes again, and the most outstanding students apply to military academies, even getting into a prestigious university isn't out of the question. But if you give up now, forget about prestigious universities. Even getting into a decent one is uncertain. Chen Fan and Fang Ping had been deskmates for 2 years and knew Fang Ping's family situation was similar to his own. Fang Ping's family was even worse off than his own, what with the expenses for 2 children being greater than in his household. He wanted to say more, but the words died on his lips. After all, Fang Ping had only been lazy these past couple of days. As they were talking, the future bearded young Jian in the front row turned around again, grinning broadly. "Fang Ping, Chen Fan, seen the news?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Since when did a burly, bearded man like him develop such a gossipy streak? Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to respond. He'd rather spend his free time solving more problems. Who had time to watch the news? Yang Jian didn't mind their lack of response and continued cheerfully. "There's news circulating online again. Grandmaster Ma's fight with Tom is scheduled for the end of this month. And it's even been leaked that the fight location is right here in China. Now loads of reporters have rushed there. Who knows, we might even get to see videos of it later." Yang Jian spoke with great fervor, explaining that duels between 8th grade grandmasters were exceedingly rare even on a global scale. In the past, there might have been such fights, but either they were too young to vividly remember them, or the masters secretly battled with only the outcomes known to outsiders, leaving the actual process shrouded in mystery. This time was different, perhaps due to the rapid spread of information in today's internet age. Everyone had received the advance notice, and with the help of the internet, they might even be able to watch the duel through live streams. After gossiping briefly about Brother Ma's duel incident, Yang Jian quickly changed the subject and started talking about himself. "Today's the first day of martial science program registration. My dad said no matter how much it costs, we're signing up. Our Yang family is counting on me to get into the martial science program and become a martial artist." Sigh, the pressure's overwhelming. "What if I fail? What do we do then?" Fang Ping laughed and said, "Tell me, are you showing off, or are you showing off?" Yang Jian gave a simple-minded smile and hastily shook his head. "I'm not showing off, honestly, the pressure is really overwhelming. You all know my situation well enough. For the 5 major tests of the martial arts program, passing 3 is already considered pretty good. The others are just too iffy." The 5 trials of Wuku? Fang Ping wasn't particularly interested in the topic about Yang Jian initially, but at this moment, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 8, My Heart Aches So Much. Though Fang Ping had gone to the internet cafe to look up some information the day before yesterday, his time there was limited. Of course, the main reason was that his budget for internet fees was limited too. There were some things he hadn't looked into clearly, like the matter of the Wuhan University of Science and Technology entrance exam. Even online sources gave vague explanations. Without a smartphone or home computer, for Fang Ping in his current situation, not going to internet cafes made obtaining information extremely difficult. Some questions couldn't be asked deliberately either, as most people would consider them common knowledge. "Looks like I should buy a computer," Fang Ping thought to himself, unconsciously ignoring the fact that computers also cost money. Though he wasn't entirely clear about it himself, Yang Jian, who was determined to take the martial arts examination, must certainly know the details. As Yang Jian finished speaking, Fong Ping casually remarked, "I recall last year's martial arts exam wasn't too difficult. With your qualifications, could you really not pass all 4 stages? Or has this year's policy changed again?" His words were deliberately vague. After all, it was normal for college entrance exam policies to undergo minor changes yearly, and Fong Ping wasn't worried Yang Jian might overthink it. By the way, flattering this kid might help squeeze more information out of him. As expected, Yang Jian didn't mind Fong Ping's ignorance, and his smile grew even broader. It was rare for Fong Ping to be willing to discuss martial arts with him, and Yang Jian was more than happy to keep talking. Unlike Chen Fan, who wasn't interested at all before Fong Ping came along, talking to him about it was useless. Seeing Fong Ping's growing interest, Yang Jian immediately beamed and said, "You're really overestimating me. Besides, when has the martial arts entrance exam ever been easy? But this year there are indeed some policy changes. As for how exactly the exam will be conducted, I'm not too sure right now. When Senior Wang arrives the day after tomorrow, he'll probably explain. Though I did look into it these past few days and asked some teachers. There are still some differences compared to last year." Noticing he stopped there, Fong Ping naturally understood the future bearded man was dangling bait but chose not to press further. These youngsters, especially someone like Yang Jian with his big mouth, even if you don't ask, once he starts talking, he can't hold back. As expected, seeing Fong Ping wasn't going to play along, Yang Jian seemed unsatisfied but had no choice but to continue. Take the first hurdle, the political screening, for example. Fong Ping's brow twitched slightly as Yang Jian went on. In the past, the political screening would check 3 generations of direct relatives for any criminal records. But they've relaxed the requirements this year. It only checks 2 generations of blood-related relatives, like parents and siblings. But this matter has little to do with us, unless our grandfathers had criminal records. The first hurdle in the martial arts examination is the political review. This is only natural. After all, martial artists are not ordinary people. Their destructive potential far exceeds that of regular civilians. The government invests enormous amounts annually in university-level martial arts programs. It takes tremendous resources to cultivate martial artists, not to have them breaking the law. Though no one claims that children of criminals must also be criminals. When there's a choice in selection, stricter standards naturally take precedence. Your dissatisfaction won't change that. While the political review has eased, it hasn't favored us. Rather, it's a disadvantage, as it allows even more candidates to apply. But there's also some changes in the second stage, which gives us an advantage. Yang Jian said gleefully, the second stage is the physical examination for the military arts stream. The key change isn't in the test items, it's the age limit. Previously, the upper limit was 22 years old, but this year the policy changed. They lowered it to 20 years old. Let's see how those bastards can keep repeating grades now. That'll show them. Martial artists are not necessarily better the younger they are. At a young age, the body's bones and muscles are not fully developed, and the mind is still immature. Practicing martial arts too early can actually harm one's physical development. It may also lead to underage teenagers, empowered with strength beyond ordinary people, committing inappropriate acts. This is precisely why the government has established martial arts departments only at the university level. After years of ideological education, by the time students reach university stage, their thinking generally matures. Coupled with physical maturity, practicing martial arts at this stage actually yields twice the result with half the effort, and fewer later issues arise among martial artists. In the past, it was quite normal for some students who failed their exams this year to choose to repeat a year and try again. With more experience than others, after taking the exam once, they also become aware of their weaknesses and can make targeted improvements based on actual conditions. Every year, a portion of martial arts students are repeaters taking the exam again. Previously limited to age 22, some people even repeated the exams for several years. This year the age limit was abruptly cut to 20, instantly extinguishing many repeaters' hopes. After all, senior high students are typically 18 to 20 years old. For those repeating a year, exceeding 20 becomes likely. Fong Ping didn't have to worry about this issue. He was only 18 by age reckoning, and could afford to retake the exams for another 2 years if needed. After some thought, Fong Ping asked, so the repeat students didn't have any reaction to this? Yang Jian chuckled happily. How could that be? I heard it was chaotic the other day, but what's the use? Who told you not to pass the exam in the first place? You're already in your 20s. Even if you pass now, you'd just be dragging everyone down. Anyway, protesting won't help. After all, most martial arts examinees are fresh graduates. Everyone would be thrilled if these people weren't allowed to take the exam. The liberal arts exam doesn't have that restriction though. You could try for that instead. Fong Ping nodded in understanding and steered the conversation back. Is there a big difference between the martial arts and liberal arts physical exams? Yang Jian scratched his head and couldn't help glancing at him. Chen Fan, who had remained silent until now, also said helplessly, nonsense, of course the gap is huge. Fong Ping, are you still half asleep? I've heard plenty about the martial arts physical exams. Do you think the 10,000 yuan registration fee is just for show? The martial arts physical examination involves deep-level tests, checking for bone injuries or deformities. Those with poor eyesight, bone injuries, or significant external scars will not be admitted. Additionally, the most crucial factor is checking qi and blood vitality. If one's vitality is insufficient or their physique too weak, no other qualifications matter. Some are born with inherent weakness that cannot be remedied, forever disqualifying them from martial arts. Families with poor diets typically fail to meet blood vitality standards, which is why metropolitan areas have higher admission rates than our smaller cities. Small cities rank higher than towns and villages, and the poorer the place, the fewer martial practitioners there are. After all, even if the difference between you and others isn't significant, the martial arts program has annual quotas. They select the best from the best, so naturally they'd choose the top candidates. Fong Ping nodded, recalling that he shouldn't have any major issues. After all, his qi and blood had recently increased significantly, likely surpassing ordinary people. Had this been the old Fong Ping, success wouldn't have been guaranteed, since everyone was just ordinary with no particular advantages. It's hard to say whether the 1.1 vitality level meets the standard or not. It seems best to increase it a bit more before the physical examination. On another note, Fong Ping was slightly curious. From Chen Fan's tone, there should now be specialized tests for measuring vitality levels. In Fong Ping's memory, the concept of sufficient vitality was actually a traditional Chinese medical term. Without specialized machine testing, only through traditional Chinese diagnostic methods observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking could an answer be given. Under large-scale examinations like the Gaokao, the possibility of passing through traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis is quite slim. A more likely scenario is the establishment of a well-structured procedure, incorporating specialized medical equipment. While Fong Ping was calculating, Yang Jian spoke up, aside from these 2 points, other changes haven't been significant. After clearing the political review and physical examination, a batch of candidates were eliminated, leaving the remainder to participate in the third practical assessment. Then comes the 2 major hurdles, liberal arts exams and specialized exams. Ahem! Fong Ping recalled seeing something about the liberal arts exams online just the other day, but hadn't paid it much attention at the time. Now he couldn't help but say, "What's so tough about liberal arts? Don't tell me you're not confident about those?" According to Fong Ping's thinking, this was similar to the art college entrance exams in his past life once he met the other requirements. The cultural courses should be easy to pass, just put in a little effort, and 90% of the students at first high would have no trouble. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Jian gave a bitter smile and said, "Fong Ping, maybe you stand a chance, but I'm in trouble. Last year's minimum admission score for the martial arts track was still 10 points higher than the cutoff for top-tier liberal arts programs. With my grades, I might not even clear the baseline. A true warrior excels in both literary and martial arts, they're not mere brutes. It's only natural their grades slightly surpass the liberal arts cutoff. Otherwise, if warriors were all reckless fighters, how could they ever qualify for leadership roles?" These were Chen Fan's words, spoken calmly and with utter certainty. Mastery in both civil and military affairs, that's what defines a real warrior. Warriors are acclaimed as social elites. Could simple brute force types govern nations or manage corporations effectively? Fairy tales are all lies. On TV, any illiterate person can just pick up a martial arts manual and become a master. What nonsense. A reckless brute might achieve some small success in martial arts, but they'll never reach the pinnacle. If I gave you a martial arts manual, but you couldn't even read the words, how could you learn martial arts? Even if you recognize the characters, if you can't understand their meaning, what's the point of learning martial arts? Not understanding the manual's meaning is highly probable. Some obscure techniques are incomprehensible even to college graduates, just like heavenly scriptures. Therefore, martial artists must also master a variety of miscellaneous knowledge. For example, medicine, human anatomy, including skeletal diagrams and meridian pathways, all these must be thoroughly understood. And this is just for high school seniors. In university, those majoring in martial arts will have many additional subjects compared to liberal arts students, such as mineralogy, nutrition science. The professional exam Yang Jian mentioned actually tests all these miscellaneous bits of knowledge. While balancing academic courses and physical training, students must also master this additional knowledge. It's fair to say that every student admitted to the martial arts program is without exception a true genius. Their academic scores must surpass the liberal arts key cutoff. They need exceptional physical fitness, and they're required to master specialized knowledge beyond regular coursework. After hearing about the 5 major hurdles of the martial arts exam, Fong Ping felt utterly exhausted. For the first 3 hurdles, with that somewhat unreliable system of his, Fong Ping thought he could probably handle them and find ways to overcome them. But this is the martial arts exam we're talking about. They clearly said it was supposed to test physical fitness, yet now they're adding cultural subjects too, and the passing grade is even higher than the key university cutoff line? That would have been fine if Fong Ping had still read his textbooks, and they weren't too different from those in his previous life. Only the history textbook stood out, with some added elements of martial arts. But what's this professional exam all about? These were subjects Fong Ping had absolutely no prior exposure to. Now that the college entrance exam is just around the corner, can I really handle everything at once? Oh my god. Fong Ping was full of grievances. Maybe he should just give up and be a couch potato? Chapter 9, Qi and Blood Standards. No matter how deep the resentment, life had to go on, and Fong Ping could only passively accept it all. After chatting for a while, the homeroom teacher, whose hair was already graying, walked slowly into the classroom. Waiting for the classroom to quiet down, the old homeroom teacher got straight to the point. Students who want to register for the martial arts exam, come to my office later to pay the fee. Fill out the registration form. The school's academic affairs office will handle the unified registration for everyone afterward. When saying this, the homeroom teacher mostly looked at the students who were preparing to sign up. In reality, the martial arts exam wasn't completely unpredictable. As the homeroom teacher, he had a rough idea of which students in the class would sign up. With the requirements of top grades, good physical condition, and decent family background, after several rounds of selection, the students in Class 4 of Grade 12 also had a clear idea of who would register. Yangcheng is located inland, and though its official name is Yangcheng City, it's actually a county-level city. Compared to other county towns, Yangcheng's economy is somewhat better, but only marginally so. This isn't one of those coastal county-level cities. Some of those are even more developed than inland prefecture-level cities. In Yangcheng, there aren't many people who'd consider 10,000 yuan a trivial amount. So, the mere registration fee alone has already barred many from entering. Having said these words, the homeroom teacher left the classroom. Meanwhile, the students who intended to sign up began rising one after another, preparing to head to the office. Yang Jian, who sat in the row in front of Fong Ping, also stood up at this moment. At the adjacent desk, Zhang Hao, the classmate who had broken the news 2 days ago about little brother Ma reaching the 8th rank, now stood up as well. Just as the two were about to step forward, Fong Ping leisurely rose to his feet. Deskmate Chen Fan was a bit dazed, tilting his head as he asked, "Going to the bathroom? Go sign up." Chen Fan was stunned. Fong Ping wanted to register? Not just Chen Fan, even Yang Jian couldn't help but turn to look at Fong Ping and exclaimed in surprise, "Fong Ping, you're signing up too?" His tone might not have carried malice, but Fong Ping's words had clearly startled him enough to make his voice noticeably louder. As soon as these words were spoken, many classmates turned to look. After studying together for several years, everyone had developed some understanding of each other's situations in class. It wasn't that Fong Ping couldn't sign up, but that frail little physique of his. To be honest, Fong Ping was slightly more robust than Chen Fan, but compared to Yang Jin in the front row, he was no match. While the written exams and specialized tests were manageable, could Fong Ping really pass the physical checkup and practical assessment? Hardly had Yang Jian finished expressing his surprise when Zhang Hao nearby clicked his tongue and remarked, "Fong Ping, you sly dog, you're full of tricks. You never join us for after-school workouts, so you must be training alone at home, huh? You sly devil." Zhang Hao said this with exaggerated flair, though his tone carried no mockery. He just thought Fong Ping was hiding his true capabilities. Without confidence, how could someone from Fong Ping's financial background afford to waste 10,000 yuan on registration fees? Fong Ping didn't take offense and replied cheerfully, "Don't overthink it. With my natural talents, why would I need extra practice? I've made up my mind. It's just 10,000 yuan, isn't it? Who knows if I'll pass without trying? Maybe they'll suddenly expand enrollment this year, and I'll hit the jackpot." Wishful thinking. Zhang Hao burst into laughter, but as soon as Fong Ping spoke, other classmates who hadn't planned to sign up began to feel tempted. Fong Ping's words actually make some sense. Who knows if they'll expand enrollment this year? In previous years, only 2 or 3 students from number 1 high school passed the martial arts college's entrance exams annually, but last year 5 made it. This year, there might even be more, right? Thoughts are just thoughts, but there must be reasons for not signing up anyway. Fong Ping's words may have caused some ripples, but they didn't change anyone else's decision. His deskmate, Chen Fan, wore a complicated expression. Even though signing up didn't guarantee admission, Fong Ping's family circumstances were even worse than his own. Yet Fong Ping dared to try, while he hadn't even considered it. The comparison made it seem like he lacked the courage to even attempt it. His grip on the pen tightened slightly, but in the end, Chen Fan didn't change his decision. Even if he signed up, his chances of passing were slimmer than Fong Ping's. Instead of wasting time on this, you'd be better off putting more effort into the humanities. Immersive translate. Fong Ping naturally had no mood to concern himself with what his classmates were thinking. Along with other students planning to sign up, he left the classroom and headed upstairs to the homeroom teacher's office. Not many students from Class 4, Grade 12 had signed up. After all, the chances were too slim. Those who clearly didn't meet the basic requirements naturally wouldn't bother. In the end, only 8 people walked out of the classroom together. Even this was considered a high proportion of applicants from the regular class in recent years. Were it not for last year's 2 martial arts students who passed the elite class as examples, having 4 or 5 applicants from the regular class would have been considered good. Some ordinary high schools barely had any students sign up at all. Fong Ping gave a brief glance at his fellow students. Sure enough, they were all the top performers from their class. Not only were they academic standouts, but crucially, they were all in excellent physical shape with well-proportioned figures. Even Yang Jian, the bearded fellow, might not be particularly outstanding academically, but he certainly wasn't poor, otherwise he wouldn't have signed up. Among them were 2 female students. While their looks might not be stunningly beautiful, they did have fairly good figures. Compared to those underdeveloped bean sprouts in class who still hadn't hit puberty, these 2 girls had been eating well and exercising regularly to prepare for the martial arts exam. Yang Jian and Zhang Hao beside Fong Ping kept stealing glances at the 2 girls non-stop. Aside from Fong Ping, the others were actually quite familiar with each other. Preparing for the martial arts exam wasn't an overnight endeavor. Whenever they had free time in the evenings, they would exercise together, with several of them even enrolling in the same off-campus martial arts coaching class. Fong Ping was more like someone who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, everyone had little interest in each other, except for their curiosity about Fong Ping. One of the 2 girls whom Yang Jian and the others were eyeing kept occasionally sizing up Fong Ping. After walking for a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Fong Ping, what's your chi blood level?" "Ha?" Fong Ping didn't quite know how to put it. Could he honestly say his blood energy was at 1.1? The key was, he had no idea how it was actually calculated in reality, or what unit of measurement was used. Fortunately, before Fong Ping could respond, Yang Jian chimed in with a laugh, "Zhang Nan, I reckon Fong Ping hasn't even gone for a checkup at all. This guy, if he'd really taken the test, he'd have told us by now." Zhang Hao chimed in, "Probably never got checked. But with that scrawny frame of his, there's no way he's taller than me." "Oh come on, stop bragging already." Zhang Nan was just asking casually. Since Fong Ping didn't volunteer the information, whether he hadn't been tested or simply didn't want to say, she couldn't be bothered to press further. With a contemptuous glance at Zhang Hao, Zhang Nan shook his head while walking and said, "Looks like our class is doomed to just make up the numbers again this time. I went for another check the day before yesterday, and my highest chi blood fluctuation was only 108 calories. Sigh, before the physical exam, I'll have to try taking some more tonics to see if I can push it higher." As Zhang Nan finished speaking, Yang Jian grinned and said cheerfully, "I made slightly better progress than you. My last test showed a peak of 112 calories. Cards are clearly the unit for measuring chi in blood, and it seems the higher the better." Fong Ping had never been tested before, so he didn't mind showing his ignorance and asked, "Who in our class has the highest chi in blood?" A cheerful young man walking at the front of the group turned around with a smile and said, "Based on the last results, it should be me at my peak, 115 cards. Fong Ping actually recognized this person. Though the world had changed somewhat, the person remained the same. The speaker was the one with the best academic performance in the class, though whether that was still the case now, Fong Ping wasn't quite sure. But he wasn't the class monitor. In fact, none of those present were student cadres, because no one had time to waste, nor the spare effort to serve others. As for his name, Fong Ping thought for a moment, it should be Wu Zhihao. Wu Zhihao shook his head again and said, "Although my chi and blood are decent, the guys in the honors class are better. Especially Zhou Bin. Last time I heard from his classmates, his peak value was over 120 cards. Honestly, in our school, no one else stands much of a chance, but Zhou Bin is almost guaranteed to pass unless something unexpected happens." "Ha, Zhihao, why not hired someone to break his leg? One less competitor for us," Zhang Hao joked with a laugh. Wu Zhihao rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "It's not our school's selection anyway. Even if Zhou Bin doesn't get in, it doesn't affect us much. Otherwise, I'd actually have this idea." Zhang Hao chuckled and casually remarked, "Just give it a try, who knows, he might pass." Last year, Nanjiang Wu University's admission standard was only 112 chi blood cards. Even if it's a bit higher this year, it won't be by much. Honestly, I don't think he'll have any trouble handling it. Wu Zhihao shook his head again and said, "Unlikely. Every year the cutoff score keeps rising. I'd say this year it'll take at least 115 car or more. Also, just meeting the standards for elemental energy and bloodline isn't enough. What about the rest? The crucial point isn't just looking at this, we still need to see what others are doing. If the rest are low while we're high, then we've got a shot. But no matter how well we score, we still won't make the cut since everyone else is scoring higher too. These admission standards aren't fixed, just like liberal arts exams. There's only a limited number of spots for martial arts students available. Maybe based on last year's results, your scores would have gotten you admitted this year. But if everyone's performing better now, you'll still fall short. Conversely, even if you score poorly this year but everyone else does worse, you could still get in despite being weaker than last year's qualifiers. But now we're in an era where life keeps getting better for everyone, pushing the admission thresholds higher almost every year. The chances of standards dropping are extremely slim. According to Wu Zhihao, among the 8 applicants from Class 4, including Fong Ping, only 3 had a qi and blood level exceeding 110 units. Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and that girl Lu Ruoqi who barely spoke. The others, including Zhang Hao, didn't reach 110 calories. But Zhang Hao wasn't far from 110 calories. If he took some blood and qi supplements before the exam, he still had hope. This wasn't considered cheating. In this era, truly effective supplements for replenishing blood and qi were all very expensive. Those who can afford this come from well-off families. Martial artists also require financial support. The level of support a martial artist receives differs greatly depending on family wealth. Money determines the future, while not an absolute rule, it's the prevailing reality. That's why Zhang Hao dared to sign up even though he hadn't reached 110 calories yet. His family had already prepared supplements for him. The reason for not taking it now is primarily to avoid partial loss of efficacy through digestion, which might prevent it from meeting the required standard. Taking it just before the physical examination, though not fully digestible immediately, is beneficial for those seeking entry. It allows for a more explosive release of the medicine's effectiveness. Zhang Hao didn't mention this, but in reality, everyone else had made similar preparations. Of course, there were exceptions, like Fong Ping. His application to the military academy was so abrupt that his parents never imagined he would sign up. In reality, without Fong Ping's knowledge, Fong Mingrong had already been considering whether to buy some qi and blood supplements for his son. Unfortunately, those supplements and medicines were far too expensive, often starting at 10,000 yuan, and old Fong hadn't made up his mind yet. As he listened to the conversation around him, Fong Ping pondered to himself, could my 1.1 qi and blood reading be converted into 110 calories? The chances are still quite good. But even at 110 cards, it doesn't seem to offer much advantage. After all, even Wu Zhihao from the regular class has 115 cards, and there should be quite a few students in the advanced class exceeding 110 cards. Last year, the minimum admission standard for Nanjiang Wu University was indeed 112 cards, but this year it's hard to say. It seems I'll need to put more effort into this. At the very least, I have to get past the first 3 levels before I can think about what comes after. Fong Ping was lost in thought as the group arrived at the office door. Chapter 10, Qi and Blood Examination. Inside the office. Pay up, register, fill out the application form. The process was straightforward. While no one was paying attention, Fong Ping conducted another experiment, casually touching the registration fees handed in by other students. Just as he'd expected, his wealth value didn't increase. This outcome didn't surprise Fong Ping. He wasn't particularly disappointed either. There weren't many people, so the enrollment process finished quickly. The homeroom teacher gathered the students' registration forms and glanced at the 8 individuals before him. These were Class 4's only hopefuls for this year's martial arts college entrance exams. The teacher was already quite familiar with most of the students. The only exception was Fong Ping. As Fong Ping's homeroom teacher, Lu Anguo was well aware of the Fong family's circumstances, having met Fong Mingrong during parent-teacher conferences. However, at this time every year, there are plenty of students willing to take a gamble, unexpected perhaps, but perfectly understandable. Regaining his composure, Lu Anguo spoke up. The day after tomorrow, that is, the 9th, Nanjiang University of Martial Arts student Wang Jinyang will return to campus to answer your pre-exam questions. You should all know about this, make sure to attend. The group quickly nodded in agreement. Having his seniors share their experience would undoubtedly be helpful to everyone. The school will issue a detailed schedule for the martial arts assessment along with various precautions. Make sure to read them carefully. Although Lu Anguo serves as the homeroom teacher for the class, such classes are essentially collective groups for the general student body. They primarily focus on teaching liberal arts subjects, with martial arts only briefly mentioned. However, the school offers specialized martial arts training classes, and there are also private martial arts tutoring institutions outside. These are actually the key areas of study for martial arts students. Most others had attended classes to some extent or simply hired martial arts tutors. Lu Anguo glanced around the group. Fong Ping was probably the only one who hadn't gone. This wasn't even a question. Had Fong Ping attended, his father wouldn't have failed to mention it at the parent-teacher conference. With a quiet sigh, Lu Anguo suddenly rose from his seat, crouched down, and opened the cabinet beneath his desk. After a short while, Lu Anguo stood up, carrying a thick stack of books in his hands, and placed them on the desk before saying to Fong Ping, "See if there's anything you need. The other students have all attended the school's martial arts training program. They have all these materials here. Take whatever you're missing first and have a look." Fong Ping was slightly surprised, but these were indeed exactly what he needed right now. Hearing this, he quickly said, "Thank you, Professor." Lu Anguo didn't make a big deal about it, even though these materials weren't exactly cheap. Even if purchased outside, they would cost several hundred yuan. But for students from impoverished backgrounds, he didn't mind lending a small helping hand when he could offer some slight assistance. Seeing Fong Ping accept them all eagerly, hugging the pile of reference books with apparent delight, Luangwa found himself caught between laughter and tears. Judging by this reaction, it seemed the boy really had come completely unprepared. Otherwise, there'd be no need to take such commonly available study materials. Though he'd already stopped holding out much hope for Fong Ping, Luangwa hesitated briefly as head teacher before turning to Wu Zhihao and saying, "Fong Ping isn't as knowledgeable about the martial arts entrance exams as you all are. His grasp of specialized subject material is still quite limited. It's probably quite difficult to finish reading all these books now. Wu Zhihao, could you lend your exam notes to Fong Ping and let him make a copy?" Compared with textbooks, these preparatory notes taken by martial arts students themselves are far more effective. Exam focus, unified summaries, these materials are all compiled by the students themselves. Wu Zhihao was the top student in class 4, with the greatest hope of being admitted to the Wu Institute. Reviewing using his notes could save a lot of time and effort. However, notes are personal belongings. Even the homeroom teacher has no right to demand them outright but can only negotiate. Originally, Fong Ping had already been deeply grateful when the homeroom teacher gave him the book. Now, to his surprise, the teacher actually asked Wu Zhihao to copy notes for him. In his previous life, his homeroom teacher had also been a good teacher, but Fong Ping's grades were mediocre, and his relationship with his mentor was rather distant. They didn't interact much. To his surprise, his homeroom teacher turned out to be even more responsible than he'd imagined. Fong Ping himself hadn't been prepared, but that wasn't his teacher's fault. Bringing him the textbook was already an extra kindness, and now he was even offering to help him get notes. Before Wu Zhihao could speak, Fong Ping quickly said, "Mr. Lu, there's no need." Before he could finish speaking, Wu Zhihao beside him chuckled, "No worries, I'll make you a copy later. It's nothing extraordinary. To be realistic, whether you'll even use it is questionable." Wu Zhihao wasn't afraid of discouraging Fong Ping. Truthfully, everyone knew the reality. Even Wu Zhihao himself might not have a chance to reach the 4th round, the professional exam. Since the homeroom teacher had spoken, Wu Zhihao didn't want to defy his wishes. With Wu Zhihao putting it that way, Fong Ping stopped being shy about it and promptly expressed his gratitude. Indeed, looking at the massive stack of books and materials in his hands, Fong Ping felt completely overwhelmed. Being able to borrow Wu Zhihao's notes would allow him to focus on the key exam topics rather than having to read everything blindly while remaining utterly clueless. After finishing these matters, the registration process was concluded. Luangwa had the students return to the classroom while he continued grading papers with his head lowered. After leaving the office, Wu Zhihao proactively said to Fong Ping, "Some of those notes I mentioned are still at my place. If you're in a hurry, we can go pick it up together tonight. Otherwise, I'll bring it over tomorrow." Having already owed someone a favor, Fong Ping felt too embarrassed to let the other person bring it. He quickly said, "I'll go get it. I really appreciate it this time. Don't mention it, we're all classmates." Wu Zhihao wasn't overly arrogant and said cheerfully, "In our ordinary class, the chances of passing the martial arts exam are slim. We're not really competitors with each other. But to be honest, don't take it the wrong way. At the very least, you don't need to look at these materials before passing the medical exam, so as not to waste time. Once you've passed the medical, you can spend more time on this." Though the martial arts program's entrance exam covers diverse subjects with extensive content, it differs somewhat from liberal arts. The assessment typically revolves around the same core topics each year. Actually, for us martial arts exam candidates, the hardest part isn't the specialized tests or cultural courses, it's still the physical examination and practical assessments. These two stages are almost all strict requirements, and also where the highest disqualification rates occur. As soon as Wu Zhihao finished speaking, Yang Jian beside him grumbled gloomily, "Really? Then why do I think the specialized tests and cultural courses are already difficult enough?" Wu Zhihao couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Such matters always depend on individual perspective. Fong Ping nodded again. As a greenhorn, there was nothing wrong with listening more to these people's first-hand experiences. After some thought, Fong Ping asked, "Where should I go for the Qi blood test?" As someone who had suddenly inserted himself among the martial arts examinees, Fong Ping didn't think there was any problem with his ignorance. No one else appeared surprised either. Yang Jian immediately replied, "For checking Qi blood levels, the only place in Yangcheng with the equipment is the First People's Hospital. This thing costs way too much to make. After all, Yangcheng isn't that big, and not many people would use it, so we don't really have a choice." After Yang Jian finished speaking, Zhang Hao immediately chimed in, "Fong Ping, if I were you, I wouldn't get checked. Don't take this the wrong way, but there's no time left for you to replenish your qi and blood anyway. This examination is crazily expensive, 5,000 yuan per session, non-negotiable. And since the physical examination isn't far off, you might as well just wait and see what happens then." 5,000? Fong Ping was dumbfounded. This was outright robbery. However, as a specialized service, it was essential for military examination candidates to know their situation in advance, so there was no shortage of clients. Fong Ping, who had initially wanted to figure out his own situation, now had no choice but to abandon the thought. Probably sensing Fong Ping's thoughts, Wu Zhihao suddenly smiled and said, "The hospital's vitality meter is a large-scale model that can accurately detect fluctuations in vitality levels and determine one's peak vitality reading. But since this is likely your first examination, there's really no need to be overly precise about it. Weren't you planning to come by my place this evening to pick up those notes? My family has a small qi and blood meter, but the error margin is a bit large. It fluctuates within 5 calories. You can give it a try." "Damn, Zhihao, your family actually bought this thing?" As Wu Zhihao's words fell, the others were somewhat taken aback. Although the small qi meter isn't as expensive as the large ones, the greater the margin of error, the cheaper it becomes, and a 5-calorie deviation like this is already considered significant. Yet even so, this specialized equipment was extremely expensive. At least in everyone's eyes, it was considered an astonishingly large sum. For someone like Wu Zhihao's family, even the cheapest would cost several $100,000. Wu Zhihao grinned dismissively. "Second-hand goods aren't really worth much to begin with, plus I have to inspect them frequently anyway. Going to the hospital is expensive and time-consuming, so my dad got me a second-hand one just for rough measurements." That's true enough. For people like them, accuracy is what really matters. A margin of error of several calories, that's way too inaccurate. If these folks were to actually get tested at Wu Zhihao's place, chances are everyone's readings would probably end up being the same. What's more, when the final results come out, it wouldn't even be surprising if Yang Jian scores higher than Wu Zhihao. If we actually prepare based on this data, we'd just be waiting to get eliminated. Though useless to others, this is of great value to Fong Ping. Right now, what Fong Ping mainly wants to figure out is how much his 1.1 qi in blood translates to an actual kilocalories. Having a rough estimate would suffice. Hearing Wu Zhihao say this, Fong Ping quickly put on an apologetic smile and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. I don't even know how to thank you enough. Say no more. When I pass the exam, I'm absolutely treating you to a grand feast." Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao burst into laughter and teased, "Fong Ping, I'm just afraid Wu Zhihao might not live long enough to see this grand feast." "Move aside," Fong Ping said with full confidence. "I'm definitely getting in, no doubt about that." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed again, not teasingly, but because they truly found Fong Ping's confidence remarkable. Among the 8 present, even Wu Zhihao probably wouldn't dare claim a guaranteed admission. After the laughter subsided, Zhang Hao turned to Wu Zhihao and said, "Zhihao, when Fong Ping checks at your place tonight, remember to tell us the results tomorrow. It's not perfectly accurate, but if you test it a few more times, you can generally get a decent idea." The crowd was still somewhat curious about Fong Ping's qi and blood value purely out of casual interest. Just like how, during regular exams, you'd naturally be curious about how your classmates scored. Chapter 11, The First Test. Back in the classroom, Fong Ping exchanged a few words with Chen Fan before starting to read the books he had gotten from the homeroom teacher. After skimming through them for a while, Fong Ping got a terrible headache. The specialized martial arts exam covered a wide range of knowledge. The most crucial part was self-awareness. As a prospective martial artist, how can one better train their physique without even understanding their own body structure? How many bones make up the human body? How many major meridians? The blood circulation system. These are all essential pieces of knowledge one must master, including the arrangement and names of bones, the functions of internal organs, as well as explanations of martial arts-specific terminology, as well as a series of fundamental knowledge concerning medicine and pharmacology. Additionally, among the materials provided by the homeroom teacher, were also included the history of martial arts, biographies of famous figures past and present, complete guide to basic weapons, overview of fundamental martial arts techniques. Forget about studying them carefully, just picking up any one of these at random and flipping through a few pages was enough to make Fong Ping's head spin. The pile of books stacked in front of him totaled more than 10 volumes. Reading all these books cover to cover would be a monumental task. Even if Fong Ping treated them like novels to browse through, by the time he finished, the college entrance exams would likely be just around the corner. And after that, Fong Ping still needed to prepare for his cultural subject exams. This textbook is from years ago. Even with a solid foundation, getting back in shape won't happen overnight. Ugh, what a headache. Chen Fan, standing nearby, noticed Fong Ping's pale face and felt somewhat displeased that Fong Ping had signed up without consulting him first. But at this point, he still tried to console him. Where there's a will, there's a way. Might as well not let the registration fee go to waste, right? Fong Ping rolled his eyes. "So in your view, did I work this hard just for the 10,000 yuan registration fee?" Chen Fan ignored him and continued with a reassuring tone, "Too bad we're not martial artists. If we became martial artists, we'd have boundless energy and could go days without sleep. I've heard that high-level martial artists' brains process information as fast as computers. Those strong individuals, whether running a business or handling government affairs, can outperform at least 10 ordinary people combined, with terrifyingly abundant energy. I heard that when Grandmaster Ma was starting his business, he had limited funds and insufficient manpower. At its peak, he worked continuously for 7 days and nights without rest, accomplishing in a week what would take an ordinary person a year. Back then, Grandmaster Ma's martial arts skills weren't exceptionally strong yet. If it were now, he might even go without sleep for a whole month. Just thinking about it makes one envious. If we had the physique and energy of martial artists, what would academic courses matter? Getting full marks wouldn't even be impossible. Chen Fan wore an expression full of regret. These days, there were actually quite a few students who achieved perfect scores in the national college entrance exams every year. Some seniors in big cities, even if they hadn't officially become martial artists, were just one step away from that status. Under such circumstances, although these people divided their attention across multiple pursuits, their comprehension abilities and memory were astonishingly formidable. The top liberal arts scorers from each province every year are almost always taken by these pre-qualified martial artists. Careless words may reveal much to an attentive listener. Fong Ping's brow twitched slightly. While Chen Fan lacked the necessary qualifications, it didn't necessarily mean he did too. Fong Ping was already beginning to experience the benefits of having strong qi and blood vitality. Yesterday's increase in qi and blood left Fong Ping genuinely feeling more energetic than before. In the past, staying up late and waking early would have left him drowsy all day, but now, he didn't feel that way at all. This was the benefit of stronger qi and blood, granting ordinary people more vigorous energy. What role, then, did the spirit attribute on that panel serve? Fong Ping vaguely sensed the answer. Perhaps he should give it a try next time. If the increase in mental stats could truly enhance his memory and comprehension, then future exams might no longer pose a challenge. Even if he couldn't top the rankings, Fong Ping would be satisfied as long as he met the passing standard. Chen Fan's casual remark had unexpectedly eased Fong Ping's mind. It seemed he still needed to find ways to earn money and put it to the test. Whether it's the growth of vital energy or mental strength, none can be achieved without money. Without money, nothing is possible. During daytime classes, the focus remains primarily on reviewing and solving problems. Fong Ping didn't waste time, mostly reading books without lifting his pen. The teacher saw this but said nothing. At this stage, everything was voluntary. Besides, several teachers had heard Fong Ping registered for the martial arts exam. So even when Fong Ping took out martial arts exam preparation books during some classes, the teachers didn't disturb him. The day passed by quickly. When the dismissal bell rang in the afternoon, Fong Ping didn't leave with Chen Fan and the others as usual. Instead, he walked towards Wu Zhihao. Wu Zhihao smiled while packing his school bag. I noticed you've been studying professional exam materials all day. How's it going? Not too bad. The difficulty isn't the main problem, it's just that there's too much material and it's all over the place. Some of this material won't be on the test. Later when you photocopy my notes, just study from what I've written down. If there's anything you don't understand when reviewing, you can ask me. Thank you, I appreciate it. Fong Ping expressed his gratitude again. During this critical moment, Wu Zhihao's offer was truly considerate. Some top students secretly wish, come exam time, that they alone possess all the knowledge while everyone else remains clueless. Of course, this also relates to how the final exams at Wuhan University of Science and Technology aren't confined to individual classes. Wu Zhihao didn't consider Fong Ping a potential rival anyway. His real competition came from those in the advanced classes. His true adversaries were all the top students across Yangchang, even the nation's academic elite. Fong Ping, someone who doesn't even understand basic knowledge, was never meant to be his rival to surpass. If he lacked even this much vision, how could he ever become a martial artist? As they spoke, the two walked off campus together. Wu Zhihao's home wasn't too far from number 1 high school. About a 10-minute walk from the school, it was also a residential community, but with excellent surroundings, considered upscale in Yangchang. When Fong Ping arrived outside the complex, he glanced around and was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Wu Zhihao's family would at least live in a villa. Truth be told, Fong Ping didn't know this old classmate very well. Even in his previous life, they hadn't interacted much. But then again, it makes perfect sense. Even if Wu Zhihao's family was well off, their means were still modest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have missed out on an elite class. In high school, if you're willing to throw enough money at it, securing a spot in those special classes isn't that hard. Of course, there's always the type who'd rather reign as a rooster than serve as a phoenix's tail, someone deliberately choosing regular classes over the elite ones. The neighborhood was upscale, complete with a diligent property management team. Unlike Fong Ping's place, where anyone could stroll in unchecked, this one required a keycard for entry. The two entered the residential area, Wu Zhihao walking alongside as he said, "Senior brother Wang is returning to school the day after tomorrow. I wonder if there'll be a chance to chat with him alone for a bit." Finally, the school's actually done something worthwhile. Senior brother Wang is practically an idol for us ordinary class students. Last year, 2 students from the ordinary classes got into the martial arts college. Senior brother Wang was one of them. Before the college entrance exams, senior brother Wang's grades were actually just average. But in that last month, suddenly erupting with news, senior brother Wang got accepted into Nanjiang Martial Arts University, dropping jaws all around. No idea if there's some secret to it. Wish I could learn a thing or two. Wu Zhihao muttered a few words regretfully. Even if there were secrets, such things wouldn't be publicly shared. Fang Ping felt something odd upon hearing this. Why did this sound so damn similar to his own situation? Could it be that the other person also reincarnated? However, Wu Zhihao said a few more words afterward that didn't sound quite like it. It seemed more like the result of an ordinary person's sudden awakening. As they chatted, the two arrived at Wu Zhihao's home. The moment the door opened, Wu Zhihao instinctively glanced at Fang Ping, only to find his expression completely unremarkable, an observation that struck Wu as somewhat unusual. The Wu residence was quite spacious, featuring a duplex layout with both upstairs and downstairs areas. Even by contemporary standards, the interior decoration could be considered high-end. Under such circumstances, a financially struggling student like Fang Ping would typically show at least some envy upon entering, if not outright admiration, then at least some visible reaction. Yet Fang Ping displayed no discernible reaction whatsoever, his demeanor utterly composed. If Fang Ping had known Wu Zhihao's thoughts, he would have gladly indulged his wish. Unfortunately, at this moment, Fang Ping truly wasn't thinking that far ahead. As for envy or astonishment, those were just empty words. In his past life, after graduating from college and with support from his parents plus his own savings, Fang Ping had also bought a rather spacious apartment. Though modestly decorated, it was comparable to the Wu family's home at this time. Moreover, Fang Ping bought his place in a provincial capital city. If we're being precise, it probably costs more than the Wu family's duplex apartment. Add to that his years of work experience and broadened horizons. Having toured detached villas in both Kyoto and Shanghai, how could he possibly be shocked by a mere duplex in a small city? Wu Zhihao's family was home, his mother was there. Seeing her son bring a classmate home, the woman didn't say much beyond exchanging polite greetings before Wu Zhihao took Fang Ping upstairs. After first retrieving his study notes and handing them to Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao soon led him out of the study and toward another room nearby. This is the home gym. The qi and blood analyzer is right over here. Wu Zhihao pushed open the gym door. The interior was actually quite simply decorated, with not too many pieces of equipment. Dumbbells, barbells, a treadmill, and a leg lift machine were all there was. There was one more piece of equipment Fang Ping hadn't seen before, something that hadn't been around in the gyms of his previous life either. It somewhat resembled a massage chair, but it was connected to a display screen. If he wasn't mistaken, it was probably a qi blood meter. As it turned out, Fang Ping's guess was spot on. Wu Zhihao led him over to the massage chair and said with a chuckle, "This is the qi blood analyzer, but ours is a simplified version that can't compare to the hospital-grade ones. The hospital models are like space capsules, they can perform comprehensive scans. Our humble version here only does basic examinations. Lie down and I'll connect the tactile sensors. You'll need to exert some force later. Put some effort into it?" Fang Ping looked slightly puzzled when Wu Zhihao explained with a smile, "Qi and blood usually flow calmly. Only when they boil can they reach their peak. It's not just about your body boiling, your emotions must boil too when testing qi and blood. This isn't simply about the tangible blood but also includes the intangible qi. Even I can't quite explain it clearly. Only when both your body and emotions reach boiling point can you truly achieve your peak performance. See those pedals beneath the qi blood monitor? Later you'll need to pedal hard while stretching your arms backward, basically put every ounce of effort you've got into it. Doing these private tests is fine for now, but when it's time for formal examinations you must give it absolutely everything you've got." Wu Zhihao gave his explanations patiently until Fang Ping nodded in understanding, then gestured for him to lie down on the equipment. Fang Ping lay down, and Wu Zhihao picked up several sensory probes resembling stethoscopes near the massage chair. He attached them to Fang Ping's arms, legs, heart, and forehead. Compared to the real physical test, it's different. When that time comes, we won't attach sensory probes to you. Instead, you'll enter a qi blood chamber and move freely. The qi blood chamber can provide detailed feedback through a series of methods. Only then will we be able to measure your true qi blood levels. With that, Wu Zhihao turned on the nearby display screen and said urgently, "Let's begin. Remember, vigorous movements, let your emotions surge." Fang Ping, who was about to exert himself, nearly choked on his breath at the sight. This guy wasn't as honest as he seemed after all. Ignoring the guy, Fang Ping took a deep breath and then forcefully pushed against the pedals with his legs while stretching his arms out to the sides with all his might. Wu Zhihao beside him looked curiously at the display screen nearby. Chapter 12, A Cruel Vow. Thanks to F_F for the reward. Inside the gym, the numbers on the screen kept jumping. As Fang Ping's panting sounds rang out, the numbers slowly came to a stop. 113 calories. Wu Zhihao's face was full of disbelief. Yes, it was true that the small qi blood meter at home had significant errors. It's just a margin of error of 5 calories. In other words, Fong Ping's blood energy value could be as low as 108 calories or as high as 118 calories. Impossible. Impossible. Wu Zhihao truly didn't mean to look down on Fong Ping, but how could this be scientifically possible? Speaking of Yang Jian, he had to admit his first qi blood test result was indeed high. The guy was big and burly, clearly in excellent physical condition. It's perfectly normal for his qi blood levels to be higher than average. But even Yang Jian's results were built upon his family's good financial situation and nutritious daily meals. Even so, didn't Yang Jian's first test result fall short of this level? Fong Ping. Originally, Wu Zhihao thought that Fong Ping must have been confident to sign up. Even if he was slightly higher than average, something like 102 or 103 units would have been acceptable. But now, the number showed 113 units, and even the lowest recorded was 108 units, instantly matching the standards of Zhang Nan, Zhang Hao, and others. Among the 8 classmates who registered, the lowest score was just 106 calories, meaning Fong Ping wasn't actually the worst performer this time. Wu Zhihao was lost in thought, while Fong Ping continued pedaling diligently. After a while, Fong Ping couldn't resist panting and asked, "Is that enough?" Wu Zhihao snapped out of his daze and replied blankly, "Yeah." Just about to say yes, Wu Zhihao suddenly spoke up. The contact might not have been optimal just now. "Give it another try." Fong Ping gave him a sidelong glance. Though he found the guy's suggestion rather unreliable, having already accepted the favor, he figured another attempt wouldn't hurt. Come to think of it, this testing process was quite the laborious task, a real hassle indeed. After Wu Zhihao helped readjust the sensory connectors for him, Fong Ping threw himself back into strenuous effort, thoroughly exhausted by the time he finished. Don't let such a short time fool you, the workout was quite intense. 3 minutes later, the number settled again, 108 kilocalories. Wu Zhihao calculated, this time's range was 103 to 113 kilocalories. Combined with the previous result, Fong Ping's energy range was between 108 to 113 kilocalories. The highest value still didn't surpass his own, he was already at 115 kilocalories. Even at its lowest, that's still quite remarkable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Zhihao added, "It still doesn't seem accurate. Should we try again?" Fong Ping. By now, Fong Ping fully understood what this guy was aiming for. Wiping sweat from his brow, he said, "Forget it, I'm completely exhausted right now and not in any condition to test properly. The readings would be way off anyway." That makes perfect sense. When the body is exhausted, continuing to test will only yield progressively lower results. Yet the data exceeding 108 points still left Wu Zhihao somewhat unsettled. A faint sense of envy rising in his heart, Wu Zhihao couldn't help but ask, "Do you regularly take blood-nourishing supplements, or have you taken any Qian blood tonics?" There are 2 types of supplements, dietary nourishment and medicinal tonics. Dietary supplements take longer to show effects and require more time, but they cost less overall, making them much more economical than medicinal supplements. Medicinal supplements, while fast-acting, come with high costs as the first drawback, and secondly, the principle of too much is as bad as too little often leads to wasted potency. Fong Ping, seeing how afraid he was of being called exceptionally talented, felt quite sympathetic and comforted him, saying, "My family feeds me tonic herbs every day, spending their last penny to buy me nutritious food. The whole family is counting on me to pass the martial arts exam and recoup their investment." That sounds so fake no matter how you hear it. Wu Zhihao felt it was somewhat improbable, but considering the physical exam was imminent and Fong Ping wasn't actually taller than him, he reluctantly accepted it. Suppressing his envy, he forced a bitter smile and said, "Alright, I thought you'd max out at around 105 calories, looks like I was wrong. Your blood qi value must be between 108 to 113 calories. Home blood energy monitors aren't exactly precise anyway. Testing multiple times might give somewhat more accurate results, but when you're not at peak condition, the readings still aren't too reliable. If you really want specific data, you could go get checked at First People's Hospital." Fong Ping chuckled, "Let's see how it goes for now. Thanks again for this. Don't mention it." Wu Zhihao hesitated as if wanting to say something, but ultimately spoke up. "If you really need above 110 calories, you can ask your parents to prepare some tonic medicines when you get home. You've just applied, so there are some things you're not quite familiar with yet. Normally, we all prepare some medicinal supplements before physical exams. Those not well off at home would at least prepare a blood-restoring pill. Those slightly better off would prepare an energy-restoring pill." Blood-restoring pill, energy-restoring pill? Fong Ping suddenly recalled the advertisements he'd seen at school earlier and hastily asked, "I really haven't paid much attention to these before, never considered taking the martial arts exam either. How much do these medicines cost?" The blood replenishment pill costs around 5,000 yuan, while the qi replenishment pill is a bit more expensive, about 10,000 yuan. "What about the blood qi pill?" Fong Ping asked again. This was one of the items advertised by the school. It depends on how you buy it. Actually, the prices vary quite a bit. At a licensed pharmacy, it costs 30,000 yuan per pill. However, some pharmacies don't have a license to sell this type of medication, and you might be able to buy it for 20,000, no problem. But they're hard to find, and even if you do find one, they might not sell it to you. Wu Zhihao roughly explained a few sentences, noticing Fang Ping deep in thought, and added, last year, Nanjiang University of Martial Arts admission. The minimum standard was 112 calories, but that's relatively speaking, it was for those who excelled in other assessment areas. Some students perform exceptionally well in humanities and pass their entrance exams with flying colors, but fall slightly short in terms of vitality thresholds, barely making the cutoff at 112 points. However, if their other scores are mediocre and just scraping by, the vitality requirements become significantly higher. I've been keeping close tabs on Nanjiang University's martial arts program and consulted several seniors. Last year, most admitted students hovered around the 115-point mark. This year's standards might be even more stringent, otherwise, I wouldn't be so worried about failing to get in. Your words. Wu Zhihao paused again for a moment, sounding rather uncertain. What's your qi blood level now? I can't say for sure either, but I'd advise you to go to the hospital and get checked. If it's above 110 calories, then you might want to try buying a qi blood pill. Qi blood pill? Wu Zhihao nodded and said, yes, these are all legitimate medicinal supplements sold at pharmacies. I've heard there are even better ones, but that's irrelevant to us. If we're not martial artists, taking them would be a waste. Qi and blood pills are the best kind. With good luck, if the potency isn't lost much, they might boost your exam performance by 3 or 4 kcal. But qi and blood pills are a bit expensive, 100,000 yuan. Fang Ping immediately dismissed the thought. Just kidding, with 100,000 bucks, he could have exchanged it for 1 point of qi and blood value, though who knows if the exchange rate stays the same in the later stages. No matter what, with 100,000 yuan, he could do far too many things to waste it on this thing. The blood qi pill is considered the best, yet its effects are merely passable, let alone the others. Fang Ping had initially been somewhat interested in these medicinal products, but now he completely lost any desire for them. His blood and qi were only at 1.1, roughly equivalent to 110 calories now. If it reached 1.2, would it mean 120 calories? A mere 10,000 yuan's worth of effect surpassed their hundreds of thousands spent on medicinal supplements. Only then did Fang Ping realize just how huge a bargain he had gotten. And best of all, this money wouldn't vanish. The test concluded, and Fang Ping didn't linger. He went downstairs together with Wu Zhihao. Wu's mother was very enthusiastic, urging Fang Ping to stay for dinner. Naturally, Fang Ping didn't stay for the meal. After exchanging polite words, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out. As soon as he left, Wu's mother asked curiously, I've never seen this classmate of yours before. A new friend? Wu Zhihao shook his head and explained, the classmates who signed up for the martial arts department haven't had their blood and energy checked yet, so they came to me for an examination. Hearing this, Wu's mother immediately realized Fang Ping's family circumstances weren't very good. Otherwise, if he'd already registered for the martial arts examination, how could he not have had a checkup? Without thinking, she remarked, the young man looks quite thin, not very tall, is he? Wu Zhihao scratched his head and said gloomily, it's quite high, at least over 108 cal. Mom, you always say I eat and drink well, but my first time was only about 103 cal. Did you mistreat me when I was a kid? Wu's mother glared at her son. Mistreat my ass. For this rascal to take the martial arts exam, we could barely make ends meet. After years of hard work, the couple now only has this house left to their name. Jinghu Residential Area. Unit 6, Apartment 101. Fang Ping returned home rather late today. The whole family was already there when he arrived. Before his parents could even ask, Fang Ping beamed and said, Dad, today I paid the martial arts program registration fee, and the homeroom teacher even gave me a set of martial arts exam materials. Not only that, but right after school, I went to a classmate's house and took a vitality check. A vitality check? Although Fang Mingrong didn't pay much attention to such things, he had heard of it before and asked curiously, can that be done at home? Yeah, a small one, not very accurate. Fang Ping explained before immediately adding with a smile, Dad, guess how much qi and blood I have? Fang Mingrong didn't know much about this, but Fang Yuan had some idea. Hearing the question, she said cheerfully, 95 calories? If you run a bit you start panting, definitely not in good shape. My classmate's brother got tested at 104 calories, and I heard he could even apply for martial arts studies. Fang Ping scoffed, 104 calories and dreaming of martial arts studies? Who do they think they're fooling, as if martial arts studies are some dime a dozen thing? And you're actually proud of this? How shameless can you be? Bro, a quick check shows at least 110 calories, and that might even be an underestimate. Fang Yuan blinked, then scoffed and turned to their father, saying, Dad, Fang Ping is boasting again. My classmate said even for the martial arts exam, it's only around 110 calories. That's old news. Last year, Southern River Martial Arts University's minimum standard was 112 units, with most admissions around 115 units. This year it might be slightly higher, but your brother here is exceptionally gifted. Still growing, my chi and blood levels will keep rising too. By the time of the physical exam, I'll definitely meet the standard. This year's martial arts college entrance is practically in the bag. Fong Ping said this partly to reassure his parents. After all, with 10,000 yuan at stake, he needed some results to show for it. Hearing this, Fong Mingrong and Li Yueying were both stunned. Was their son really this close to passing the martial arts exams? The couple found it hard to believe, wondering if their son was just bragging. Yet Fong Ping looked utterly sincere, even grabbing Fong Yuan's chubby cheeks as he swore. There really are 110 cards. If there aren't, I swear I'll never pinch your round face like Fong Yuan's again. Mom! Fong Yuan looked utterly aggrieved. If you're going to swear an oath, why drag me into it? Chapter 13, Fong Ping's father screwing antics, bonus chapter for Alliance Leader F. Fong Ping spoke with such conviction that his parents had no choice but to believe him. Having trusted their son's words, the couple was initially overjoyed, but soon their happiness turned to melancholy, even guilt. Clearly, they believed Fong Ping's claim that he was exceptionally gifted. Yet now, they realized it was their own doing that had held him back. The mere thought of their son being born into a wealthy family. Neither dared to entertain the thought further. Though they wore smiles at the dinner table, a profound sense of loss lurked unmistakably in the depths of their eyes. After the meal, Li Yueying gathered the dishes and retreated to the kitchen, with Fong Mingrong following close behind. Fong Yuan rubbed her little belly, feeling quite content these days. That troublemaker Fong Ping didn't seem to be fighting with her for food anymore, and she could eat her fill every day. But now that Fong Ping stopped competing with her, the little girl felt somewhat disappointed. The food just didn't taste as delicious as before. Picking up where they left off, as soon as their parents left, Fong Yuan excitedly asked, Fong Ping, can you really get into the martial arts program? Of course. Why do I always feel like you're just boasting? Can't we have a little more trust between people? Fong Yuan reluctantly nodded, giving her elder brother some face, then immediately leaned in and asked, so if you don't get in, you'll really stop pinching my cheeks anymore? Fong Ping's face darkened as he turned to glare at her. Are you stupid? When your big brother gets into martial arts school and becomes a martial artist, won't I get everything I want? When the time comes, I'll take you to KFC, buy you new clothes, and take you to the movies. Oh, and I can even help you beat up those little boys who gave you nicknames. Tell me, compared to just pinching your cheeks, which option would you choose? The little girl instantly found herself tangled in a dilemma. Fong Ping's reasoning sounded so convincing. Fong Ping didn't have time to deal with her and immediately got up to head towards the backyard. Noticing him sneaking around, Fong Yuan couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Mom and Dad must be discussing how much they should spend on nutritional supplements for me next. I'm going to listen in. Fong Ping wasn't stupid. With both parents entering the kitchen together, he could easily guess what they were discussing at this moment. You can't just follow your parents' lead on this. If they actually went all out and secretly bought him some expensive supplements, like top-grade blood chi pills, Fong Ping would be downright furious. And the chances of that happening are frighteningly high. What's worse, they'd definitely buy them in secret and only tell him after the fact. By then, it'd be too late for regrets. Better to find a way to milk some money from the parents first. At the moment, Fong Ping urgently needed cash. He hadn't yet figured out how to make quick money. Even if he had an idea, he'd still need some seed capital to get started. Squeezing money from his parents didn't weigh on Fong Ping's conscience at all. Once he passed the martial arts college entrance exams, everything would be repaid tenfold. Even if he couldn't pass the exam, Fong Ping didn't consider himself to be completely worthless. Backyard kitchen. It was almost exactly as Fong Ping had guessed. Fong Mingrong took a drag from his cigarette, his brow slightly furrowed, and said quietly, how much do we have left in savings at home? A little over 50,000. Ping Ping and Yuan have been spending quite a bit these past few years. Withdraw it tomorrow after work. We can't let Ping Ping miss his chance because of us. It's my fault too. Back at the factory, some of the boss's kids had gotten checked before. I just didn't think it through at the time. If it weren't for, Fong Mingrong sighed deeply. Had Fong Ping not taken the initiative to sign up this time, he wouldn't have even considered letting his son take the martial arts exam. But who could have known his son actually had real talent? Now Fong Mingrong was nearly sick with regret. With the college entrance exams almost here, he didn't know if there'd still be enough time to prepare. With a sigh, Fong Mingrong continued, I heard our workshop supervisor mention that when his son was preparing for college entrance exams, he bought quite a few nutritional supplements, and they work really well. For the next 2 months, let's buy more high-quality supplements to help Ping Ping boost his health. I'll go ask around to see if there are any other medicines that could help. If we run short of money, we can borrow some from others. After Ping Ping finishes his college entrance exams, we should also get Yuan checked. If we end up delaying both children's futures because of this, we'll have ruined their entire lives. Li Yueying remained silent for a long moment before whispering softly, "Alright, I'll go withdraw the money after work tomorrow." Just as the couple was discussing this, Fong Ping, who had overheard most of their conversation, walked in from the doorway to the kitchen. When they saw their son had arrived, the couple immediately fell silent and dropped the subject. Fong Ping also feigned ignorance of the matter, putting on a troubled expression as he said, "Mom, Dad, I need to tell you something." Fong Mingrong stubbed out his cigarette and replied, "Go ahead. It's like this, today when I was measuring my qi and blood at my classmate's house. That classmate of mine is the top student in our class, and has a great chance of being admitted to a martial arts university this year. He said in my current situation, there's a chance of passing the exam, but I need to make more preparations." Fong Mingrong hurriedly responded, "Tell me, what preparations? Don't worry about anything else. As long as you can get into the martial arts program, Dad will find a way. It's like this, he said it would be best if I could buy some nutritional supplements." Fong Mingrong breathed a sigh of relief. Even if his son hadn't mentioned it, he was already planning to do this. Fong Ping continued, "But it's just a bit expensive. My classmate mentioned that for someone in my situation, it'd be best to purchase a blood qi pill. However, buying a blood qi pill at the pharmacy costs 30,000 yuan per pill. He'd bought them before at a much cheaper price since his father runs a business, and knows some pharmacy owners, getting them for 20,000 yuan each. I'm considering asking him to help me buy one." Fong Mingrong frowned slightly, not because he was reluctant to spend the money. After all, 20,000 yuan was far less than he had anticipated. The key question was, could this be trusted? For the Fong family, tens of thousands of yuan was no small sum. If they were scammed, it would be a serious problem. Fong Ping, aware of his father's concerns, quickly added, "His family is wealthy, there's no way it could be a scam. Besides, he has good grades and is preparing for the military academy entrance exams. Dad, military academies require political vetting. If he did scam me and I reported it to the school, his qualification would be revoked immediately. That's why after thinking it through, I'm sure he's not scamming me. Otherwise, that would be downright stupid. Once he gets into military academy, 20,000 would be nothing, not even 2 million would be a big deal." Fong Mingrong hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind and nodded. "Alright, I'll take leave tomorrow and visit his family." "Dad," Fong Ping quickly said, "he's really busy. If you go to his place just for 20,000 yuan, it'll come off as distrustful. He's doing us a favor, it's not like he's obligated to help. He only agreed because my recent checkup results were good. Otherwise, who'd willingly lend a hand? If you agree, just let me go talk to him." "Dad, how about that?" Fong Mingrong was still hesitating, but Li Yueying beside him agreed, "That makes sense. They're doing it for Pingping's sake. Pingping has hopes of passing the martial arts exam, which is why they're willing to help. Who are you? Just a laborer. Who'd be willing to do you a favor?" Seeing his father still silent, Fong Ping pressed on, "It's Wu Zhihao from my class. Do you know him? Is it him?" Fong Mingrong suddenly remembered. He had attended Fong Ping's parent-teacher conference and had met Wu Zhihao's father before. As the top-performing student in the class, the influence extended beyond just the classmates, it reached their parents too. During the parent-teacher conference, while Fong Ping's homeroom teacher wasn't the type to fawn on the powerful, it was only natural to judge students based on their academic performance. Throughout the meeting, comments like "Your son Wu Zhihao is doing exceptionally well, he has great prospects for the martial arts college entrance exam," or "If this were last year, he would have definitely qualified for martial arts college." The teacher wasn't saying these things for the first time. Fong Mingrong had heard similar remarks on several occasions. Moreover, he'd seen Wu Zhihao's father before. The man clearly carried himself with more refinement than their family could muster. During the parent-teacher conference, he even drove a small car, nothing like him, who just rode an electric bike there. For parents whose sons have hopes of entering Wuku University, if someone said they could scam 20,000 yuan from their family, even Fong Mingrong wouldn't believe it. If it were after the college entrance exams and Wu Zhihao didn't get into Wuku, then this matter would be shaky. But on the eve of the exams, just as Fong Ping said, once things blew up and became public, even if Wu Zhihao got admitted, his qualification would be revoked. At this thought, Fong Mingrong immediately said, "Alright, I have no objections to this matter. Later, I'll have your mother withdraw the money for you. Remember to say plenty of polite words when you visit, and properly thank them for their help. Since you didn't pass the martial arts exam this time, I'd feel embarrassed to visit them now. Wait until you pass, and we'll go together to express our gratitude and treat them to a meal. Even if you don't pass, always remember this kindness." Fong Mingrong spoke for a while. This was indeed a significant favor for him. 10,000 yuan less was no small amount. But when he went to the factory tomorrow, he would still need to ask the workshop supervisor to verify if it was true. If the pharmacy sold it cheaper, then there would be no need to trouble others for help. Though just an ordinary worker, Fong Mingrong wasn't foolish. If not for his son's sake, he would avoid owing favors whenever possible. With limited financial means at home, saving 10,000 yuan would allow Fong Ping to buy more nourishing supplements. Thinking of this, Fong Mingrong added one more instruction. First tell your classmate we'll pay when the money is actually needed. Got it, Dad. Don't worry about it. Fong Ping nodded quickly, feeling secretly apologetic for swindling his old man again. But at this point, there was no other choice but to deal with the lousy situation himself since he couldn't rely on others. His own father probably had to buy medicine outside too, spending money without seeing significant results. Only when the money reached his hands could it truly be effective. At worst, he'd get the wealth value first and return the money later, but would the wealth value be deducted upon repayment? Fong Ping reckoned there was a high likelihood of deduction. The bigger question was whether it would still be deducted if converted into qi and blood. In any case, the more wealth he has in his hands now, the greater his chances of passing the military examination. If he really got admitted to the martial arts division, even if his dad knew he'd been tricked, he probably wouldn't mind. The parents didn't suspect Fong Ping, waiting until he had handled the matter. When Fong Ping returned to his room, Fong Yuan was already waiting there, glaring at him with a triumphant look of having caught him red-handed. Fong Ping, leniency follows confession, severity awaits resistance. Confess now. Fong Ping rolled his eyes and reached out to pinch her cheek, but the little girl dodged swiftly, snorting, "Don't even think of using that trick. Tell me honestly, was what you said earlier actually true?" "Alright, kids shouldn't worry about grown-up matters. You'll see whether it's true or not when I get into the martial arts program." Fong Ping couldn't be bothered to explain things to his younger sister and just dismissed her casually. Fong Yuan pouted her cheeks and muttered, "Just don't you dare lie, or else, you won't get to pinch my cheeks ever again." Fong Ping couldn't help but laugh as he ruffled the girl's head. "Don't worry," he assured her, "I wouldn't dream of deceiving mom and dad out of their hard-earned money for anything else. He's doing this now for the sake of martial arts training, for the future. If time weren't so tight, he wouldn't resort to such measures." Chapter 14, One Step to Heaven, One Step to Hell. After much persuasion, Fong Ping finally managed to send the little girl away. As a result, Fong Ping ended up accumulating countless new debts. He'd lost track of how many favors he'd promised the girl by now. The next day, April 8th, Fong Ping became famous, at least among Class 4 of the senior year. Before he arrived, Wu Zhihao got there first. As soon as Wu Zhihao arrived, the gossip-loving Zhang Hao and Yang Jian eagerly questioned him for details. Old Wu probably wasn't willing to accept how shocked he'd been the previous night. As soon as the two asked, he mysteriously revealed 113 kilocalories. He didn't mention the 108 kilocalories from the second test. Truthfully, the second measurement was less accurate due to declining physical stamina. The moment 113 kilocalories was announced, the entire class was stunned. Could Fong Ping, one half of the ordinary duo, actually be extraordinary? Just yesterday, everyone had been equals, all struggling through humanities exams. Even Fong Ping's grades weren't particularly outstanding in that regard. But now, card 113, damn it. Those classmates who only took the liberal arts track might not necessarily know the situations of other martial arts applicants. Yet one thing was certain to all of them. Last year, the minimum admission standard for South River Martial Arts University was 112 units of Qi and blood. Doesn't that mean Fong Ping's Qi and blood level has already met the standard for South River Martial Arts University? How could this not cause a sensation? The future bearded young Jian looked utterly hopeless as he muttered, "This can't be scientific, definitely not scientific. How can his skinny frame measure higher than mine? Even martial artists need to follow the laws of science. But Fong Ping, he's truly unscientific. This guy alone probably could take on 8 opponents with a single punch, right?" Yang Jian shouted about how unscientific it was, while Zhang Hao beside him seemed to have an epileptic relapse, trembling all over as he groaned, "This defies all reason. 113 calories. I only have 108 calories. Zhang Nan, sitting not far from him, murmured gloomily, 108 calories is me, I remember yours was 107 calories. Zhang Hao snapped in embarrassment and anger, that was half a month ago. Now it's 108 calories. Zhang Nan wasn't angry either, and said calmly, alright, you're at 108 cards, while Fong Ping is only at 113. You! Zhang Hao turned his miserable face to Wu Zhihao and pleaded, "La Wu, hurry and tell me you were just joking?" Wu Zhihao kept reading his book and replied absent-mindedly, "Why would I joke about this? Anyway, it's not higher than mine, so it doesn't concern me much." "How can you say that?" Zhang Hao lamented with heartfelt pain, "Just think about how pitiful the few of us brothers are. Attending classes while also going to tutoring sessions, and having to exercise every single day. No fried foods allowed, no skewers, not even drinks. Summer's here, and I can't even dare to enjoy a single creamy popsicle. That Fong Ping guy, he's downright cruel. Old Wu, aren't you the least bit envious and resentful?" These words made Wu Zhihao visibly unsettled. Ordinary students envied them, unaware that they in turn envied their ordinary counterparts. To prepare for the martial arts program exams, they had paid a far heavier price, efforts that might ultimately prove fruitless. As Zhang Hao said, while everybody else was enjoying delicious meals, they were force-feeding themselves nutritional supplements. Do you think health supplements taste good? You eat them every day until you vomit, until even the sight of skewered barbecue by the roadside makes you drool. But to maintain their physique, to avoid mishaps, for the sake of the martial arts college entrance exams, they grit their teeth, swallowing their drool as they reluctantly walk away. Since everyone endures this daily, they just accept it, for the sake of the future. But Fong Ping, the kid, seems to have no such taboos, completely unrestrained. Comparing oneself to others can really make one furious. Wu Zhihao couldn't remain calm anymore and said with a bitter smile, "But there's nothing we can do. Who asked him to be extraordinarily talented? We just have to admit it." "No way." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and snorted, "Doesn't this kid refuse to exercise? We can't do anything about his chi and blood, we'll just have to accept it. Let's invite him to the gym tonight for a workout session. Then we can spar with him and give him a good beating to vent this anger." Just as Zhang Hao was speaking, Wu Zhihao across from him blinked and chuckled. "We're all classmates, there's no need for that." "No way, I'd just be choking on my anger if I don't settle this." Wu Zhihao tried to mediate. "Let it go, what's the big deal? So Fong Ping's got slightly stronger chi and blood, scores a bit better in academics, and is a tad more handsome than you? Really no point getting worked up over it. When a classmate succeeds, it reflects well on all of us." "Old Wu, whose side are you even on?" Zhang Hao snapped irritably. Wu Zhihao began reading with his head bowed, not looking up as he said, "I'm reviewing, I'm not on either side." Just as Zhang Hao was about to continue, someone tapped him on the shoulder, followed by Fong Ping's cheerful voice from behind. "Zhang Hao, if you ask me, you should just beat up Fong Ping once, otherwise it's not worth ruining your health for anger." The corner of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched as he turned his head and awkwardly responded, just joking, just joking. How could I? Are we not good buddies? How could we do such a thing?" Though he said this, Zhang Hao wore a bitter expression. Forget about beating someone up. If Fong Ping really got into martial sciences one day, wouldn't he end up getting beaten up by a martial artist instead? Fong Ping couldn't be bothered to argue seriously either and chuckled, "Don't listen to Wu Zhihao's nonsense. How could I have 113 calories? At most, it's around 115 calories or so." Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. This guy was deliberately trying to provoke him. With a sigh, Zhang Hao didn't take it seriously. At this point, his curiosity was genuinely piqued. "Fong Ping, do you have any secrets for training chi and blood?" "Nonsense. If I had such secrets, I'd have become a martial artist ages ago." Fong Ping didn't dare admit to anything like that. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "If secrets like that really existed, wouldn't the streets be crawling with martial artists by now? Would we even need to take an exam?" "That does make sense." Zhang Hao sighed again, somewhat resentfully. "Right now, Old Wu, you, Yang Jian, Lu Ruoqi, you four are our class's biggest hopes. The rest of us have a 99% chance of just being filler runners. Before, 3 were enough, but now with you joining in, the heavens might as well finish me off." Wu Zhihao, who had been pretending to read earlier, finally looked up and said, "Looks grim. Everyone's energy levels are generally higher than last year. I'm really not feeling confident now. In our class alone, if we include Fong Ping, there are only 4 students with over 110 calories. In other regular classes, from what I know, there are probably more than 60 students with over 110 calories combined. The accelerated classes have even more. Despite their smaller size, there are quite a few students with over 110 calories, at least around 40. Add it all up, and in first high school alone, there are about 100 students exceeding 110 calories. This is still our school. Though other schools in Yangcheng can't compare to us, they've all done fairly well this year. Even combined, they're about on par with us at Yangcheng number 1 high. Just from Yangcheng alone, there are 200 students with test scores above 110 points. After doing the math, Wu Zhihao sighed helplessly. Last year, Yangcheng had only 9 students admitted to martial arts programs. If we follow the same ratio this year, the competition would be at least 20 to 1. The martial arts examinee sitting on his other side shook his head and said, "Zhihao, you're already at 115 chi blood value. There are hardly any in the regular classes higher than you. It's the same at other schools too. When others say they're under pressure, we might believe them, but what pressure do you have?" Although Wu Zhihao was just a student in the regular class, his 115 chi blood value ranked among the top in all regular classes. If we go by last year's ratio, with 2 students admitted from the regular class, Wu Zhihao stands a very good chance. As the conversation continued, most people gradually stopped focusing solely on Fong Ping. Fong Ping didn't mind this at all. By listening to their discussions, he picked up quite a bit of unofficial news. This year's senior class in Yangcheng has over 200 students exceeding 110 calories. Of course, chi and blood aren't everything. There are always those who can't make it past the later stages. But once the physical exam concludes, major martial arts schools will base their decisions on the feedback results. They'll publicly announce the minimum chi and blood threshold. This isn't their admission standard, merely the baseline for entering the third practical test phase. The institutions do this to help underperforming students save time for academic exams, preventing unnecessary delays later on. In other words, those who fail to meet the Qi and blood standards are eliminated right after the second stage. This year's passing threshold will likely be 110 calories, and that's merely the benchmark for the third stage. Even then, half of the martial arts class students still won't make it through. For a moment, even the normally boisterous Zhang Hao fell silent. After years of preparation, yet unable to even advance past the third round, for a student, such a blow is devastating enough. Every year, because of this fragile mentality, countless martial arts candidates end up scoring poorly even in the liberal arts exams, settling for mediocre universities. It's truly a step away from heaven, a step into hell. They remained silent, and Fang Ping didn't interrupt, thinking to himself, so 110 cards really aren't enough. Just Yangcheng alone has so many candidates, who knows if Wu Zhihao's information is accurate. If there are even more, failing to even enter the third round would be truly tragic. It seems I need to quickly boost my blood and Qi levels. As everyone settled down, the school lessons began. Fang Ping continued as usual, sometimes studying cultural subjects, other times reviewing professional exam materials. No one disturbed him, except for Yang Jian in the front row and Zhang Hao beside him, occasionally striking up conversations. Meanwhile, Chen Fan at the neighboring desk, perhaps feeling provoked, became even more focused on his exercises. Aside from a single trip to the restroom, he spent the entire morning buried in his work. When morning classes ended, Fang Ping had originally planned to grab lunch, but Wu Zhihao informed him that their homeroom teacher wanted to see them in the office. Outside the classroom, there were just four of them: Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, the not-so-familiar Lu Ruoqi, and Fang Ping. As they walked, Wu Zhihao explained, "The teacher said that Senior Wang is coming to our school tomorrow. The school has arranged for us to receive him. The teacher is trying to secure opportunities for us. Even though meeting people doesn't guarantee any benefits, at least we'll get early exposure when the crowd is smaller. Senior Bro Wang might share something useful. You know how the third practical test in our Yang City's martial arts exams is usually jointly organized by several major martial arts schools from Nanjiang and the education department. Maybe Senior Bro Wang has some insider information. The exam content changes slightly every year." Wu Zhihao explained for a while before Fang Ping asked skeptically, "But why would it be our turn to pick them up?" The school had numerous classes, including 2 elite ones, but class 4 of grade 12 was nothing out of the ordinary. Wu Zhihao chuckled and said, "Have you forgotten who our old class teacher is? The academic affairs director was once our old class teacher's student. What's this little matter to him?" At his words, Fang Ping suddenly remembered. "Our homeroom teacher is one of the eldest in the school. The academic affairs director was indeed taught by our homeroom teacher, though not in high school, it was during junior high. Luangwa used to teach in junior high school. It had been many years before he started teaching in high school. However, precisely because of this, despite Luangwa's long teaching experience, starting at the junior high level meant he truly lacked the career prospects of teachers who began directly at the senior high level. Even his former student had become the academic affairs director, while Luangwa remained just an ordinary senior year homeroom teacher." Understanding the meaning, Fang Ping also realized the purpose behind their teacher's summons to the office. However, glancing at the others around him, Fang Ping felt a twinge of emotion. He wasn't sure whether his inclusion was because their teacher had caught wind of yesterday's test incident, or perhaps it was due to his humble family background, with their teacher offering him some consideration. Both reasons might have played a part. Fang Ping merely sighed inwardly. At the very least, he thought their homeroom teacher was a decent person. Chapter 15 Mental Ascension. Wang Jinyang was not a name unfamiliar to Fang Ping. On the very first day he woke up, Yang Jian was already talking away. Afterwards, Chen Fan started speaking, Wu Zhihao joined in, and even the homeroom teacher began talking. In short, within just a few days, Fang Ping might not have known Wang Jinyang personally, but saying his name rang like thunder would hardly be an exaggeration. For a student from an ordinary class, not particularly outstanding in regular grades, to be admitted to a martial arts university in a small city like Yangcheng, he could truly be called a celebrity. Wang Jinyang's fame even momentarily overshadowed that of other students who had been admitted to martial arts universities the previous year. Stepping out of the office, Fang Ping was still mulling over their homeroom teacher's words. The homeroom teacher did give him some extra consideration this time. According to Lu Angua's words, others were fine. They had prepared for the martial arts exam for a long time and knew all there was to know. Fang Ping was different. His application was far too sudden. If Lu Angua had held no hope for him yesterday, learning about last night's test results today made him think it wasn't entirely impossible for Fang Ping to create a miracle like Wang Jinyang did. Coincidentally, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang shared quite a few similarities. Neither was top tier in their class, and both came from ordinary family backgrounds. Wang Jinyang's application for the martial arts program wasn't as abrupt as Fang Ping's, yet right before the college entrance exams, nobody believed he could get in either. Lu Angua thought that if Fang Ping went, perhaps he'd find some common ground with him. Who knows, he might even gain something from it. so this time for picking people up, Fong Ping was also on the list. In the corridor outside the office, Wu Zhihao beamed with joy, his face lit up with a smile as he said, "Didn't expect old class to be so awesome, this time it's actually just our class responsible for picking people up." Indeed, this time only 4 students from class 4 of grade 12 were assigned to handle the pickup, though the school did arrange for a vehicle and a driver as well. It's not that the teachers here put on airs. In fact, Wang Jinyang entered Wuhan University. After graduation, his achievements were bound to surpass theirs. Many teachers were eager to curry favor with him. However, during his initial discussions with the school, Wang Jinyang had requested minimal fuss, saying he could come directly on his own. Later, unable to refuse the school's enthusiasm, he simply suggested having a few juniors accompany him instead of troubling the faculty. Though this might have just been politeness, the school ultimately decided only students would attend to avoid any awkwardness. Luanhua had also made up his mind this time. Since Wu Zhihao from the class had strong potential to qualify for the martial arts program, Lu originally intended for just Wu to make contact. Later, when he learned about Fong Ping's situation, he thought about trying to secure an opportunity for Fong Ping as well. Eventually, since both of them were going anyway, and Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi from the class also performed decently, he might as well take them all along. So early in the morning, old Lu planted himself right in front of the head teacher's office door, stubbornly refusing to leave unless his demands were met. With the principal currently away from school, many responsibilities fell on the head teacher's shoulders, who would have expected getting door blocked by one of his own staff. Left with no other choice, the head teacher could only agree with a bitter smile. After all, it was just a simple errand to pick someone up. Even some top-class students would consider such tasks beneath them. In the end, the task of picking up the visitor fell on the shoulders of class 4 students. Wu Zhihao spoke up again, addressing Fong Ping and the others. "There's no need to attend classes tomorrow morning. We'll gather at the school gate before 9 o'clock and take the school bus to the station together. We'll also be accompanying Senior Wang for lunch at noon. We'll accompany Senior Brother Wang to the school this afternoon, and then our task will be complete." Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi both nodded, while Fong Ping asked curiously, "What martial arts tier is Senior Brother Wang at?" The question caught Wu Zhihao off guard, and after a long pause, he replied helplessly, "I don't know. Martial arts universities are relatively more secretive compared to liberal arts colleges. Many things simply aren't disclosed to outsiders. We're not sure what martial rank Senior Wang holds, but Senior Wang is only a freshman. While Nanjiang Martial University is decent within Nanjiang, it's considered mediocre among martial universities nationwide. As for his exact rank, I guess it's probably just around the first or second tier." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ruoqi, who had remained quiet until then, suddenly interjected, "First or second tier? Do you really think all martial university students are actually martial artists?" She just said that one sentence and then simply walked away. After she left, Fong Ping thought to himself, from what she implied, not all students at Wu University are necessarily martial artists? Wu Zhihao sighed and chuckled bitterly, "Seems that way, but I'm not entirely sure. I've heard some students graduate from Wu University without becoming martial artists. But such matters are a bit beyond our reach. We don't really know how exactly things stand." Fong Ping slightly nodded, so even getting into Wu University didn't guarantee becoming a martial artist. No wonder their status was becoming increasingly revered. As for whether Wang Jinyang was a martial artist, it was difficult to say at this point. Regardless, this would be Fong Ping's first time meeting someone genuinely connected to martial artists. He'd only ever heard legends about them. In truth, very few people at first high school had ever encountered a real martial artist. For a moment, Fong Ping found himself growing rather excited. After lunch, plus the photocopying of Wu Zhihao's notes, Fong Ping's remaining 50 yuan was once again depleted. With an empty wallet, he couldn't bring himself to offer treating Wu Zhihao to a meal. Of course, Wu Zhihao didn't mind this at all, but Fong Ping made sure to remember this favor. "I've only been reborn for a few days, yet I've already accumulated quite a few favors from my homeroom teacher, from Wu Zhihao. Sometimes, favors are harder to repay than money." Setting these matters aside, Fong Ping spent the afternoon continuing to study independently. Evening. When Fong Ping returned home, both his younger sister and mother were there, but his father Fong Mingrong hadn't come back yet. As was his habit, Fong Ping felt somewhat unaccustomed to not pinching Fong Yuan's cheeks upon returning home. Before long, the siblings were roughhousing again, while Li Yueying, who was preparing dinner nearby, could only laugh helplessly. These two children were never quiet when together. By the time the siblings tired themselves out from playing, Fong Mingrong had arrived home. The moment he stepped through the door, Fong Mingrong asked, "Did you withdraw the money?" Li Yueying nodded slightly, and Fong Mingrong turned to look at Fong Ping, saying, "In a moment, have your mother give you 20,000 yuan? Remember to properly thank your classmate and also express your gratitude to their parents. I won't visit them this time, but after the college entrance examinations are over, we must treat them to a meal." Fang Mingrong had gone to the factory today and also inquired with the workshop supervisor. The blood chi pill indeed costs 30,000 yuan per pill, and the pharmacy doesn't haggle over the price. When Fang Mingrong asked if he could get it for 20,000, he nearly got drowned in the director's spit. It's not that the pills can't be bought, it's no secret, but who the hell does Fang Mingrong think he is? Even this director, who tried to find a cheaper source last year for his son's college entrance exams, couldn't find a channel, let alone Fang Mingrong. This time, Fang Mingrong completely abandoned the idea of not owing favors. Currently, the family's financial situation wasn't great. Whether Fang Ping truly passed the martial artist exam or not, money would be needed in the future, and if he failed, they'd need to save even more diligently. 10,000 yuan wasn't a small amount either, better to save where possible. As for owing a favor, so be it. With his father's agreement, Fang Ping felt much more at ease. With money, many things become much easier to handle. These days he's been extremely busy. Even if he had the mind to earn some extra cash, he simply didn't have the time. To ensure he could pass the martial arts examination, getting some money from his parents first was a necessary evil. After the family finished dinner, Li Yueying went into her room to get the money for Fang Ping. When the 20,000 yuan was handed over to Fang Ping, his vision blurred slightly as the data appeared once again. Wealth, 20,000. Vitality, 1.1. Spirit, 1. Fang Ping let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his guess was correct. Only the money given by his parents could convert into wealth value. Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. He seemed even sharper than a counterfeit detector. Whether money was missing or fake, he'd know at a glance without even counting. If only it worked on others' money too. He could easily snag a national championship as a bank teller if he failed the martial arts exam and never became a warrior. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Fang Ping greeted his parents and locked himself in his small room. Inside the room, staring at the panel, Fang Ping hesitated slightly. Should he boost his chi and blood or enhance his mental power? The benefits of chi and blood were already clear to him now. What's the use of improving mental power? Is it as I guessed? Can it enhance my memory and comprehension? Although not entirely certain, Fang Ping quickly made up his mind to give it a try. After all, with 20,000 wealth points, even if improving mental power proves ineffective, the remaining 10,000 can still be used to boost physical energy. His chi and blood level didn't need to be too high. Currently, the strongest student at first high barely exceeded 120 calories. If Fang Ping truly surpassed 130 calories, it might not necessarily be a good thing. Having made up his mind, Fang Ping followed his previous experience and whispered, "Increase my mental stats, or I'll beat you to death." The data remained unchanged, leaving Fang Ping momentarily embarrassed. Does this thing even work? Didn't it work fine last time just like this? After repeated attempts, Fang Ping finally figured it out. It had nothing to do with that unreliable incantation of his. As long as he focused his attention and kept his mind on it, the data would change. Having wasted quite some time, Fang Ping managed to enhance his mental energy. Soon, the data before my eyes began to change. Wealth, 10,000. Vitality, 1.1. Spirit, 1.1. At the moment his mental energy elevated, Fang Ping suddenly felt a cooling sensation wash over his brain. It was as if a maiden's delicate fingers were gently caressing his head, bringing an extraordinary comfort. Huff! After what felt like an eternity, Fang Ping regained his clarity, exhaled a turbid breath, and found himself refreshed and rejuvenated. All the exhaustion of the day completely vanished. Not rushing to enhance his chi and blood, Fang Ping quickly picked up the textbook and began studying. After more than 10 minutes, Fang Ping closed the book and reflected on what he had just read, then slightly furrowed his brows. There was no photographic memory as imagined, but some effect was noticeable. His memory did seem slightly better than before, though the improvement wasn't particularly significant. Fang Ping wasn't sure whether this was his own wishful thinking or the actual truth, but he suspected it might be related to the mediocre improvement of his mental strength. Just like with his chi and blood enhancement, though it had reached 110 units now, Fang Ping hadn't turned into a superhuman. In fact, if he were to fight Yang Jian one-on-one right now, he'd undoubtedly get beaten to a pulp. Vitality and spirit are merely transformations of the body. It's up to oneself to utilize and train them. Having roughly grasped these principles, Fang Ping was no longer in a hurry. As long as it's useful, what comes next is figuring out how to boost these two metrics. A 0.1 improvement isn't noticeable, but what if doubled? Remembering he had to pick someone up the next day, Fang Ping avoided staying up late. After washing up, he soon drifted into dreamland. Chapter 16, Wang Jinyang, Votes Appreciated. Wednesday, April 9th. When Fang Ping arrived at number 1 high school's entrance, Wu Zhihao and Lu Ruoqi were already there, while Yang Jian hadn't arrived yet. Standing beside the two was a middle-aged man, with a 7-seater business vehicle parked nearby. Seeing Fang Ping arrive, Wu Zhihao hurriedly introduced, "Fang Ping, this is Master Zhang from the school. Master Zhang will be in charge of your transportation today." The middle-aged man was the driver assigned by the school. Fong Ping greeted him, and the man politely nodded in response. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Zhihao glanced at Fong Ping and remarked with slight surprise, "Fong Ping, you seem to be in great spirits. I thought you'd be just like me, too excited to sleep well last night." Today's Fong Ping looked particularly spirited, his eyes practically gleaming. Fong Ping couldn't help but laugh at the comment. "Really? Maybe it's the joy lifting my spirits, plus I slept in today," he replied. Wu Zhihao didn't pay much attention to this and began discussing the pickup arrangements for later. After a while, Yang Jian arrived, apparently too excited to sleep properly last night. He'd also woken up late. Without wasting any time, everyone quickly got into the car and headed towards the train station. Yancheng train station. Leaving the driver outside the station, Fong Ping and the others entered together to wait for Wang Jinyang. With some time still left before the train's arrival, the group stood by the exit gate, chatting idly. After chatting for a while, Fong Ping took the initiative to ask, "All of us here are striving to become martial warriors, but till now, I've never actually seen a genuine martial warrior. I've been reviewing some martial arts exam materials recently, and I've even searched online before, but none of them explain how to truly become a martial warrior. Wu Zhihao, do you know anything about this?" Wu Zhihao considered these words for a moment before replying, "You haven't paid much attention to such matters before, so you're perhaps not fully aware. For high school students, our main goal is to pass the martial arts college entrance exam and become martial artists. The university can wait. As for how to become a true martial artist, you certainly won't find it online. As far as I know, to become a martial artist, one must either have martial artist elders in the family. Otherwise, we'd have to go to a martial arts training class." At this point, Wu Zhihao added, "Not the kind of martial arts training class in Yancheng, but a real licensed martial arts training class. Yancheng doesn't have this kind of training class at all. According to regulations, to open a martial arts class, one must at least be a mid-level martial artist. Not just Yancheng, even in the entire Nanjing province, there aren't too many martial arts classes like this. The third method, and the most important path, is to get admitted into a martial arts university." Wu Zhihao continued, "Apart from these three methods, I don't know if there are any other ways. And none of these three paths have anything to do with us. At least until we get into a martial arts university, we have no hope of becoming martial artists before the college entrance exams." Fong Ping nodded slightly and asked, "Then how many martial artists do you think will emerge from this year's college entrance examinees?" Before Wu Zhihao could speak, Yang Jian chuckled and continued, "Yancheng has no hope whatsoever. Not just Yancheng, I'm afraid even our affiliated Ruiyang city won't produce a single martial examinee. Across the entire Nanjing province last year, only 3 students achieved official martial artist status before the college entrance exams. This year will likely be the same. Those few are truly heaven's favorite elite." Yang Jian felt somewhat envious. Becoming a formal martial artist without attending university, such a thing was beyond their wildest dreams. Fong Ping was about to ask a few more questions when someone nearby suddenly chimed in with a laugh. "No need to belittle yourselves. It's true that a high schooler becoming a martial artist is a genius, but everyone starts from different standards." At these words, everyone looked up in unison. The speaker was a young man around their age, dressed in casual wear with his hands tucked into his pockets. Nothing particularly stood out about him. His hair was buzzed short, his features ordinary, yet his eyes shone brightly. Noticing everyone's gaze, the young man who'd just spoken smiled and asked, "You're students from number 1 high, right?" At these words, Wu Zhihao quickly responded, "Are you Senior Wang?" Wang Jinyang smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need for honorifics, just call me by my name or Brother Wang. We're all around the same age, I've just taken a step ahead, that's all." This statement also confirmed that the person was indeed Wang Jinyang, the one everyone had been waiting for. Wang Jinyang was only 1 grade above the others. If it had been last year's top-class students, Wu Zhihao would have recognized them. But he didn't know Wang Jinyang personally, he had only seen his photo on the school's honor roll. Hearing this, Wu Zhihao let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Hello Brother Wang, we're senior high school students from number 1 high school." Wu Zhihao promptly made introductions, and Wang Jinyang showed no impatience whatsoever. After getting acquainted with everyone, Wang continued the earlier conversation. "When I mentioned different starting points, I believe you all understand what I mean. Without exception, these students who became martial artists during high school all come from privileged family backgrounds. Either your parents are martial arts masters, or your family has strong backing from powerful figures. When I say powerful, I mean at least 4th realm or above. For us grassroots who manage to get into the martial arts colleges, no one is inherently inferior to them. Acknowledge their talent and strength, but don't belittle yourself or think you're lesser than anyone. If even this can't be done, the road ahead will be very difficult to walk." This could be considered words of wisdom, and everyone quickly expressed their gratitude. Fong Ping had been observing Wang Jinyang and noticed he was quite talkative with a decent personality, which made him secretly sigh with slight relief. As they walked out of the station together, everyone began chatting casually. Wang Jinyang asked them a few questions, and upon learning that these were all students with qi and blood levels above 110 units, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Each new batch is stronger than the last. Just last year, in our batch, 110 units of qi and blood were quite rare. As he brought up this topic, Wu Zhihao seized the opportunity and immediately asked, "Brother Wang, what do you think this year's qi and blood standard for admission into Nanjiang Martial Arts University might be, roughly in how many units?" Wang Jinyang's face broke into a smile, as this was probably the question on every martial arts examinee's mind during their final year of high school. Without much surprise, last year's version of himself was no exception to this concern. After some thought, Wang Jinyang carefully replied, "These standards fluctuate based on that year's overall performance. Last year, everyone's blood vitality levels were generally lower than this year's. Yancheng is doing alright, but back in the provincial capital of Jiangcheng, I heard that during a previous test at the South River Wuda High School, there were plenty of students with over 120 units. If nothing goes wrong, this year's physical exam will likely set the minimum standard at around 110 units. As for admission, it's best to maintain at least 115 units." At these words, Wu Zhihao's face lit up with joy, while Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi looked somewhat downcast. Wang Jinyang didn't continue to discourage everyone, instead saying cheerfully, "Of course, it's not necessarily set in stone. Since you're all above 110 kilocalories now, and there's still time before the physical examination, you still have a chance to improve. Why does the martial arts exam every year occur extremely close to the academic college entrance exam? Because everyone is still growing, improving every day. To give everyone more opportunities for fair competition, the martial arts exam is scheduled right before the college entrance exam. Today you're at 110 cards, and maybe tomorrow you'll reach 111 cards. That's entirely possible." The group nodded again, accepting this consolation. After leaving the station, Wang Jinyang didn't rush to board but took a moment to survey the surroundings outside. With a reflective sigh, he said, "During high school, my only thought was getting into martial arts school. I absolutely had to get in. In order to prepare for the military academy entrance exam, I've given up so many things. But now that I've actually gotten in and learned things I never knew before, I realize how rare and precious such a carefree life truly is." Wang Jinyang is just a freshman, only 1 year ahead of everyone else. If it were university students from my past life, they probably wouldn't have felt this way. But the current generation of martial arts students truly feel this deeply. During high school, they fought hard for admission to martial arts programs. After getting in, they began striving to become martial artists. And even after becoming martial artists, they must keep fighting to grow stronger. Those from well-off families have it a bit easier, but for someone like Wang Jinyang from an average background, the hardships he endured were beyond ordinary imagination. With a sigh of emotion, Wang Jinyang smiled and said, "No need for the car ride, it's made me stiff. If you're not too busy, why not walk with me for a bit?" At these words, everyone grew visibly delighted. The reason they'd all been vying to host Wang Jinyang was precisely to spend more time with him and learn from his experience. Having been a high school student just the previous year himself, Wang Jinyang understood their intentions perfectly. His suggestion was, in fact, an act of extra consideration for them. Wu Zhihao jogged over to the business van, said something to the driver Master Zhang, and then quickly ran back. Walking along the street outside the station for a while, Wang Jinyang smiled and said, "Let's find a place to sit for a while. Anyway, we won't be heading to number 1 high school until the afternoon, no rush." No one would refuse such an idea. Wu Zhihao took the initiative to lead the way, heading toward a nearby beverage shop. Seeing that Wang Jinyang was quite approachable, Fang Ping seized the opportunity to ask, "Brother Wang, if you don't mind, can I ask what your current martial arts rank is? No martial arts examinee wouldn't be interested in this." At these words, even Wu Zhihao who was leading the way couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Jinyang. They were all extremely curious about this legendary senior. Wang Jinyang paused briefly, then smiled broadly and said, "There are some things you're better off not knowing. Knowledge doesn't necessarily mean benefit. I won't speak of my own experiences," he continued, "but if you get admitted to Nanjiang Martial Arts University, you'll naturally find out. But I can certainly share some gossip about others." Wang Jinyang said with a mischievous expression, "You know Li Yuanjian, right?" Wu Zhihao immediately responded, "Of course, that senior from last year's advanced class who also got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University." Wang Jinyang continued with a grin, "Good that you know him. I won't feel guilty sharing some juicy stories about this kid. This guy, don't blame me for embarrassing him in front of his juniors. Back in the honors class, he was the most arrogant of them all. We're all just students, yet he wasted his breath sneering at me for no reason. Isn't he just bored out of his mind? We both got into Nanjiang Martial Arts University, but he actually had the nerve to say being admitted with me was humiliating. Damn it, someone like that deserves a beating." Wang Jinyang's words left Wu Zhihao and the others utterly speechless. The senior Wang who seemed gentle just a moment ago doesn't appear as mild as I imagined now. Wang Jinyang didn't care what everyone thought, and as he spoke, a sly smile reappeared on his face. Li Yuanjiang entered Wu University at the same time as me, yet even as the freshman year is ending soon, that guy still hasn't become a martial artist. And from the looks of it, it's uncertain whether he'll manage it in his sophomore year. He might have a shot by junior year. The underlying meaning of these words was clear to Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang had truly become a martial artist now. As for what rank, Fang Ping even had some suspicions. It might not be as simple as first rank, otherwise there would be no need for him to avoid mentioning himself. Comparing him to Li Yuanjiang, who also tested into Nanjiang Martial University, it was evident that Wang Jinyang probably wasn't too shabby even among the students there. For a moment, even Fang Ping found himself growing quite interested in this legendary senior. Chapter 17, Ignorance is Bliss. By the time Wang Jinyang finished speaking, the group had already arrived at the beverage shop. Wu Zhihao went to the counter to place their orders. No one argued about footing the bill since the school was covering it. The rest found a relatively quiet corner to sit down and continued listening to Wang Jinyang's words. These martial matters are still rather distant from you all. Right now, talk is meaningless. What truly matters is passing the martial arts examination. The martial arts exam is said to require conquering 5 formidable passes and defeating 6 generals, but in reality, it's not so terrifying. Among the 5 passes, the political review is a given. The professional test and academic subjects depend entirely on your own dedication. The true hurdles lie in the physical examination and practical testing. Those are the decisive challenges. Wu Zhihao, who had just returned to his seat, immediately chimed in. Brother Wang is right. These 2 tests always have the highest elimination rates every year. Wang Jinyang smiled and said, you all have energy levels above 110 calories, so passing the physical examination shouldn't be difficult. The real challenge lies in how to surpass the admission threshold. Actually, for you guys, the differences in energy levels aren't that significant. If you prepare some quality medication like energy pills before the exam, it could change many people's fates. Of course, if vitality pills aren't enough, I'll teach you some small techniques. What Wang Jinyang considered minor tricks were of utmost importance to Wu Zhihao and the others. After all, they came from a genuine martial artist. Their faces flushed with excitement. They dared not speak, intently straining to listen. The eruption of vitality isn't just about the energy itself, it's also about condition. Physical condition, mental state, emotional state. Before the physical test, just do some warm-up exercises. Don't overexert yourself, maintain a full and energetic mental state. Don't try to cram an extra training on the last day. As for emotions, learning to harness them to reach their peak is very difficult. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, when these emotions reach their extreme, they can make your qi and blood surge. Usually, this results in slightly higher readings during the qi and blood test compared to normal times. But you haven't experienced much. Trying to bring this emotion to its peak is extremely difficult. Emotional stimulation? Seeing them lost in thought, Wang Jinyang suddenly laughed. Actually, I have a way to help you elevate your emotions to the highest level. The group's faces lit up with joy, but Fang Ping gave him a skeptical glance. Truthfully, he didn't care too much about this. He could rapidly increase his qi and blood anyway. When Wang Jinyang said these words, his expression wasn't much different from when he'd been teasing Li Yuanjiang earlier. Fang Ping had a feeling this wasn't going to end well. Sure enough, Wang Jinyang continued with a grin. Some emotions are hard to summon, but anger comes easily. Right now, I'm stepping on your faces and spitting on you. When you go for your physical exams later, you can remember this humiliation. Cough, cough. Wu Zhihao and the others nearly choked to death. This legendary senior student, why did he suddenly seem so unreliable? Ha ha ha. Wang Jinyang laughed heartily for a while before saying, though I'm joking, maybe you could actually try it. Emotions like joy, sorrow, and happiness are difficult to push to their extremes, but anger is the simplest. When rage flares up, it's not surprising for your qi and blood to surge by 1 or 2 units. These words made a real impression on Wu Zhihao and the others. If gaining an extra 1 or 2 calories means that much, maybe getting stepped on the face isn't so bad? Seeing their visibly tempted expressions, Fang Ping shuddered. Were these guys seriously considering self-inflicted humiliation? Don't underestimate this, the likelihood is 99%. What's a little humiliation when chasing admission to martial arts college? Wang Jinyang didn't care whether they would try or not, and continued, once you pass the physical examination, the practical test won't be too difficult either. It's just an assessment of explosive power, endurance, and body flexibility. These are all closely related to qi and blood vitality. The higher your qi blood level, the greater your chances of passing. Of course, there are always some useless individuals who grew up soaking in medicine baths. All they have is qi blood vitality, but nothing else. Such people deserve to be eliminated. You can't even kill a chicken placed right in front of you, yet you want to kill a person? Killing a person is far more difficult than killing a chicken. Killing? Fang Ping's gaze sharpened slightly. When Wang Jinyang spoke of killing, there was little emotional fluctuation. It almost sounded as if he had actually killed someone before. But in this era, even martial artists are bound by the law. There's hardly any chance to kill someone freely, right? Besides, he's just a freshman. As if noticing Fong Ping's gaze lingering on him, Wang Jinyang smiled faintly and said, "Some things will become clear to you when the time comes. Of course, that's assuming you can pass the martial arts entrance exam and actually become a martial artist. Everyone pursues martial arts, everyone aspires to become a martial artist, but how many ordinary people truly understand what being a martial artist entails? In recent years, many have resented why are martial artists shown such favoritism. The strong can establish businesses and pay less tax, or even none at all. The strong possess countless privileges, so many that it stirs widespread envy and dissatisfaction. So what? In this world, rewards come only through effort, nothing is ever gained without cause. They feel resentful, they feel it's unjust, little realizing that the strong also find it unfair." Wang Jinyang suddenly paused mid-sentence, then reverted to his earlier smile and chuckled, "I've said too much." Coming back to Yangcheng has unexpectedly brought out all these reflections. Wu Zhihao and his friends didn't pay much attention, as it seemed perfectly natural to them that martial artists enjoyed privileges. But Fong Ping took it to heart. He had privately harbored some doubts about this as well. Even if martial artists could fight 1 against 100, with so many ordinary people around, was it really necessary to idolize martial artists to such an extent? In an era of firearms, if one ordinary person couldn't do it, what about 100 or 1,000, all armed with guns? Could even a grandmaster evade that? Hearing Wang Jinyang say this now, it seemed there was more to the story. Unfortunately, Wang Jinyang didn't wish to elaborate, and Fong Ping wasn't in a position to press further. It appeared these matters would only become clear once they became martial artists. As the group was chatting, Wang Jinyang's phone rang in his pocket. Answering the call without bothering to step aside, he responded briefly before finally saying, "I'll head to number 1 high school this afternoon. I'll come over in the evening." With that, Wang Jinyang hung up the phone without explaining anything to the others. No one paid it much mind, and after chatting a while longer, the group finally left the beverage shop. Originally, the school had arranged for them to host Wang Jinyang for lunch, but since Wang Jinyang was also from Yangcheng and his family lived there, he decided to head home first after leaving the shop. Fong Ping and his group couldn't tag along any further. They agreed to pick him up in the afternoon, thus completing their reception assignment. As soon as Wang Jinyang left, Wu Zhihao couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Learned so much." Never mind other things, their prior understanding of emotional control had been rather superficial. Wang Jinyang even taught them some practical techniques for the assessment tests. Wu Zhihao, who already stood a good chance of getting into martial arts college, now felt even more confident. Even Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi felt they had gained a lot and might attempt to challenge South River Martial Arts University. Additionally, Wang Jinyang revealed another piece of news. Provincial Governor Zhang of South River was indeed attempting to break through to the 7th-ranked Grandmaster realm. The reason for mentioning this was mainly to suggest everyone apply to South River Martial Arts University this year. Governor Zhang graduated from South River Martial Arts University, which is also the only specialized martial arts college in South River Province. Although there are 2 other schools in Nanjiang that admit both literary and martial students, their reputation isn't necessarily smaller than Nanjiang Martial University. However, Governor Zhang graduated from Nanjiang Martial University. Once he breaks through to the Grandmaster realm this year, he will surely secure more martial resources for Nanjiang. When that time comes, entering Nanjiang Martial University will undoubtedly receive preferential resource allocation from the provincial government. Wang Jinyang was absolutely certain about this. So at this moment, their focus shifted to Nanjiang Martial University. After Wang Jinyang left, they agreed to meet in the afternoon to pick someone up together before going their separate ways, each returning home. Meanwhile, Wang Jinyang was just about to head home when his phone rang again. Glancing at his phone, Wang Jinyang slightly furrowed his brows before answering the call. "Didn't we agree I'd come over tonight? Is there something else?" A respectful middle-aged male voice came through the other end. "Mr. Wang, my apologies for disturbing you, but we've just received intelligence that the suspect has entered Song Mountain. The mountain spans across 2 provinces, and if they manage to escape..." Wang Jinyang frowned with displeasure. "We had a clear agreement before that the suspect would remain in place, waiting for my arrival before any action was taken. Now that they've fled, is it because you guys scared them off?" There was silence on the other end. Clearly, Wang Jinyang had hit the nail on the head. Wang Jinyang exhaled softly, visibly displeased. After a brief pause, he continued. "Originally 300,000 yuan, now it's 500,000, dead or alive. I'll have someone deliver the documents to my place later. Don't concern yourself with the rest." "Mr. Wang, is 500,000 too? Then let your bureau chief do it himself. Isn't he a graduate of Nanjiang Martial University? 20 years after graduation, still a second-grade martial artist, can he even fight anymore? 500,000, or find someone else." Wang Jinyang spoke with hardly any courtesy, letting out a snort before continuing. Otherwise, go ask Ruiyang or the provincial government. If it weren't for my recent breakthrough requiring substantial resources, and the fact that my family is in Yangcheng, I wouldn't have taken on this mission. The other side hesitated for a moment before finally answering after a while. We agree to your terms, but the fugitive must be apprehended and moreover, Yangcheng must complete the pursuit independently. Wang Jinyang said indifferently, of course, money talks. I returned to Yangcheng this time solely to guide the students from number 1 high school for their martial arts entrance exams. Good. We'll send the materials to you soon. We hope you can resolve this quickly. Don't worry. After exchanging a few words, Wang Jinyang hung up the phone, rubbed his temples, and sighed softly. I hope they haven't gone too far. Otherwise, where would I find so many easy marks? Just thinking about the resources needed for this breakthrough gave Wang Jinyang a splitting headache. The school would cover half, but the other half had to be raised entirely on his own. For other students from well-off families, such considerations wouldn't even be necessary. But for him, he could only rely on himself. Thinking back to the students from number 1 high school just now, Wang Jinyang shook his head. Everyone wants to become a martial artist, but who truly understands the hardships they endure? Even Wu Zhihao among those students seemed to come from an ordinary family in his eyes. Only when they get into a martial arts university will these kids realize what true despair feels like. Li Yuanzhang's prolonged failure to break through as a martial artist wasn't due to lack of talent either. Ha! He let out a mocking laugh, though it was unclear whether he was laughing at someone else or at himself. Wang Jinyang had both hands stuffed in his pockets as he ambled leisurely towards his residential complex. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Chapter 18, Taken the Medicine? After bidding farewell to Wu Zhihao and the others, there were no classes in the morning. Seeing how early it still was, Fang Ping didn't feel like going to school and strolled toward the Jinghu garden instead. As he walked, Fang Ping pondered Wang Jinyang's words. Though he had listened to the little tricks Wu Zhihao and his friends were concerned about, they hadn't stuck in his mind. What really mattered was everything else. Wang Jinyang was just a freshman, yet he appeared noticeably more mature than the senior high school students. From his casual remarks, one could discern that being a martial artist might not be as glamorous as imagined. In modern society, martial artists seem to mingle with ordinary people. Yet reality may differ greatly. They inhabit their own world, with countless aspects ordinary people could never comprehend. Nowadays information spreads quickly online, but don't forget, in this country, no matter how loose the internet may seem, it's only because the government allows it to be. Certain messages that aren't meant for ordinary people to know will never appear on the internet. Martial artists. Fang Ping murmured, just how different are martial artists from ordinary people? Is it purely a difference in physical strength? A few days ago, Fang Ping hadn't been in the mood to calmly consider these matters. But after this encounter with Wang Jinyang, a genuine martial artist, Fang Ping couldn't help but think more deeply. My level is still too low after all. Fang Ping shook his head. The difference in social status meant he had very limited access to information. Some things, as Wang Jinyang said, are perhaps better left unknown. When he becomes a martial artist, these unresolved matters will gradually become clear. There's no need to rush now. After walking for a while, Fang Ping reconsidered and decided to convert his remaining 10,000 fortune points. This year's exam was clearly much more challenging than last year's. Wu Zhihao's vital energy had already reached 115 calories. I've prepared the blood chi pills and mastered the technique of emotional outburst, yet even with these, I'm still not entirely confident. This shows that the competitive pressure this year will be intense. With just 110 units of blood chi currently, if I don't improve soon and this unreliable system fails, I'll be in real trouble. Having made up his mind, Fang Ping focused intently on increasing his blood chi. Soon, the data in my field of vision began to change. Wealth, 0. Vitality, 1.2. Spirit, 1.1. Just as Fang Ping was prepared to embrace the pleasurable sensation similar to his first chi and blood enhancement, suddenly, he let out a muffled cry of pain. His exposed arms, neck, and the backs of his hands were now bulging with prominent veins, looking especially terrifying. Clenching his teeth, Fang Ping leaned against the wall of a street-side shop, gripping his fists tightly as he endured the agony without letting out a scream. I don't know how much time had passed, but Fang Ping's face was completely drenched in sweat. Whoosh! Exhaling a turbid breath, Fang Ping soon cursed under his voice, God, are you screwing with me? The first time was so damn good. This time, the pain nearly made him roll around on the ground in agony. At the moment his chi and blood surged, he thought his blood vessels were about to burst. Fortunately, it came quickly and left just as fast. Had it lasted a little longer, Fang Ping wasn't sure if he'd be rolling on the street in pain. Still shaken, Fang Ping rubbed his arm and frowned, muttering, is my physical constitution not keeping up? The first time he enhanced his chi and blood, he didn't pay much attention to it. But this time, Fang Ping clearly felt that perhaps his blood vessels were too fragile. When boosting his chi and blood, they nearly burst. It was only the second enhancement, yet Fong Ping strongly suspected that one more attempt might turn him into a human-shaped fountain, spraying red blood everywhere. Only a robust physique can sustain the enhancement of qi in blood. It seems physical training needs to be put on the agenda as well. His already busy schedule has now become even more demanding. But improving physical fitness is still necessary, even if not for boosting vitality. A good physique is essential for passing the practical assessment. At this stage, Fong Ping isn't much different from those feeble types raised in medicine jars that Wang Jinyang had described. The thought of it made Fong Ping simultaneously want to laugh and cry. While others worried about being unable to increase their qi in blood, his situation was the exact opposite. His body couldn't withstand the rapid enhancement of qi in blood. Glancing once more at the data flashing before his eyes, Fong Ping wondered, had he really reached 120 calories now? He dismissed the idea of going back to Wu Jihao's home for another test. It had barely been a day since the last one. If I go for the test today popping a max value of 125 kilocalories, Wu Jihao might just jump off a building. Of course, there's an even bigger chance he'd drag Fong Ping down with him. At exactly 2 p.m., the group gathered again at the school gate. They rode together to Wang Jinyang's home to pick him up and bring him to school. The neighborhood where Wang Jinyang lived was nothing special either, just marginally better than Fong Ping's Jinghu Garden complex at best. When the car arrived, Wang Jinyang was already waiting at the entrance of the residential area. Wang Jinyang, who had returned empty-handed in the morning, was now carrying a backpack that bulged mysteriously with some unknown contents. Nobody asked too many questions. It wasn't unusual for someone to bring back some local specialties after a trip home. Wang Jinyang was about to board the car with his backpack when he suddenly turned his head to glance at Fong Ping beside him. His eyes revealed a trace of suspicion as he slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Fong Ping, what did you do at noon?" "Ha?" Fong Ping was momentarily stunned, then suddenly felt a flicker of tension in his heart. Could it be that warriors could detect improvements in one's qi and blood levels? Just as he had anticipated, Wang Jinyang frowned and said, "Though I understand your motives, being willing to go to any lengths for the martial arts entrance exams is understandable. But physical health is the foundation. Some dangerously potent medicines must never be taken recklessly. The slightest carelessness could lead to catastrophe. I don't know what medication you took, but your vital energy has surged too abruptly. That's extremely prone to cause complications. During this period, exercise more to balance your qi and blood. You absolutely must not take any other blood-nourishing medications within a week." Fong Ping sighed in relief upon hearing this and quickly responded, "Understood, thank you, Brother Wang. I actually have no prior experience. This was my first time taking medication. I did notice some blood vessels swelling before. So it was your first time, no wonder." Wang Jinyang murmured to himself. As a martial artist, his senses were keen. In the morning, Fong Ping's vital energy had clearly been lower than Wu Jihao's, but now, in his eyes, Fong Ping's energy surged even higher than Wu Jihao's. He didn't know what Fong Ping had taken, but the effect of the drug was astonishing. It was likely some forbidden substance that overdrew the body's potential. Yet considering it was Fong Ping's first time taking such medicine, he was probably unaware and inexperienced. Besides, taking it for the first time only now suggested his family's circumstances weren't particularly favorable. At this thought, Wang Jinyang didn't press him about what he had taken. He just reminded him again, in the future, when buying medicine, always go to a reputable pharmacy if you're unsure about the effects. Some people in society mix medicines recklessly, causing adverse reactions that can seriously harm the body. You won't always be this lucky. Every year, many people die or become disabled from taking the wrong medication. But since it's your first time, and you built a decent foundation before, you barely pulled through. Don't take luck as the norm. Be more careful next time. Yeah, I'll definitely be more careful. Thanks, elder brother Wang. Don't mention it. Wang Jinyang's attitude softened slightly before he added with a smile. Still, you didn't really lose out this time. Once your blood and qi settle down and you refine your physique a bit, there's hope for the martial arts entrance exams this year. The others had been listening intently to the conversation between the two. Initially, everyone understood that Fong Ping must have taken some blood-boosting supplement at noon that seemed to have caused some harm to his body. Yet no one expected that, by the end of the conversation, Wang Jinyang would actually declare Fong Ping had prospects for the martial stream examinations. You should know, even Wu Jihao didn't receive such remarks from Wang Jinyang in the morning. Upon hearing this, Wu Jihao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Brother Wang, has Fong Ping's qi and blood improved significantly?" Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly. "I'm not a qi and blood meter, so I can only roughly estimate. But even so, it's apparent this kid has made considerable progress." Fong Ping quickly responded with an embarrassed smile, "Just average, really. I feel it's about the same as before." Ha ha ha. Wang Jinyang chuckled but didn't expose him, instead turning to Wu Jihao and saying, "Don't follow his example. He doesn't understand these things." This time was somewhat reckless. Medicine shouldn't be taken casually, especially unconventional drugs like blood qi pills or qi blood pills. They absolutely mustn't be consumed indiscriminately. He was just lucky this time. Had his luck been slightly worse, his blood vessels could have burst by now with unimaginable consequences. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Wang Jinyang shook his head. Any student who knew about these things would never dare to do something like that. Upon hearing the consequences of ruptured blood vessels, Wu Zhihao and the other two instinctively stiffened their necks with fright. Wu Zhihao asked in a hushed voice, "Fang Ping, what kind of pills did you buy and take?" Fang Ping replied sheepishly, "After getting tested at your place yesterday, my dad gave me a lot of money. He told me to buy some supplements to boost my health so I can get into the martial arts program. This morning after we parted, I was just heading home when someone on the street asked if I wanted tonic medicine, said it was dirt cheap, so I bought one." "You?" Wu Zhihao stared in astonishment, disbelieving. "Have you gone mad? You actually trust some scammer on the street? But it was so cheap. He said it was blood vitality pill, just a few thousand yuan. Didn't you say yesterday it cost 30,000 per pill? Who's the fool here, you or him? Why would anyone sell a 30,000 yuan item for just a few thousand?" Wu Zhihao was completely speechless, while Yang Jian scratched his head in bewilderment and muttered, "I wouldn't even dare do something like this. Fang Ping, you're absolutely reckless." Originally, they had wanted to ask Fang Ping what kind of medicine he had taken, but now those thoughts had completely vanished. Taking some unknown drug could easily kill you without you even knowing how. Besides, the person who deceived Fang Ping once had probably already vanished without a trace. This kind of life-risking practice to boost one's vitality is something no high school student would dare attempt unless they were truly desperate. Ignorance is truly terrifying. That was probably everyone's sole thought at this moment, who in their right mind would casually buy and consume medicine off the street? Fang Ping couldn't help but sigh in relief upon seeing this. He'd finally managed to bluff his way through. He hadn't expected before that Wang Jinyang could actually sense these things. It now appears that martial artists are more formidable than he imagined, or perhaps Wang Jinyang is far more capable than expected. Still, getting exposed isn't necessarily a bad thing. Wu Zhihao and the others wouldn't be too surprised during the physical exam and chi blood test. There's another advantage. Wang Jinyang likely thinks his chances of passing the martial arts college exam are decent, so during the ride to school, he offered Fang Ping a few more pointers. Mostly focused on physical training, they ended up laughing. "First High might have another breakout performance this year. Hope you don't slip up in other assessments. Maybe in a few months, we'll be schoolmates again." Hearing this, Wu Zhihao and the others were genuinely both envious and jealous. But as for buying medicine off the streets themselves, they simply lacked that kind of nerve. Chapter 19, Schedule. The car soon arrived at the school gate of number 1 high school amid casual conversation. From a distance, one could see quite a few people standing outside the school gate. At the forefront was the school's dean of academics. With the principal absent from school, the dean personally led the welcoming party at the gate, a reception usually reserved for municipal leaders' inspections. Wang Jinyang is currently just a freshman, but what truly makes the school value him is his identity as a martial artist. Last year, the dean of students probably wouldn't even have given Wang Jinyang a second glance. A single step apart makes an enormous difference. While Wang Jinyang got out of the car to chat with the school leaders, Fang Ping and the others walked over to Luangua's side. Luanhua was also among the welcoming crowd, joining not just the teachers but several students as well. Fang Ping wasn't too familiar with these students, but Wu Zhihao recognized them and quietly explained. Most are from the accelerated class, along with some top performers from regular classes. He was obviously referring not to the liberal arts track, but to the martial arts program. Those who can come here are also this year's top martial arts students from number 1 high school. If Fang Ping and the others weren't responsible for hosting Wang Jinyang, none of them, except Wu Zhihao, would have had the qualifications to attend. Of course, that was before. Now, Fang Ping clearly has that right. Luanhua wasn't part of the school's leadership, so he didn't interfere when Wang Jinyang and the others were talking. Seeing Fang Ping and the others arrive, Luanhua asked in a low voice, "So, how did it go? Any gains?" Wu Zhihao first nodded, indicating significant progress. Then, with a hint of envy and jealousy, he added, "But Fang Ping got the most out of it. Teacher, Fang Ping's chi and blood have improved again, probably even surpassed mine now." "How could that be?" Luanhua froze for a moment, visibly incredulous. Improving physical vitality isn't something that happens overnight. Let alone that Fang Ping came from an ordinary family, surpassing Wu Zhihao wouldn't be so easy. Naturally understanding the homeroom teacher's astonishment, Wu Zhihao hastily whispered a few words of explanation. When he heard that Fang Ping had been recklessly taking pills, Luanhua was utterly speechless. Were young people these days so unafraid of death? But now that it was all in the past, Fang Ping had turned misfortune into a blessing, and Luanhua couldn't help but say with delight, "In that case, our class, 4, might just pull off a miracle this year." Wu Zhihao stood a chance of being admitted to a martial arts university, and if Fang Ping made it too, an ordinary class producing 2 martial arts university students. Just the thought alone filled Luanhua with excitement. Last year, Wang Jinyang and another student who got admitted into Wuhan University's regular class. Naturally, their admission was seen as a great achievement. But what made Lu Anghua and others envious wasn't these students, it was the two homeroom teachers from the regular classes. Because their classes produced students who passed the martial arts college entrance, despite being regular classes, these two homeroom teachers each received over 100,000 yuan in bonuses last year alone. That's equivalent to 2 years' salary for homeroom teachers like them. Besides the money, there are other benefits too, including promotion opportunities, excellence awards. If one admitted student brings such rewards, what about two? Lu Anghua felt dizzy. Could it be that he'd become the most celebrated homeroom teacher in the school's history this very year? The best homeroom teacher to mentor two martial artists in a regular class? And, students like Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi in the class might still have potential. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Anghua grew somewhat intoxicated by the possibilities. A man in his 50s, yet here he was grinning foolishly like a love-struck teenager. There were homeroom teachers from other classes nearby, including those from the two top-tier classes. Someone noticed Lu Anghua's grin and couldn't help but scoff. "Old Lu, mind your image, the students are still watching." Lu Anghua wore a face of triumph, instinctively shielding Wu Zhihao and the others behind him as he beamed. "Can't I even be happy without breaking the law? Old Li, heard you've been pretty smug lately, telling everyone you've got this year's outstanding homeroom teacher in the bag?" The man Lu Anghua addressed as Old Li was also a veteran teacher around 50 years old, though he was considerably better off than Lu Anghua, serving as the homeroom teacher for the advanced class. Hearing Lu Anghua's remark, Old Li chuckled and said, "What? If not me, did you think it was old Zhang? Our class's Zhobin is definitely getting into Wuhan University this year, and with a bit of luck, he might even stand a chance at Beijing Wu University or Shanghai Wu University." These two martial arts universities were also the most prestigious in the country. Southern Magic Martial Academy, the capital of martial arts. Compared to Southern River Martial University, these two prestigious schools are much harder to get into. Though Lu Anghua sneered at Old Li's bragging, he kept his thoughts to himself. While Zhobin has a 99% chance of entering Martial University, his hopes of getting into either of those two elite institutions are slim. But at this moment, Zhobin was right there in the crowd. As a teacher, naturally he couldn't be too harsh on the other side. Lu Anghua wore a smile and didn't argue back. He merely glanced sideways at Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao. With two martial arts students admitted from class 4 this year, the title of outstanding homeroom teacher was undoubtedly his. Even if more students from the honors class got admitted, after all, that class was the school's designated training ground for martial arts students from the start. Passing the exam wasn't considered remarkable, but failing would be the real disgrace. Unless Zhobin got admitted to the two prestigious schools, Principal Li's class having more students admitted to Wuhan University than class 4 wouldn't count for anything. Principal Li beside him felt chills from Lu Anghua's eerie laughter. What was this old fox plotting? Not just these teachers, even Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao felt their hairs standing on end. At that moment, the way old Lu looked at them wasn't merely the gaze a teacher might reserve for students. Even a father toward his own son would scarcely match such warmth. Fang Ping could somewhat grasp Lu Anghua's sentiments, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Just as the group was chatting in hushed tones, Wang Jinyang up ahead concluded his pleasantries with the school administrators. Soon after, Wang Jinyang strode over to where the waiting students stood. After scanning the room, Wang Jinyang nodded with a smile. "Each batch outperforms the last. This year's juniors are far stronger than we were last year. The school's improving academic results owe much to the diligent nurturing of our teachers." Though still just a freshman, Wang Jinyang delivered platitudes and diplomatic remarks so flawlessly that the nearby dean of academics beamed, his face glowing with pleasure. This was high praise indeed, coming from an officially certified martial artist. The school administrators of number 1 high school had actually been keeping an eye on those graduates who were admitted to Wu University. Due to some confidential information, they weren't entirely clear about the specific situations. However, everyone at number 1 high school knew that among the 5 students admitted to Wu University last year, only 2 had successfully become true martial artists. And between these 2, Wang Jinyang had gained even greater fame, including some former Wuhan University students who still maintained connections with the school. When Wang Jinyang was mentioned in conversation, their expressions turned complicated, filled with sighs and emotions. From the words of some alumni, the school administrators of number 1 high school also learned that Wang Jinyang had outstanding achievements at Nanjiang Wu University, which was precisely why they invited him back this year. Fortunately, Wang Jinyang happened to be returning to Yangcheng, and after receiving the invitation, he accepted without much hesitation. Otherwise, he might not have bothered to come to number 1 high school at all. Wang Jinyang exchanged a few polite words, then couldn't help but glance at Fang Ping again. Among first high school students, Fang Ping was one of the few with the most vigorous qi and blood according to his senses. In fact, Fang Ping's qi and blood levels were second only to Zhobin, whom all first high's administrators valued highly. Just this morning, the kids' chi and blood had been ordinary. Achieving such a breakthrough in merely one noon made Wang Jinyang sigh at fortune's fickleness. At this moment, hardly any teachers or students from the high school noticed Fang Ping, which secretly amused Wang Jinyang. Last year, he had been an unexpected surprise, and this year he suspected these teachers might be shocked once again. He wondered whether it would make the school administrators start doubting themselves. Wang Jinyang couldn't be bothered with such matters, nor would he remind anyone. It was entirely unnecessary. After casually praising the group of top students a few words, I followed the head teacher towards the function hall. Fang Ping and the others also joined the student procession, heading toward the school's function hall along with them. By the time they reached the multipurpose hall, it was already filled with quite a few students. At a rough glance, there were probably no fewer than 200 people. This accounted for all the students from number 1 high school applying for the martial arts program this year. Including Fang Ping and his group, there were fewer than 300 in total. As soon as Fang Ping and the others entered, they saw Zhang Hao waving at them. The group quickly made their way over to him, where the other martial arts examinees from class 4 were gathered. No sooner had they sat down than Zhang Hao eagerly asked, "Did you learn anything from picking up Senior Wang? How strong is he?" Before Fang Ping could respond, Wu Zhihao chuckled, "How would we know how strong he is? Senior Wang didn't spar with anyone. As for the rest, Senior Wang will explain it all later." He didn't mention the emotional outburst, and neither did Yang Jian or Lu Ruoqi. They weren't sure if Wang Jinyang would bring it up later. If he did, telling or not telling would make no difference. If he didn't, even better, that would count as their advantage. It wouldn't matter if they told Zhang Hao, but that guy had a big mouth. He might immediately spread it everywhere. Then the slight advantage they'd worked so hard to build would be gone. Everyone had their own motives. Seeing that they weren't bringing it up, Fang Ping naturally wouldn't say anything either. As the group conversed, Wang Jinyang entered the function hall together with the academic director and his entourage. The moment they stepped inside, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Some female students even screamed excitedly with uncontrollable enthusiasm. Witnessing this scene, nearly all students, Wu Zhihao included, revealed expressions brimming with admiration and reverence. Many students felt a surge of intense emotion in their hearts. A true man should be like this. This was the kind of martial artist that students idolized and envied. Reaching the pinnacle in a single step, this was precisely it. As for Fang Ping, however, he wasn't particularly excited. While others were watching Wang Jinyang, he was focused on reviewing the martial arts exam schedule handed out by the school. After April 10th, the political review begins, concluding by the end of April. Those who pass will receive their martial arts exam admission tickets. On May 1st, martial arts examinees will gather collectively in Ruiyang City, Yangcheng's superior jurisdiction, for medical examinations. On May 3rd, the medical examination results will be released. Major martial arts schools and the Ministry of Education will receive the feedback data, and the same day, the passing standards for the medical exams will be finalized. On May 7th, the practical examination phase begins. May 10th, participating in the nationally organized martial arts professional exam. This is the entire schedule for martial arts candidates moving forward. After completing the professional exam, all that's left is to wait for the academic college entrance exams. The timing is very tight, deliberately compressed to push martial arts candidates to maximize their potential, preventing younger students from being held back. At around 18 years old, this is an age where some students might experience growth every single day. Glancing at the schedule, Fang Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. With only about 20 days left until the physical examination, could he really get everything done in this short time frame? Physical strength wasn't much of a concern, but the professional exam, easy for others, posed a significant challenge for him. Moreover, he still needed to find a way to boost his mental energy. Chapter 20, The Tenant, special thanks to Moonlit Alliance Leader for the reward. Number 1 High School, Multipurpose Hall. Fang Ping was contemplating ways to earn money to enhance his spiritual power, while Wang Jinyang diligently explained matters related to the martial arts entrance examination to the students. At the same time, Jinghu Garden Residential Area, Unit 201, Building 6. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a kindly honest face, said, "Don't worry, ma'am, I promise I won't damage any of the furniture in your house. If anything gets damaged, you can just deduct it from my deposit." A middle-aged woman stood opposite the man and smiled slightly upon hearing this, saying, "That's good. My house was just renovated a few years ago. Although Jinghu Garden is an aging neighborhood, it offers such a pleasant environment. There are restaurants, supermarkets, and everything you need nearby, with the bus stop right at the entrance of the community. At 600 yuan a month, you're getting a steal. If it weren't for me having money to spare, where else would you find a place for just 600 yuan? That's right, that's right. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Chen," the middle-aged man replied with an honest smile. Auntie Chen pondered for a moment and added, "You said you live alone. As a man, you'll need to keep things tidy. If I hadn't seen how neat and organized you keep things, I wouldn't have rented to you in the first place." By the way, everyone in this neighborhood knows each other quite well, don't bring any shady characters around here. Also, when you shower, use the basin to catch water. This old building has some seepage issues. There's a high school senior living downstairs who's about to take the college entrance exams, so please try not to make too much noise in the house. The sound insulation in this old building isn't great. Also, if we decide to move back in, you'll have to move out. The woman reminded him several times, but the man showed no sign of impatience, simply nodding with honest smiles throughout. Seeing how genuine he appeared, the woman felt considerably more at ease. Finally handing over the keys, she added, "The place isn't too dirty, I still come by sometimes to tidy up. Everything's basically here, you'll just need to get some daily necessities yourself." "Alright, thanks, big sis. Don't mention it. I'll be on my way then." Sister Chen didn't linger either. As soon as she stepped out, the middle-aged man quickly shut the door. Then he let out a slight sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "An old neighborhood like this probably doesn't have surveillance, right?" Mumbling to himself, the man walked over to the balcony, peered outside, and stood there frowning as he murmured softly, "I wonder if the people in Yangcheng will notice the clues I left behind." Deliberately leading the Yangcheng people towards Sangshan to make them think I escaped from there. Once they're out of their jurisdiction, they probably won't bother pursuing it too seriously. Thinking these thoughts, the man rubbed his temples. These small fry in Yangcheng weren't really his concern. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal. What terrified him was causing too much commotion and drawing attention from higher-ups. With his current abilities, he could throw his weight around in small places like Yangcheng, but in big cities, he'd be dead before he knew what hit him. Thinking of this, the man couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. He still had to find a way to go abroad. Some chaotic small countries would be better than living in constant fear in Huagua. Huagua may be vast, but sometimes it feels incredibly small. With surveillance everywhere nowadays, unless he hides in remote mountain corners, it's hard for someone like him to avoid detection. But truly living in those remote mountain areas would mean basic necessities becoming problematic. Warriors aren't immortals who can survive without food or water. In rural areas, everyone knows each other, where an extra outsider would leave even more traces. He exhaled a sigh of frustration and stopped dwelling on it. Yangcheng had no threatening figures anyway. For now, he'd just hide here a while longer. Once his cultivation breaks through and he secures an illegal crossing route, he'd find a way to leave Huagua. Such rundown neighborhoods didn't even have property management. Hardly anyone would pay him any mind. There are restaurants and convenience stores nearby, making daily life quite convenient, and it wouldn't leave many traces. After carefully reviewing the matter and finding no loopholes, the man heaved another sigh of relief. Yet deep down, he felt a vague sense of regret. He shouldn't have committed that crime in the first place. If not for that momentary lapse in judgment, he could have gathered enough resources after waiting a few more years. Yet warriors seize every moment. Having already passed 40, waiting a few more years would mean losing his chance to continue pursuing martial arts. Age brings declining vitality. There's no helping his urgency. Still so unwilling to accept this. Number 1 High School. The 2-hour pre-exam guidance session for the martial arts test concluded amidst a round of applause. Fang Ping had initially intended to say hello to Wang Jinyang, but upon seeing him surrounded by countless students, he immediately abandoned the idea. With the pre-exam guidance over, there was no need to return to the classroom. They could head straight home. After exchanging brief farewells with Wu Zhihao and the others, Fang Ping was about to leave when Wu Zhihao eagerly asked, "Fang Ping, want to come to my place tonight?" Fang Ping's face darkened, wondering what his intentions were. Wu Zhihao remained completely oblivious, beaming as he said, "Aren't you curious about your actual blood qi level? Brother Wang said you show promise in martial arts. Your blood qi must have risen significantly. Why not come to my place and test it again?" Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. Couldn't you have said all that in one sentence? Those who didn't know the context might suspect some conspiracy upon hearing the first half of that sentence. Forget it, don't want to trouble you. No trouble at all, Fang Ping, go ahead. Really no need to trouble, I have something to attend to tonight. Maybe another time when there's a chance. Fang Ping didn't want to provoke this guy. Jealousy drives people mad. As long as Wu Zhihao remained uncertain about his actual qi blood level, he could still keep his cool. If Wu Zhihao learned it had already reached 120 calories, he'd probably lose his composure completely. Wu Zhihao was a decent enough fellow. It'd be a shame if his spirit got crushed by this revelation. Seeing Fang Ping's unwavering stance, Wu Zhihao reluctantly abandoned his probing despite his burning curiosity about the others' qi blood measurements. After greeting a few other classmates, Fang Ping left the school directly and headed home. Not long after Fang Ping left, Wang Jinyang politely declined the school's invitation and didn't agree to join them for dinner. For Wang Jinyang, coming to number 1 high school was just incidental. Extending a friendly gesture while making some money on the side, it was all gain without pain. However, the major portion still lies with Yangcheng Criminal Investigation Bureau. While 500,000 isn't an enormous sum, For a small city like Yangcheng, it's certainly not insignificant. Tasks in small cities are also easier to complete, with relatively low risk. If everything goes smoothly, they can be wrapped up quickly. Carrying his backpack, he left the school. Shortly after, a black Volkswagen stopped in front of Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang got straight into the car and asked as soon as he sat down, according to the intel, the target has entered Songshan Mountain. During the day, Mount Sang also has some idle tourists around, so they probably wouldn't act in daylight. That means our target must still be within Yangcheng's borders at Mount Song? The driver immediately responded, Mr. Wang, you're absolutely right. They must still be within Yangcheng's territory. If they truly left Yangcheng, we should have received word by now. The chief said if they cross Mount Song, you'll be notified immediately, and then you won't need to chase them anymore. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. Once suspects fled Yangcheng, even if local authorities wanted credit, they wouldn't overstep their jurisdiction to pursue them elsewhere. Not giving chase didn't mean the mission was complete, it could only end in failure. Given how these investigative bureau fellows operated, if you failed to catch the target, don't expect payment beyond meager travel expenses. After some thought, Wang Jinyang added, the suspect resided in Yangcheng for quite some time. Did your team never make contact with them? The driver chuckled dryly, they're very cautious. Your bureau chief didn't even attempt to probe them? Well, Wang Jinyang curled his lips. These old foxes valued their lives too much, how dare they make any reckless moves? Is he really a second-rank practitioner? Well, the driver looked somewhat embarrassed. Noticing Wang Jinyang's increasingly grim expression in the rearview mirror, he hastily added, he is second rank, absolutely. This guy has committed crimes several times elsewhere, all for stealing resources related to breakthrough cultivation. But for now, it seems he hasn't gathered enough resources. Even if he had sufficient resources, he wouldn't have enough time to attempt a breakthrough. We've been keeping close watch on him during his days in Yangcheng. Everything remains normal. If he were attempting a breakthrough, we'd already know. That's a fair point. After all, a martial artist's breakthrough isn't something that can be achieved in the blink of an eye. Wang Jinyang gave a slight nod and remained silent. After completing this mission and receiving the 500,000, plus the 60,000 from number 1 high school, he'll have nearly 2 million funds on hand. Applying for another portion from the school should be enough for his upcoming needs. He recalled how just a year ago, he couldn't even afford a single blood replenishing pill costing a few thousand. Now, with savings amounting to millions, it's still far from enough. An ordinary person would probably find it hard to imagine earning so much money in just 1 year. Wang Jinyang thought to himself and smiled self-deprecatingly, no matter how much you earn, it never seems enough to spend. For martial artists, unless they are high-ranking experts who run highly profitable businesses, even those affiliated with official organizations have rather limited resources available to them. He's already remarkably fortunate to be able to earn money so quickly. Some martial artists lack connections or opportunities. Those who graduated from martial universities fare better, but practitioners from civilian martial arts schools often struggle to get by. Many remain trapped at the first-grade realm their entire lives. Take this incident as an example. Would any martial university student or graduate risk committing crimes just for a few million worth of cultivation resources? Yet the other party still couldn't resist resorting to underhanded tactics, showing that some martial artists might not be as reputable as outsiders imagine. After this breakthrough, perhaps he could find more lucrative work. Maybe getting on board with some small businesses, just in name? But after some thought, Wang Jinyang dismissed the idea. While being nominally associated with small businesses wouldn't involve much work, I often had to step in to handle various minor troubles. After doing it so many times, it actually made more sense to just take on a job myself. This was precisely why few martial artists were willing to act as legal representatives for small businesses. Too much hassle, not worth the effort. Those who did agree to serve as legal representatives were mostly idle martial artists with no steady occupation. Not everyone fits the bill though. Companies prefer hiring students from reputable backgrounds, like those from Wuhan University. After all, according to regulations, enterprises are considered legal entities. If someone lacks integrity, they could seize your company after being nominally appointed, leaving you with no recourse. This is why freelance martial artists often struggle unless they start their own businesses. Smaller companies dare not employ them. Wang Jinyang was deep in thought as the vehicle sped rapidly towards Tsang Mountain. Chapter 21 Perfection. Jinghu Garden. Just as Feng Ping entered his home, he heard the sound of a security door being shut upstairs. Closing the door behind him, Feng Ping glanced at his mother busily working in the backyard and asked curiously, "Mom, has Aunt Chen upstairs moved back in?" "No," Li Yueying replied while sorting vegetables. "Taotao bought a big house at Tianyuan Huafu. With their newborn baby, your Aunt Chen is busy taking care of her grandchild. When would she have time to come back here?" Li Yueying continued her chores as she added, "We've rented it out just today, actually." "Oh." Feng Ping didn't pay much attention to this and said cheerfully, "Mom, once I get admitted to the martial arts college, we'll move into a big house too." Li Yueying beamed with joy. Why would we need to buy a bigger house once you pass the martial arts exam? When you're gone, your father, your sister, and I, the three of us, will have plenty of space in this house. The old house is still too small. Fang Ping shook his head. Don't count on the demolition. From what I see, it won't happen for another 10 years. Every household in Jinghu Garden is eagerly awaiting demolition. They'd rather rent out their homes than sell them, all because of the annual demolition rumors. Given that the buildings are over 30 years old and the location isn't bad, it should indeed be time for redevelopment. Yet Jinghu Garden stubbornly remains untouched even a decade later, something even Fang Ping finds frustrating. The mother and son were chatting when the sound of keys turning in the lock came from outside the door. Immediately after, Fang Yuan pushed the door open and entered. In his haste, Fang Yuan nearly knocked Fang Ping, who was changing shoes, off balance as he bent down to remove his own. Before Fang Ping could even react, Fang Yuan exclaimed with exaggerated surprise, "Fang Ping, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." Fang Ping turned to look at his sister. "Don't you have a guilty conscience? It was you who nearly knocked me over. I didn't even complain, and yet you're playing the victim first." Ignoring her, Fang Ping changed his shoes and walked into the living room. Fang Yuan hurriedly changed hers too, then asked curiously, "Fang Ping, how come you got home earlier than me today?" "The school organized a martial arts science exam lecture, so I went and came back after attending." "Was it Wang Jinyang who went to give you the talk? You know about this too?" Fang Ping was a bit surprised. "These middle schoolers actually care about this?" Fang Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "Of course I know. One of my classmates has an older sister at first high too. My classmate even had her sister try to get Wang Jinyang's autograph. Not sure if she managed to get it though." As she spoke, Fang Yuan turned to ask Fang Ping, "Did you see Wang Jinyang?" "Duh, how could I attend the lecture without seeing him? Not only did I see him, I was the one who picked him up from the station." "Really? Of course it's true." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately exclaimed in frustration, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Ping, thinking she was also a star chaser, curled his lip and said, "What's worth mentioning? Average looks, not even as handsome as your brother here." "You idiot." Fang Yuan looked utterly contemptuous. His elder brother really was brainless. "If you just said you were going to pick up Wang Jinyang, you should have brought a notebook to get his autograph so I could sell it at school. Half our school worships Wang Jinyang. Well, any martial artist would do really, as long as they're famous enough. 10 yuan per signature, sign a few hundred sheets, and we'll be rich." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? How does his sister's brain even work? While others thought about signing autographs, she was thinking about selling them. Fang Yuan was still somewhat annoyed that Fang Ping hadn't told her earlier and hurriedly asked, "Has he left yet? If not, why don't you go ask him for some autographs? Once I sell them, we'll split the profits 30-70. 70 for me, 30 for you. I'm telling you Fang Yuan, it's a shame you don't go into business. You'd even scam your own brother, and this isn't the first time." Fang Ping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "They left ages ago. Where would we even get a signature now? Besides, your brother here has too much dignity to stoop that low." "TCH, Fang Yuan muttered. "What's there to lose face about? A few $1,000 could cover my expenses for a whole year, tuition included." Fang Ping didn't respond. Truth be told, not only had it slipped his mind, but if he had remembered, he might have actually gone through with it. "What a pity, I didn't think of that at the time. Of course, even if I had considered it, Wang Jinyang might not have agreed." As the siblings were chatting, Li Yueying in the courtyard also curiously asked, "Is that Wang Jinyang the one who got admitted to the martial arts university last year?" "Mom, you know about him too?" Fang Ping was even more surprised. Just a freshman martial arts student, yet he was practically becoming a household name celebrity. Li Yueying chuckled, "I've visited your school. Your teacher mentioned this name, if I recall correctly, though my memory's a bit fuzzy. These days, getting admitted to martial arts university brings more fame than getting into Tsinghua or Peking University did in his previous life. Particularly Wang Jinyang's rags to riches story, coming from an ordinary family, made his fame even greater. Among families connected to number 1 high school, knowing Wang Jinyang was hardly surprising at all. Hearing that his mother also knew Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping's eyes flickered, and he suddenly smiled. "Mom, since you know Wang Jinyang too, things will be much easier. Wasn't I supposed to pick someone up today? Originally, I was going to ask Wu Jihao's dad to buy me some medicine, but Wang Jinyang happened to have some issued by his university. He said he didn't need it. So I figured, since he's a student at Wuda, the medicine from his school might be more effective. That's why I bought a blood qi pill from him." The room suddenly fell silent. Fang Yuan looked suspiciously at his older brother. Why did those words sound so deceitful? Fang Ping didn't mind. Earlier, he'd mentioned Wu Jihao because there hadn't been anyone more reliable. But Wu Jihao was at number 1 high school. If their parents happened to run into him someday and asked him about it, everything would be exposed. Wang Jinyang was different. He was a martial artist who only came back a few times a year at most. Even if he returned, his parents still wouldn't have any connection with Wu Jihao's family. How could they possibly go and interrogate martial artists about it? With that thought, Fong Ping couldn't help but inwardly applaud his own intelligence. He was getting better at spinning plausible lies. Claiming Wu Jihao's father bought them had a hole in the story that would eventually need patching, but for now, this version was absolutely flawless. Without waiting for his mother to question him further, Fong Ping added, Wang Jinyang gave me a discount as fellow alumni, just 20,000 yuan for the pills, and I took them on the spot. It really has to be said, the results were astonishingly good. After I finished taking it, Wang Jinyang said I shouldn't have much trouble passing the martial arts exam this year. Really? Li Yueying froze in shock. Her son had actually gone and bought elixirs from a martial arts university student and even consumed them on the spot. Putting that aside for now, the money was originally meant for him to buy medicine anyway. But the other party said their son had a shot at the martial arts exam? These weren't ordinary words. In Li Yueying's eyes, students from Wuhan University carried more weight than officials when they spoke. For a moment, Li Yueying couldn't quite believe what she heard. Standing nearby, Fong Yuan sized up Fong Ping with a child's scrutiny, stroking his chin thoughtfully like a miniature adult. As someone who had known Fong Ping better than anyone since childhood, Fong Yuan felt like he had stumbled upon a major secret. Fong Ping was lying. Though it was just intuition, Fong Yuan was convinced he wasn't mistaken. The guy was definitely lying. What kind of coincidence was this? Just when you needed to buy medicine, someone conveniently happens to have it on hand and actually sells it to you. Fong Yuan felt it was necessary to channel his inner Sherlock Holmes and thoroughly investigate his elder brother's background. While Fong Yuan was suspicious, Li Yueying harbored no doubts about her son. Hearing even students from Wu University praised her son's potential in the martial arts exam, Li Yueying was overjoyed and felt even more motivated while cooking. As Li Yueying busied herself in the kitchen, Fong Yuan abruptly pulled Fong Ping aside before he could enter his room, demanding fiercely, "Tell me, are you lying?" Fong Ping rolled his eyes and retorted angrily, "Who's lying to you? If you don't believe me, go ask Wang Jinyang yourself. Besides, isn't it obvious whether it's a donkey or a horse? Once the physical exam is over in a few days, everything will be clear. This year, your big brother is definitely taking the martial arts college exam. When next semester comes, if you're short on money, I'll sign for you to sell my stuff." "Something just feels off," the little girl muttered. As for Fong Ping telling her to go ask around, did he think she was stupid? Who would she even ask? Though sensing her brother was lying, Fong Yuan still said, "Anyway, true or not, you'd better not do anything bad." Fong Ping chuckled and pinched her cheek again, sighing helplessly, "What bad could I possibly do? Relax, have a little faith in your brother, won't you? I do hope you can pass the martial arts exam, but I just can't shake the feeling that if you can pass, then anyone could." Ouch. Before the little girl could finish speaking, she glared at Fong Ping with a wronged expression. He had just pinched her cheek harder. Fong Ping tightened his grip on his sister's chubby face, feeling even more frustrated than her. "Am I really that useless in your eyes?" he thought. The siblings stared daggers at each other like fighting cocks until Fong Mingrong returned home. Rubbing his eyes, Fong Ping recounted the incident to his father once more. Like Li Yueying, Fong Mingrong also didn't suspect his son. Most parents in the world are like this, they always believe their children would never deceive them. Moreover, his son had always been a model student all these years. It never crossed Fong Mingrong's mind that one day his son would dare to cheat him out of 20,000 yuan. That was no small sum. Knowing that it was a Wuhan University student who sold the medicine to Fong Ping, Fong Mingrong actually felt more reassured than if he had asked a classmate's father to buy it. Although there was some regret that he didn't see the medicine, since his son took it on the spot. But after all, the medicine was bought for his son to take. This minor regret was quickly forgotten by Fong Mingrong. During dinner, Fong Mingrong drank an extra small glass of white liquor than usual and seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood. Even Wang Jinyang said their son had a real shot at getting into martial arts school. Then it must be true. For a while, the whole family was happily enjoying themselves, and Fong Ping felt quite satisfied with the excuse he'd come up with. This was settled. As long as his parents didn't run into Wang Jinyang, there were no flaws, simply perfect. Chapter 22, Unfair. Bonus chapter for leader Yuexia. Song Mountain. Song Mountain isn't some famous range, yet it still stretches across two provinces. The section near Yang City is just a branch of the Song Mountains, not particularly steep or formidable. At this moment, Wang Jinyang was deep in the mountains. A backpack was slung over his shoulders, while in his hand he now held a military-grade obstacle-clearing knife. Swinging the blade to cut through the obstructing thorns ahead, Wang Jinyang frowned deeply. Holding a rugged military-grade phone in his hand, he spoke into it. "Chief Zhang, are you certain the target has really entered these mountains?" A deep yet somewhat urbane middle-aged male voice came through the phone. "After shaking off our surveillance, Huang Bin took a cab at Songshan Mountains number 3 entrance. This was confirmed through our investigation with the taxi company. The driver saw him enter the mountain trail. He was carrying a backpack stocked with plenty of food and water. He's already prepared food and water, couldn't you have taken action earlier? Wang Jinyang sounded somewhat displeased. No matter how small the Tsongshan foothills are, it'd still be difficult to find someone once they're thrown in there. If Yangcheng could just delay them a bit, he could head straight for the target upon arrival, no need for all this trouble. The person on the other end of the line wasn't angry, chuckling as they replied, this is also for the sake of public safety. Huang Bin is, after all, a second-rank warrior attempting to break through to the third rank. If we make a move and fail to subdue him, he might cause significant damage to Yangcheng. Wang Jinyang couldn't be bothered to listen to his explanations. Taking a deep breath, he said, I've searched everywhere near the mountain entrance and found no trace whatsoever. For a second-rank warrior like him, avoiding leaving traces wouldn't be difficult. With so many people around the mountain entrance, spotting clues would be hard anyway. I'll search more thoroughly. Chief Shang, I'd appreciate your cooperation in deploying some personnel to stake out all the mountain passes around Yangcheng. If we can't locate the target within 3 days, I'll have to abort this mission. Wang Jinyang didn't want to spend too much time stuck here. Besides, the martial arts end-term assessments were approaching soon. While passing wouldn't be a problem for him, he still wanted to aim for first place to secure more resources. Hearing this, Chief Zhang didn't refuse and replied, alright, we'll keep in touch when there's any news. If we really can't locate him, then forget it. If we fail to find him this time, I'll report to Ruiyang and have them coordinate with Subei for the arrest. Despite saying this, Chief Zhang still felt somewhat regretful. It's a pity Huang Bin was too vigilant, otherwise, if Wang Jinyang had arrived and captured him, apprehending a criminal second-rank martial artist would have been quite a significant merit. As for himself, although he was also a second-rank martial artist, it had probably been nearly 10 years since he last fought since coming to Yangcheng. If he went to arrest someone now, the chances of being beaten to death were far greater. As for using firearms, while a second-rank martial artist naturally couldn't withstand them, the suspect would likely escape if he truly intended to flee. Once you escape into the gathering areas of ordinary people, that's when real trouble begins. Often, it's better to forego merit than to make a major mistake. Catching someone is meritorious, but if a few ordinary people die as a result, that's a major error. Even catching the target wouldn't make up for it. That's why in Yangcheng, they've only been keeping watch all along, rather than taking action to make arrests. Who would have thought something would go wrong on the last day? Could it be because Huang Bin learned about Wang Jinyang's true purpose for coming to Yangcheng? Yet Commissioner Zhang still felt somewhat frustrated. In the eyes of these rogue martial artists, Wang Jinyang probably carried very little weight, right? A student who'd only entered the Martial University a year ago. Had Commissioner Zhang not also graduated from Nanjiang Martial University and known just how formidable this junior was, he likely wouldn't have invited him at all. After exchanging a few brief words, Wang Jinyang hung up the phone, adjusted his backpack, and continued trekking deeper into the mountains. 3 days, that's the limit. It might not even take 3 days, they could be beyond Yangcheng's borders within a single day. Even if we catch them by then, whether we can bring them back to claim the reward is questionable. Yangcheng, Jinghu Garden Community. Instead of holing up in his room like previous days, Fang Ping ventured out, still haunted by the insufficient physical resilience that had left him vulnerable during daylight despite his enhanced vitality. After dinner, he moved to his backyard for exercise. The old neighborhood lacked proper gyms anyway, and the small park was monopolized by elderly residents. Fang Ping had no intention of becoming free entertainment for spectators. Fortunately, there's still a backyard at home, otherwise there'd be nowhere to exercise in these circumstances. Without any equipment, Fang Ping could only do some basic workouts. Push-ups, sit-ups, and squats were the only exercises Fang Ping could manage. Noticing the backyard still had some empty space, Fang Ping decided to ask his dad to set up a wooden bar tomorrow so he could do pull-ups. The improvement in qi and blood is remarkably effective. In his previous life, Fang Ping would have been utterly exhausted after just 30 push-ups, but now, he's done 50 in one go and doesn't feel as tired as expected. Doing 100 at a time shouldn't be a problem either. If I persist with this routine every day, exercising morning and night, it probably won't take too many days for my body to adapt to my current qi and blood levels. Fang Ping exercised for a while in the yard. While doing sit-ups, he noticed lights on upstairs and instinctively glanced up a few times. The upstairs was unusually quiet. Apart from the lit lights, there was almost no sign of anyone living there. Fang Ping swept his gaze across but didn't pay much attention, continuing with his workout. Second floor. Huang Bin was actually standing by the window at this moment, but having grown accustomed to hiding recently, he instinctively shielded himself behind the wall. Glancing fleetingly at the young boy exercising downstairs, a complex, inscrutable expression flashed across Huang Bin's face. There was a time when he, too, was like those boys, driving himself relentlessly, striving to pass the martial arts entrance exams. But reality was cruel. In the end, he not only failed to get into a martial arts college but couldn't even secure admission to a decent liberal arts university. He ended up attending a university that was considered dreadful even back then, and after graduation, he joined a state-owned factory. After years of hard work, he saved up some money. Unwilling to spend his entire life at the factory, he spent all his savings enrolling in a martial arts training program. Perhaps his luck had finally turned, because he genuinely learned a great deal from that martial arts training program. After working for several more years, he finally gathered enough resources needed for the breakthrough by the age of 30 and officially stepped into the first-rank martial artist realm. He had thought that becoming a martial artist would change everything, allowing him to live a life above the masses. But reality struck him once again. Since he came from an untrained background, martial artists from training programs could never match those from martial universities. This was inevitable. He didn't reach the first rank until the age of 30, ranking at the bottom among martial artists. But at least he's a martial artist, managing to live a slightly better life than before. If Hwang Bin had been content with that and entered the corporate world, amassing a fortune of tens of millions by now might not have been too difficult. Yet he still wanted to keep climbing higher. Only then did he realize how arduous the martial path truly was. He wasn't one of those martial artists from renowned martial academies, nor was he affiliated with government forces or major corporations. Some resources could only be obtained through special channels at great personal cost. Martial cultivation required money for absolutely everything. Equipment costs money, cultivation resources cost money, martial techniques cost money, elixirs cost money. The income simply couldn't cover expenses. Maintaining cultivation while working left him perpetually short of money. After several years of scraping by, he barely broke through to the second rank, only to find himself utterly penniless again. The thought of needing nearly 10 million to break through to the third rank filled Hwang Bin with despair. In the blink of an eye, he reached middle age at 40, with the third rank martial realm still beyond reach. Some of the breakthrough resources required were even restricted items. Hwang Bin had also considered joining an official organization or entering a well-known large corporation. With his second-grade cultivation level, it wasn't like no one would want him. But the thought of going through examinations, accepting missions, and waiting several more years in these organizations made Hwang Bin feel it would waste too much time. Holding onto a fluke mentality, he robbed someone he had traded with, and after that, there was no turning back. Robbery, the goods came too quickly. He managed to get his hands on something worth millions in just one night. Back then, it would have taken him at least a year. Since robbery worked so quickly, the mentality of easy gain consumed Hwang Bin entirely, leading him to repeat the crime several more times. The outcome, naturally, was inevitable. No secret can be kept forever, and soon enough, he found himself wanted by the law. Watching the young man downstairs, Hwang Bin sank into reminiscence before quickly shaking his head and muttering with a derisive chuckle, another kid embarking on the road of no return. Is the martial arts entrance exam really that easy? Those who fail but refuse to give up will have nothing but hardship ahead. He himself was the perfect example. Living in this kind of neighborhood, one's family wealth goes without saying. Adolescence is precisely the time to lay the most crucial foundations. With the financial situation of that boy downstairs, could his family possibly provide him with sufficient nourishing medicinal ingredients and premium ingredients? The heavens simply aren't fair. Hwang Bin cursed under his breath at the heavens. Why should some people be born into wealth, treating millions like pocket change? Why should martial artists still be looked down upon by those graduates of martial universities? Take Yangcheng for example. If the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau appeared before him now, Hwang Bin is confident he could kill him within 10 minutes. Yet this man is the director of Yangcheng's Criminal Investigation Bureau. If Hwang Bin were to join now, he'd still have to work under someone like him. To reach such a position would take at least 5 years or more. In Hwang Bin's eyes, none of this was fair. Thinking about these things, Hwang Bin lost all interest in watching further and turned back to his room. As for the little fellow downstairs, Hwang Bin scoffed with disdain, hoping the kid wouldn't be crushed by despair. Fang Ping naturally wouldn't despair, because it never even crossed his mind that he might fail the martial arts entrance exam. The prying gaze from upstairs went unnoticed by Fang Ping. Even though his mental strength was slightly stronger than an ordinary person's, Hwang Bin was vastly superior, making it impossible for him to sense it. After exercising for over an hour, Fang Ping worried about overdoing it and decided to stop. He returned to his room, freshened up, and began reviewing his study materials. Upstairs, it remained as quiet as ever, so much so that Fang Ping forgot the apartment had even been rented out. Chapter 23, Scaring Himself. The next day, April 10th, Thursday. As soon as Fang Ping woke up, he felt a dull ache in his muscles. However, it was better than expected. For someone who hasn't exercised regularly, sudden physical activity would naturally cause muscle soreness. But due to his abundant qi and blood, this adverse reaction had been minimized to the lowest degree. At this moment, Fang Ping began to understand why qi and blood were essential requirements for martial artists. With robust qi and blood, all ailments are cured. It even effectively relieves fatigue. Only someone like this could confidently become a martial artist. Otherwise, yesterday's training session alone would have left Fang Ping sore for days. When he got up, his parents had already left the house as usual. Fang Yuan groggily brushes his teeth and washes his face. Children of this age naturally crave more sleep. Fang Ping had been exercising all night, which Fang Yuan was aware of. Squinting his bleary eyes at his energetic older brother, Fang Yuan couldn't help feeling a tinge of envy. Fang Ping, don't you ever get tired? I'm not tired at all, fresh as a daisy with an appetite for everything. Fang Yuan curled her lips, knowing full well she was just trying to provoke. The siblings quickly finished their mother's prepared breakfast and headed out together with their school bags. The moment they stepped outside, Fang Yuan tossed her bag to Fang Ping saying, if you're not tired, carry this for me a while. The junior high school Fang Yuan attended wasn't too far from number 1 high school, and they even shared part of the commute route. Fang Ping shook his head with a smile, choosing not to comment as he casually slung his backpack over his shoulder. As soon as they stepped out of the apartment hallway, they encountered a middle-aged man carrying breakfast in his hands. Fang Ping gave him a cursory glance. Noticing the man heading toward their building unit, he felt mildly surprised before realizing this was probably one of the upstairs tenants. The old apartment building had just a dozen or so households, making unfamiliar faces a rare sight. Since everyone was a stranger, Fang Ping didn't bother greeting them as they passed by each other. Just as Huang Bin brushed past Fang Ping, his previously calm brow suddenly twitched. Martial artists could roughly sense the vitality state of ordinary people. Wang Jinyang had actually achieved this before. However, the distance needed to be close, as low-ranked martial artists aren't exceptionally strong. Last night when Huang Bin was upstairs, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. But just now, as they brushed past each other, Huang Bin instantly detected Fang Ping's peculiar condition. This little guy has such vigorous energy. At least compared to ordinary people, it's exceptionally high. Huang Bin frowned, suddenly feeling a pang of jealousy. Just last night, he had thought the young man downstairs would surely be filled with despair, and even felt the world was unfair for Fang Ping. Born into an ordinary family, he was already at a disadvantage from the start. But now, he suddenly realized that the kid he'd pitted last night possessed remarkably strong vital energy. Based on what he knew, as long as there were no issues with the other assessments, the boy stood a great chance of passing the martial arts examination. At this thought, Huang Bin immediately felt as if his face had been thoroughly slapped. What right do I have to pity others? Compared to this young man, when I was his age, I wasn't even worthy of tying his shoes. I failed the martial arts college entrance exam, while some of my classmates became martial artists at just 20. Yet it took me 10 extra years and countless resources to finally become a martial artist at 30. The young man before him, once admitted to the martial arts academy, would likely become a martial artist before turning 20. With the support of Wuda Martial Arts University, coming from such a family and possessing such physical energy, his talent was evidently exceptional. Perhaps in just a few years, he might break through to second rank, even third rank, and then look down upon him. And here he was pitying him? Do you still pity him? The more he thought about it, the uglier Huang Bin's expression became. Everyone harbors jealousy, some restrain it, while others don't, or simply choose not to. The Huang Bin of old might have restrained himself, but when the bottom line in his heart was repeatedly crossed, coupled with being pursued, he had no choice but to hide here like a rat scurrying across the street. Huang Bin rarely restrained those primal desires, so when he brushed past Fang Ping, Huang Bin's face turned extremely grim, even to the point of having the impulse to beat the crap out of this kid. Fortunately, in the end, Huang Bin managed to hold himself back. Right now, keeping a low profile is key. It's not worth ruining my own plans over this punk. But before leaving, if I happen to run into that brat, there's no harm in slipping in a discreet blow on the way. Why should others live more carefree lives than me? This damn unfair world. Even hiding in some random place leads me to bump into a genius. What kind of injustice is that? Huang Bin walked away as if nothing had happened. Fang Ping, however, couldn't help but glance back again. His mental energy was slightly higher than that of ordinary people, and he suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand on end moments ago. Though the sensation was fleeting, he couldn't shake off a vague sense of dread that lingered in his mind. After staring for a while, all he could see was the retreating figure of the tenant upstairs. Fang Ping frowned slightly without speaking. Fang Yuan, noticing he hadn't left, asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing really. That was just a tenant from upstairs." "Oh, Anchan and them moved out a while ago. The apartment's been empty for ages. Wonder if the landlord has any daughters. There aren't any girls around my age in our building unit. Even when I want to play, there's nobody to join me." Fang Yuan murmured this with a hint of longing, secretly hoping the other family might have a daughter close to her age. Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Upstairs, there's just that middle-aged man living alone." "Just one person?" Fang Yuan muttered, "That uncle sure can eat. He bought over a dozen steamed buns. I thought they were for the whole family to share." "A dozen or so buns." Careless words may fall on fertile ears. Fang Ping hadn't paid much attention to the breakfast the middle-aged man was carrying earlier, but thinking back now, it did seem like quite a large bag. Can one person really eat this much? Or perhaps someone else? but last night the upstairs was very quiet, not at all like many people were there. What does that mean? Fong Ping vaguely suspected something. Who could eat this much? Naturally, martial artists. It was inevitable that martial artists would eat more. With greater physical exertion and the need to maintain vital energy without decline, those with means could consume special nourishing supplements to sustain their bodies, avoiding the need for excessive eating and drinking. Those without the means naturally had to rely on ordinary food to meet their body's nutritional needs. This also meant that if martial artists didn't restrain themselves, their consumption of ordinary food would be several or even dozens of times greater than that of ordinary people. Martial artists. The guy upstairs is a martial artist? Fong Ping walked absent-mindedly, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. Recalling the sudden surge of fear he had experienced earlier, Fong Ping nervously swallowed hard. A martial artist in Yangcheng undoubtedly held the highest social status imaginable. Would someone of such stature really rent an apartment in an old residential area like Jinghu Garden? Could they be coming for me? No wonder Fong Ping was somewhat narcissistic. After all, he was a lofty reborn individual, complete with an unreliable system to boot. In the past few days, my vitality has been surging up again. Suddenly, an extra martial artist appeared right above his own home, just yesterday at that. Fong Ping couldn't help but dwell on it. Did they discover my uniqueness? Fong Ping felt his mouth go dry. Was that killing intent I sensed just now? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Someone wants to kill me, or perhaps they want to extract some secret from me? Fong Ping began frightening himself, his face gradually paling. He had never seen a martial artist strike, but even the mere thought of it made them seem terrifying. After all, even in an era with firearms, martial artists could still rank among the higher echelons of society. If such a person were to attack him, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Is he not attacking me now because he wants to secretly observe and uncover my secrets? What should I do? Call the police? But martial artists are rare in Yang City. If I report it, what would I say? That I have a system and was reborn, so martial artists want to kill me? If I don't say that, who would believe a martial artist would try to kill a high school senior? Also, the opponent is a martial artist. Could they themselves be one of Yangcheng's top brass? If I report this to the police, would it alert them prematurely? Countless thoughts instantly flooded Fong Ping's mind. Fong Yuan probably never expected that one unconscious remark of his would spark so many associations in Fong Ping's mind, so much so that Fong Ping even began considering whether to pack up the whole family and flee. On the way, Fong Ping and his sister parted ways. Yet his mind still lingered on what had just happened, on the tenant upstairs. With a clear conscience, he naturally had nothing to fear. But now, he had a secret in his heart and felt deeply insecure. Suddenly, someone who appeared to be a martial artist came to rent a place upstairs. How could that seem normal? What should I really do? Fong Ping had a terrible headache. Would pretending not to know work? Or should I wait and observe first? But a wise man doesn't stand under dangerous walls if they're really coming for me. Who knows when they might lose patience? With just a snap, they could twist my neck, and where would I go to plead my case? Carrying a mixture of anxiety and unease, Fong Ping entered the school, his mind clearly elsewhere. Deskmate Chen Fan noticed his gloomy expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, really," Fong Ping replied casually before suddenly lowering his voice to ask, "Tell me, what would you do if a martial artist wanted to kill you right now?" "No, might want to kill you?" Chen Fan looked at him speechlessly. This guy must have too much free time on his hands. He said impatiently, "Are you planning to wait until you become a martial artist and then come after me?" Fong Ping quickly replied, "I'm serious. The professional exam for martial arts might test questions like this. I just wanted to ask your opinion. They test this in the professional exam?" Chen Fan wasn't sure if it was true or not. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "Call the police." But if the other party didn't act, would calling the police even help? Then run. You can run, but you can't hide. Where do you think you're going? So many restrictions? Chen Fan muttered gloomily, "Well then, there's no helping it, just wait to die. Once you're dead, the government will catch the culprit." Fong Ping said with a bitter expression, "Apart from waiting to die, is there any other option?" Chen Fan joked, "Unless some master happens to pass by, punches that martial artist to death with a single strike, then casually remarks that you have extraordinary talent and takes you as his disciple. From then on, you'd embark on the path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Well, are you satisfied with that scenario now?" Fong Ping was slightly taken aback, murmuring, "An expert?" In an instant, Wang Jinyang's figure involuntarily flashed through my mind. If we're talking about experts, the only person I knew was Wang Jinyang. But the other person had already left Yangcheng. Besides, even if they hadn't left, there was no reason to ask for their help. His head started to ache again. In the end, Fong Ping could only comfort himself, "They're not looking for me. They're not looking for me." But, if they weren't looking for me, why would they live above my apartment? They're clearly after me. Fong Ping gritted his teeth angrily. He'd go back and observe some more. If they were really martial artists, then without a doubt they were here for him. Chapter 24, Probing. Danger is never far away when one lives in peace. Fang Ping didn't think there was anything wrong with being extra cautious after all, his life was his own. Being paranoid and scaring yourself was better than losing your life. Fools who took things lightly were idiots, they wouldn't even know how they died. If they mean no harm, then that's for the best. But if they do have ill intentions, being somewhat prepared is still better than being caught off guard. Truth be told, from Fang Ping's perspective, determining whether someone harbors ill will is actually quite simple. If the other party truly is a martial artist, the likelihood of them having malicious intent is extremely high. Modern times are not like ancient days when martial artists were a privileged class in society. Living in seclusion? That doesn't exist anymore. Who would be foolish enough to rent in an old residential area to live in seclusion? So as long as you can confirm whether someone is a martial artist, you can basically figure some things out. So what if the guess was wrong? Forcing himself to calm down now, unlike earlier when his panic left no room for thought, Fang Ping realized he might not be in immediate danger. If the other party truly intended to harm him, they would have observed him first. Otherwise, there would have been no need to rent the apartment. He's just an ordinary student. For a warrior to kill him, it would be all too easy. Since there's no immediate danger, now's the time to try and figure out the other party's identity. Just those morning steamed buns alone can't prove anything. Plenty of ordinary people have big appetites. The whole day, Fang Ping kept to himself, scribbling and sketching. Occasionally, he'd circle around for some casual questioning with Wu Zhihao and the others. By the time school let out in the afternoon, Fang Ping had roughly formulated a plan in his mind. Though not a martial artist, he was no genuine teenager either. As someone approaching 30, he possessed at least far greater psychological maturity than these high school students. Jinghu Garden Residential Area. As soon as classes ended, Fang Ping hurried home. School didn't let out early today. Fang Yuan came home earlier than he did, and their mother was bustling about in the kitchen as usual. As soon as he stepped through the door, Fang Ping first went to the bathroom, then wandered around the backyard for a while. Fang Yuan, who was watching TV, looked slightly surprised. Had her big brother changed his ways? These past few days, the thing Fang Ping had done most often upon seeing her was pinch her cheeks. She had just gotten ready, but then Fang Ping came home, wandering around east and west, completely ignoring her. When Fang Ping eventually made his way back to the living room, Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Fang Ping, what are you looking for? Did you lose some money?" Fang Ping chuckled and replied, "Your brother here is broke as a drum, where would I get money to lose?" Then, raising his voice slightly, Fang Ping added, "Mom, is that uncle upstairs at home? What's wrong?" In the kitchen, Li Yueying curiously asked why her son was inquiring about the tenant upstairs. "I just noticed something in the bathroom. It looks like there might be a slight leak from the ceiling upstairs. Maybe the new tenant upstairs didn't realize and caused some water to seep through?" "Really?" Li Yueying hadn't paid much attention to it and replied offhandedly, "If it's not too serious, just let it be. Old houses are always like this anyway. I should go say hello since the uncle upstairs is home. He just moved in, probably doesn't know the neighborhood well yet." Hearing her son say this, Li Yueying didn't stop him. "He should be home," she said. "I saw him bringing groceries back this afternoon, and haven't heard his door open since." The walls between floors were thin. You could hear whenever someone opened or closed a door loudly. Fang Ping didn't press further and stepped out, preparing to go upstairs to find someone. Fang Yuan was somewhat speechless seeing him actually intending to go up and greet them. Previously, Fang Ping wouldn't have bothered with such matters. His behavior had grown increasingly peculiar lately. Second floor. Fang Ping took a slight breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He reached out and knocked on the security door. The house was silent, as if no one was home. Fang Ping didn't give up and knocked again, calling out, "Hello, is anyone home? I'm from downstairs, is anyone home?" After knocking several times in succession, the interior door behind the security gate opened, revealing Huang Bin slightly furrowing his brows. However, he soon broke into a simple, honest smile and said, "Sorry, I didn't hear you before." "You are?" "Hello uncle, I live downstairs. Yesterday my mom mentioned that Auntie Chen's apartment had been rented out." Fang Ping briefly explained with some embarrassment, "Uncle, here's the thing, our neighborhood is a bit old in this area, and the pipes have deteriorated badly. Plus, when Aunt Chen renovated before, the waterproofing in the bathroom wasn't done very well. I just checked, and it seems there's some water seeping through in my bathroom. You probably weren't aware of the situation, so I came up to take a look." Huang Bin's eyebrows twitched slightly. The landlord had mentioned this yesterday, but he hadn't paid much attention when taking a shower last night. Was this a visit to demand an explanation? Still, it was only a minor issue, and Huang Bin didn't want to make a scene and attract unnecessary attention. Upon hearing this, he quickly smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I just moved in and wasn't entirely clear about it. I'll be more careful next time." "No problem, it's just an old habit," she replied. While Fang Ping was speaking, he noticed the guy still wasn't opening the door, so he added, "Uncle, look, would it be okay for me to check your bathroom? Maybe it's not an issue on your side, it could be that the main pipe is leaking again. If it's the main pipe leaking, we'll still need to call someone to fix it. Otherwise, in a few days, the house will become unlivable. Huang Bin frowned slightly but quickly nodded. Fine, go ahead and check. If it's my problem, I can call someone to fix it too. I'm sorry for the trouble, Fong Ping said politely, and Huang Bin opened the security door to let him in. Fong Ping casually glanced around the interior. He had actually been here before when Aunt Chen lived upstairs and sometimes came to visit. Not much had changed from his memory. Huang Bin had just moved in yesterday and probably hadn't had time to make any alterations. With just a quick glance, Fong Ping noticed the half-drawn curtains on the balcony but chose not to comment. A grown man, holed up at home with the curtains half-closed in broad daylight, that was clearly a bit unusual. Without dwelling on it, Fong Ping walked toward the bathroom with a smile, saying as he went, "Uncle, you're home from work quite early. I thought you hadn't returned yet." Huang Bin casually explained, "I'm not off work early. I just arrived in Yangcheng and am still looking for a job. Haven't officially started working yet. These past few days, he's had to stay cooped up here, rarely going out, so naturally, he couldn't claim to be coming back from work." "Oh, what line of work are you in, Uncle?" "My dad works at the ceramics factory in the suburbs. He's been there for quite a few years. Actually, the factory is hiring recently, maybe I could talk to my dad about it." No need. I've almost got a job sorted out, so don't trouble yourself." Huang Bin grew somewhat impatient. This kid sure had a lot of unnecessary concerns. Fong Ping didn't press further when he saw his reaction, but he still took note of it. So he wasn't from Yangcheng? He stepped into the bathroom, glanced around, and meticulously inspected the plumbing with exaggerated seriousness. After a while, Fong Ping sighed in relief and said, "It shouldn't be an issue with the main pipe. Uncle, from now on, it'd be best if you could use a basin to collect water when showering." "Sorry for the inconvenience." No problem. I'll certainly pay attention from now on." Huang Bin was quite agreeable, though somewhat impatient. He had other matters to attend to, and this kid still hadn't left. Fong Ping didn't linger much longer. Casually glancing at Huang Bin's hand out of the corner of his eye, he then smiled and said, "Uncle, I'll head down first then. Since you've just moved in, if you need any help, just ask me or my dad." "Alright, I'll definitely speak up if needed." After exchanging a few more words, Fong Ping walked downstairs under Huang Bin's gaze. As Fong Ping descended the stairs, Huang Bin closed the door behind him, shaking his head slightly without giving it much thought. Downstairs, Fong Ping furrowed his brow. Though their conversation had been brief and casual, he had already picked up on quite a few clues. The other man was almost certainly a martial artist. Martial artists may look no different from ordinary people, but upon closer inspection, there are still some distinguishing features. Had Fong Ping never encountered a martial artist before, he would have overlooked many such details. Yet he had just met Wang Jinyang not long ago. Wang Jinyang also appeared no different from an ordinary person, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. That counted as one minor distinguishing trait. Moreover, Wang Jinyang's palms were rough, covered with calluses. Martial arts training isn't cultivating immortality. There's no such blessing as leveling up through mere meditation. Tempering the body is arduous labor, and having hands and feet covered with calluses is commonplace. And the longer one trains in martial arts, the thicker these calluses become. As for rebirth, casting off mortal flesh or attaining delicate skin, lower-grade martial artists shouldn't hold such hopes, while Fong Ping wasn't sure about high-grade practitioners either. Just now, while talking to Huang Bin, he seemed to casually glance around, but was actually observing the other's palms. Huang Bin probably never expected a student would probe him, so he didn't bother concealing anything. The man's palms were densely covered with calluses, and not the kind from hard manual labor. There's actually a difference between the two. The calluses from hard manual labor are completely different from those of a martial artist. Ordinary students might not pay attention to this, but Fong Ping wouldn't overlook it. Combined with the fact that the other person had a huge appetite, Fong Ping felt he could come to a conclusion. That person was undoubtedly a martial artist. Even if not officially a martial artist, they must have dedicated years to martial training. Without a job and no intention of finding one, he holed up in his rented apartment all day. Taken together, all the signs pointed to this guy being shady. Having confirmed his suspicions, Fong Ping realized he really needed to take this seriously. A seemingly shady character living right above him while he himself had some undeniable issues meant he had to prepare for the worst. What should I do now? Fong Ping fell into thought once more. Passive waiting? Keep waiting like this, and one might lose their life waiting. It's not an impossible outcome. Call the police? But the other party hasn't actually made a move against me yet. What kind of police report would that even be? Looking for an expert to help? Ridiculous. Where would I even find one? After much deliberation, it seemed this matter would have to rely on myself. Strike first to gain the upper hand? The sudden emergence of this thought startled Fong Ping himself. When had he become so audacious? He's a martial artist. Forget about whether he could do anything to the other guy. What if he guessed wrong? That would be breaking the law. A moment of hesitation flickered in his heart, but soon, Fong Ping gritted his teeth. He had to try. It wasn't like he had to kill the guy. Truth be told, Fong Ping didn't have the guts to take a life right now. Whether it's a bad guy or a good guy, as long as you don't kill them, just report it to the police afterward. If it's a good person, then explain things clearly. Chances are there won't be much trouble. He's just a student, caught up in the heat of the moment, thinking the other person is a criminal, helping the police catch bad guys. At worst, if they catch the wrong person, it'll just result in some criticism and education afterward. But if it's a bad guy, then even better, proactively resolving the crisis is always preferable to passively waiting for disaster to strike. As for how to catch the other party, martial artists aren't immortals in modern society. There are plenty of ways to deal with them. If Fong Ping were also a martial artist, they'd be on guard against him. But Fong Ping was just an ordinary student who would take him seriously. Huang Bin probably never imagined that before he could even trouble Fong Ping would already be planning to strike first. Chapter 25, Arrangements. Although Fong Ping believed it was better to rely on oneself than others, yet when push came to shove, he realized he needed to think things through carefully. After some deliberation, Fong Ping decided to try calling the police first. If that proved useless, he could always find another way himself. That evening, Fong Ping found an excuse to leave the residential compound and made an anonymous call to report a suspicion from a public phone. As expected, since Fong Ping was unwilling to reveal his identity, he merely voiced his suspicion that the tenant upstairs might be a bad person. Unsurprisingly, the woman who took the call was at a loss for words, though she refrained from speaking harshly. She could only console him vaguely, saying, "We will definitely protect everyone's lives and property. We'll send someone to patrol the area." As for whether they were really tracking him or not, Fong Ping didn't need to use his brain to know the truth. This was perfectly normal. Police resources were limited, and without solid evidence, they couldn't dispatch a large force just based on suspicion. If they insisted on doing so, the police might as well stop doing any other work and spend all their time handling matters like this. There were countless false reports every day. Unless Fong Ping claimed he was about to die right now, the chances of anyone showing up were pretty low. Besides, Fong Ping didn't reveal his identity, so the other party definitely wouldn't come. Truth be told, Fong Ping wasn't unwilling to report under his real name. He was mainly worried the guy upstairs might have connections to find out. If he used his real name and that person had ill intentions, things might escalate immediately. By reporting anonymously as John Doe, even if discovered, there were so many residents in the complex. His suspicious behavior naturally raised doubts, but no one would have guessed it was Fong Ping. Playing the role of a nosy Chaoyang auntie had yielded no results, leaving Fong Ping somewhat frustrated. After all, Yangcheng wasn't a major metropolis, with limited police resources and oversight. People generally preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. For cases involving no actual crime, especially those reported via payphones, authorities rarely took action. This time, Fong Ping had no choice but to abandon the idea of seeking help from the police. He could only rely on himself. Once he took down the opponent, he would search for evidence first. If found, reporting to the police wouldn't be too late. Nothing found. Fong Ping rubbed his forehead. If he truly couldn't find anything, he would still have to make some noise. Since we can't find evidence of the crime upstairs, let's find evidence within ourselves. A passionate young man just trying to help the police catch bad guys might cross some lines, then later admit his mistakes to the officers. This way, the police would have to pay attention. Whether the other party is good or bad, they'd still draw the authorities' scrutiny. A good person? That's fine, just honestly admit the mistake afterward and actively compensate. A bad person? Even better, settle it once and for all, and maybe even earn a commendation. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Ping felt that regardless of the outcome, the worst that could happen was a lecture and some criticism, hardly a significant loss. Compared to having his life threatened, this outcome was well within his tolerance. Having figured this out, Fong Ping felt much more at ease and began to calmly plan how he might best subdue this guy. That evening, Fong Ping continued his physical training in the backyard. But as he exercised, he kept glancing at the second-floor window, feeling as though someone was watching him. "He's observing me." Fong Ping had reached a conclusion. He became increasingly certain that the guy upstairs had designs on him. In reality, this could be considered a fortunate coincidence. Huang Bin had indeed watched from upstairs for a while, but he had his own matters to attend to and didn't actually linger for long. The next day. That morning, when Fong Ping was leaving for school, he ran into Huang Bin again, who was just returning from buying breakfast. Yesterday morning, Huang Bin pretended not to know Fong Ping, so there was no need to greet him. But meeting Fong Ping in the evening, you could say we got acquainted. So when they crossed paths again, in order to maintain his simple, honest persona, Huang Bin greeted Fong Ping with an earnest smile. If he had just ignored him, it would have been fine, but seeing that sly grin made Fong Ping mentally repeat the old saying, unwarranted kindness is either wicked or deceitful. If Huang Bin were to find out about this idea, he would surely be driven mad with frustration. Greeting him would be showing unnecessary kindness without reason. Not greeting him would probably make Fong Ping think, this guy is deliberately pretending not to know me. This is exactly what the proverb doubting a neighbor stole your axe means. When you suspect someone, no matter what they do, it aligns with your suspicions. Now Fong Ping suspected Huang Bin meant him harm, and the more he looked at him, the more obvious it became that this guy was no good. Fong Ping became certain this guy harbored ill intentions, which only strengthened his resolve to deal with him first. With careful planning against an unsuspecting target, there were ways to take him down. That morning at school, Fong Ping appeared engrossed in his textbook, but in reality, he was calculating his next move. As soon as morning classes ended, Fong Ping vanished in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan watched him dash away so swiftly and could only sigh with admiration, murmuring, such great stamina, while feeling envy. By the time afternoon classes began, Fong Ping arrived at school just in the nick of time. No one noticed the few small packets now tucked in Fong Ping's pocket. To bring someone down, sleeping pills and sedatives are the most effective, though these are prescription drugs and hard to obtain. Fong Ping wasn't planning to buy them anyway. Those drugs usually take effect slowly and aren't particularly strong. Besides, if the target happened to be a martial artist, their bodily resistance would be far greater than an ordinary person's, rendering standard sleeping pills useless. Unless they were administered in massive doses, but the guy upstairs wasn't stupid. Why would he willingly swallow a handful of suspicious white pills? Only an idiot would fall for that. An average student would probably be at a loss by this point. Unfortunately, Fong Ping isn't your average student. At noon, Fong Ping visited an adult novelty shop. In his past life, one of Fong Ping's journalist friends had conducted an undercover investigation into the notorious date rape drugs that were making headlines at the time. It turns out that knocking someone unconscious and causing memory loss in just a few seconds is complete nonsense. If such drugs truly existed, the entire field of anesthesiology would have been obsolete long ago. However, there do exist drugs similar to anesthetics but far more potent drugs that incapacitate better than standard anesthesia. These incapacitating agents amplify sedative compounds, prioritizing immediate effect over safety, often carrying severe side effects. Feeling nauseous and dizzy for several days was a normal occurrence for him. One of Fong Ping's friends personally experimented by drinking a small amount of memory-erasing water. Although he didn't lose consciousness, he became mentally foggy and physically weak. Fong Ping was present at the time and openly took his friend's wallet right in front of him. Later, the friend recounted that he was aware of what was happening but completely powerless to stop it. His limbs were too weak to move, and he couldn't even form words to protest. However, the effects weren't as astonishing as rumors claimed. He fell into a drowsy state for nearly 20 minutes. Perhaps it was because he drank too little, but fearing harm from drinking more, his friend didn't dare to continue the experiment. It was precisely this experience that allowed Fong Ping to learn where he could buy this stuff. In reality, at that time, some adult stores were almost openly selling it, and the price wasn't even steep. At noon, Fong Ping visited several shops and spent 400 yuan to buy 3 small bags at once. According to the owner, the effect was astonishingly potent. However, he didn't recommend Fong Ping use it himself. With the medicine purchased, the next step was naturally figuring out how to make the other party ingest it. Fong Ping was concerned that martial artists might have strong resistance, but the shop owner assured him 5 milliliters would suffice for an ordinary person. This time, Fong Ping bought 3 small bottles totaling 50 milliliters. 10 times the dosage. Even a martial artist would be paralyzed and delirious by now, right? But considering that overdoing it might kill someone, Fong Ping ultimately decided to use less. Severe side effects were better than death. The guy upstairs never cooks, always eats out. Back then, there was no Meituan or ele.me delivery service. Getting takeout meant going out to buy it yourself. However, Fong Ping also noticed last night that when the guy upstairs went down to throw out the trash, there were takeout boxes. This implies he didn't eat out but brought food back instead, probably worried that others might suspect something if they saw him eating too much. Without delivery drivers, making a move would be much trickier. Fong Ping kept brainstorming, how could he make the other person ingest it? His current identity as a student and downstairs neighbor provided considerable cover. Surely that guy wouldn't be on guard against him? All day long, Fong Ping plotted how to take that guy down. It wasn't until school ended that Fong Ping shook his head, feeling slightly frustrated. The more he thought about it, the more he seemed like some kind of major villain. Suppressing such thoughts, he consoled himself. At worst, he'd just make the guy dizzy for a few days. He could always compensate him afterward. It's not like it's a woman. How could they possibly take advantage? If they really were a bad person, then he'd just be doing society a favor by taking them out. Once home, Fong Ping locked himself in his room and mixed several bottles of knockout drops together. After some thought, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and layered a jacket over it. This way, it'll also help cover things up. When Fong Ping came out of the room, Fong Yuan looked astonished. What had happened to her older brother this time? Fong Ping, aren't you hot? Though April weather isn't as intense as summer, the temperature was still quite high nowadays. Fong Ping suddenly put on an extra coat when he got home. Was he feeling sick? Only when he saw his younger sister did Fong Ping snap back to reality. If she were a martial artist and happened to be immune to his charm, that could spell trouble. With the whole family at home in the evening, it wasn't the safest time. During daytime both parents were out, and Fong Yuan had school to attend. It seems better to go during the day, to avoid any accidents. Thinking this, Fong Ping quickly took off his coat and said with a laugh, "It's nothing, I just felt a bit cold earlier." "Are you sick?" Fong Yuan asked with concern. Fong Ping was about to deny it, but after a pause, he nodded and said, "I do feel a bit unwell. Maybe I'll take tomorrow morning off, a good sleep should fix it." Hearing this, Fong Yuan even went up to feel his forehead specifically, sensing no fever and feeling slightly relieved. That evening, upon learning Fong Ping wasn't feeling well and would take leave the next morning, Fong Mingrong and Li Yueying both inquired with concern for a while. Fong Ping said it wasn't serious, and though the couple was still somewhat worried, they didn't press further. They just thought that if he still felt unwell tomorrow, they'd have to take him to the hospital. Li Yueying had originally planned to take leave the next day to care for her son, but Fong Ping firmly refused. Seeing that her son didn't appear to be too seriously ill, Li Yueying didn't insist further. That evening, however, she gave Fong Ping another 100 yuan, telling him to take a taxi to the hospital if anything came up. With everything settled, Fong Ping felt somewhat relieved. Now all that was left was to wait for the right opportunity to act tomorrow. Chapter 26, Schemes Asterisk. Thanks to Yucheo's generous reward as an ally. Asterisk. Friday, April 11th. Fong Ping used his father's antiquated mobile phone to request a half-day leave from his homeroom teacher that morning. Luanguo was deeply concerned, repeatedly urging Fong Ping over the phone to rest well and recover his health. The current Fong Ping was no longer the Fong Ping of before. Martial arts exam prospects looked promising. With the martial arts exam approaching imminently, Luanguo felt like crying at the thought of falling ill at this critical moment. Only when Fong Ping mentioned he was just feeling slightly unwell did Luanguo relent. After giving some earnest advice, he readily approved Fong Ping's request for leave with utmost sincerity. Only then did Fong Mingrong and his wife truly believe that their son genuinely had promising prospects in the martial arts examination. The homeroom teacher's level of concern wouldn't have been necessary if there weren't prospects for the martial arts program. Previously skeptical of his older brother's boasting, Fong Yuan now had no choice but to believe. It seemed his brother really hadn't been exaggerating. His little sister was practically questioning reality. Could her older brother really qualify for the martial arts program? Seeing her utterly unconvinced expression, Fong Ping found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. Soon, father and mother left for work, and Fong Yuan went to school. The house was left with only Fong Ping alone. Although it was very quiet upstairs, Fong Ping was certain that fellow was still home. A total shut-in. Apart from eating, Fong Ping never saw the other person leave their home. Of course, other homebodies would either surf the internet, watch TV, or do something else while staying in. But Fong Ping was certain that the person upstairs wasn't doing either of those things. Their internet had been disconnected long ago, and the TV had never been turned on. This kind of person, holed up at home, who knows what mischief they're brewing. Fong Ping strongly suspected that the guy might presently be lurking by the window or pressing his ear against the floor, eavesdropping on his household's movements. Fong Ping wasn't sure whether martial artists excel in all aspects, including hearing. Thus, even at home, he remained cautious and rarely uttered anything inappropriate. Including his earlier trip upstairs for observation and taking leave today, Fong Ping had followed every procedure step by step, never appearing abrupt. Not rushing upstairs to seek opportunities, Fong Ping wandered around the house for a while, put on his jacket, and tucked the small vial of potion into his sleeve with the bottle opening facing his palm. After experimenting several times with his own cup, Fong Ping felt he could pour it in quickly enough and finally relaxed a little. The potion had no detectable smell, but he wondered if it would have any taste when drunk. Fong Ping felt somewhat uneasy, so he took just a tiny bit from the bottle and mixed it into the water, taking a small sip. He savored it on his tongue, finding it seemingly no different from normal water. Fong Ping quickly spat it out, only then revealing a smile on his face. Colorless and tasteless, better than he had imagined. Martial artists were human too. Even if their senses of smell and taste were sharper, they likely wouldn't detect it easily. Fong Ping didn't think anyone could remain perpetually vigilant, especially since he was such a well-behaved student. After lying in bed for a while, Fong Ping finally got up around 9 a.m. and headed toward his kitchen. Entering the kitchen, he picked up the thermos and muttered to himself, "No hot water left at home? Taking medicine without hot water makes it so hard to swallow." With a sigh, Fong Ping took several cold pills and carried his water cup, walking straight out. Second floor. Bang bang bang. Huang Bin, who had been rifling through packages, froze when he heard the knock on the door, his expression flickering slightly. Hurriedly shoving the package beneath the couch, Huang Bin held his breath and remained motionless. "Uncle, are you home?" The voice outside the door made Huang Bin frown. It was that kid again. A hint of impatience flickered across his face. He had been living a reclusive life precisely to avoid social interactions, yet this kid had already come twice in just 2 days. Though tempted to ignore it, Huang Bin finally responded after a brief hesitation, "Coming, just a moment." Outside the door, Huang Bin opened the door, grinning goofily as he said, "No school today?" Fang Ping rubbed his forehead and responded with some distress, "Not sure if it's all the stress lately, but I've been dizzy, took half the morning off." "Uncle, do you have any hot water at your place? I was about to take some medicine when I realized there's no hot water at home. Boiling some would take a while, so I came up here." Huang Bin understood, but his frustration only grew. This guy really doesn't see himself as an outsider, coming to borrow water just because his own place ran out. Despite his impatience, Huang Bin forced a smile and said, "I've got hot water here. Come on in. Thank you for your trouble, uncle. Don't mention it." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Ping entered the house carrying a water glass. Huang Bin pointed toward the kitchen and said, "The water kettle's over there. Need any help?" "Don't stand on ceremony, uncle, I can do it myself." Fang Ping hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Then glancing at the half-drawn curtains on the balcony, he remarked casually, "It's a bit dark in here. Are these curtains not working properly, uncle?" "They're fine." "Oh, I thought they might be broken." Huang Bin grew even more speechless. Why did you have to meddle in everything? But with this fellow's reminder, Huang Bin also realized it was somewhat inappropriate. Having the curtains drawn at home in broad daylight wasn't really suitable indeed. Seeing Fang Ping heading to the kitchen, Huang Bin didn't follow him and instead walked toward the balcony, intending to open the curtains. Fang Ping quietly sighed in relief. He'd rehearsed this speech countless times in his mind. Huang Bin indeed acted according to his usual pattern. Of course, even if he hadn't gone to the balcony, Fang Ping still had other tricks up his sleeve. Now it actually saved them trouble. Without wasting any time, Fang Ping went straight into the kitchen, picked up the thermos, and first poured himself a cup of water. Then, swiftly pulling out the small vial from his sleeve, he popped open the stopper and poured the liquid directly into the thermos. After finishing these tasks, Fang Ping tucked the medicine bottle into his pocket, secured the cap, and then picked up the water glass to head out of the kitchen. Once out of the kitchen, he saw Huang Bin had already drawn the curtains and was walking toward the kitchen. Fang Ping didn't panic. If someone standing opposite him was a martial artist capable of sensing his racing heartbeat, that would mean trouble. Seeing Huang Bin approach, Fang Ping raised the water glass with a smile and said, "Thank you, uncle." "It's nothing." Huang Bin didn't say much more, falling silent after finishing his words. This kid should be leaving now that he'd poured the water. Who would have thought Fang Ping seemed completely unaware of his host's impatience, showing no intention of leaving at all. Fang Ping had no choice. Without surveillance, how could he know when Huang Bin would drink the water? All he could do was wait and watch, seizing the opportunity only after seeing the other take a sip. Otherwise, if time is missed, even if the other person really drank the water, it would be useless without knowing. Even if this guy didn't notice it the first time and drank the water, he would definitely realize something was wrong afterward. Finding a second chance would be almost impossible. Not to mention, suspicion would fall on me, so this opportunity is truly the only one. In this situation, Fang Ping naturally wouldn't leave. He'd wait to see the other person drink the water with his own eyes. Without caring what Huang Bin might think, Fang Ping held the cup while drinking, popped a few cold pills, then asked, "Uncle, do you usually live here alone?" My family's all back in the countryside. I came to Yangcheng alone for work." Fang Ping cursed inwardly. "Couldn't you at least lie better? Do I look that stupid to you? Those who work part-time jobs aren't looking for work, yet they rent places all by themselves, spending dozens to hundreds on takeout every day. As if I haven't met working folks before?" Though he cursed outwardly, Fang Ping's expression softened with sympathy. "Your son must really miss you. I feel the same way. When my dad's out working, he usually comes home late, and sometimes I don't see him the whole day. I miss him then. By the way, uncle, does your TV work?" My dad took out the smart card from our TV, saying I shouldn't watch television during my senior year of high school. It's been so long since I've watched TV. Huang Bin's face turned green with anger. That little bastard downstairs really had some nerve. Coming to ask for water was one thing, but now they even wanted to watch TV at his place. Have you ever thought about my feelings? But considering the youth and social inexperience of the other person, Huang Bin suppressed his impatience and said, "On my side." Before he could finish speaking, Fang Ping had already walked into the living room, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. As soon as the TV turned on, Fang Ping exclaimed excitedly, "Uncle, can I watch TV here for a while?" "Damn it!" Huang Bin was nearly cursing in his heart. "I haven't even agreed yet, and here you are, flipping on the TV and settling into the sofa. What can I even say?" He'd thought about claiming the TV was broken, but how could he say that now? He was playing the nice guy, and with no one else home, he had no excuse to kick the guest out. Maybe he could say he needed to go out? But now he wished no one would notice him. Going out in broad daylight, what if he drew attention? After some mental calculation, Hwang Bin suppressed his impatience and forced a smile. It's fine. Watch as long as you'd like. Uncle, do you like watching sports? Want to watch together? That's alright, I'm fine with watching anything. Hwang Bin sighed inwardly again. Fine, he'd endure for a while, the kid would have to go to school eventually. Didn't they say he'd taken the whole morning off? At worst, he'd only have to put up with this until lunchtime. Having reasoned this through, but with outsider Fong Ping present, Hwang Bin couldn't very well do anything else. He had no choice but to sit on one end of the sofa and stare blankly at the television. Fong Ping was also staring at the television, looking completely absorbed, though inwardly feeling rather anxious. When on earth is this guy going to drink some water? Once he drinks it, I'll leave immediately and knock again in 20 minutes. 20 minutes should be enough for the drug to take effect. Even if he doesn't pass out completely, he should at least be weakened by then. Hwang Bin watched TV for almost half an hour without showing any intention to drink water. Fong Ping had no choice but to stand up with a teacup and say, Uncle, I'll refill some water. I'm really thirsty, let me pour you a cup too. Without waiting for Hwang Bin's refusal, Fong Ping walked straight into the kitchen. Instead of directly pouring water, Fong Ping carried the thermos into the living room, poured himself a cup first, then filled Hwang Bin's teacup to the brim. Hwang Bin really didn't feel like talking now, this kid was acting way too familiar for someone they just met. If he weren't trying to avoid drawing attention, he'd have loved to toss this guy straight out the window right now. What Hwang Bin was thinking didn't concern Fong Ping in the slightest. Glancing briefly at the cup in front of Hwang Bin, Fong Ping left his own glass untouched as well, keeping his eyes glued to the TV as if completely absorbed, forgetting even to drink his water. People are easily influenced by psychological cues. If there's no water in front of you, you wouldn't necessarily go out of your way to drink some. But place a glass of water before you, and even when not thirsty, you'll often drink some subconsciously. Especially when someone pours water for you even without thirst, most would still take a sip. Just now, Fong Ping deliberately poured water for Hwang Bin, completing this psychological suggestion. Fong Ping was fine, he could distract himself with the TV, but Hwang Bin obviously wasn't in the mood for television. At this moment, with nothing else to do, drinking some water could also help ease the mood. Within minutes, Hwang Bin shifted his body, leaned forward a bit, and casually picked up the water glass in front of him. For a fleeting moment, Fong Ping felt his heart stop beating. To avoid appearing suspicious, Fong Ping kept his eyes glued to the TV screen and muttered, "Still no goal, hurry up and score already." In reality, Fong Ping was being overly cautious. Hwang Bin was wary of many people, the investigative bureau, visiting martial artists, other suspicious individuals, yet it never crossed his mind to suspect Fong Ping, a teenager, still a student. He had no grudge against him. Even if he had once considered crippling him, hadn't he ultimately taken no action? Under these circumstances, would a teenager really scheme against him? Not just Hwang Bin, probably no one would entertain such thoughts. When Wang Jinyang previously visited the school, Fong Ping and his classmates hosted him and treated him to drinks. Would Wang Jinyang ever suspect someone had poisoned the beverage? If everyone were this paranoid, they'd have developed neurosis long ago. Thus, many of Fong Ping's concealment efforts were essentially pointless. Hwang Bin never considered such possibilities, so he drank naturally, lifting the cup and taking a big sip. A warrior drinks water, not like a maiden who takes delicate little sips. One gulp and the cup was already half empty. Seeing this, Fong Ping didn't linger. He suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I left the gas on at home. Uncle, I'd better head down now." Hwang Bin couldn't wait for him to leave. Instantly smiling, he said, "Alright, come visit again when you're free." "Thank you, Uncle. I'll come back after sorting things out." Hwang Bin suddenly felt like slapping his own mouth. Serves me right for running my mouth. This kid acts way too familiar. Why did I say that? Must have water in my brain. Too bad there's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Hwang Bin managed to exchange a few perfunctory pleasantries before watching Fong Ping hurry out the door and down the stairs. Once Fong Ping left, Hwang Bin rubbed his temples feeling somewhat parched. He picked up his water glass and took another sip. Shaking his head, he paid no further mind to Fong Ping and retrieved the package from beneath the sofa. Anticipating the young man's possible return, Hwang Bin carried the package into his room to avoid being seen with it later. Chapter 27 Fong Ping, the Ultimate Villain, Extra Chapter for Leader Ye Chao. Downstairs, Fong Ping didn't go home at all. Instead, he immediately exited the apartment building and found a hiding spot outside. He was worried that the other person hadn't yet felt the effects of the drug and might realize he had been set up, then come downstairs to confront him. Fong Ping remained extremely wary of martial artists. Though he had accidentally poured all 3 potions in just now, by all rights, avoiding casualties should be counted as a fortunate outcome. Martial artists can withstand it anyway. Fong Ping figured they probably wouldn't die. Hell, the other guy might still have some fight left in him. Wait outside for now, we'll go up later to test the waters. Room 201. Hwang Bin entered the room and hid the package, when suddenly his vision began to blur. He shook his head, but abruptly, his legs turned weak beneath him, almost making him collapse to the floor. Damn it! Sensing this situation, Huang Bin's first thought wasn't Fong Ping, but the Yang City Investigation Bureau. He had been discovered, and worse, ambushed. How had his opponent managed to ambush him? With his mind clouded and groggy, Huang Bin was overwhelmed with terror and disbelief. He was certain that no one was monitoring him after his move here. Every day before going out, he remained vigilant. Those guys from Yangcheng couldn't surveil him without him realizing it. Last time had been the same, he'd detected those Yangcheng operatives watching him almost immediately. Besides, he'd only gone out this morning to buy some breakfast. Breakfast? Could there be drugs in the breakfast? But it's been 2 or 3 hours since eating. What kind of drug takes effect this slowly? Even now, Huang Bin still hadn't thought of Fong Ping. His head was spinning, and Huang Bin didn't have time to think much. Feeling his limbs go weak, Huang Bin grew frantic. He couldn't keep going like this. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. Ignoring the pain, he forced himself to turn and grab the bag before crawling with immense effort toward the windowsill. To his surprise, the room's window actually had security bars installed. Damn it! Huang Bin's head was splitting with pain, and by now he could feel his limbs growing increasingly numb. The thought of those detectives from Yangcheng possibly waiting outside made his blood run cold. He didn't dare use the main entrance. His only hope was to jump through the window and see if he could find a way to escape. Struggling to shuffle from the bedroom to the living room, Huang Bin angrily pounded his thighs with his fists. His limbs now felt completely beyond his control. That bastard Fong Ping had used far too much of the drug. Even accounting for a martial artist's heightened resistance, Huang Bin was merely second rank after all. Administering a dosage 10 times the normal amount, Fong Ping's dose would have left an ordinary person drooling and unconscious by this point. Huang Bin could still move at this moment, which speaks volumes about his condition. Huang Bin had no time to feel proud of his resistance. With sheer willpower and a desperate desire to survive, he finally managed to drag himself near the balcony. Just then, the door suddenly rattled with knocking. Bang bang bang! Uncle, I'm here to watch TV. Uncle, are you still home? Huang Bin was in a daze, barely maintaining consciousness. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered with the little one outside the door. At this point, he couldn't afford to hide his identity any longer. But suddenly, Huang Bin's mind snapped back to clarity. Right, take a hostage. At this moment, even if I were to jump out the window, the chances of escape would be slim given my current condition. But as long as I take a hostage, especially a high school senior preparing for the martial arts college entrance exam, I'm certain Yangcheng authorities wouldn't dare ignore this kid's life. As if clutching at his last lifeline, Huang Bin summoned all his willpower and turned to stumble toward the doorway. Before the detectives realize I've fallen into their trap, I'll capture this kid first. That'll give me leverage. At the doorway, Fong Ping kept knocking on the door, but after a while, there was still no sound from inside. Fong Ping guessed that the guy must have fallen for it. Yet Fong Ping didn't dare let his guard down completely. Behind his back, he still held a rather thick wooden stick. If no one answered the door, that would be for the best. Later, he could climb over from his own courtyard to take a look. If someone opens the door, then adapt to the situation. If the other person falls for it, then hit them with a stick according to the circumstances. If the trick fails, just say the drain is clogged and you're here to unclog it. That's right, unclogging the drain. Fong Ping silently pumped himself up. Having calculated all possible responses in his mind, Fong Ping continued knocking on the door, calling out with harmless innocence, "Uncle, are you home? Could he have gone out? Maybe I should come back later." Fong Ping muttered to himself when suddenly he heard faint footsteps from inside the door. After a short while, the inner door behind the security gate creaked open. Huang Bin's vision was already swimming, and he couldn't even clearly see the person outside. He mumbled vaguely, "Come in. Uncle, are you alright?" Fong Ping didn't dare enter at this moment and instinctively took a slight step back. He cautiously asked, "You don't look so good? Are you sick?" Huang Bin was already feeling on the verge of fainting and had no time for idle chatter, arduously managing to open the security door. Gasping heavily, he said, "See, come in. Uncle, do you want me to call a doctor for you? Or even the police? You don't look so good." Huang Bin felt like his head was about to explode. "Call the damn police, my ass. This kid had been here for so long, and the investigator station downstairs might come up any minute now." Seizing what little strength he had left, Huang Bin wasted no more words and immediately reached out to grab Fong Ping. Fong Ping had anticipated this long ago and quickly took several steps back. Huang Bin froze briefly, and in that moment, Fong Ping also noticed how badly weakened he was. No question about it, this guy had just tried to seize him, which clearly marked him as no good. According to the logic of a good-hearted person, feeling unwell would naturally prompt the first thought of asking Fong Ping to call a doctor. Yet this guy's immediate idea was actually to grab hold of him. If someone claimed this fellow was good, Fong Ping would dare to swallow the stick in his hand whole. At this moment, Fong Ping was completely certain every suspicion he'd had before was true. Without hesitation, since some martial artist wanted to cause trouble, perhaps even take his life, there was no need to show courtesy to such a person. His right hand, hidden behind his back, instantly swung the wooden club straight at Huang Bin's head. "It's that damned little brat." This was Huang Bin's immediate reaction. He was actually being guarded against, even prepared with a stick. Even in his muddled state, he knew exactly who had set him up. To think it wasn't an enemy, nor someone from the investigation bureau, nor even one of those outsider martial artists. Huang Bin, of all people, had been tricked by a damned fool. "You beast." He didn't say those words aloud, nor did he have time to. At the moment Fang Ping's stick came down, Huang Bin barely managed to raise his right hand, not to counterattack, but to shield his head. Under normal circumstances, unharmed as he was, he would have kicked Fang Ping to death in the time it took for the stick to fall. But now, with his limbs weak and barely able to stand, it was already a testament to his exceptionally strong willpower. Bang! The stick didn't hit Huang Bin's head, but landed on his arm instead. Fang Ping's expression shifted. For an ordinary person, avoiding a broken bone from that strike would have been considered lucky. Yet when his stick struck the opponent's arm, it felt like hitting a concrete wall. The wooden rod actually rebounded back. At this moment, though still unaware of how terrifying martial artists could truly be, Fang Ping realized just how formidable his opponent's physique was. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Fang Ping couldn't afford to think too much. Originally he hadn't dared use full strength, fearing killing someone would cause trouble. Now there was no time for such considerations. Yanking back the wooden stick, Fang Ping mustered all his strength and swung down again. Bang! Huang Bin once again blocked the stick with his arm, but the pain from these two successive blows somewhat cleared the haze in his mind. The thought that he'd actually been outsmarted by some idiot kid sent Huang Bin into a rage, and he bit down hard on his tongue. In that instant, Huang Bin seemed to find a surge of energy, shuffling one small step toward the door. Then Huang Bin abandoned all defense, swinging his fists forward with every ounce of strength left. Even in this state, he was still a peak second-grade martial artist. He'd make sure this bastard understood that a warrior wasn't someone to be trifled with. Fang Ping obviously noticed the other party shifting his stance. Without time to think, as Huang Bin threw a punch, Fang Ping once again swung the wooden stick toward him. Crack! Fang Ping's expression darkened drastically. Huang Bin's punch appeared slow, even lacking any visible buildup of force. Yet, when the fist made contact, the wooden stick in his hand promptly snapped in two. Fang Ping's tiger's mouth, the area between thumb and forefinger, was struck hard by the rebounding wooden club at this moment, sending instant excruciating pain through his hand as his entire palm went numb. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Fang Ping didn't dare release the broken club, continuing to smash the remaining half forcefully atop Huang Bin's head. That last strike had truly reached the limits of Huang Bin's endurance. At this point, Huang Bin could no longer feel any sensation in his limbs. Thud! The wooden stick struck Huang Bin's head for the first time. Contrary to expectations of a bloody mess, Huang Bin's skull turned out to be harder than an average person's. Fang Ping nearly cursed out loud internally. Is this what a martial artist is capable of? Despite the heavy dose of sedatives, not only had Huang Bin not passed out, he still had the strength to counterattack. When his strength to fight back was gone, his bones were harder than ordinary people's, making even my own hands numb from hitting him. There was no time to think about these things. Fang Ping mustered all his strength, his face flushed red, swinging one cane blow after another at Huang Bin. At this moment, Fang Ping never even considered whether he might kill someone. How terrifying! Such a person actually dared to scheme against me. If I hadn't struck first, a single slap from him could have killed me. Huang Bin could no longer stand. Fang Ping swung the club fiercely several more times until Huang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. At this point, Huang Bin wasn't completely unconscious yet. His eyes flew open wide, glaring at Fang Ping with savage ferocity, as if trying to intimidate him with just a look. Fang Ping paid no attention to his stare. Even though the man had collapsed, Fang Ping kept mercilessly pounding him with the broken wooden club. First, he struck the head, but upon seeing Huang Bin's forehead bleeding, Fang Ping immediately switched to other targets. Hands, legs, chest. Every potentially threatening area, Fang Ping struck repeatedly without mercy. The hallway echoed only with the dull thuds of wooden rod against flesh and Fang Ping's ragged breaths. Fang Ping had completely lost count of how many blows he'd landed with his club. Only when his limbs turned weak and shaky did he finally stop, gasping violently for breath. At this moment, Fang Ping finally looked down at Huang Bin. The collapsed Huang Bin's head was already drenched in crimson. His limbs were also twitching spasmodically from the brutal beating they'd endured. His chest rose and fell slightly, proof that he was still alive. Fang Ping gasped for a while, feeling a lingering fear. He didn't even dare to imagine what the outcome would have been now if he hadn't drugged the other person. This wasn't Fang Ping's first fight. But this time, it wasn't a fight, it was him beating someone, beating a person who barely fought back. He punched until his limbs grew weak and he gasped for breath. This was truly a first for him. Licking his dry lips, Fang Ping cautiously nudged Huang Bin with his foot, but the other showed no reaction. Fong Ping glanced around. In broad daylight, most people were already at work, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Fong Ping looked at Huang Bin, who was collapsed by the door, feeling a headache coming on. This guy was too dangerous, what if he woke up soon? Without too much hesitation, Fong Ping picked up the wooden stick and gave Huang Bin a few more whacks. Huang Bin's body merely twitched, confirming to Fong Ping that the man truly had no strength left. Putting down the stick, Fong Ping stepped into the house, dragged Huang Bin inside, and quickly closed the door. In the room, Fong Ping searched around and found a bed sheet. He rolled Huang Bin over and wrapped him tightly in the sheet. This full-body restraint method was more reliable than using ropes. Worried that one sheet might not be enough, Fong Ping looked around again. Finding another bed sheet, he wrapped Huang Bin in an additional layer. Then he wrapped it with a cotton quilt, leaving only Huang Bin's head exposed. Still worried it wasn't enough, Fong Ping couldn't find any rope on the second floor but did discover a bundle of iron wire. Without delay, Fong Ping began winding the wire around the quilt, binding it tightly with loop after loop, finally using pliers to twist and seal the ends together. Only then did Fong Ping wipe the sweat from his forehead and pant. If you can still break free from this, then you're really something. His limbs had likely suffered fractures from my blows, though I couldn't tell for certain whether they were broken. Now bound hand and foot with multiple layers of restraints, the outermost being coils of barbed wire, he had no room to exert any strength. If he could still break free from this, he'd truly have to be a superhero. After securing him thoroughly, Fong Ping proceeded to wrap 5 or 6 layers of duct tape around his body before finally sealing his mouth shut. At this point, Fong Ping suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He murmured to himself, by all accounts, I seem to be the villain here. Indeed, it was hard not to think this way. He had broken into someone's home and drugged them. Then he'd beaten them half to death, before tying them up and even gagging them. Isn't this something only a major villain would do? Fong Ping's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. If someone were to barge in right now, chances are nobody would think he was the good guy. Shaking his head, Fong Ping stared at Huang Bin with increasing frustration. Things had gotten messy now that he'd reduced the man to this state. This was going to be tricky to handle. He was now absolutely certain, this guy had to be the villain here. But if no evidence could be found and the case was simply handed over to the police like this, it probably wouldn't just end with criticism and education. Originally, Fong Ping hadn't planned to do anything too severe. Knocking them out with drugs would have been enough. Yet even with 10 times the dosage, the other party didn't pass out and was still able to fight back, forcing him to take extreme measures. This is getting a bit complicated. Fong Ping muttered to himself, but he wasn't too afraid. There would always be a way. Chapter 28, Gains. Room 201. In the living room, looking at Huang Bin tied up beside him, Fong Ping felt both lingering fear and self-reproach. He had still been somewhat impulsive. Though he had always suspected this guy was a martial artist, Fong Ping truly hadn't expected martial artists to be this formidable. In Fong Ping's view, Yangchang was just a small provincial town. Here, even Wang Jinyan, a martial arts university student, was held in high esteem, while actual martial artists were practically mythical figures. So Fong Ping quite subjectively judged that even if the guy upstairs was a martial artist, he couldn't be very strong. Lower-grade martial artists, just stepping out of the realm of ordinary people, how powerful could they possibly be? With 10 times the normal dose of knockout drugs, knocking him unconscious would be a piece of cake. Yet the outcome turned out to be utterly unexpected. Fong Ping felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't stayed back earlier but had chosen to leave and wait. Otherwise, during the initial stages of the drug taking effect when Huang Bin still had some strength left, he probably would have been in trouble. With these thoughts running through his mind, Fong Ping sat on the ground to rest for a while before getting up to search the house. He wasn't sure if he could find any evidence of criminal activity since the other party had just moved in, but no matter what, he still had to find a way to get out of this situation. Unable to find anything, Fong Ping considered whether he should frame this guy. After all, modern society isn't like ancient times. Back then, you could just kill someone and dump them in a mass grave without anyone caring. But nowadays, a dead body would definitely trigger an investigation. As for how to frame him, Fong Ping was already contemplating whether to stage some self-inflicted injuries. No one would probably believe that a martial artist had been so easily subdued by him. Nor would they believe that just a high school student like him would have nothing better to do than scheme against a martial artist, right? Putting these thoughts aside, Fong Ping began searching the house. 10 minutes later, Fong Ping walked into the living room carrying a large bundle. Huang Bin had barely brought any of his personal belongings to the house aside from some daily essentials, just a single change of clothes. After searching around, Fong Ping finally spotted this package on the balcony. By the looks of it, this was everything Huang Bin owned. Staring at the package for a moment, Fong Ping pondered briefly before unzipping it. The moment the zipper was pulled open, Fong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. The first thing that caught his eye was none other than a nearly 40-centimeter-long Mylapore bayonet. Military personnel? Fong Ping swallowed hard, but quickly shook his head. Although the Mylapore bayonet could be considered military equipment, but in reality, the military has been phasing these out in recent years, and plenty of people are selling them on the market. Most of those carrying these things nowadays are seldom actual soldiers. Letting out a slight sigh, Fong Ping reached for the bayonet and examined it carefully. When he spotted some dried blood still clinging to the blade's blood groove, he couldn't help but glance at Huang Bin, who was tightly wrapped up. This guy might very well have killed someone before. Even if he hasn't killed, this military dagger has surely tasted blood. Fong Ping carefully placed the military dagger aside, keeping it far from Huang Bin. He dared not give this fellow any chance to get his hands on it. After moving the dagger away, what Fong Ping saw next was none other than bundles of crimson banknotes in the package. Bundles of banknotes were stuffed haphazardly in the package, some already scattered loose. Fong Ping quickly began extracting the cash and counting. After a while, he confirmed there were 20 neatly bundled stacks, approximately 200,000 yuan. The loose bills amounted to less than 10,000 yuan, which Fong Ping didn't bother counting precisely. These days, not many people carried such large sums of cash. Few people carry large sums of cash with them, except for some business people, especially not a tenant like Huang Bin. Fong Ping completely ruled out military affiliation and was certain this wasn't an official government agent either. No government agent would carry that much cash during surveillance. A lone wolf? A fugitive? These two identities were Fong Ping's initial thought. Carrying a large amount of cash while traveling, combined with Huang Bin's usual sneaky behavior, Fong Ping felt he could relax somewhat. Huang Bin clearly wasn't someone with a respectable background. Several minutes later, all the contents from the package lay spread before Fong Ping's eyes. A Mitsubishi military bayonet. Less than 210,000 in cash. One set of spare clothes. Additionally, there were some bottles and cans, totaling 6 items. There are 3 bottles, all bearing advertisement labels, looking quite similar to ordinary medicine bottles with their respective drug names. 2 bottles of blood qi pills and 1 bottle of qi blood elixir. Each bears production dates, manufacturer details, and production addresses, proper and compliant medications through and through. Fong Ping counted the blood qi pills, 18 capsules in total across both bottles. The medicine bottles were all 10-pill packages, so Huang Bin must have taken 2 pills. As for the blood qi pills, there were 8 left, meaning 2 had been taken as well. Fong Ping's breathing grew heavier. He remembered Wu Zhihao mentioning the names of both blood energy pills and blood qi pills. At licensed pharmacies, blood energy pills cost 30,000 yuan per pill, while blood qi pills cost 100,000 yuan each. For Wu Zhihao and others, purchasing a qi and blood pill before the college entrance exams was their greatest reliance. 100,000 yuan, this was no small sum. Even for Wu Zhihao's family, buying such a pill was excruciatingly painful. But now, spread out before them were 18 blood qi pills and a staggering 8 qi and blood pills. At the pharmacy's pricing, just these 2 types of medicine alone would cost a whopping 1.34 million. Including the cash, the total value exceeds 1.5 million. Don't forget, there are also 3 bottles of something that Fong Ping doesn't recognize. Fong Ping opened and examined them for a while. They were round, pill-shaped objects, clearly elixirs for martial artists, but these 3 bottles had no labels. For the moment, Fong Ping couldn't guess what these bottles of pills actually were. No matter what it is, the price won't be low. Elixirs for martial artists are incredibly expensive. This can be seen from the qi blood pill alone. It's a common consumable for pre-martial arts candidates. And the guy lying here is a genuine martial artist, likely using even better and more expensive medicines. Fong Ping's knowledge was too limited, making it temporarily impossible for him to determine the true value of these items. Apart from these, the remaining items consisted of some food and bottled water, 6 bottles of elixirs, slightly over 200,000 in cash, a military dagger. These were all the things Fong Ping had managed to find so far. Right after, Fong Ping couldn't resist stealing another glance at Huang Bin. When tying Huang Bin up earlier, he'd forgotten to search him. Judging by the contents of his pack, food and weapons, he was clearly prepared to flee at any moment. With people like him, the most valuable items are rarely kept in their packs. After all, baggage can be discarded in a pinch. Anything truly precious would naturally be kept on their person, assuming it's small enough. Fong Ping pondered that there might still be good stuff hidden on this guy. But now that Huang Bin was wrapped up in several layers by him, Fong Ping didn't dare to release him to search his body at this moment. Turning his gaze back to the items before him, Fong Ping slightly furrowed his brows. The money, he'd gotten his hands on it. Yet his wealth value hadn't increased at all. Logically speaking, the elixirs were valuable, yet the wealth value remained unchanged. This suggests that, according to the system's judgment, these items did not yet belong to Fong Ping. Thinking about it, these things still legally belonged to Huang Bin at this moment. Huang Bin hadn't died nor explicitly gifted these items to Fong Ping. Ownership naturally remained with Huang Bin, so even though Fong Ping had obtained them, they couldn't contribute to his wealth valuation. Soon, Fong Ping thought again, since Huang Bin was now under his control, if he took the elixir, it would essentially count as his own. However, the system didn't increase his wealth value. which indicated that money wasn't absolutely equivalent to wealth value. Or perhaps, the system didn't encourage this kind of behavior? Fong Ping found it hard to judge for the moment. He shook his head and decided to set these matters aside for now. The most pressing issue is not about wealth, but about Huang Bin. All I found are these items, though both weapons and cash can be identified. Huang Bin isn't a good person, but there's no direct evidence proving this guy is truly evil. Moreover, how should we handle these valuables worth over $1 million? Should I call the police and hand all this stuff over together? Fong Ping felt somewhat reluctant, wondering if he could withhold and hide some of it. After all, he'd risked his life for this haul. Although, in reality, he hadn't faced any real danger, just a slightly split palm from chopping at Huang Bin. A few minutes later, Fong Ping stuffed everything back into the bag. His gaze turned towards Huang Bin. After staring at the unconscious Huang Bin for a while, Fong Ping suddenly said, "Martial artists are truly formidable. Despite drinking so much medicine and being beaten up like this by me, he's actually waking up so quickly." Huang Bin remained motionless. Fong Ping scoffed with disdain, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? When unconscious, your breathing was still uneven, and your body twitching occasionally. But now, completely still, putting on an act like a dead man. Either you're genuinely dead, or you've woken up. Haven't you heard the saying to deceive oneself by covering one's ears while stealing a bell? If you hadn't held your breath, I might not have noticed. But just now your breathing was loud, and suddenly it stops. You think my ears don't work properly?" The small living room held only the two of them. The room was so quiet that Huang Bin's labored breathing through his gagged mouth sounded loud. But instantly, the noise stopped completely. Fong Ping certainly wasn't deaf. Huang Bin probably hadn't realized his unconscious state was the giveaway. Holding his breath instinctively became the most glaring tell in that moment. Fong Ping's words made Huang Bin, who had just kept his eyes shut, slowly open them. Scanning the visible area with his gaze and finding only Fong Ping present, Huang Bin exhaled slightly in relief. This was much better than expected. He had thought the moment he woke up, he might already be at the police bureau, probably facing Yangcheng's portly detective. Only Fong Ping stood before the result. This was the best outcome he had envisioned. If he had entered the investigations bureau, there would have been no escape, not just in his current condition, but even before. But now, he still held a sliver of hope to break free. His head still throbbed painfully, his body tightly wrapped in layers. Even Huang Bin couldn't have broken free. Thoughts raced through Huang Bin's mind as he turned to Fong Ping, his eyes shifting shrewdly. At this moment, he couldn't speak a word. Noticing this, Fong Ping grew vigilant. He drew a military dagger from his pack, keeping his distance as he asked, "You want to say something? But I don't want to give you the chance to speak. Someone as dangerous as you should be handed over to the police." "Woo woo." Huang Bin struggled briefly, his head swaying as he tilted his chin toward the package in front of Fong Ping. Seeing the package untouched, he assumed Fong Ping hadn't opened it to look inside. There was quite a bit of cash inside, as well as pills that Fong Ping could currently use. Huang Bin figured that a kid from Fong Ping's modest background wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. As long as he was given the chance to speak, he was confident he could talk his way out of this. Even though the little bastard in front of him was cunning, he was still just a teenager after all. Huang Bin had been caught off guard before, but now that he was prepared, he didn't think some inexperienced kid could outwit him. Chapter 29. Martial artists are really rich. Fong Ping understood one principle very well: villains die from talking too much. Huang Bin wanted to speak, but in truth, he didn't want to give the other party any chance to say anything. Yet at his current stage, his understanding of many things remained too superficial. His social status and position determined that he simply couldn't access certain useful information at present. So even though unwilling, Fong Ping prepared to have Huang Bin exchange a few words with him. He wasn't afraid of the guy yelling. One look told anyone he was no good man. Otherwise, why would he struggle immediately when Fong Ping mentioned handing him over to the police? A few minutes later, Huang Bin began breathing heavily. Fong Ping had wrapped him up too tightly, having just sealed his mouth shut, and his chest seemed to have fractured bones. This also caused him to have extreme difficulty breathing. When Fong Ping pierced a hole in the duct tape with his bayonet, Huang Bin's first action was to gasp for air. After panting for a moment, Huang Bin tilted his head to look at Fong Ping, who had moved away from him, his eyes flickering with a trace of bloodlust. Never did he imagine he'd end up being bested by this kid. Yet Huang Bin couldn't help but speak up. "We have no grudges against each other, do we?" He couldn't figure out why this kid was targeting him. If it were a martial artist, he could still accept it, but the other party wasn't even one. Fong Ping didn't answer directly. After all, he couldn't very well say he suspected Huang Bin was planning to attack him first, so he had struck preemptively. Actually, by now, Fong Ping vaguely sensed that he must have misunderstood the situation. This guy most likely wasn't targeting him, but rather trying to conceal his true identity. Judging by the cash, weapons, food, and water he prepared, this kind of setup suggested he was more likely a fugitive on the run. But could Fong Ping admit to his own mistake? Huang Bin asked, and Fong Ping casually replied, I'm a good student, catching bad guys is our sworn duty. Damn your sacred duty. Huang Bin cursed under his breath. Having traveled far and wide, he couldn't stomach the thought of being done in by this little bastard. Death would be too bitter a pill to swallow. Fang Ping didn't give him the chance to question further, directly pulling out several bottles of elixirs from his bag. What kind of medicines are these elixirs? Don't lie to me, even if you spout nonsense, I can investigate and find out myself. Huang Bin didn't conceal anything about this matter. As Fang Ping said, if he really wanted to investigate, he could indeed uncover the truth. Seeing the young man setting his sights on these items actually made Huang Bin breathe a sigh of relief. Having desires was a good thing. 3 of these bottles are marked, you should have seen them, 2 bottles of blood chi pills and 1 bottle of chi blood elixir. Martial artists also need these pills? Of course. Huang Bin immediately explained, these are all supplements for replenishing chi and blood. Martial artists also need to replenish their chi and blood. It's impossible to rely solely on food every time, which is why blood chi pills and chi blood elixir are essential supplements for most martial artists. Fang Ping understood now and picked up a slightly smaller medicine bottle, asking, what's in this one? These are also chi blood pills, but not the ordinary kind. These are first-grade chi blood pills. Huang Bin added as he spoke, higher-grade chi blood pills are primarily used for the final breakthroughs of martial artists. As for these first-grade chi blood pills, they're essential for quasi-martial artists to use during their breakthrough into full martial artists. It can replenish more vital energy, but for me, it's mainly used to supplement chi and blood in daily life. Encounter some battles, running long distances, much more effective than the blood chi pills and ordinary chi and blood pills. Are pills graded by quality? Huang Bin didn't answer. It was a pointless question. As a result, when Fang Ping was seen holding a military dagger as if searching for a spot to strike, Huang Bin quickly interjected, they're categorized by grade, following the same classification as martial artists. How much does one of these cost? There weren't many first-grade blood chi pills. Checking them over, Fang Ping found only 300,000. Fang Ping felt a toothache coming on. Damn these martial artists and their disregard for money, just a single pill casually costs hundreds of thousands. The market price for blood chi pills and ordinary vitality pills had already reached 1.34 million. Plus these 3 first-grade vitality pills, that would total 2.24 million. Fang Ping then pointed at the remaining 2 bottles of pills. Huang Bin answered honestly, 1 bottle contains bone-tempering pills, the other organ-protecting pills. These 2 bottles contained even fewer pills, though called bottles, each actually held just a single pill. Before Fang Ping could ask, Huang Bin enthusiastically explained, bone-tempering pills, as the name suggests, are pills for strengthening bones. For martial artists, especially low-ranked ones, their primary cultivation focus is essentially their skeletal structure. Only solid bones can endure the explosive surge of blood chi. For martial artists, external training focuses on muscles, bones, and skin. Injuries to flesh and meridians don't even count as serious wounds. But bones are different, their healing is painfully slow. That's why true warriors refine their bones first. This ensures minimal bodily harm, whether during explosive chi bursts or ordinary cultivation. The same applies in combat. If your bones are fragile and you throw a punch only for them to break, you simply won't be able to keep fighting. Strong bones build a strong physique. The Viscera protection pill is also related to its name, primarily functioning to safeguard the internal organs. The internal organs of the human body are quite fragile, and low-level martial artists are still incapable of cultivating their 5 viscera and 6 bowels. During ordinary training, one might manage without it, but when attempting a breakthrough, the protective viscera pill becomes absolutely essential. Without the protective viscera pill to shield the internal organs, if the blood energy erupts beyond its limits, it will cause severe damage to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. After explaining for a while, Huang Bin hurriedly added, this is the pill I used to break through to the 3rd rank, extremely rare and exorbitantly expensive. Whether it's the bone-tempering pill or the protective viscera pill, both are 2nd-rank elixirs, priceless commodities that can't be bought on the open market. The bone-tempering pill is cheaper, but still worth $1 million. As for the organ protection pill, it's even more outrageously expensive. A single grade 2 organ protection pill costs $2 million on the market. Fang Ping swallowed hard and instinctively tightened his grip on the 2 medicine bottles. A grade 2 bone tempering pill for $1 million, and a grade 2 organ protection pill for $2 million. Since when did money feel so worthless? In reality, these 2 elixirs were obtained by Huang Bin specifically for breaking through to the 3rd grade realm. Under normal cultivation circumstances, let alone social practitioners like Huang Bin, even the martial artists from large corporations, government agencies, or martial universities wouldn't be extravagant enough to use such elixirs for regular training. 6 bottles of elixirs, priced at $5.24 million on the market. In reality, martial artists buying and selling equipment tend to get cheaper prices, with organizations like Wuda offering even more affordable rates when purchasing. However, Huang Bin didn't have access to these channels, so when he bought things, he had to pay standard market prices. Of course, most of the elixirs in Huang Bin's possession were obtained through robbery. He'd been utterly broke ever since spending everything to break through from first rank to second rank, and though he'd managed to save some money in subsequent years, it was only enough to cover his daily expenses. To break through to the third rank, someone like Wang Jinyang, a student from the Marshall University, might only need 3 to 4 million. But for someone like Huang Bin, gathering enough resources would likely require no less than 10 million. Yet earning money is harder than spending it. It was precisely out of despair and unwillingness that Huang Bin resorted to robbery. As Wang Jinyang had pointed out earlier, for ordinary students like Fang Ping who get admitted to the Marshall University, the experience often leads to greater despair, and this is the reason why. Daily cultivation requires money, replenishing qi and blood requires money, breaking through realms requires money. Is there ever a time that doesn't cost money? Li Yuanzhang, the previous graduate from First High who got into Nanjiang Martial University, couldn't advance to become a martial artist for so long precisely because of this. To break through from a quasi-martial artist to a true martial artist, one must prepare at minimum 1 grade 1 Qi blood pill and 1 grade 1 bone tempering pill. As for the visceral protection pill, it's not strictly necessary at this stage, just carry some risk. Those from well-off families can afford to prepare it for extra safety. For those with average means, even a single first-grade blood Qi pill might suffice, though the risk would be significantly higher, many wouldn't dare attempt it. A first-grade bone tempering pill costs 500,000, and adding a blood Qi pill brings the total to 800,000. Even at Wuhan University, where the school provides some resources and prices are much cheaper, students still need to raise over 300,000 yuan themselves. This was the first time aspiring martial artists might not succeed in their first breakthrough attempt. If they tried a second time, the school wouldn't provide resources anymore. Li Yuanzhang failed his first breakthrough attempt and had to cover the costs himself for the second try. For a Wuhan University student who isn't yet a martial artist, considering daily expenses, preparing for another breakthrough would require at least 1 million yuan. If you're not a martial artist, where else can you earn so much money? People like Wang Jinyang achieve breakthroughs in one go, some just need a single Qi blood pill, and the resources provided by the school are more than enough. Once they become martial artists, they gain avenues to earn money. This is the main reason the strong grow stronger while the weak fall further behind. Failing to take that first step, it's not uncommon for some martial arts students to graduate without ever becoming martial artists. From Huang Bin's words, Fang Ping also gleaned some information. This guy wasn't just a martial artist, he wasn't even first rank, but a second-rank martial artist on the verge of breaking through. At this realization, Fang Ping felt another wave of retrospective fear. He'd acted impulsively. Impulse is the devil's handiwork, he must be more careful next time. Fang Ping was gripping the medicine bottle tightly, and Huang Bin's eyes flickered as he whispered, "These things are all yours now, including the cash in the bag. They're worth over 5 million. But if you hand me over to the police or the investigation bureau, these things will definitely be taken away." At this moment, all Huang Bin could think about was not being delivered to the police by Fang Ping. The police station is full of ordinary people, so he's not afraid. But as a wanted criminal, his records are kept there too. If recognized, he'd immediately be transferred to the investigation bureau. Once in the investigation bureau, forget about him being only second rank. Even a fourth rank would have to kneel in their stronghold. Right now, the only way is to lure them with benefits. Has this kid ever seen so much money in his life, wealth exceeding 5 million? Seeing Fang Ping remain silent, Huang Bin swiftly added, "Don't even think about silencing me. The trail of clues I've laid out will only mislead the authorities for about 10 days to half a month at most. In just a few more days, they'll definitely track me down. If I die, you won't escape either. You're still young with a bright future ahead. I can see your vitality is strong, you have potential in martial studies. You and me perishing together would be a lose-lose situation. Let me go now, and I'll leave immediately. You can keep all these things. Don't worry about your safety either. I swear I won't seek revenge." Realizing how hollow this sounded, Huang Bin quickly added, "You can station people outside the police station if you want, or stay ready to call the cops anytime. If I take revenge on you, I won't escape either. If something happens to you, Yangchan will definitely lock down and hunt me down. So, I wouldn't take that kind of risk. Life is more important than money, and I'm not done living yet. How does that sound to you?" Huang Bin spoke earnestly, and most of what he said was true. As for not seeking revenge, Huang Bin didn't even believe that himself. Being duped like this by this brat, if he doesn't kill him, he'll never have peace in his life. Just as Huang Bin was waiting for Fang Ping to speak, Fang Ping suddenly smiled and said, "You've still got some good stuff on you, haven't you? Probably more valuable than these elixirs." TSK, a second-rank martial artist carrying millions worth of items on him. Martial artists really are loaded. Huang Bin's mouth twitched. At a time like this, you've still got the mind to care about money? Did you hear what I just said, you punk? Chapter 30, The Conditions for Breaking Through as a Martial Artist. Huang Bin was desperate to escape, yet refused to admit he still had something better on him. As for Fong Ping's words, Wang Bin naturally denied them. Fong Ping didn't seem to mind. He tapped the floor lightly with his military dagger and thoughtfully asked, "Looks like your crimes are serious. How many lives have you taken?" Huang Bin remained silent. A single misplaced word could lead to disastrous consequences in such matters. Seeing he wouldn't answer, Fong Ping stopped pressing the point, having already drawn his own conclusions. At this point, he wasn't actually very interested in this matter. After musing for a moment, Fong Ping finally asked about what interested him most. "I'll ask you one more question. If your answer satisfies me, I might consider what you said earlier." Huang Bin replied cautiously, "Go ahead and ask. What defines a true martial artist?" The question sounded childish, likely to draw laughter from many who heard it. How laughable, someone who doesn't even know what a martial artist is still pursuing the path of martial arts. Yet Huang Bin found no humor in the situation. How many ordinary people truly understand what makes a real martial artist unless they come from martial arts lineages or are martial artists themselves? What Fong Ping was really asking wasn't about martial artists themselves, but rather how to become one, the standards, the definition. These matters are, in fact, considered secrets. The authorities haven't disclosed this information to the general public for various reasons. Typically, one only learns about such things upon entering a martial arts university. If it were Wang Jinyang, he'd likely say, "You'll understand once you enroll at Wu University." But Huang Bin wasn't Wang Jinyang. Right now, he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone worry about secrets that weren't particularly confidential. He briefly considered tricking Fong Ping, but remembering how far Fong Ping was from becoming a martial artist, he probably wouldn't break through until who knows when. The idea vanished. There was no point in lying now anyway. Thinking of this, Huang Bin honestly said, "Actually, martial artists are just ordinary people who have pushed their physical limits to the extreme. The key to becoming a martial artist lies precisely in breaking through these limits. We won't discuss high-level martial artists yet, they're still far beyond your reach. Let's focus on low-level martial artists first." As I mentioned before, low-level martial artists primarily focus on bone tempering, with muscle refining and skin conditioning as supplementary practices. Qi and blood serve as the foundation for training tendons, bones, and skin. In summary, robust qi and blood form the base, coupled with strong bones. This qualifies one for the potential to break through as a martial artist. As Huang Bin elaborated, Fong Ping gradually came to understand the path of a martial artist. At the same time, Fong Ping couldn't help but recall some words Wang Jinyang had once shared with him. When they went to pick up Wang Jinyang, Yang Jian and the others were discussing the martial artists among those college entrance examinees. Wang Jinyang had said at the time that these people weren't just talented, they also had family backgrounds, with almost every one of them backed by a fourth-rank martial artist standing behind them. Fong Ping hadn't understood what that meant before, but now he got it. According to Huang Bin's words, to break through as a martial artist, one must meet at least 3 conditions. First, vital energy. Students admitted to the martial arts examination typically have at least 110 calories of vital energy, but this doesn't necessarily meet the standard of a true warrior. To become a warrior, one's vital energy must reach at least 150 calories. Of course, higher is better, but it shouldn't exceed 200 calories, as excessively intense vital energy isn't beneficial for someone whose physique hasn't yet reached warrior status. Second, bone strength. For ordinary people to surpass warrior status, their bone strength must be high enough to withstand the qi and blood outburst after breakthrough. Strengthening bones isn't something that can be achieved by merely taking medicine, it requires specialized cultivation techniques. This brings us to the third requirement, cultivation techniques. A basic cultivation technique typically has the effect of strengthening qi, blood, and bones. Otherwise, relying solely on medicinal supplements makes it extremely difficult for ordinary people to expand their qi and blood beyond 120 cals, let alone reach above 150 cals. Of course, practicing cultivation techniques also requires a foundation. Generally, one must have at least 110 cals of qi and blood before attempting cultivation. Otherwise, with insufficient qi and blood, practicing would more likely result in weakened health or bodily harm. This is also why Wuhan University requires students to have high qi and blood levels during admissions every year. Yet martial arts techniques must not be lightly taught. For non-4th rank or higher martial artists, the dissemination of techniques is strictly prohibited. To teach them would be breaking the law. When Huang Bin mentioned this point, there wasn't much resentment in his tone, just an expression of understanding. Why can't those below 4th rank martial artists disseminate it? It's not about restricting low-rank martial artists or ordinary people, but rather about protection. When pre-martial artists break through to become martial artists, their qi and blood erupt violently. Without guidance from a mid-level martial artist, even the slightest mistake could lead to ruptured blood vessels as qi and blood surge uncontrollably through the internal organs. At best, serious injury, at worst, loss of life. Martial arts training programs in society also require instructors to be at least 4th-level martial artists, precisely to prevent haphazard dissemination of techniques. Without guidance or protection, the risks are extremely high. In previous years, there were actually few restrictions on the dissemination of cultivation techniques, yet many ordinary people, in their pursuit to become martial artists, took reckless risks, resulting in numerous fatalities each year. Of course, some succeeded, but they were the exceptions. Among every 100 practitioners, less than 1% could break through to become martial artists without proper guidance. Others either dared not continue their cultivation, or ruptured blood vessels while practicing or attempting breakthroughs. Moreover, many ordinary people lacked sufficient vital energy to meet the standards and began cultivation prematurely, ultimately damaging their foundational chi beyond repair. Modern times are unlike ancient eras. Human life is still highly valued. To prevent such occurrences, the dissemination of cultivation techniques has been strictly regulated. Only martial artists at the 4th rank or above possess the ability to supervise and suppress energy surges when ordinary people attempt breakthroughs. Therefore, the authorities ultimately implemented a series of measures, including regulations requiring that legal representatives of martial arts training classes possess at least 4th rank cultivation. When ordinary individuals attempt to become martial artists, unless circumstances don't permit or it's absolutely necessary, they would always have a 4th rank martial artist standing guard. Martial arts training classes charge exorbitant fees not primarily for the techniques taught, but for the critical safety assurance they provide. Those who sign up for the training course are eligible to request a 4th grade martial artist to assist in guarding them during their breakthroughs. If the breakthrough doesn't go smoothly, the 4th grade martial artist can help suppress the outburst of chi and blood energy for the aspirant martial artist. The situation is nearly the same in martial arts universities. Students can apply for martial artists above the 4th grade realm to provide backup during their breakthroughs. Vital energy, bone strength, and cultivation techniques, these three are the prerequisites. Additionally, there's the matter of resources, including vital energy pills, bone tempering pills, and organ protection pills. Those with better conditions prepare more, while those with fewer means prepare less. This is why, in families without a 4th grade martial artist, few attempt to become martial artists before the college entrance exams. The risks are simply too great. Even a 3rd rank martial artist cannot suppress another's chi and blood when they fail in their breakthrough, preventing them from exploding. After hearing this, Fong Ping frowned slightly and said, "So, without a 4th rank martial artist present, an ordinary person cannot become a martial artist?" Huang Bin understood Fong Ping's thoughts all too well. This wasn't just Fong Ping's idea. Who among ordinary people wouldn't long to become a martial artist? Otherwise, the incident of banning the transmission of cultivation techniques back then wouldn't have happened. It's precisely because there are too many people like this, and 4th grade martial artists aren't ordinary cabbages, that many risk their lives, leading to martial arts manuals being forbidden from dissemination. If it were Huang Bin's family members or children, of course Huang Bin would explain everything clearly. Even if he himself broke through to 3rd grade, he would pay a price to find a 4th grade martial artist to assist his children in their breakthroughs. But who is Fong Ping? Setting up a trap for his sworn enemy. So when Fong Ping asked, Huang Bin hurriedly replied, "It's not an absolute requirement to have a 4th rank martial artist. As long as one's foundation is solid, there are some dangers, but they're not too significant." In the past, not everyone had the protection of a 4th rank martial artist. Most senior martial artists relied on themselves. With just one successful breakthrough, there would be no danger at all. Many geniuses don't need protection at all, because these people succeed every time. After saying this, Huang Bin even glanced at Fong Ping, clearly implying, "You're a genius, don't be afraid. Just break through directly, you won't die." Young people, unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth, all believe themselves to be one of a kind. When dealing with young people, you must flatter them, praise them, and they'll be happy, belittle them, and they'll take offense, thinking you've underestimated them. Huang Bin understood these young minds. After all, he had been young once himself. Back in the day, Huang Bin had been just as confident, believing he could break through to warrior rank without anyone's supervision. Yet he failed to consider that even among the students at the martial arts university, half of the freshmen would fail in their breakthrough attempts every year. Huang Bin had nearly lost his life during a breakthrough attempt back at the martial arts training class, an experience that still sent shivers down his spine. If Fong Ping wanted to try his luck, Huang Bin would be more than happy to watch, provided he lives long enough to see that day. Hearing him ask about martial artists, Huang Bin couldn't help hoping the kid would attempt a breakthrough immediately, preferably dying in the process. Unfortunately, the kid wasn't even qualified yet. He couldn't attempt a breakthrough even if he wanted to. Fong Ping wasn't actually some naive 17 or 18-year-old. How could he not see through the man's intentions? He scoffed inwardly. To be honest, Fong Ping actually did have this thought in mind. Whether he was a genius or not he couldn't say, but he had cheats. That should count as being somewhat of a genius, right? But reaching the standard of a martial artist was still a long way off, so Fong Ping didn't dwell on it too much. If Fong Ping gets admitted to Wuhan University, with a mentor to protect him, there would be no need for him to take risks. With these thoughts in mind, Fong Ping asked again, "You have cultivation techniques, right?" "Yes," Huang Bin answered bluntly. "Actually, most low-level martial artists practice foundational techniques. The basic techniques taught in martial arts training classes and universities are pretty much the same. Even if there are differences, they generally just lie in the order of tempering. The human body has numerous bones. Some techniques begin by tempering the legs and feet, while others start with the hands and arms. These differences aren't significant, it's merely a matter of sequence. Tempering the bones isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. Even when a quasi-martial artist breaks through to become a full martial artist, it only results in slight reinforcement of the bones. Low-grade martial artists, even those who reach the third rank, must continuously temper their bones. What about your cultivation manual?" A glimmer of amusement flashed in Huang Bin's eyes as he continued. "I've studied basic cultivation manuals for 20 years, they're completely memorized. So naturally I don't carry any secret texts with me. The techniques are all in my mind. Release me, and I'll impart them to you immediately." He said he didn't bring the cultivation manual, and Fong Ping believed him. If it were really on him, Fong Ping would have noticed long ago. But this thing, having him copy or transcribe it by hand, even if Huang Bin gave it to Fong Ping wouldn't dare trust him. He didn't press further about the cultivation technique. At this moment, Fong Ping was thinking about how to deal with this guy. Kill him? As Huang Bin said, the authorities in Yangcheng would eventually find out. After all, this guy was hiding and dodging, clearly evading pursuit. Besides, even if Fong Ping's mental age was older than his actual years, while he'd done some bad things before, he had never actually killed anyone. Huang Bin practically handed him the knife, but at that moment, Fong Ping likely didn't dare. "We can't kill him, this guy is a second-rank warrior, too dangerous. Then we'll have to turn him over to the police. The key is..." Fong Ping glanced at the package before him. If they sent this person away, would the police leave these things for him? Don't be ridiculous. Millions worth of assets, some things money can't necessarily buy. Take bone tempering pills and organ guarding pills, for example. These are items Fong Ping currently couldn't purchase even if he wanted to. So, how should we deal with Huang Bin? Fong Ping had a headache, this guy was getting too hot to handle now. Sending him away was definitely necessary, but the key was how to do it. He couldn't just hand him over to the police. By then, they'd likely get nothing substantial. As an ordinary person, when would he ever have the chance to negotiate with government officials? After pondering for a moment, Fong Ping roughly made up his mind. Ignoring Huang Bin's expectant expression, Fong Ping searched for a while before finding the half-broken wooden stick he had discarded earlier. Seeing Fong Ping pick up the stick and walk toward him, Huang Bin's face instantly darkened. Nervously, he stammered, "What are you doing? You're too dangerous. Unconscious is better than awake. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Don't scream. If someone hears, you'll be worse off than you are now." Huang Bin desperately wanted to cry out, to scream in agony, but the thought of attracting unwanted attention kept him biting down on his cries. Since he wouldn't yell, Fong Ping showed no mercy. Bang! The wooden club smashed into his skull again. At that moment, Huang Bin wished for death. Anything would be better than this agony, even immediate unconsciousness. Even if he was faking unconsciousness, Fong Ping didn't relent, delivering 5 or 6 loud thud-thud-thud blows. Only when Huang Bin's groans became weak and feeble did Fong Ping finally stop, muttering to himself, "Damn, this skull is really tough." Chapter 31, Calling for Reinforcements. A few minutes later, Fong Ping emerged from room 201. After securely closing the door, Fong Ping was still holding a black plastic bag in his hand. He hadn't taken the cash or military daggers, only carrying 6 bottles of elixir pills with him. These pills were extremely valuable. Fong Ping couldn't bear to leave them behind, fearing a thief might snatch them. If that happened, he wouldn't even know where to cry about it. As for Huang Bin, Fong Ping gagged him again and stuffed him under the bed. Leaving the residential compound, Fong Ping frowned slightly. "I've taken all the elixirs with me, but they still don't count toward the wealth value. Is it because the conditions haven't been met, or do these physical items simply not count toward wealth value, only cash does? It probably isn't about the cash, since I've already handled that money earlier." After some internal deliberation, Fong Ping guessed that these funds and medicinal pills might not yet truly belong to him. After all, if this matter weren't handled properly, these assets might not ultimately end up as his possession. The wealth value hadn't increased, but Fong Ping wasn't in a hurry for now. The top priority now is to deal with the major headache that is Huang Bin. He's been apprehended, and according to the original plan, he should be sent straight to the police station. But right now, Fong Ping isn't willing to send him in like this. Huang Bin isn't mute. Once he starts talking inside, it'll all come out that the items were taken by him, and in his current state, Fong Ping can't handle the pressure from the police. Fong Ping thought it over and realized he needed to find someone to help share the burden. At worst, they could split the spoils together. If Fong Ping had the ability to handle the aftermath alone, given his nature, he would naturally keep everything for himself. But as things stood, he lacked such capability. The only way now is to cut our losses better than getting nothing at all. Who could share the pressure? Fong Ping's mind flashed to Wang Jinyang's figure. It was a move of last resort, not that he knew Wang Jinyang was chasing Huang Bin, but Fong Ping only knew this one martial artist. Non-martial artists simply didn't have the capability to withstand such pressure, whether it was his parents, school teachers, or anyone else Fong Ping knew. Among all the people he was acquainted with, only Wang Jinyang possessed both the ability and potential to safeguard this wealth. Moreover, Wang Jinyang being a student at a martial arts university was another crucially important qualification. Fong Ping had interacted with the other party for some time, but he couldn't say he truly understood them. Yet from their conversations, he could roughly discern that Wang Jinyang wasn't the worst sort of person. Even if the loot distribution was uneven, that guy might hog everything for himself, but he wouldn't go so far as to take Fong Ping's life. After all, he was a Wuhan University student, a certified martial artist with boundless prospects. It's highly unlikely that he would kill himself just to keep a few million all to himself. The worst-case scenario would be Wang Jinyang taking all the benefits for himself. A slightly better outcome would be Wang Jinyang taking the lion's share, but at least leaving some benefits for him. An even better scenario, as Fong Ping had anticipated, would be splitting everything equally. This would be the best possible outcome for Fong Ping. Having considered all the pros and cons and ensuring his own safety, Fong Ping had made up his mind. At this moment, the only thought in Fong Ping's mind was that he was still too weak. If only he were stronger. If he became a martial artist, what would stop him from keeping everything for himself? If he caught and accidentally killed a fugitive, it would count as self-defense. Would the Yang city authorities really bother him over that? There are few martial artists in Yangcheng, and they hold esteemed positions. Even if it was clear he had taken the benefits, no one would speak up about it. But now, it's different. As he is today, just an ordinary high school senior who would take him seriously? Whether Huang Bin died or was handed over to the police, as long as Fong Ping was discovered to be involved, he could forget about gaining any significant advantage. At worst, we could give him some decent bravery bonus. But compared to millions of wealth, how much could such bonuses be? Fong Ping wouldn't care for this. About 10 minutes later, just past 11 in the morning, number 1 high school, the last class ended. As Wu Zhihao stepped out of the classroom, he saw Fong Ping, who had taken leave that morning, waving at him from outside. Wu Zhihao walked over and asked curiously, "Fong Ping, are you sick? Our homeroom teacher said you weren't feeling well this morning." "Nothing serious, just overdid some exercise. I'll be fine after resting a while." Fong Ping didn't elaborate and immediately said, "Didn't you have Brother Wan's number when we went to pick him up together last time? Do you still have it?" Of course. Wu Zhihao had a phone, and when they went to pick someone up, the school had also given him Wang Jinyang's number for convenience. The person in question was a martial artist after all. After going through the trouble of getting his number, there was no way Wu Zhihao wouldn't have saved it. "Great, mind lending me your phone for a bit?" Wu Zhihao said uncertainly, "You're not planning to call Brother Wang, are you?" "Yeah, I need his help with something." Wu Zhihao was extremely surprised and quickly advised, "Fong Ping, Brother Wang is a martial artist after all, even though he's been fairly polite to us, without any reason." Fong Ping understood what he meant and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, it's for a good cause. If you're worried, just give me the phone number. I'll go out and make the call myself." Wu Zhihao hesitated for a moment before finally pulling out his phone from his pocket and handing it to Fong Ping. "You make the call then, but remember to be extra polite when you speak. If Brother Wang doesn't agree to help, don't take it to heart, just don't offend him under any circumstances." "Do I really seem that foolish to you?" Fong Ping chuckled and took the phone, quickly flipping through the contacts list. When he spotted the note "Senior Brother Wang Jinyang," Fong Ping dialed the number without hesitation. Song Mountain, Yangcheng Mountain Pass. Starting from the afternoon of the 9th, Wang Jinyang spent a full day traversing, and by the evening of the 10th, he had nearly covered all the mountain ranges within Yangcheng's vicinity. Needless to say, the result was a complete letdown. He found nothing. Considering he had to return to school, Wang Jinyang, though somewhat disappointed, had no choice but to leave the mountains. Emerging from the Tsang Mountains, Wang Jinyang looked weary and noticeably frustrated. This time, 3 whole days were wasted, and aside from a small gain at number 1 high school, the big prize still eluded him. The 500,000 bounty wasn't secured, and gathering the resources on his own would likely take quite a while yet. By the end of this semester, he probably wouldn't be able to break through to the 3rd rank realm. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Wang Jinyang wasn't the type to dwell on losses. At worst, he'd just have to find another mission to take on. Carrying his backpack, Wang Jinyang decided to head home first and would take the bus back to school in the evening. Just as he reached the roadside at the mountain entrance, the phone in his backpack began to vibrate. He didn't use this phone often, and since he'd been pursuing criminals in the mountains, Wang Jinyang had simply left it in his bag. The faint vibration was so subtle that without his heightened senses as a martial artist, he might not have noticed it at all. If they were still in the mountains, Wang Jinyang definitely wouldn't bother answering. After all, anyone who knew this phone number couldn't be anyone important anyway. But with nothing else to occupy him at the moment, Wang Jinyang opened his backpack and pulled out his phone. Glancing at the number, it was a local Yangcheng call, hard to tell whether it was from the school or some local business owner trying to reach him. After some thought, Wang Jinyang answered the call. "Brother Wang?" As soon as the call connected and he heard the voice on the other end, Wang Jinyang slightly raised his eyebrows. He wasn't that forgetful even after just 2 or 3 days. Despite the slight distortion of the phone call, Wang immediately recognized who was speaking. That junior schoolmate whose misfortune turned into fortune, experiencing a sudden surge in qi and blood. "It's me, Fong Ping, your junior?" Fong Ping got straight to the point. "Brother Wang, I need to bother you with something. If it's convenient, could you make a trip back to Yangcheng?" Wang Jinyang slightly furrowed his brows, without mentioning he was still in Yangcheng, and replied with a light smile. "I wonder what you need me for, Junior Fongping. If it's convenient, you could tell me over the phone. This is a bit complicated. I'm actually not sure if asking Brother Wang will help, but he's the only martial artist I know. The details aren't convenient to discuss over the phone, but basically I encountered someone who might be a fugitive, and I accidentally injured them. Now there's a small problem. I don't know whether I should turn them over to the police directly. I was afraid of hurting someone and causing trouble later, especially since I'm about to take the college entrance exams. Missing them would be a huge setback." Fong Ping briefly explained a few things. If he said nothing, Wang Jinyang would definitely not bother to help unless he had nothing better to do. However, Fong Ping didn't go into too much detail. His main intention was still to ask for help. This was also Fong Ping's subtle way of testing Wang Jinyang's character and whether he had the capability to handle any future troubles. As Fong Ping finished speaking, Wang Jinyang's brow suddenly twitched. He was particularly sensitive to the words fugitive right now. In an instant, his thoughts turned to Huang Bin. But then again, that couldn't be possible. Huang Bin was a peak second-grade martial artist. Even Wang Jinyang himself would have to tread carefully if he encountered him. Fong Ping claimed he had injured someone, and Wang Jinyang instinctively ruled out Huang Bin. If he were back in Jiangcheng at Southern River Martial Arts University, Wang Jinyang wouldn't interfere. After all, he wasn't particularly close to Fong Ping. But right now, he was in Yangcheng, and Fong Ping showed promising qi blood levels with solid prospects in martial studies. If things went smoothly, there was a good chance the kid would get into Southern River Martial Arts University this year. Extending this small favor wasn't entirely out of the question. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Jinyang readily replied, "I've got the gist of the matter." "Well then, since I'm still in Yangcheng anyway, let's find a place and you can give me the full details. If it's not too much trouble, I'll put in a good word for you." He'd have to make a trip to the investigation bureau himself. Even though the culprit hadn't been caught, he still needed to file a report. If Fong Ping's situation wasn't too serious, he might as well mention it to that fatso. With the fat man putting in a word, what's the big deal about injuring an escaped convict? It'd be settled as an incidental matter. Of course, if things turned out to be troublesome, Wang Jinyang wouldn't get too involved. He wasn't particularly close to Fong Ping anyway. Helping with a word of greeting was already more than enough favor. First high school, staircase landing. Fong Ping hung up the phone, a faint smile appearing on his face. To my surprise, Wang Jinyang was still in Yangcheng, which made things much more convenient. I hadn't mentioned anything about wealth, only asking for a favor, yet Wang Jinyang readily agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Fong Ping felt considerably more at ease. With someone like Wang Jinyang's temperament, even if he took the lion's share, he'd surely leave me a portion to benefit from, perhaps the best outcome under the circumstances. "I'm still a bit reluctant," Fong Ping muttered and shook his head. There was no way around it. Keeping all the benefits for himself right now would have severe consequences. At this thought, Fong Ping gritted his teeth in secret. This time, he must pass the martial arts exam. Otherwise, such incidents might happen again in the future. Chapter 32. Are you kidding me? 1:20 p.m. At a milk tea shop near number 1 high school. Fong Ping had actually wanted to find a coffee shop, but in Yangcheng at this time, the economy wasn't great. After searching all around the number 1 high school area, he couldn't find a single cafe. Considering he was still a student, Fong Ping ultimately chose the milk tea shop. Fong Ping had already been waiting here for nearly half an hour. After finishing another glass of orange juice, Fong Ping glanced at the door and suddenly stood up, calling out, "Brother Wang, over here." Outside the door, Wang Jinyang smiled and strode towards Fong Ping. Fong Ping hastily rose to greet him, ordered a lemonade from the bar counter, and only then gestured for Wang Jinyang to sit together. Observing this, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but show a hint of amusement. This junior of his was considerably more mature than the average high school student. The moment they sat down, Fong Ping didn't beat around the bush and immediately took the lead in speaking. "Brother Wang, I'm actually quite surprised you could make it this time. When I called you, I was just trying my luck. I didn't expect you to actually come." Wang Jinyang didn't rush to speak. waiting until the waiter served the lemonade before smiling and saying, "I happen to be in Yangcheng, so it was just convenient. Also, don't take it the wrong way, to be honest, if it's a simple matter, I can lend a small hand. But if the problem's a bit troublesome, I'm afraid I won't be much help." "Fair enough." Fong Ping nodded. This was to be expected, after all, he wasn't Wang Jinyang's sworn brother or close friend, they'd only met once in passing. Without beating around the bush, Fong Ping got straight to the point. "Brother Wang, I'll speak frankly then. What I said on the phone earlier wasn't exactly false, but the situation is considerably more complicated than I described. If the guy I injured had just suffered ordinary injuries, I would have gone straight to the police. As for the follow-up issues, I actually don't think they'll be too difficult to handle. After all, he's a bad guy. I caught him, so the police should reward me." Wang Jinyang gave a slight nod, took a sip of lemonade, and smiled faintly. "Go on," he said. "The key isn't about that. It's that guy, he's no ordinary person. He's the same kind as you, Brother Wang." Wang Jinyang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't speak but instead looked up at Fong Ping, signaling him to continue. "I've got that guy subdued. He's a bit injured and currently hidden away in a spot. I found quite a few valuable items at the scene worth way more than I imagined. Between us, Brother Wang, I'll be straight, I'm thinking of keeping some for myself, but I'm worried about cleaning up the mess afterwards. That's mainly why I called you here, Brother Wang." Wang Jinyang's eyes flickered. This junior schoolmate of his was far bolder than he had imagined. When he mentioned his own kind, he probably meant martial artists. He had captured a martial artist, then tempted by the sight of wealth, decided not to hand him over to the police, fearing he couldn't safeguard these items. After brief consideration, Wang Jinyang immediately understood why Fong Ping had come to him. Fong Ping wanted to keep it for himself, but feared the complications that might follow, so he planned to make someone else take the blame. That wasn't entirely out of the question, it all came down to how big the benefits were. Lightly tapping the desk, Wang Jinyang wasn't some stubborn old-timer either. After a brief silence, he lowered his voice and said, "I won't ask how you subdued the other party yet. First, I just have a few questions. First, are you sure they're my kind of people? Second, are they definitely bad people? Third, how valuable is this? Fourth, how do you plan to split it?" If the gains were too small, Wang Jinyang wouldn't bother getting involved in this matter. If the other party were decent people, then it would be illegal. Even if he didn't arrest Fong Ping and take him to the police station, he still wouldn't collude with him. Breaking the law for just a little money wasn't something he would do, it simply wasn't worth it. So these matters needed to be clarified first. "Confirmed, you're one of them. Whether you're bad people, I can't say 100%, but there's a 90% probability. The target didn't die and actually begged me not to send him to the police station. As for the harvest," Fong Ping extended his palm. 500,000? Wang Jinyang lowered his voice. He hadn't considered the amount to be merely 50,000. As a martial artist, if Fong Ping was seeking him out for such a paltry sum, it would mean Fong Ping was an idiot. 10 times that. Cough, cough. Wang Jinyang was visibly shaken. 5 million was a staggering sum, even for someone like him. 5 million, for a martial artist. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. There were certainly martial artists carrying 5 million in wealth. Probably every martial artist in Yang City had assets of this magnitude. The key was Fong Ping's earlier statement that the man was a fugitive. The idea he'd previously dismissed instantly flashed through his mind again. Yangcheng didn't have that many law-breaking martial artists. Though martial artists weren't uncommon, considering how small Yangcheng was, what were the odds? A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, roughly 175 centimeters tall, looking somewhat honest and simple. These were Wang Jinyang's words. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, he nodded and said, "That's right. Brother Wang knows him?" Phew! Wang Jinyang was somewhat dumbfounded. Just who had this kid captured? Are you kidding me? Was he already injured beforehand? No. You're not kidding me. This time, Wang Jinyang spoke it out directly. If Fong Ping wasn't lying, then the other person must be Huang Bin, a peak second-rank martial artist, possibly even breaking through to the third rank. Such a strong expert was captured by a high school student? If he had been severely injured and someone took advantage, Wang Jinyang might have believed it, but an uninjured, at least peak second-rank martial artist being captured by Fong Ping? Noticing his astonishment, Fong Ping gave an awkward chuckle. Accident, pure accident. I had. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Jinyang suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming brightly as he said, "Let's go. We can talk while walking, take me there." He stopped questioning further. Once they saw the person in question, the truth would reveal itself. As for the matter of dividing the spoils, they'd figure it out after seeing them first. Good. Fong Ping wasn't the type to hesitate over decisions. At this point, there's no choice but to take a gamble. On the road, Wang Jinyang asked several questions and had already confirmed that the other party was indeed Huang Bin. Even though Fong Ping had explained how he captured the opponent, Wang Jinyang still found it hard to believe. A peak second-rank martial artist had actually been taken down just like that. A few bottles of knockout drugs, costing mere hundreds of yuan, actually took down a peak second-grade warrior. Huang Bin truly deserved to die. Thinking about it, his own strength was almost on par with Huang Bin's. Wouldn't that mean if it were him instead, he'd have fallen prey to Fang Ping's scheme just as easily? The mere thought sent shivers down Wang Jinyang's spine. When he looked at Fang Ping again, his expression had taken on a terrifying strangeness. If this matter were to spread, Huang Bin would likely become the laughingstock of the martial arts world. As for Fang Ping, even if he failed to become a martial artist, his fame would still spread within their small circle. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Jinghu Garden residential area. Room 201. As Fang Ping dragged Huang Bin out from under the bed like a dead dog, Wang Jinyang's eyelids kept twitching uncontrollably. It was indeed Huang Bin. Even with the man's blood-streaked face, Wang Jinyang, who had seen his photo before, recognized him immediately. A peak second-rank martial artist had truly fallen into Fang Ping's hands. Without immediately looking at Huang Bin, Wang Jinyang stared at Fang Ping, his tone more complex than ever as he murmured, "Fang Ping, in all my years, I've admired very few people, and you're one of them. Damn impressive." Besides calling him damn impressive, he genuinely couldn't describe what he was feeling. For fuck's sake, a peak second-rank martial artist had been beaten to a pulp by an ordinary guy. If everyone were like Fang Ping, why would they even bother practicing martial arts? Fang Ping forced a laugh. What an unexpected coincidence, Brother Wang. You know this guy, right? He's a bad apple? Yeah, wanted criminal. Wang Jinyang didn't hold back, saying with a bitter smile, a fugitive with 3 lives on his hands. It wasn't just an ordinary homicide case. The 3 men who died by his hand included 2 first-rank and 1 second-rank practitioners, all 3 being martial artists. If those 3 guys knew in the afterlife that you were the one who took down their killer, even their coffin lids wouldn't be able to hold them down. As he spoke these words, Fang Ping remained silent, but Huang Bin, lying on the ground, began thrashing violently. At this moment, Huang Bin was glaring at Fang Ping with an intensely ferocious gaze. He knew he was in big trouble. The guy who could recount his exploits, with vitality so abundant that he felt outmatched, what else could he be if not a martial artist? Falling into Fang Ping's hands versus falling into a martial artist's hands, that was a completely different ballgame. This time, he was truly done for. Huang Bin struggled desperately when Wang Jinyang, who had just been speaking amiably with Fang Ping, suddenly executed a sharp sidekick. Fang Ping didn't even see him move before Huang Bin was sent flying by the powerful kick. Wang Jinyang stared calmly at Huang Bin and said mildly, "I came here specifically for you. I chased you for days in Sangshan, never expecting you'd be hiding here. Man proposes but heaven disposes. After evading me, you ended up trapped here anyway. If I were you, I'd probably wish for death rather than face this." Huang Bin's previously bloodshot eyes gradually dimmed. Wang Jinyang wasn't wrong. Falling into Fang Ping's hands was truly worse than falling into Wang Jinyang's. Wang Jinyang made a comment before ignoring him, turning to Fang Ping to ask, "What things did he bring?" "Blood chi pills, vitality pills, plus 1 bone tempering pill and 1 organ protection pill." Fang Ping didn't conceal it, just omitted mentioning the grade level. In reality, even without him saying it, Wang Jinyang could roughly deduce it. After all, Fang Ping had mentioned the value earlier, and Huang Bin was preparing his breakthrough to 3rd grade. Wang Jinyang didn't speak hastily, quickly contemplating in his mind how to divide the spoils. At this moment, Fang Ping added, "He might still be carrying some things on him. I didn't dare to search him. Not that I didn't dare, I just forgot while he was unconscious. Afterward, I didn't dare let go of him, so naturally, I couldn't search him." Wang Jinyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing grew slightly rapid as he said, "Before you knocked him out, he probably wasn't on guard, right?" "That's actually nonsense talk. Had Fang Ping been on guard, he'd be the one lying motionless like a dead dog now." But Wang Jinyang was genuinely stirred up. After all, Huang Bin had been preparing for a breakthrough to Realm 3. Breaking through to the 3rd realm requires more than just medicinal pills. Other preparations are essential. Those are the truly priceless items. He hadn't considered this before because with someone like Huang Bin, if it truly came to a life or death situation, he would rather destroy everything than leave anything for his opponent. But this time, Fang Ping caught him off guard and subdued him. Huang Bin might not necessarily have destroyed these things, otherwise Fang Ping wouldn't have been able to obtain the elixirs. Without waiting for Fang Ping to speak, Wang Jinyang strode straight toward Huang Bin. Fang Ping didn't dare search him, nor did he dare loosen the restraints. He had no such scruples. Chapter 33, Division of Spoils complete. Several minutes later, though freed from his bindings, Huang Bin lay motionless on the ground, only the slight rise and fall of his chest revealing he still lived. Wang Jinyang searched the opponent and found something resembling jade, which he promptly tucked into his coat. Standing up and walking over to Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You won't need 2nd grade bone tempering pills or viscera protecting pills, so I'll give you 1 1st grade bone tempering pill and viscera protecting pill instead." These will be useful when you break through as a martial artist. Of course, there's quite a difference in value. Wang Jinyang looked at him for a while, then added after some thought, I can compensate you with another 1 million in cash. The combined market price of a second-grade bone tempering pill and a second-grade organ protection pill is 3 million. If exchanged for first-grade pills, the bone tempering pill would be 500,000 and the organ protection pill 600,000, totaling about 1.1 million on the market. This means Wang Jinyang took away resources worth 1.9 million, while compensating Fang Ping with 1 million, effectively taking away less than 1 million worth of resources. But with Huang Bin in his hands, he could still exchange him for the 500,000 yuan bounty. As for whether the Yangcheng Detective Bureau would demand these spoils from him, Wang Jinyang didn't even consider it, and Huang Bin didn't have a chance to speak up either. Of course, Wang Jinyang didn't mention the thing he had just taken. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping didn't bring up the item Wang Jinyang had just taken either, and quickly said, No need, brother Wang. That way, you'd actually end up taking far less than me. Wang Jinyang gave him a long, searching look before finally saying, You're a smart man. I'm sure we'll have many more dealings in the future. Let me make some things clear today, so we don't end up turning against each other later. Although elixirs and such do have considerable value, they're still within my means to purchase. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I can prepare the elixirs myself, but I'm still missing one crucial ingredient that's quite expensive. Even someone like me can't afford it for the time being. What I just took is precisely that item, though you wouldn't have any use for it right now. Besides, you wouldn't have any use for second-grade elixirs either, and selling them would likely attract unwanted attention, so it's perfect for me to take them. But don't worry, after my breakthrough, gathering resources will be much easier than now. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Since we've spoken frankly, if you agree, you don't need to worry about Huang Bin's affairs anymore, leave them to me. Fang Ping was actually prepared all along, he might as well pretend he knew nothing about it. But since Wang Jinyang had said so himself, Fang Ping stopped hesitating and nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony anymore. Without brother Wang's help, I probably wouldn't have gotten anything at all. Haha, not to that extent. Yangcheng may be stingy, but they still have bonuses in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. However, drawing too much attention isn't necessarily a good thing. Fang Ping agreed, and Wang Jinyang smiled happily. Even if he really decided to take it all for himself, Fang Ping couldn't do anything about it. But this guy, a mere high school student, managed to scheme his way into bringing down a peak second-rank martial artist. He's definitely a ruthless character. His chi and blood aren't weak, and his courage is strong. His chances of getting into the martial arts program are pretty high. If he decides to keep everything for himself over a few million now, he'll likely make an enemy out of Fang Ping for life. When he breaks through to the third-grade realm, a mere few million won't really be big money to him. Is it worth offending a ruthless character over such a small sum? Moreover, he's already gotten what he wanted, more and better than he'd anticipated. Fang Ping, seeing his radiant smile, thought for a moment and added, Brother Wang, forget the million, what I really need is a basic cultivation manual. Martial arts technique? Wang Jinyang raised an eyebrow, then nodded and said, Basic techniques are worthless. Every student gets one after entering Warrior University. Although they forbid spreading it outside, even if you do teach others, it's no big deal. Now that you've got elixirs and money, plus this technique for preparing to break through as a warrior, it's really nothing extraordinary. But I must warn you, practicing without proper guidance can easily lead to problems. Of course, if you truly have doubts, you can call and ask me. However, I'm about to make a breakthrough soon and may not have much time to clarify your questions. After giving these reminders, Wang Jinyang didn't say more. Fang Ping wasn't foolish, you'd have to be an idiot not to have captured Huang Bin in the first place. The main points had been sufficiently conveyed. I'll transfer the 1 million to you later, either by bank transfer or cash will do. I don't have the cultivation manuals with me right now. I'll mail them to you when I return to Jiangcheng. As for the elixirs, before he could finish, Fang Ping took out 2 bottles, one containing second-grade bone-tempering pills and the other organ-protecting pills, and handed them to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang didn't stand on ceremony either. Taking them, he opened the bottles for a quick look, his eyes revealing a flicker of delight. The elixir is ready, and that other essential item has been obtained as well. Now, everything is set, just waiting for the breakthrough. Once back at school, he can apply for more resources, making preparations even more thorough and better than before. Originally, breaking through to the 3rd tier seemed a bit uncertain, but now he feels very confident. 3 advancements in 1 year. At this thought, Wang Jinyang's eyes grew increasingly bright. In the entire South River Martial Arts University, including those seniors, how many could still suppress him from now on? Taking the elixir from Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang also retrieved 2 pills from his bag and handed them to Fang Ping. First-grade bone tempering pill, first-grade organ shielding pill. Having agreed on terms, Wang Jinyang walked over to Huang Bin and examined him for a while. After some thought, he turned to Fang Ping and said, You can leave now. I'll deal with this guy tonight. Fong Ping hesitated slightly and murmured, "What about in Yang City?" He didn't get a chance to speak. Woo woo. Huang Bin, who had just regained slight consciousness from his coma, immediately struggled to sit up upon hearing these words. Wang Jinyang ignored him, clenched his right fist, and suddenly smashed it into Huang Bin's head, stating coldly, "Murder, resisting arrest, shot dead on the spot." Fong Ping felt a slight chill in his heart. He nodded without glancing at Huang Bin, not bothering to check if the other man was dead or alive. Picking up the bag he had left behind earlier, he headed for the door. Just as he was about to step out, Wang Jinyang suddenly spoke. "After the martial arts college entrance exams, even if you score above Jiangnan Martial University's admission line, unless it's for the two prestigious institutions, you should ideally enroll at Jiangnan Martial University. I've made a breakthrough this year. Next semester, I'll be competing for the position of Martial Arts Society President. Governor Zhang has made another breakthrough by increasing school cultivation resources. I'll give you some preferential treatment." Fong Ping nodded again. Wang Jinyang was not weak, at the very least. He wasn't afraid of Huang Bin. Based on Fong Ping's analysis, Wang should have also broken through to Tier 3 this time. A Tier 3 martial artist should be quite formidable among students. Having such a familiar face looking out for him was indeed better than testing another martial arts university. As for the two prestigious schools, Fong Ping hadn't even considered them. This is too hard. Even if he worked hard from then on, his chances of getting admitted were slim. Unless he became a martial artist before the martial arts entrance exam, he could afford to be slightly weaker in academic subjects. But with only a little over 20 days left, Fong Ping didn't believe he could achieve a breakthrough. "Thank you. I think next semester, Brother Wang will probably see me at Nanjiang Martial University. Alright, I'll wait for you." Outside the door, Fong Ping suppressed all other thoughts in his mind and ceased dwelling on Huang Bin's matter. That guy is as good as dead. As for whether he deserved it or if Fong Ping should feel guilty, he refused to ponder such questions. Wang Jinyang's earlier words had enlightened Fong Ping to certain truths. Martial artists are all competing for status, competing for resources, striving to become stronger. Wang Jinyang, in order to secure benefits, acted without any scruples, never even considering giving Huang Bin a chance to speak. As for the authorities, since Fong Ping has swallowed the benefits, they will come asking for them. But since Wang Jinyang had swallowed it whole, without concrete evidence or eyewitnesses to the scene, what was gone was gone. Who would dare bring it up? This disparity stemmed from the difference in strength and status between the two parties. Without power or status, one clearly had no voice in the matter. Shaking his head, Fong Ping dismissed these thoughts and began tallying up his gains from this endeavor. 18 blood chi pills, 8 ordinary chi blood pills, 3 first-grade chi blood pills, and 1 each of first-grade bone tempering pill and organ shielding pill. Additionally, Huang Bin had a little over 200,000 in cash, and Wang Jinyang would soon transfer him 1 million, along with a cultivation technique manual. The total market value of the pills reached a staggering 3.34 million, 1.2 million in cash. Even without factoring in the cultivation techniques, Fong Ping's gains this time amounted to a staggering 4.5 million. Robbery and arson lined the pockets with gold. Fong Ping murmured to himself. He hadn't even killed anyone, yet he'd unexpectedly obtained such a huge sum all at once. And these weren't even all of Fong Ping's rewards. Just now, Fong Ping noticed a change in his wealth value. Wealth, 2,403,800. Chi and blood, 1.2. Spirit, 1.1. A very strange wealth value even without adding the 1 million yuan Wang Jinyang hadn't transferred yet. According to Fong Ping's calculations, it should have been around 3.5 million yuan, but now, it was short by 1.1 million yuan. Fong Ping faintly guessed that the system probably calculated relative value. These elixirs had a market price of over 3.3 million yuan, but that didn't necessarily mean they were truly worth that much money. Before Fong Ping sold the items, before they were converted into cash, the value of the elixirs was not fixed. For someone like Wang Jinyang and others, purchasing them in schools would be much cheaper. As for fighters in society buying them through other channels, they would cost much more. Thus, the system calculated what should be the relatively true value rather than the market price, with the value of the elixirs deducted by 1/3. If you calculate it this way, it's about right. A plainly assembly line product pretending to be an intelligent device, 1-star review. Fong Ping muttered, but a pleased expression spread across his face. 2.4 million in wealth points, plus the upcoming 1 million transfer from Wang Jinyang. Fong Ping never expected he would accumulate so much wealth value in such a short time. This harvest truly exceeded his wildest imagination. Chapter 34, Data Conversion. Fong Ping was exhilarated by his gains. Then, her expression changed abruptly as she hurriedly grabbed her bag and walked toward her own home. Room 101. In the small room, Fong Ping's face twisted with bitterness as he cursed inwardly. I knew all along you weren't reliable, and sure enough, you're not. Could it be that you've seen the money and gotten greedy, embezzling my wealth value? Just moments ago, in his excitement, the 3 lines of data in his vision suddenly disappeared. It happened abruptly, like a power outage, nothing could be seen anymore. This lousy system had no manual from the beginning, making Fong Ping suspect it was faulty, just some assembly line product. Now, after great effort, he had finally accumulated over 2 million wealth points. Before he could even enjoy it for a bit, gone just like that. If this wasn't blatant theft followed by an escape with the money, then what else could it be? Fong Ping cursed inwardly for a while but refused to give up, his eyes wide open as he stared intently into the seemingly black-screened void. Just as Fong Ping's straining eyes were streaming with tears, the blackened panel suddenly flashed back to life. Soon, 3 lines of data slowly reappeared. Only then did Fong Ping heave a sigh of relief, rubbing his eyes as he cursed inwardly. Can't you give a warning before upgrading? Vanishing without a word, were you trying to scare me on purpose? Fong Ping grew increasingly dissatisfied with this damned system. No instruction manual was one thing, but appearing and vanishing whenever it pleased, who did it think it was? Despite his grumbling, Fong Ping focused his attention on the 3 new lines of data that had appeared. Wealth, 240-3800. Vitality, 121 calories. Mental energy, 110 Hz. Not much has changed, except for the data conversion. Did our small chi meter turn into a full-scale vitality chamber? Fong Ping secretly calculated in his mind what purpose such a change could serve. At the very least, it saves the cost of going to the hospital for a checkup. This upgrade was likely triggered because his wealth value reached a certain standard, transitioning from the basic version to the precision version. Soon, Fong Ping considered there might be a second effect. Previous improvements were all based on 0.1, with 10,000 wealth points boosting 10 units of chi in blood. Now, is it possible to use 1,000 wealth points to increase 1 unit? After some thought, Fong Ping decided it was worth trying. Without further hesitation, now that he was rich and powerful, he didn't mind spending 1,000 wealth points, silently willing to increase 1 calorie of vitality. Soon, the data before my eyes shifted. Wealth, 2,402,800. Vitality, 122 calories. Spirit, 110 Hz. As expected, Fong Ping's heart leaped with joy. It really worked. The reconstituted data wasn't merely about saving on chi blood examination fees, there was more to it than that. It was to give Fong Ping a more intuitive understanding of his physical condition. For example, before this, Fong Ping's improvements were always in increments of 10 calories. Last time, his body almost failed to meet the requirements, causing him excruciating pain. That was because the sudden excessive improvement made his body incapable of keeping up with the pace. Now it's different. A 1-unit enhancement doesn't give Fong Ping such an intense sensation, allowing him to better control his body and avoid blood vessel ruptures. Besides this, Fong Ping soon thought of another benefit. It could more effectively prevent his secrets from being discovered. A one-time enhancement of 10 units would quickly reveal discernible differences to martial artists like Wang Jinyang. Just like before, Fong Ping had no choice but to make up an excuse to brush it off. If the enhancement were only 1 or 2 kilocalories, the increase wouldn't be noticeable enough for Wang Jinyang to detect. For now it wasn't too bad. Fong Ping didn't interact with many martial artists, currently only Wang Jinyang. But once entering the martial university, he'd be surrounded by many practitioners. It's only natural that someone noticed something unusual when your chi and blood suddenly surged by 10 points overnight. If those 10 points had been spread over a week or 10 days with gradual improvement, the likelihood of detection would have been much lower. Having figured this out, Fong Ping felt greatly satisfied. This level up had yielded excellent results. It even manifested with numerical units displayed. That's good, seems reliable enough. Fong Ping secretly praised the system, then couldn't help cursing it internally. What a money-grubbing thing. When he was broke, it wouldn't even give him an instruction manual, had to figure everything out himself. Now that his wealth value had increased, it was even displaying specific numerical units. Snob. The data reappeared, yet Fong Ping wasn't in a hurry to enhance his psychic energy. Wang Jinyang was still upstairs. If he strengthened himself now and anything unusual occurred, it'd be easy to get noticed. He could simply wait until he left before making use of it. No need to rush. Considering Wang Jinyang was upstairs and that dead ghost still hovering above his head, Fong Ping couldn't help but feel a creeping unease. Not lingering at home any longer, Fong Ping hid the cash securely, carried the elixir with him, and headed to school with his backpack. As he walked, Fong Ping was still mulling over whether to buy or at least rent a house. This place was just too cramped. My parents are fine, they generally don't come into my room or rummage through my things. But that unreliable Fong Yuan is way too curious. She always barges into my room to poke around looking for snacks, comic books, anything fun. Basically, that girl is interested in everything. Now with the 20,000 from my parents added to the cash in my room, I have over 220,000 in total. Even though I've hidden it, over 200,000 isn't just a piece of paper. If that girl finds it, things could get complicated. I'll have to get a bank card later. Fong Ping muttered to himself, especially since Wang Jinyang's 1 million hadn't been transferred yet. Get the membership card done early, lest this guy goes into seclusion for a breakthrough and forgets about it. Next, cultivate techniques, train the body. His own house isn't suitable either, can't keep practicing in the yard all the time. When he was broke, Fong Ping wouldn't even consider this. Now that he has money, setting up a secret hideout for himself is absolutely necessary. Rent or buy a house. Keeping this in mind, Fong Ping decided to spend this Sunday house hunting. After spending the whole afternoon at school, Fong Ping rushed home without delay as soon as classes ended. He couldn't quite relax, still worried about the cash stash at home. Fong Ping really feared Fong Yuan might stumble upon it. As soon as he arrived at the doorstep of his home, Fong Ping's face turned slightly green. Something even worse than Fong Yuan finding that money seemed to have happened. Inside the stairway hallway, at Fong Ping's doorstep, standing there was someone Fong Ping never expected to see, Wang Jinyang. Although Wang Jinyang had said he wouldn't leave until evening, Fong Ping assumed he wouldn't go out during the day. Who would have guessed he'd stroll out so brazenly? If it were just Wang Jinyang alone, Fong Ping wouldn't have minded, but now he was actually chatting with Fong Yuan. Fong Ping's massive bull-like head turned as he hurried over. Wang Jinyang, who was speaking, also noticed Fong Ping and nodded with a smile. Fong Yuan beamed with joy and exclaimed upon seeing him, "Fong Ping, you're back." "Yeah, what's going on here?" "Fong Ping, what a coincidence, I actually ran into Senior Wang." Fong Yuan was thrilled, then puzzled. "Wait, don't you know him?" Fong Ping's expression turned bitter. "Obviously I know him. The real question is, how did you two end up chatting together? And that bastard Wang Jinyang, instead of properly staying put guarding the corpse, what are you doing coming downstairs?" Fong Yuan couldn't contain herself and, ignoring Fong Ping's confusion, said delightedly, "When I came back earlier, I ran into Senior Wang outside." Fong Ping, who would have thought Senior Wang has relatives living in our neighborhood too? If it weren't for my classmate showing off Senior Wang's autographed photo to me yesterday, I wouldn't have recognized him. I always said it was such a shame I hadn't met Senior Wang before. Who knew I'd run into him today? Fong Ping, you lied to me last time saying Senior Wang had already left. Fong Ping's face turned increasingly green, for no other reason than the fact he'd told what he thought was a perfect lie last time. He'd assumed he wouldn't have any contact with Wang Jinyang afterward, so he claimed last time's pills had been sold to him by Wang instead. If my sister brings it up now, the cat will be out of the bag. But judging by Fong Yuan's excited expression, she probably hadn't gotten around to mentioning it yet. Fong Ping hurriedly said, "Don't bother brother Wang, he's busy. Get inside first." Fong Yuan's previously delighted expression immediately fell, and she muttered, "No way, Senior Wang didn't say he was busy. Go back, don't embarrass me in front of your brother." Fong Ping hastily scolded before turning to Wang Jinyang with an awkward chuckle. "My little sister. Last time she insisted I get your autograph, even said she'd sell hundreds of copies to make some money." At this point, Fong Ping could only try to change the subject. Hearing this, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but chuckle. Fong Yuan glared daggers at Fong Ping, grinding her teeth in frustration. That utter jerk, and here she'd been planning to ask Wang Jinyang for his autograph later. Now that her brother had mentioned it, the little girl was too embarrassed to admit it. She hastily shook her head at Wang Jinyang, then opened the door and quickly dashed inside, saying, "You guys chat, I'm going to do my homework." Bang! The loud slamming of the door clearly signaled her annoyance at Fong Ping for exposing her. Fong Ping found it both amusing and exasperating, then couldn't help but glance at Wang Jinyang again. Why was this guy out and about in broad daylight? As if reading his thoughts, Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly and said, "No need to be nervous. I'm not a bad guy. If it weren't for the risk of causing panic if people saw me carrying this during the day, I could walk out with it right now without any issues." Fong Ping forced a dry smile and remained silent. Wang Jinyang unexpectedly added another explanation, "Without a duffel bag, it's inconvenient. I went out to buy one, and grabbed some fast food while I was at it." With that, he even lifted the fast food in his hand toward Fong Ping as if to show it off. When he mentioned the duffel bag, Fong Ping didn't need to think to know what it was meant for. But hearing him mention fast food suddenly made Fong Ping's scalp prickle with unease. Is this guy out of his mind? You might as well have eaten out instead of bringing fast food back. Don't forget, there's still a corpse upstairs. The thought of this guy casually eating while admiring Huang Bin's dead body struck Fong Ping as downright perverse. Wang Jinyang, however, remained blissfully oblivious. With a light chuckle, he said, "I happened to run into your little sister on the way. Quite an interesting kid. Stay away from my sister." The words slipped out of Fong Ping's mouth almost involuntarily, causing Wang Jinyang beside him to freeze momentarily before his lips began to twitch. "You're a siscon, aren't you?" "Definitely. Damn it, there are plenty of beauties pursuing me at Wuhan University, let alone from other schools, they come in droves. Beautiful tutors, campus belles, billionaire heiresses. When had Wang Jinyang ever fallen so low as to set his sights on some little girl? Fong Yuan had recognized him just now and started chattering away familiarly as they walked together. Wang Jinyang had merely found it amusing. Since they happened to be going the same way, Wang Jinyang didn't purposely avoid her either. As it turned out, Fang Ping actually dared to question his character. Wang Jinyang glared at Fang Ping with an unpleasant look, while Fang Ping himself scratched his head sheepishly. Force of habit, just force of habit. In his past life, quite a few guys had set their sights on his younger sister, and Fang Ping had often stepped in to fend them off for Fang Yuan's sake. So when Wang Jinyang said those words just now, Fang Ping had reflexively blurted that out. The two locked eyes for a moment before Wang Jinyang suddenly chuckled and spoke. I'll leave tonight. I'm returning to Wuhan University tomorrow. Hope our next meeting won't be too far off. You're quite interesting. Bold, meticulous, and ruthless when needed, knowing when to advance or retreat. These were all the impressions Wang Jinyang had of Fang Ping. So Wang Jinyang was quite interested in Fang Ping, genuinely curious whether this guy would do something more interesting after becoming a martial artist. Fang Ping smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Without lingering, Wang Jinyang casually headed upstairs with his takeout. Only after Wang Jinyang left did Fang Ping softly exhale in relief. After all, the other party was a martial artist. No matter how friendly they appeared, Fang Ping still felt some pressure. Late at night, all was quiet. Hearing the faint sound of a door closing upstairs, Fang Ping, who had been pretending to read in his room, muttered to himself, finally, he's gone. As long as Wang Jinyang stayed, Fang Ping had felt constant pressure. Now that we're leaving, the Huangbin incident has come to a complete conclusion. It's time for me to use what I've gained from this to improve my strength. Chapter 35, All Set. Night. Not long after Wang Jinyang left, Fang Ping began his own strength enhancement. Soon, the data before Fang Ping's eyes began to change. Wealth, 2,370,800. Vitality, 124 calories. Spirit, 140 Hz. Having spent over 30,000 wealth points, Fang Ping had maximized both his vitality and spiritual power. 124 units of blood energy were making him feel like his blood vessels might burst again. 140 Hz of mental power, which initially brought a cooling clarity to his mind, now left him feeling somewhat dizzy and plagued by a throbbing headache. Fang Ping knew he had reached his current limit and didn't dare push further. Feeling somewhat dazed, Fang Ping decided against testing the effects of his enhanced mental powers that night, choosing instead to get some sleep first. The next day, April 12th, Saturday. Waking up, Fang Ping felt no trace of drowsiness, only refreshed and invigorated, as if even the air had become fresher. Unlike before, he no longer had the slightest desire to laze in bed. He got up and washed up. After finishing his morning routine, Fang Ping vigorously knocked on Fang Yuan's door and shouted, "Get up, you're going to be late." Fang Yuan, still sleeping? The more you sleep, the rounder your face gets. Under Fang Ping's violent knocking, Fang Yuan yawned and opened the door with half-closed eyes. Shooting Fang Ping a dissatisfied glance, the little girl habitually headed toward the bathroom. While washing up, Fang Yuan, still slightly groggy, couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As for what exactly felt wrong, she couldn't put her finger on it at that moment. After finishing her morning routine and returning to the living room, she saw Fang Ping eating breakfast. Sitting across from him, she propped her chin in her hand and yawned. "Fang Ping, I think I've forgotten something. What's the matter?" Fang Ping pretended to be completely unaware of the situation and casually brushed it off with a question. "Yeah, what could it be?" The little girl fell deep into thought. Had she forgotten to ask Wang Jinyang for his autograph? Or had she forgotten to do her homework? Doing homework, right. Fang Yuan seemed to recall something, glaring at Fang Ping with a hostile look, grinding his teeth as he uttered, "Fang Ping, what day is it today? I forgot. Today's Saturday." Fang Yuan's face puffed up with anger as she snapped in frustration, "You have classes on Saturdays, but I don't. Why did you wake me up?" Fang Ping replied with utter nonchalance, "I just forgot, alright? Besides, waking up early is good for your health. I'm actually doing you a favor. I'm so angry." The little girl bristled with rage and was ready to fight Fang Ping with all her might. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan covered his pinched red cheeks, glaring at Fang Ping indignantly. Outmatched in strength and unsuccessful in settling accounts, his round face got even rounder from being pinched. After teasing Fang Yuan for a while, Fang Ping was in much better spirits and decided not to push her buttons any further. Pulling out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, under Fang Yuan's stunned gaze, Fang Ping handed it to her and said, "School's out today, no need to stay cooped up at home. Go hang out with your classmates and relax for the day." With over 220,000 yuan still in cash at home, Fang Ping took just over 20,000 with him. The remaining 200,000 yuan was still kept in his room. He was worried that this idle girl might start snooping around his room out of boredom, so he decided to send her away first. He figured he'd deal with this cash tomorrow when he was off work, whether to buy a house or deposit it in the bank. Keeping it at home indefinitely wasn't an option. Fang Ping took out 100 yuan, a trivial amount to him. For Fang Yuan, 100 yuan was practically unprecedented. She'd never received that much pocket money before. Except during Lunar New Year, the little girl had rarely ever had 100 yuan to her name. Today, her notoriously stingy elder brother had actually given her 100 yuan to go out and have fun. The sun must be rising from the west. Fang Yuan looked surprised and couldn't help saying, "Fang Ping, haven't you recovered from your illness yesterday?" Fang Ping's face darkened as he retorted, "Do you want it or not? So you did something bad and want to bribe me? If you don't want it, I'll take it back." "Yes." Fang Yuan hastily snatched the cash from Fang Ping's hands, her face lighting up with joy, then immediately started chattering, "Did Mom give you this? Mom plays favorites, she always gives you more than me." "Fang Ping, are you really giving this to me? You won't take it back later, will you? How about I give you $10 for your lunch?" Fang Ping turned a deaf ear, silently finishing his breakfast. After the meal, Fang Ping grabbed his backpack and stood up, saying, "I'm going out for a walk to clear my mind. Might treat myself to a nice lunch later." "Right, you're not allowed to go out with boys, only with girls." "TCH, I'll go out with boys if I want to," Fang Yuan retorted with a deliberately rebellious expression. Fang Ping wasn't bothered either, curling his lip as he said, "I was just saying, which boy in your class would even want to go out with a chubby girl like you? It'd be downright embarrassing." Fang Ping, strike not the face when fighting a man, and touch not his sore spots when scolding him. Yet now, Fang Ping deliberately targeted those sore spots, infuriating Fang Yuan so much he really wanted to knock some lumps on Fang Ping's head. After teasing Fang Yuan till she was about to explode, Fang Ping cheerfully grabbed his school bag and headed out the door. Number 1 High School, Class 4, Grade 12. It must be said that martial arts examinees are actually very hard-working. At the very least, they arrive at school very early. Fang Ping noticed that every time he arrived, the other martial arts examinees had almost all gotten there before him. The moment he entered, he heard the loudmouth Zhang Hao announce excitedly, "Jobin had his qi and blood measured yesterday, 125 calories. That's amazing. Our school might actually have someone admitted to those 2 top universities this year." Last year, the admission criteria for those 2 top schools were around 125 calories, weren't they? Zhang Hao asked casually, and the bearded Yang Jian quickly nodded in agreement. Last year, the minimum admission score for Magic City Martial University was indeed 125 calories. Zhang Hao naturally already knew the answer, he'd only asked to get someone to play along with his conversation. Hearing this, they hurriedly smiled and said, "There's still plenty of time before the medical checkup. Take another qi and blood pill before the exam. I suspect that Jobin's blood energy test results might reach as high as 128 calories by then." God, could Jobin really get into those 2 top universities? If he actually makes it, our school number 1 will become famous. Zhang Hao was jumping for joy, as excited as if his qi and blood test had reached 125 units. Some of the other martial arts examinees looked on with envy, while others appeared nervous. Among the regular liberal arts examinees, envy was more common, but there was no trace of nervousness after all, it had nothing to do with them. Fang Ping, who had just entered, didn't feel much about it. Jobin was the top seed student at First High, with a current vital energy of only 125 units, while Fang Ping himself had reached 124 units. The gap between them was merely 1 calorie difference, almost negligible. Moreover, Fang Ping still possessed vast reserves of wealth points. Had his physical condition not been a limiting factor, surpassing his opponent would have been as easy as child's play. In reality, Fang Ping wasn't even competing with these students anymore. His thoughts were occupied by Wang Jinyang, though only 1 year older. Wang was already preparing to break through to the 3rd-rank martial arts realm. Compared to Wang Jinyang, these high school seniors, no matter how strong their qi and blood, could hardly catch Fang Ping's attention. Ignoring their discussion, Fang Ping picked up his book and started reading. He had been too exhausted the night before to test out the effects of his enhanced mental strength. The issue for Fang Ping wasn't about qi and blood when it came to passing the martial arts exam, his real challenge remained the academic subjects. If improving spiritual power shows results, that would truly be the foundation for passing the martial arts exam. Fang Ping didn't want to join the discussion, but Yang Jian in the front row couldn't resist turning around to ask, "Fang Ping, how much is your qi and blood level now?" "Don't know, haven't measured it." Yang Jian was itching with curiosity, but truthfully, he didn't really want to know Fang Ping's exact measurement. Hearing Fang Ping say that, Yang Jian immediately chuckled sheepishly. "Last night, my dad insisted I go to the hospital for a checkup. We went together, and turns out my qi blood reading went up by a point, it's 113 now." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. If he wanted to show off, did he have to do it with that foolish, dim-witted grin? "Fang Ping, do you think if I take some more medicine before the physical, I could push it to 115? "Fang Ping, you're probably taller than me. Why don't you go get measured tomorrow too?" Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. This bearded guy really loved to talk. Not bothering with more nonsense, Fang Ping lowered his head and began reading, seeing how much his mental focus had improved. The morning reading session ended, and Fang Ping closed his book, lost in thought with his eyes shut. The results were remarkable. With a mental capacity of 140 Hz, Fong Ping wasn't sure if it could be considered exceptional. Yet the effects were undeniable. His mind felt unusually clear and vibrant. Fong Ping had actually studied all the high school subjects before, and he used to have decent grades. This was just a review for him now. However, having set aside these subjects for many years, even reviewing them required a process and took time. Yet now, as Fong Ping revisited this familiar material, his ability to understand and absorb it was significantly better than just a few days prior. Many forgotten details began to resurface in his mind. And this was only at 140 Hz. In a few more days, once he adapted to his current mental capacity, he planned to push himself even further. By then, the results should be even better. For the final break in the martial arts examination, Fong Ping felt he had already moved most of it aside. All morning, Fong Ping eagerly absorbed and digested this blend of old and new knowledge. During the midday break, Fong Ping stepped out for a while. I spent 10 yuan to open a bank account. I spent 1,200 yuan to buy a mobile phone, and another 100 yuan to get a SIM card. Without a phone, many things become inconvenient to handle. The moment he got the phone and activated the SIM card, Fong Ping's first action was to send Wang Jinyang a text message. South River Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang, who had just arrived at the school, saw a string of numbers on his phone screen and laughed wryly. This guy, quite interesting. Just yesterday, Fong Ping was being so polite, saying he didn't want that 1 million anymore. Even if he did want it, there was no rush. Whenever Brother Wang's free, just transfer it then. In short, the words sound exceptionally sweet. But it hadn't even been a full day, and that guy had already sent over his account number. After laughing for a moment, Wang Jinyang had no intention of reneging on the debt. He went to the campus bank and completed the transfer. At Wuhan University, a 1 million yuan transfer isn't considered much. The internally operated banks at Wuhan University sometimes handle daily fund flows reaching hundreds of millions, which isn't unusual. After sorting out the money issue, Wang Jinyang also packed some of his textbooks along with a foundational cultivation manual and had them shipped to Fong Ping by courier. He wasn't worried about losing it either. If it got lost, so be it. Without the proper foundation, attempting to cultivate recklessly would be nothing short of courting death. At worst, I can just mail Fong Ping another copy later. Meanwhile, far away in Yangchang, Fong Ping noticed the text message alert on his phone. He instantly beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Sounds perfect." Old Wang was indeed a straightforward man, even though this guy might have profited more than himself this time. Chapter 36, The Eager Fong Yuan. After receiving Wang Jinyang's 1 million transfer, Fong Ping's total assets had skyrocketed to 3.37 million. Considering that even boosting both mental and physical energy to 200 would only cost 100,000 wealth points. At this moment, Fong Ping was overjoyed. Of course, this joy didn't last long, as Fong Ping soon sensed an intangible malice approaching. Would a snob let me feel this comfortable? Fong Ping muttered to himself, feeling that this malice originated from that rather unreliable snobbish system. Though it was just intuition, Fong Ping believed his intuition was quite reliable. The increase in wealth and funds delighted Fong Ping. As for the text message from Wang Jinyang that followed, Fong Ping awaited it with anticipation. The package has been sent. Please be ready to receive it. Fong Ping read that single line of text over and over again. Compared to money, Fong Ping was actually more interested in martial techniques. As for money, he'd had it in his previous life. Not much, but over those few years, Fong Ping had earned quite a bit. However, apart from those worthless manuals sold on the streets, Fong Ping genuinely hadn't come across any real cultivation techniques. Even if he had seen some, he wouldn't have practiced them. No one would take those seriously. Just thinking that the package might arrive tomorrow or the day after, Fong Ping could barely contain his excitement. After school in the afternoon, Fong Ping declined Wu Zhihao and the others' invitation to work out together. At this moment, Fong Ping was still familiarizing himself with his body and digesting his recent gains. Practicing with them wasn't particularly helpful. He waited until Fong Ping had walked farther away alone. A martial arts examinee from class 4 said somewhat uncomfortably, "Fong Ping seems quite arrogant." Wu Zhihao didn't seem to mind too much and smiled, saying, "If he doesn't want to go, then so be it. He never participated in our activities before either, probably just used to it by now." Hearing him say this, the others didn't press further. The student who spoke earlier couldn't help asking curiously, "Zhihao, how much qi and blood do you think he actually has?" Everyone already knew about Fong Ping's recent improvement in qi and blood. After all, among the other three present at the time, Yang Jian was someone who couldn't keep his mouth shut. Even Wang Jinyang had praised Fong Ping, so his qi and blood levels clearly couldn't be too low. Wu Zhihao pondered for a moment before saying, "Probably around 120 kl. That high?" Someone's face was filled with admiration, mixed with a hint of jealousy. Fong Ping wasn't particularly remarkable before, but who would have guessed his chi in blood had reached 120 units? Keep in mind, among all senior year martial arts examinees in the entire school, only Zhou Bin and one other top student from an elite class had surpassed 120 units so far. As for whether someone might be hiding their true capabilities, such cases rarely occurred. During student years, showing off and flaunting one's talents is almost an epidemic among students. Having good grades yet hiding them, that's true foolishness. I'm just speculating, but the margin shouldn't be too wide either way. Wu Zhihao glanced at the others and added, but we'd better not follow his example, otherwise we might die without knowing how. Even if I fail the martial arts exam, it's better than losing my life. If I don't pass now, at worst I'll repeat a year. If that still doesn't work, I'll just earn some money and enroll in a martial arts training program later. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, none of them had the courage to stake their lives for a single opportunity. Fang Ping naturally had no knowledge of his classmates' discussion. He didn't think of himself as prideful. It was just that he wasn't too familiar with those classmates anyway. Besides, with the martial arts exam approaching, no one even knew if they'd have any interaction in the future. Trying to build connections now wouldn't make much of a difference. Jinghu Garden. Fang Ping had just opened his door when Fang Yuan stealthily poked her head out of her room and whispered, "Fang Ping, come in here." Fang Ping found this both amusing and exasperating. Speechless, he remarked, "We're in our own home, are we supposed to be thieves now?" "Shoo!" Fang Yuan hastily raised a finger to her lips, glancing nervously toward the backyard before whispering urgently, "Hurry up and get inside." Chuckling, Fang Ping changed his shoes and followed his sister into her room. As soon as they stepped inside, Fang Yuan hurriedly closed the door and then shoved a plastic bag into Fang Ping's arms. Before Fang Ping could check it, Fang Yuan whispered urgently, "Half is yours, but don't ask me for money anymore. I already spent all 100 yuan on emergency rations, it's gone. Oh, and don't tell Mom. At worst I'll give up my allowance for this entire month. I'll give it all to you." Fang Ping didn't say anything either. Taking the plastic bag and opening it to look inside, it was full of snacks. Fang Yuan wasn't particularly generous with spending money, but it was inevitable that children loved snacks. Her parents rarely bought her snacks. Aside from being a waste of money, they weren't healthy either. In the past, Fang Yuan would spend whatever pocket money he had on this kind of thing. This time, his elder brother was unusually generous, giving him 100 yuan. Fang Yuan had originally planned to buy just 10 or 8 yuan worth of snacks, but as soon as he entered the snack shop, the little guy was dazzled by all the choices. By the time he reached the checkout, he realized that even after cutting back on most of his selections, he had still managed to spend nearly the entire 100 yuan. Afraid Fang Ping would accuse her of being wasteful, the little girl deliberated at home for a long time before finally deciding to split the spoils with her big brother. 50-50, that should be fine, right? Noticing her nervous tone, Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Alright, since you've already bought them, I won't eat any. They're all yours." "No." Though the little girl kept eyeing the plastic bag in Fang Ping's hand, she stubbornly shook her head. "Half for you, otherwise you'll definitely snitch on me." "What's the point of me doing that?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "Little girl, what kind of person do you take your brother for? Right now, I've got money to burn. What's 100 yuan to me?" Besides, Fang Ping wasn't a child anymore, he'd long since outgrown the habit of snacking. Fang Ping casually tossed the snack bag onto the bed and chuckled. "Keep it for yourself. Your big brother here has made some small money recently. If you ever run short of pocket money, you can ask me." Some matters needed to be revealed appropriately. Now that Fang Ping had bought a phone, he still needed to go out tomorrow to either rent or buy a house. With my parents rarely at home, there was basically no risk of exposure. But Fang Yuan was different, he often stayed close to Fang Ping. Revealing some information now could serve as a suitable foundation. Hearing Fang Ping say this, Fang Yuan looked puzzled and asked, "Did you make money?" "Yeah. How much did you earn?" "Don't ask about that. Just know your brother isn't short on cash right now." "How did you make it? Did you take up a job?" "Nah." "Then how?" Suddenly, Fang Yuan thought of something and began waving his arms wildly, ready to fight Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, you're despicable. You must have gotten Wang Jinyan's autograph just to sell it, didn't you?" "That was my idea. No wonder you wouldn't let me talk to Wang Jinyan yesterday, you planned this all along. Bad guy. Stealing my hard work." Fang Yuan was furious. Just that morning she'd been deeply grateful to her eldest brother for giving her the enormous sum of 100 yuan. It turns out her idea was the one that made big money. Fang Ping looked utterly exasperated, this girl's imagination was truly formidable. But right now, he didn't feel like correcting her. If she wanted to believe that, let her. Besides, making money this time really did have something to do with Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping didn't deny it, so Fang Yuan instantly assumed he'd guessed correctly and said with a frustrated expression, "Come clean, just how much money did you sell it for?" "Not much. 1,000? Fang Yuan ventured tentatively. "Ha, 2,000? Ha." Fang Yuan gasped in shock. No wonder his elder brother was being so generous, he'd earn way more than 2,000. After recovering from the initial surprise, Fang Yuan's eyes darted around shrewdly, and his face swiftly broke into a bright smile as he coaxed, "Bro, how about we split it 50-50? Percent. Hey, did I hear that right? What did you just call me?" Fang Ping scratched his ear, putting on an expression of not having heard clearly. "Bro, big brother, I say 50-50 splits, okay? No, 60-40 is fine too." The little girl showed not the slightest trace of embarrassment. After all, she was just talking to her own elder brother. Calling him big brother won't cost you a piece of flesh. Once we coax Fang Ping's money out of him, we can go back to calling him whatever we please. Fang Ping couldn't stop laughing as he waved his hand dismissively. "Don't get your hopes up. Besides, what do you need so much money for? When you're broke again, I'll give you more. And another thing, from now on, you better butter me up properly. None of this casual Fang Ping business. Show some respect to your big brother." Fang Yuan wasn't too thrilled about failing to split the loot with his elder brother, but considering how loaded he was now, in the end, she nodded with a sweet smile, secretly resolved to empty her big brother's private savings sooner or later. Fang Yuan was extremely warm toward Fang Ping, even going so far as to serve him food during the meal. The little girl's sudden change left their parents dumbfounded as they ate together. Although these siblings got along well, bickering was usually the norm for them. When did Fang Yuan learn to serve food to Fang Ping? Fang Mingrong was feeling a pang of jealousy. He stopped drinking and tapped his empty bowl, casting several glances at Fang Yuan, clearly conveying, "You served your brother food, but what about your dad?" Fang Yuan, being a clever little imp, saw her father's displeasure and hurriedly served him food with a sweet smile before helping Li Yuanying scoop rice. Her little outburst made the dinner atmosphere exceptionally pleasant. Though the meal wasn't particularly lavish, the entire family enjoyed it tremendously. With everyone in high spirits, Fang Ping found himself in an excellent mood too. During his evening workout, Fang Ping managed to do 160 push-ups in one go, a significant improvement from yesterday's mere 100. After finishing the push-ups, Fang Yuan, who had been watching the whole time, was practically ready to cheer 666 for him. Flattery aside, Fang Yuan genuinely thought her big brother was pretty impressive. She never imagined he could do so many push-ups. It completely exceeded her expectations. Chapter 37, Enjoy the money while you have it. The next day, Sunday, Fang Ping, who had risen early, resisted the temptation to prank his sister and deliberately refrained from knocking on her door. After washing up and changing into slightly more mature clothes, he stuffed all the hidden cash from his room into his backpack. Today he planned to go house hunting, preferably for one with a gym. If it was cheap, he'd buy one. If expensive, he'd rent instead. Now that he's at his own home, the space is too small and there's no equipment. Fang Ping's workout routine has become limited to just a few repetitive sets. Without the aid of equipment, there are certain movements he simply can't perform on his own. With the cultivation manual about to be in his hands, Fang Ping also needs to find a more suitable environment for his training. Yangqing's urban area isn't too large. Fang Ping didn't want to buy a house in the suburbs, as it would be too far from both number 1 high school and his family home, making it inconvenient. Therefore, when choosing a home, he could only select neighborhoods that weren't too far from either number 1 high school or Jinghu Gardens. The residential complex needed to be new, preferably one with high-quality renovations already completed, so he wouldn't have to decorate it himself. If new luxury apartments are out of reach, a second-hand one would do. The neighborhood must be decent, and the price affordable. After running the numbers, Fang Ping didn't have many options left. 7 or 8 minutes later, Lakeside Villa. Guanhu Garden is not far from number 1 high school in Jinghu Park, situated between the two with a slight offset. The residential community officially launched in 2006, but residents didn't move in until 2007. Now, 2 years after its launch, the houses at Guanhuiyuan haven't been sold out yet, and the sales office remains open. The unsold units aren't due to poor environment or subpar quality. It's mainly because Yangchang residents' demand for housing isn't that high during this period. Back in 2008, houses in big cities were in short supply, and property speculation groups were quite common. But Yangchang was just a small city in central China. Few people came here for property speculation. It wasn't worth the effort. Sales office. When Fang Ping entered, the place was quiet, almost deserted. After all, the project had been on the market for 2 years by now, and the remaining units were just leftover stock, not many left at all. Seeing Fang Ping enter, the employees who had been chatting inside paused for a moment. After a while, a woman in her 20s, dressed in professional attire, came over. "Sir, have you taken a liking to any particular unit? If you'd like to view a property, I can accompany you." The staff member was fairly enthusiastic and didn't pay attention to Fang Ping's young age. For someone as old as Fang Ping, it's perfectly normal that some are preparing to get married. Once married, naturally they'd need a marital home. Without even asking whether Fang Ping intended to buy, they directly inquired which unit he had his eye on. This too was a sales tactic. The lakeside garden properties had been on sale for 2 years. Even the most inexperienced sales clerks from back then had gained plenty of experience by now. The customer walks in, directly states their requirements, and goes to view the property. When the customer hesitates, don't offer too many options. If one property doesn't suit them, don't immediately rush to show another. Some customers are naturally indecisive. Showing them more properties only worsens their hesitation. Often, the deals that truly close are on the very first property shown. Some customers will look through dozens of properties, only to finally decide the first one they saw was the best. It's practically a tradition by now. And then there are young buyers like Fong Ping, who are much easier to sway. But when middle-aged couples walk in, now that's torture. The saleswoman kept these thoughts to herself as she effortlessly recited scripted lines she'd repeated hundreds, maybe thousands, of times before. Fong Ping didn't interrupt, waiting until she finished speaking before asking, "Do you have any furnished ones?" "Yes." The saleswoman perked up immediately. Clients who made specific requests were the real potential buyers. Those who came in without making any demands, just saying they wanted to look around, mostly ended up doing exactly that, just looking around. After responding, the saleswoman quickly walked over to the property model display and pointed at several building models, saying, "Buildings 8, 9, and 10 are all fully furnished apartments. However, they're almost sold out now. May I ask if you have any specific floor requirements? We still have units available on the top floor and the ground floor. For mid to high floors, currently there's only Unit 1604 in Building 9 and Unit 1801 in Building 10 left. Actually, in my opinion, the ground floor is quite good. Not only is it more affordable, but it's also very convenient for coming and going." The property saleswoman heavily promoted the first floor, as currently both first floors and top floors are harder to sell. At Lakeside Gardens, the remaining units are predominantly these two types. After listening for a while, Fong Ping thought and asked, "Are the top floors duplex suites?" "There are duplexes, and also those with attic spaces. The difference between these two isn't actually that significant, though duplex apartments have higher ceilings, while attic ones feel a bit more oppressive." Fong Ping considered that if he practiced cultivation himself, he might occasionally make some noticeable disturbances. The ground floor isn't ideal, passers-by could easily see inside. A top-floor duplex would be much better. Wu Jihao's home was a duplex apartment. Making some noise on the second floor wouldn't carry downstairs. With the given constraints, Fong Ping didn't have many options to choose from. At present, duplex apartments weren't particularly popular, yet their prices remained high. In Guanhu Garden, there were only 4 duplex units available, all located on the top floor of Building 9. Among them, 2 had already been sold, leaving only 2 units vacant. After the sales agent finished her introduction, Fong Ping immediately said, "Take me to see them." "Alright, I'll go get the keys. Please wait just a moment." The saleswoman responded briskly, hastily heading to the counter to fetch the keys, her heart brimming with hopeful anticipation. Though Fong Ping spoke little and appeared quite young, he was the type who specified his requirements before viewing properties. Such customers often made swift purchase decisions as long as the price was right. The prerequisite is having money. A few minutes later, Fong Ping and the property sales agent arrived together at the top floor of Building 9. When the sales agent opened the door, Fong Ping immediately thought it was quite nice upon stepping inside. The lighting is ample, and the layout is well planned, without the cramped feeling typical of most duplex apartments. Some duplexes maximize usable space by reducing the area of common areas. The shared spaces are so narrow that they feel cramped from the moment you step inside, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. This is especially true in larger cities and more affluent neighborhoods where space is at a premium. After all, in public areas, only the square footage on the first floor is calculated, which isn't included in the property certificate. Loft-style duplex apartments are increasingly rare in bigger cities. What many people call duplexes are often just split-level units at best. In smaller cities like Yangcheng, housing prices aren't excessively high, so the focus is naturally on livability. While advertised as fully furnished, it really just means the floors, walls, doors, and windows are finished. Everything else is naturally absent. The first floor consists of a living room, dining area, kitchen, bathroom, 1 bedroom, plus a decent-sized balcony. The second floor has 2 bedrooms, a small study, a room that can serve as a home gym, and another bathroom. Except for the double-height void space above the living room which isn't counted as part of either floor's area, all upstairs rooms in this duplex count toward the actual usable space. Fong Ping looked around briefly and felt quite satisfied. The decoration was simple, but Fong Ping didn't need anything too luxurious. He wouldn't be staying in Yangcheng for long. Once he went to Wuda University, the apartment would naturally be left to his parents. For now, it just needed to be livable. Besides, the place had been renovated over a year ago. No airing out was even necessary. After sizing up the situation, Fong Ping cut straight to the chase. "How much?" "Sir, you have excellent taste." The salesperson first complimented Fong Ping, then immediately followed up. Unit 2601 features the best floor plan in our community. The atrium space isn't factored into the square footage, consider it our complimentary gift to you. And our duplexes at Guanhu Garden are truly unlike those in other communities. Many so-called duplexes in other complexes are just attic conversions with extremely low ceilings. Combined height for both floors barely reaches 3 to 4 meters in most cases, creating oppressive living spaces. But we're different. Our units maintain standard ceiling heights, delivering a full 5.8 meters of vertical space across both levels. The saleswoman mercilessly criticized the duplexes in other developments, while lavishing praise on Lakeside Vista. It wasn't exactly disparagement, just laying out the facts before quoting prices. Lakeside Vista's 2 duplexes remaining unsold also had much to do with their pricing. Many prospective buyers loved them during viewings, only to find countless flaws when it came time to purchase. Endless complaints. Other developments didn't count second-floor square footage, other developments offered lower prices. Now that Fong Ping inquired about the price, it was only natural to have the groundwork prepared in advance. After boasting for a while, the saleswoman finally got to the point. The property area is 186 square meters. The void space is complementary if calculated as 2 regular floors. The area exceeds 230 square meters. The price is also very favorable. If you purchase now, we'll refund the deed tax and maintenance fund. Moreover, our units come with premium finishes. If you were to renovate yourself, the cost could easily run into hundreds of thousands. But since these are our last remaining units, the company wants to sell them quickly and is offering much bigger discounts. After trying to persuade Fong Ping for a while longer but seeing no response, the saleswoman felt somewhat discouraged. When she finally mentioned the price, her voice grew quieter. The total price is 860,000 yuan. In 2008, buying an apartment in Yongqing for 860,000 was genuinely not cheap. That much money could have gotten you a small villa in the suburbs. Spread out, it came to over 4,600 per square meter, while nearby property prices typically ranged between 3,500 to 4,000 at the time. Even with premium finishes, this level of renovation isn't particularly expensive. If it were 4,000 per square meter, this property would have sold long ago. But above 4,600, even for a duplex with atrium space, few buyers would be willing to pay. After quoting the price, the sales agent quickly added, "Sir, the adjoining unit is slightly smaller, but the layout is similar." Fong Ping waved his hand. When there's money, spend it. That was his habit. For now, he had ample cultivation resources and wasn't troubled by financial worries. Under the circumstances, having money naturally meant enjoying it first. He thought this apartment wasn't bad. Fully renovated, 4,600 per square meter was a bit expensive by comparison. But the neighborhood environment was good, the layout was nice, and the price was something he could afford. Compared to Wu Jihao's duplex, the one he was looking at was larger and had a more reasonable layout. With the money coming easily, Fong Ping went straight out the door, just as the saleswoman was starting to feel disappointed. As he walked, Fong Ping said, "Let's go back to the sales office and negotiate the price. If you can lower it, I'll pay in full up front." At these words, the saleswoman was overjoyed. Sure enough, young people are decisive. She must have shown this apartment to potential tenants at least 10 times before, but she had almost never encountered someone as straightforward as Fong Ping. For a moment, Fong Ping felt almost embarrassed by the flood of shameless flattery pouring in his direction. Chapter 38. The package has arrived. Sales office. Having confirmed Fong Ping's intention to purchase a property, the supervisor on duty at the sales office personally attended to him. Now, 2 years after its initial launch, Lakeside Residences had few remaining units left, and the developer didn't want to invest too much effort here anymore. Especially for outright cash purchases, the discounts offered were indeed quite substantial. Full payment, 5% discount. Exempt from deed tax and maintenance fund. After all the calculations, the supervisor finally made the decision, putting on an expression as if suffering a huge loss. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Fong, if you pay a 20% deposit now, I can apply to the leadership for an additional reduction in the housing price." In the end, Mr. Fong only needed to pay a total of 810,000 yuan to get the house. $114,000, 186 square meters, fully furnished. That works out to about $23 per square foot. Even if developers' unified decoration is much cheaper, just the plumbing, electrical, flooring and wall surfaces alone would cost a considerable amount. Calculated properly, the bare housing price is actually less than 4,000 per square meter. For a duplex apartment, this price isn't really high even compared to regular residential complexes. It's not expensive. Units left over from initial sales are naturally cheaper, and with the second floor area included, duplexes appear more spacious. Those with money in Yongqing are all living in suburban villas these days. In major cities, there's no shortage of ordinary families willing to spend over 800,000 yuan on a house, but the customer base is much smaller in smaller cities. Even for duplexes, people in Yangcheng prefer neighboring areas where they can buy split-level homes that don't count the second floor in the total area. While the manager was quoting prices, Fong Ping found his mind wandering. At that moment, Fong Ping was thinking about Huang Bin. 3 first-grade Qi blood pills, priced at 900,000. For a peak grade 2 martial artist like Huang Bin, 3 first-grade blood Qi pills were simply routine supplements for replenishing his vitality. If you're extravagant, a month's worth disappears just like that. Save it up. 1 a month means it'll be gone in 3. A second-rank martial artist, just to replenish his vitality, consumed in 1 month what would take Fong Ping's parents a lifetime to afford a grand house. This is the gap between ordinary people and martial artists. A world of difference. Especially for martial artists like Huang Bin, who can't even make it big among martial artists. Fong Ping was lost in thought, making the manager across from him somewhat nervous. Fortunately, Fong Ping quickly snapped out of it and said, "I won't haggle over the price, but I'll leave all the paperwork and formalities to you. Just make it quick. We can sign the contract today, and I'll pay a deposit of 210,000 yuan up front. The remaining amount will be transferred when the formalities are completed and upon handover of the property." Hearing this, even the manager thought, damn, this young man is refreshingly straightforward. No nonsense, no fuss, and most importantly, money talks. If Fong Ping really pushes for it, there's potential to settle at 800,000. But Fong Ping earns money easily if he tries to bargain. Judging by the manager's reaction, it'd probably require higher level approval. All this back and forth would just drag things on indefinitely. At this moment, Fong Ping had plenty on his plate, preparing for the martial arts exam, studying for academic courses, and keeping up with physical training. Time was running short, and chasing after 10,000 yuan might require multiple trips. In Fong Ping's view, it simply wasn't worth the effort. Fong Ping's decisive approach pleased the sales department manager too. Paying the full amount up front for the property simplified procedures enormously, eliminating the need for mortgage applications and significantly reducing paperwork. Especially since Fong Ping was willing to pay over 20% as a deposit, it made things even simpler. Soon, both parties signed the home purchase contract. Without applying for a mortgage, Fong Ping only needed to provide photocopies of his ID card and household registration booklet. When he left home in the morning, Fong Ping had already prepared to buy the apartment. He carried his ID card with him and had even retrieved the household registration booklet from his parents' room to bring along. Several copies were made on the spot. After signing the purchase contract and the authorization agreement, Fong Ping took out 210,000 yuan in cash from his bag to make the payment. Both parties were in a hurry, so the process went extremely smoothly. The only minor episode was when the manager, upon seeing Fong Ping's age on his ID card, lavished praise on him once more. They already knew Fong Ping was quite young, but just 18 years old, that was even younger than they had imagined. Young people who buy houses at this age and make decisions directly either come from extremely wealthy families that don't care about spending $1 million or so, or it shows that the young person themselves is capable, and their family trusts them enough to not feel the need to discuss such a major purchase. Of course, the second scenario still requires money. In either case, it proves that Fong Ping is extraordinary, at least in Yangcheng. In less than half an hour, the supervisor walked Fong Ping out with a beaming smile. "Mr. Fong, our lakeside garden development has been on the market for 2 years now. The paperwork process will be very quick. With your signed authorization agreement in place, you won't even need to appear in person for the formalities. In a few days, once the property deed is processed, you can come pick it up directly. At that time, just bring the final payment and we'll complete the handover." He reminded Fong Ping to prepare the money in advance, without needing to worry about anything else. These days, money talks. Without cash and opting for a mortgage? Then you're in for headaches. Just visiting the bank alone will take you countless trips. But Fong Ping paid up front, so none of those troubles applied to him. After accompanying Fong Ping a good distance from the sales office, the supervisor finally turned back with a cheerful smile. Fong Ping walked away from the sales office in high spirits. With 810,000 yuan, he had bought a spacious duplex apartment, still well within his budget. He currently has over 1.22 million in funds on him. Even after buying a house, he would still have more than 400,000 left. After purchasing some fitness equipment, the remaining money would be sufficient for now. Additionally, he has plenty of elixirs in his possession, enough to cultivate himself into a martial artist. Before becoming a martial artist, Fong Ping doesn't need to worry about money. Once he becomes a martial artist and gains that status, combined with his system's grasp of major trends, Fong Ping wasn't too worried about being excessively troubled by money issues in the future. After settling the housing matter, Fong Ping didn't linger outside. Wang Jingyang's package might arrive today, and Fong Ping couldn't wait to receive it. At home, Fong Yuan had just woken up and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Fong Ping return, Fong Yuan stretched and asked, "Where did you go so early in the morning, Fong Ping?" The girl woke up clearly having forgotten yesterday's incident. She'd planned it all out beforehand. She had to call him brother before emptying her big brother's little savings stash. Now she was casually calling him by name again, clearly having forgotten that consideration. Fong Ping didn't bother arguing with her and casually said, "Go get some fresh air. Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet." Fong Yuan opened his mouth and yawned again. "Has any package been delivered?" "Don't think so." Fong Yuan asked doubtfully, "Did you order something?" Some martial arts exam study materials." Hearing they were study materials, Fong Yuan immediately lost interest and asked lethargically, "What are we having for lunch?" Breakfast hadn't even been eaten yet, and this girl was already thinking about lunch. At this point, Fong Yuan also remembered Fong Ping still had that little private stash of money. With Big Brother's secret stash available, of course we should treat ourselves to something nice for lunch. Before Fong Ping could respond, Fong Yuan said excitedly, "Fong Ping, how about we go to KFC? I've never been there before, but my classmates say it's absolutely delicious." Foreign fast food, what's so special about that? Fong Ping didn't take it seriously, until Fong Yuan's next words nearly choked him. "Bro, just give it a try. I heard before that the parent company of KFC or whatever, their China CEO is actually a 7th-rank martial arts master. If you eat their chicken wings, you might gain some sudden enlightenment and become a martial arts master too." Cough cough cough. Fong Ping was genuinely choked by the suggestion. Since when were these two things related? Leaving aside how the president of Young China turned out to be a 7th-rank martial artist, which hadn't fully registered with Fong Ping yet. Besides, did their chickens come pre-trained in martial arts? Could eating them instantly turn someone into a combat expert? Equally amused and exasperated, Fong Ping ultimately agreed to the proposition. It wasn't really because of what his sister said that eating someone else's chicken could make you a martial arts master, but because of the earlier statement. "I haven't gotten to try it yet." Fong Yuan was currently in his second year of middle school, 14 years old. For families with slightly better financial situations, what was the big deal about a girl that age eating at KFC a few times? The Fong family's financial situation wasn't great, but it wasn't so bad that they couldn't afford this. The key was that Fong Yuan herself was sensible. She never mentioned this to her parents and only tried to squeeze some money out of Fong Ping. Previously, Fong Ping hadn't had much pocket money either, but now that he was earning, Fong Yuan felt she had contributed too and thus thought it justified to mooch off her big brother. With over 10,000 yuan in cash on him right now, taking his little sister out for foreign fast food was truly nothing to Fong Ping. After waiting at home all morning without the delivery arriving, Fong Ping didn't continue waiting and took Fong Yuan out to eat instead. It was Fong Yuan's first time eating at KFC, and he was particularly excited. He declared everything delicious, and Fong Ping, whose appetite wasn't usually big, ended up eating quite a bit too. Caught up in Fong Yuan's enthusiasm, the siblings spent over 100 yuan on that meal. For Fong Yuan, this was uncharacteristically extravagant. They hadn't thought much of it during the meal, but on the way home, she couldn't help blaming herself. "We're not going there again, it wasn't even tasty, and ridiculously expensive." "If it wasn't tasty, how come you ate so much just now?" Fong Ping teased. Fong Yuan blushed slightly and retorted stubbornly, "It's only because you ordered too much. I didn't want to waste food, so I ate so much. No more eating from now on. Also, you spend money too recklessly. Hand over whatever cash you have left, I'll keep it safe for you. You can ask me when you need money." Fong Ping shot her a glance, thinking, how could you possibly say that with a straight face? Once the money reached this little miser's hands, Fong Ping realized there was almost no chance of getting it back. Of course, there was a greater likelihood that the girl would hand it over to her parents, a very probable scenario. Fong Ping ignored her and walked on. When he reached his apartment building, he happened to see a delivery van parked downstairs. Fong Ping hurried over and asked eagerly, "Any packages for Unit 101, Building 6? The delivery guy was about to make a phone call when he visibly relaxed upon hearing this and said, "I just knocked on your door, but no one was home. I was just about to call you." "Perfect timing. Are you from Unit 101? "Yes, I'm Fong Ping." "That's correct then. Could you please sign for this?" Having confirmed Fong Ping's identity, the courier lifted a cardboard box from the delivery truck. Fong Ping glanced at it, slightly puzzled. Why would a single book need to be packed in a box? As he signed for the package, Fong Ping gave the box a slight shake. It was quite heavy, clearly not just a book inside. Wang Jinyang hadn't mentioned what he'd sent, and Fong Ping hadn't asked either. Looking back now, old Wang might have shipped more items than expected. Fong Ping signed for the package and hurried home carrying the box, his footsteps quick with excitement on his face. Compared to casually splurging on a house in the morning, Fong Ping's emotional fluctuations were far greater now. Chapter 39, Fundamental Cultivation Guide. Inside the room, Fong Ping tightly shut the door. On the desk lay 6 or 7 books spread open. Fundamental Cultivation Methods, required. 16 Postures of Stance Work, required. Basic Fist Techniques, elective. Basic Leg Techniques, elective. Overview of Cold Weapons, elective. Fong Ping didn't rush to look at anything else, the first thing he picked up was The Fundamentals of Cultivation. Just about the same size as a regular textbook, and similarly thick, far from the thin pamphlet Fong Ping had imagined. Opening the book, the first thing that catches the eye is a line of small text on the title page. A warrior dares to be the first. Fong Ping paid no attention to the small text on the title page and continued flipping through the book. The first main page of Basic Cultivation Techniques features a detailed diagram of the human skeletal structure. The adult human skeleton consists of a total of 206 bones. These 206 bones are further divided into three main parts: the skull, the trunk bones, and the limb bones. This includes 29 cranial bones, 51 trunk bones, and 126 limb bones. The human body is built upon this skeletal foundation, supplemented by flesh, blood vessels, meridians, and internal organs, collectively forming a complete human anatomical structure. A warrior's qi and blood complement their bones. If only the qi and blood are strong while the bones remain brittle, the body would fall apart after just one battle. Similarly, if the bones alone are strong but the qi and blood weak, such strength would be rootless, lacking explosive power and unsustainable. To become a true warrior, one must first cultivate strong qi and blood, capable of nourishing the body's bones and flesh. For ordinary people, 150 calories is the physical limit their bodies can withstand. Above 150 calories, a stronger physique is required to bear it. Therefore, generally speaking, when one's vitality reaches 150 calories, all 206 bones in the body have been initially tempered to withstand the outburst of 150 calories vitality. At this point, ordinary people can choose to break through and become official martial artists. 150 units of energy, bones initially tempered, breaking through to martial artist. Fong Ping nodded along as he read the textbook's explanations. Soon, Fong Ping noticed handwritten annotations on the book's pages. All these study materials belonged to Wang Jinyang himself, who had made personal notes during lectures. 150 units of qi and blood is just the common standard. For non-martial artists, aiming to break through human limits, what exactly constitutes a limit? It's when you can no longer advance, when supplements no longer work, when your qi and blood stagnate for long periods, showing signs of decline, unable to solidify foundations, that is the true limit. Choosing to break through before reaching your limit wastes innate talent, reducing you to mediocrity and leaving you utterly unremarkable among martial artists. Fong Ping didn't know whether this was Wang Jinyang's own opinion or his instructor's explanation. According to Wang Jinyang, while 150 calories of qi and blood was the breakthrough threshold for non-martial artists, even after breaking through, one would remain thoroughly mediocre. After pondering for a moment, Fong Ping decided he'd find another opportunity to ask more about it later. Even if he became a martial artist, he'd never accept being the weakest kind, the type that gets beaten up by peers of the same rank every time. That would be too humiliating to bear. In addition to qi and blood, there is also bone tempering. For non-martial artists, the requirements for bone tempering are not high, it just needs to meet the explosive force of qi and blood. However, once a non-martial artist officially breaks through to the first rank, martial artists begin to pursue lethal power. First and second rank martial artists refine the bones of their limbs. A first-rank martial artist can temper either the upper limb bones or the lower limb bones, both are viable paths, merely differing in minor directional focus. Whether tempering the upper or lower limb bones, once the tempering is complete, the martial artist gains considerable individual combat lethality. Their bones become hard as iron, their qi and blood surge like a rainbow, unleashing limbs that rival cold weapons in ferocity. At this stage, it's utterly commonplace for such martial artists to kill ordinary people with a single punch or kick in one-on-one combat. If one chooses to temper the upper limb bones first, there are a total of 64 bones in the upper limbs. Once the tempering is complete, both hands and arms can be used like cleavers, with formidable power. After completing the tempering of the upper limb bones and when the qi and blood meet the standard, one can advance to the second rank and begin tempering the 62 bones of the lower limbs. Similarly, those who temper the lower limb bones first will need to temper the upper limb bones after reaching the second rank. The book also advises against seeking unnecessary trouble by tempering only one side of the skeletal structure. Some students, struck by whimsical ideas, wonder, what if they temper one arm and one leg simultaneously rather than following the conventional sequence? There's no shortage of such reckless practitioners, many of whom remain trapped at the first-tier cultivation level their entire lives. When their qi and blood begin to decline, they become little different from cripples. Using painful lessons learned through bloodshed, senior practitioners warn all aspiring cultivators, focus either exclusively on the upper limbs or solely on the lower limbs. A second-rank pinnacle martial artist like Huang Bin had already completed the tempering of his limb bones. At this stage, had Huang Bin not been tricked by Fong Ping, he could have wielded his limbs as weapons. Kicking Fong Ping to death would have been effortless. When Fong Ping struck Huang Bin with a wooden stick, even in a weakened state, Huang Bin still managed to snap the stick with a single punch. Later, Fong Ping knocked Huang Bin unconscious, partly due to the effects of the sedative, and partly because Huang Bin had suffered heavy blows to his head and chest. As for the limb bones, even after Fong Ping hacked at them many times, Huang Bin's arms and legs showed no signs of fracture. Having completed the tempering of the limb bones, a third-rank warrior primarily focuses on tempering the trunk bones. A peak third-rank warrior dares to confront firearms head-on, as long as they protect their vital brain areas. Although bullets can still inflict wounds upon entering the body, fatal injuries rarely occur, allowing them to maintain their combat capability. Of course, a bullet to the head would absolutely kill someone. Those with bad luck might get hit through bone gaps and struck vital internal organs, that'd be fatal too. However, relatively speaking, third-grade martial artists have much stronger defenses compared to first and second-grade ones, covering a much larger protective area. Lower third-grade martial artists focus on tempering their limb bones and torso bones. As for the skull, it's too dangerous, and the book doesn't mention when to start tempering it. Regarding cultivation above third-grade realms, the book doesn't cover that either. The fundamentals of cultivation technique primarily focuses on cultivation up to third grade. The book isn't thin, and Fong Ping spent a long time reading it without finishing. However, the main content later primarily discusses tempering the limb bones and torso bones, which isn't particularly relevant to Fong Ping. For Fong Ping now, he only needed to grasp the preceding content, boost chi and blood, temper the bones, and break through to become a martial artist. The basic cultivation method includes a chapter called Tempering Method, specifically designed for non-martial artists like Fong Ping. Once chi and blood reach 110 units, he could practice the tempering method to refine both his vitality and skeletal structure. For non-martial artists, it's difficult to increase chi and blood because they are superficial, they may appear full and robust, but there's simply no room for further growth. One of the effects of the tempering method is precisely the compression of chi and blood. Originally like a sponge, chi and blood can be compressed, allowing the body to withstand greater quantities of them. As chi and blood are compressed, they scour the outer bones of the body, enabling the bones to absorb them and thereby strengthen their resilience. At this point, deep-level bone tempering is unnecessary. When you feel your chi and blood along with bone strength can no longer increase, that's when you should consider breaking through as a martial artist. However, this kind of breakthrough comes with considerable risk. Some people mistakenly believe they've reached their limit and that their bone strength can withstand the impact of chi and blood. In reality, however, it simply means the cultivation hasn't been refined enough when attempting a breakthrough. Either the vital energy is insufficient to impact the bottleneck, or the force of the vital energy exceeds what the bones can withstand. This is when true danger arises. It's not uncommon for people to explode and perish each year. The tempering method combined with stance training can more effectively temper the bones. Upon reading this explanation in the tempering method introduction, Fong Ping picked up another required textbook, 16 Stance Techniques. This book discusses the methods of stance training. There are many types of stance training, and the book lists the 16 most commonly practiced standing postures currently in use. After years of experimentation, these 16 methods may not be the most effective, but they are the most stable and easiest to practice. Some postures do yield excellent results, but they are notoriously difficult for beginners to master. Just getting started can take as little as 3 to 5 years, or as long as 8 to 10 years. Even if the final results are better than other stance exercises, after practicing for 8 to 10 years, others might already be at the 3rd or 4th level while you haven't even entered martial arts. Your training would be in vain. Fong Ping didn't go into details, just briefly skimmed through the names of the 16 stances. Wuji stance, Hunyuan stance, three-body stance, horse stance. Each stance method comes with detailed explanations, fundamental training techniques, including graphical illustrations and content summaries. There are 16 types of stake standing exercises to choose from, with none being significantly better than the others. They just differ slightly in emphasis. Some focus on the lower body, others on the upper body, and some train both, though the results are slightly less effective and take longer to achieve. After a quick glance, Fong Ping didn't continue reading the book. After closing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Fong Ping said softly, "The tempering method combined with stance training and medicinal supplements, this is the primary cultivation method for most non-martial artists and even martial artists." Non-martial artists don't need to consider combat training. Practical combat courses, including fist techniques, leg skills, cold weapons, are taught only after one becomes an official martial artist. These can be freely chosen. The refinement method offers no choice, but for stance training, one can select a type that connects to subsequent stages. At the first rank realm, whether one refines the upper or lower limbs affects progress, leading to potential differences in advancement depending on the chosen stance. My goal is bone refinement. I don't particularly care about chi and blood. Bone refinement primarily consumes chi and blood to nourish and temper the skeletal structure. So you're saying? Fong Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. For ordinary people, bone tempering often takes a long time to show results due to insufficient chi and blood. Even when consuming supplements to replenish chi and blood, there's still the digestion and absorption period for such medicines. Taking a single qi blood pill typically requires more than half a month for an average person to fully digest and absorb. Eating too much can easily lead to resistance. But I'm no ordinary person. Every time the system replenishes my qi and blood, it feels like they appear out of thin air and seamlessly merge with my original qi and blood. Does this mean I can proceed with bone tempering without worrying about qi and blood replenishment? Once qi and blood are insufficient, immediately proceed to replenish them. Many people take anywhere from 3 months to 3 to 5 years to pass the bone tempering stage. If I temper day and night without worrying about qi and blood replenishment, can I complete the bone tempering stage in a very short time? Don't worry about qi and blood. Bone tempering can be accelerated as long as your physique meets the standard. Fong Ping's eyes gleamed with clarity. Perhaps his ideas were indeed feasible. If this were truly the case, he might very soon break through as a martial artist. Since lower-tier martial artists primarily focus on bone tempering, did this mean he could proceed in the same manner next? Could he complete the tempering of his limb and torso bones at the fastest possible speed? Maybe I should give it a try. Having already achieved over 120 calories of qi and blood, Fong Ping now qualified to cultivate techniques. With this thought bubbling up in his mind, Fong Ping could hardly remain seated. Chapter 40, First Cultivation Attempt. The practice of the refining method is incredibly challenging to some, while others find it moderately difficult. Mastering this technique isn't simply about being literate. The specialized knowledge tested in high school essentially lays the groundwork for cultivation. The refining method involves understanding the body's circulatory system and gaining precise knowledge of one's meridians and skeletal structure. You don't even understand the circulatory system of qi and blood. Obtaining the cultivation technique would be useless as you wouldn't know how to practice it. However, this is a foundational technique. As a foundational technique, its purpose is naturally for widespread education. Therefore, it doesn't cover too many complex aspects, including the qi blood circulatory system. All are part of the main meridians. Under normal circumstances, even if one starts practicing incorrectly, it won't be fatal, though injuries are unavoidable. As for qi deviation, Fong Ping isn't qualified for that yet. With his measly 124-calorie qi blood reserve, even if he channels energy through the wrong meridians during practice, the backlash wouldn't be that severe. This is less dangerous compared to the previous sudden increase of 10 units of qi and blood, as the current misdirection of qi and blood flows within the body carries lower risks. Before starting his cultivation, Fong Ping still felt somewhat uneasy. After some thought, he took out his phone and called Wang Jinyang, Nanjing Jiangwu University. Wang Jinyang had been recuperating these past few days, restoring his condition in preparation for breaking through at his peak. When he received the phone call and heard Fong Ping wanted to start cultivating now, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but frown. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Jinyang spoke. The tempering method can be practiced even if some minor issues arise initially, they won't be too serious. However, Fong Ping quickly turned his ear to listen attentively. However, there are some matters I must warn you about. First, when practicing the tempering method now, you'll concentrate your vital energy and temper your bones with blood qi. All of these consume your vital energy. Vitality doesn't come out of nowhere. Even if it can regenerate naturally, the recovery rate can't keep up with the depletion speed. Once you practice the tempering method, your vitality ceiling will increase, but your actual vitality level will decrease. And the decrease is substantial. If you can't replenish it in time, with the college entrance exams approaching, the physical examination will become a major obstacle. The top priority should be preparing for the martial arts examinations, not cultivation. Fong Ping frowned and asked, will qi and blood levels drop? Of course. Wang Jinyang chuckled. Bone tempering requires qi and blood nourishment, and meridian refinement also demands it. Do you think the consumption is small? If you currently have 120 calories of qi and blood, a single cultivation session might reduce it to 115 calories. The speed of restoring vitality is faster than increasing it, but even if you take one ordinary vitality pill, it would still take more than 3 days to recover. 3 days for one ordinary vitality pill, how much does that cost? How many families can afford that? Once you can't keep up with replenishment, your vitality will decline and fail to recover. Then that tiny bit of progress you made in cultivation beforehand will soon slip away. Fong Ping, you do have some resources on hand, but they are limited, and you can't just waste them carelessly. If you ask me, enrolling at Wuhan University is the real opportunity for cultivation. The school can provide half the resources you need for training. It's just delaying a few months. Still better than draining your family's savings dry. Fong Ping didn't pay much attention to that point. After some thought, he added, so if the qi blood replenishment keeps up, can the qi blood limit increase? Exactly, that's inevitable. Otherwise, how could the tempering method push a non-martial artist's qi blood to its limits? Besides the first point you just mentioned, what other drawbacks are there? Second, Wang Jinyang's tone grew more serious than the first time as he solemnly stated, "The second point is that practicing the refinement method won't cause you significant harm given your current qi and blood vitality. But that doesn't mean there's no harm at all. Once the primary meridians, especially those near the brain, are injured, even if it can be cured, it would keep you bedridden for months. Fong Ping, the college entrance exam is coming soon. Take care of yourself. The first training session carries the highest risk. If you get seriously injured, you'll likely miss this year's college entrance exam. Capillary ruptures aren't too concerning. With your vitality recovery rate, you'll heal quickly. But you absolutely mustn't damage your main meridians." "Brother Wang, I'll be careful," Fong Ping quickly responded. Hearing Fong Ping's tone, Wang Jinyang knew he had made up his mind and shook his head, saying, "Suit yourself. If you do get hurt, at most you'll have to try again next year. One option delays you a year, the other just a few months. Just think it through clearly." After all, Wang Jinyan wasn't Fong Ping's father. He wasn't about to keep persuading him once the younger man had dug in his heels. After finishing this topic, Wang Jinyang continued, "Another matter is the choice of stance training. There are 16 different stances. Have you decided which one to choose? I don't really have any good ideas about this. Brother Wang, could you recommend one to me? It mainly depends on your direction for the next first rank realm." Wang Jinyang paused before saying, "For the first grade realm, focusing on upper limbs is more stable and conventional. Focusing on lower limbs allows both combat and mobility, with a solid foundation. However, tempering lower limbs is somewhat risky. If injured, it can easily lead to limping. At Wu University, you can often see some first-grade realm students with limps running all over campus, which hurts their image. Injury to the upper limbs isn't obvious, but lower limb injuries can sometimes make walking impossible, and that's completely normal. Does tempering the lower limbs in the first-rank realm make one stronger than tempering the upper limbs? That varies from person to person and depends on actual combat scenarios. However, under equal conditions, a martial artist who tempers their lower limbs might not win the fight but can certainly outrun the opponent. Those who temper their upper limbs would find it difficult to catch up." At this point, Wang Jinyang suddenly laughed and said, "For first-rank cultivation, I tempered my lower limbs, that's why I run particularly fast. I once sparred with a senior brother who had just reached second rank. He had tempered his upper limbs during first rank and was just starting on his lower limbs. In the end, I simply outlasted him." Wang Jinyang casually shared this as an amusing anecdote with Fong Ping, though in reality, that incident had caused quite a stir at the time. The two had fought with genuine fury, with Wang Jinyang leading that senior brother on a marathon around Southern River Marshall University, over 30 laps. In the end, that senior brother was left utterly exhausted, foaming at the mouth, yet still unable to catch up no matter how hard he tried. Fuming, the senior brother later swore an oath. Unless he completed tempering his lower limbs, he would never dare cross paths with Wang Jinyang again. Naturally, Fong Ping remained entirely unaware of these backstage details. Hearing that forging the lower limbs was more effective than the upper limbs, Fong Ping quickly asked, "Brother Wang, then I should focus on forging my lower limbs. What stance do you think would be best?" "The horse stance. It's the top choice for warriors forging their lower limbs." The two spent a long time discussing cultivation techniques. Wang Jinyang wasn't being impatient either. Matters that aren't explained clearly could lead Fong Ping to act recklessly and cause problems. If he were to actually get injured and miss this year's college entrance exams, a one-year gap isn't something that easy to make up for. In Wang Jinyang's view, Fong Ping didn't need to rush like this. He could wait until entering the martial arts university, which would also save some resources. Fong Ping's current resources, if used sparingly along with his school quota, would be enough to reach the second rank. But if he keeps spending lavishly by himself, they'll likely run out right after reaching the first rank. Finding another Huang Bin-type opportunity would require perfect timing, location, and luck. Where would Fong Ping find such favorable circumstances again? The phone call lasted nearly an hour. I must say, Wang Jinyang is quite a decent guy. Having gained considerable benefits from Fong Ping's side, Old Wang also provided excellent after-sales service. After hanging up the phone, Fong Ping took several deep breaths. At 3 p.m., Fong Ping began his first official cultivation session. He had generally figured out the cultivation method. Even if something went wrong, at worst he'd be bedridden for a couple of days as long as he didn't recklessly attack major arteries. Without the ability for internal vision, Fong Ping could only proceed by instinct. Stripped to the waist, Fong Ping concentrated on practicing according to the tempering method manual while simultaneously observing the meridians throughout his body. When vital energy condensed, whichever channel contained stronger energy would quickly become visible. Those normally inconspicuous meridians would suddenly stand out. "It feels a bit swollen and sore. The first time cultivating, my meridians felt a bit unaccustomed." Endure the first time, and the human body has limitless potential. Fong Ping continuously reflected on his gains and losses. As his qi and blood condensed near his temples, he grew somewhat nervous. Rupturing blood vessels elsewhere might not pose significant danger. But if any vessel near the brain were to burst, the consequences would be unbearable for him. The tempering method had very few pathways passing through the brain, only one major meridian. Fortunately, the basic cultivation method follows the inherent circulatory system and doesn't require opening additional meridians. Soon, Fong Ping smoothly passed through the main meridian near his head. Half an hour later, Fong Ping successfully completed his first tempering session. That went smoothly. Fong Ping grinned through gritted teeth, claiming everything went smoothly while cursing internally. At this moment, he was covered head to toe in bloodstains. While major blood vessels remained intact, countless capillaries had ruptured, causing blood to seep from his entire body. If Fong Yuan or Li Yueying walked in now, they'd probably be frightened to tears. After the first tempering session, Fong Ping felt the previously throbbing blood vessels and meridians had significantly eased. As for the bleeding, let it bleed. He had plenty of qi and blood to spare anyway. Focusing his mind, Fong Ping glanced at the status panel to check if his qi and blood levels had dropped this time. Wealth, 3,370,800. Qi and vitality, 120 calories. Spirit, 140 Hz. For calories burned, if it were anyone else, they might not even recover with a single basic blood qi pill. In other words, just one cultivation session, and 100,000 is gone. Fong Ping had a toothache, which made him understand even more why there were so few examinees who became martial artists before the college entrance examination. Even if all the conditions were met, spending money was like pouring water down the drain. Unless you were from a wealthy family, who would be willing to spend money like this? On top of that, there were risks involved, and the martial arts techniques were only available to martial artists. Most high school students simply didn't have the opportunity. But others are others. Fong Ping had no such concerns. Wang Jinyang worried he might deplete the resources, but in reality Fong Ping had no intention of using those elixirs at all. Without further hesitation, Fong Ping immediately focused his mind on boosting his qi and blood. Wealth, 3,365,800. Vitality, 125 calories. Spirit, 140 Hz. The limit increased by 1 cal. Fong Ping's eyes lit up. Gaining 1 cal to his limit in a single session, that wasn't a slow rate at all. Of course, this was for him. Other students took about 3 days to recover their qi and blood. Spending 100,000 yuan to gain just 1 unit of energy in 3 days, few would be willing to try that. I recover qi and blood instantly, with no digestion period needed. While others can only cultivate once every 3 days, I can do it as many times as my body can handle. So this is how the system is meant to be used. Old Wang, that third rank is nothing. Just wait, I'll blow your mind later. Fong Ping muttered to himself, unable to contain his joy. Covered in blood as he was, if anyone saw him now, they'd probably scare children to tears. Chapter 41, Spending Money Like Water. Bang bang bang. Just as Fong Ping was feeling triumphant and preparing to attempt another round of cultivation, the door was pounding violently. Without even asking, Fong Ping knew exactly who was using this distinctive knocking style. Just as expected. Outside, Fong Yuan continued banging on the door while shouting, Fong Ping, what are you doing in there? First you're giggling like an idiot, now you're panting. Do you realize how stupid this is? I'm warning you, if you keep being this dumb, no girl will ever marry you. I'm still so young, don't corrupt me. Fong Ping's face turned green. What did I do? I was just practicing martial arts. How did I corrupt you? Recalling the girl's earlier words, Fong Ping suddenly understood. Then he angrily roared with a darkened face. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's being perverted? Who's the one corrupting the kids? I'm seriously working out, practicing martial arts, you get what I mean? Fong Yuan outside the door scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? Can't you practice your skills in the courtyard? Anyway, I don't care, stop that creepy grinning. It sounds downright perverted. You? Fong Ping felt like crying but had no tears left, his heart growing more certain. He needed to find a new place to cultivate. The old house had virtually no sound insulation. Having just completed a round of the tempering method, his blood and qi surged violently. It was perfectly normal to pause for a few steadying breaths. Yet unbeknownst to him, Fong Yuan outside the door heard every single sound with crystalline clarity. That girl was probably entertaining all sorts of wild notions about him now. He had initially considered practicing stake training, but Fong Ping decided against it for now. Stake training would create much more commotion than the tempering method. Who knows what that girl would think then? After a quick tidy up, Fong Ping changed into fresh clothes. His previous outfit had bloodstains on the pants from some ruptured blood vessels. After changing his clothes, Fong Ping picked up the dirty laundry and was about to enter the bathroom, thinking to wash them himself before his mother returned, lest his parents worry. Little did he know, this very action convinced Fong Yuan even more that his elder brother was up to no good. Fong Ping, you should really find yourself a girlfriend. Hey, all the guys in our class have girlfriends, and you're still just a single dog. But forget being single, you're hiding in your room giggling to yourself, isn't that pathetic? If your parents see you like this, don't you feel ashamed? Fong Ping, how about I set you up with someone? Shut up. Fong Ping's face darkened as he scrubbed clothes furiously, yelling, cut down on hanging out with those bad influences of yours. I'm only 18, who's calling me a single dog? I'm cultivating, understand? TCH, whatever, deny it if you want. Fong Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, muttering, cast pearls before swine. My classmate's sister is really pretty though. Fong Yuan, alright, I'll shut up, okay? Fong Yuan's expression, as if he wouldn't continue to taunt you, made Fong Ping feel extremely wounded. I'm practicing my cultivation. Practicing cultivation. Fong Ping felt somewhat helpless. Fine, there was no point explaining, this girl just wouldn't understand. Evening. Instead of continuing with the tempering method, Fong Ping picked up 16 stances of pile training and began reading, particularly the horse stance among them. Practicing martial arts without mastering fundamentals leads to empty accomplishment in old age. The gong mentioned here refers specifically to stance training. Poor stance training means an unstable foundation, which not only affects bone and meridian tempering but also impairs combat effectiveness. At Wu University, martial artists who have mastered stance training earn a special title, the Tumbler. Master stance training, and you become immovable, unshakable. Can't defeat you in combat? Then they'll exhaust themselves trying. The horse stance posture is named for its resemblance to riding a horse while standing in position. The horse stance posture is further divided into 3 levels. First, standing steady. Stand firmly in the stance, and no one can push you over. Second, stand firm. Feet like bedrock, rooted in the earth, unmovable by force. Third, stand hollow. Standing hollow is the true origin of the roly-poly title. The so-called unstable stance allows the body's center of gravity to be adjusted freely, but with an unsteady center of gravity, one is prone to falling. A stable center of gravity, freely adjustable, no matter how you push, strike, kick, or grapple, I remain unshaken. A martial artist's practical combat ability is not solely determined by their rank. A martial artist who excels in stance training, even when facing higher-ranked opponents, may not be able to break their defense or defeat them, but they can still evade them. Moreover, stance training can strengthen bones and transform tendons, accelerating the speed of bone tempering. Practicing stance techniques in combination with the tempering method yields excellent results, though the consumption of qi and blood is astonishing. Fong Ping spent some time reviewing the instructional materials. He then attempted to hold a horse stance for a while. In just 5 minutes, Fong Ping was trembling all over, sweating profusely. Standing in the horse stance was harder than he had imagined. After 10 minutes, Fong Ping was shaking like a sieve. His legs were trembling so violently that if someone had pushed him then, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold his stance. This shows that he is still far from mastering even the first level. Chest flat, back rounded, head suspended as if by a vertical line. Reciting the key principles of standing meditation silently to himself, Fong Ping was drenched in sweat. Soon, he was panting like an ox before collapsing into a seated position. And this was just the standing meditation alone, without even incorporating the tempering method. He was already exhausted beyond measure. Once he started practicing the tempering method, Fong Ping realized it was completely impossible for him to divide his attention between 2 tasks. Refocusing, he checked his stats again. Wealth, 3,365,800. Qi and blood, 122 units. Spirit, 135 Hz. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. This time it wasn't just his vitality that had dropped, but his spirit as well. So it consumes spiritual energy? Muttering to himself, Fong Ping roughly understood the reason for the decline in his spiritual power. When standing in Zhanzhuan posture, the intense concentration requires tremendous energy expenditure, consuming both vitality and mental focus. After some thought, Fong Ping began silently reciting incantations to enhance his mental focus and vitality. Fortune, 3,357,800. Vitality, 125 calories. Spirit, 140 Hz. This is more draining than I expected. In less than a day, 13,000 units of wealth value had been consumed. Originally, he had thought that even if both attributes were raised to 200, it would only cost a little over 100,000 wealth value. Looking back now, he was indeed too optimistic. Vital energy and spirit aren't static, they deplete with movement and cultivation. Ordinary people would recover these through sleep, meals, or medication. But if Fong Ping wanted to avoid wasting time, his only option was to expend wealth points for recovery. Every recovery consumes a massive amount of wealth points. Over 3 million wealth points may seem substantial, but at this rate, how long can they sustain the expenditure? Unless Fong Ping gives up rapid advancement and follows the conventional path, slowly recovering through natural sleep and nutritional intake like others. Combining stake standing with the tempering method will only increase the consumption. Ordinary non-martial artists face lengthy recovery periods and substantial resource consumption with each training session. No wonder martial artists are so rare in society. Regular folks can only progress through gradual effort, but as they age and their bodies become more fixed, breaking through limits becomes increasingly difficult. During their youth, unless they have family support, young people simply lack the resources needed for proper cultivation. Yet, how many families could afford such exorbitant expenses? Even if the tempering method and stake standing techniques were given to Wu Zhihao and his peers now, they probably wouldn't dare practice them. The depletion rate of wealth points was even faster than Fang Ping had imagined. For the next 2 days, Fang Ping attended classes and studied during the day, while practicing stake standing exercises at night. By Tuesday night, after completing his cultivation of the tempering method, Fang Ping checked his stats once more, feeling a sense of melancholy. Wealth, 3,320,800. Qi and blood, 126 calories. Spirit, 142 hertz. The upper limits of both vitality and spiritual power have been enhanced, but with it came a significant depletion of wealth value. From the initial 3.37 million, Fang Ping spent 50,000 in wealth value within just 2 or 3 days. The result was that his vitality had reached 126 units, and Fang Ping sensed that he could likely push it to 127 units now without any issues. On average, raising just 1 unit of qi and blood requires at least 20,000 wealth points, and this is when qi and blood levels are still low. When they reach their limit after 150 units, further improvements. According to Fang Ping's estimates, the cost might become even higher. I was truly too naive. Fang Ping smiled self-deprecatingly, realizing how foolish he'd been to feel smug earlier about breaking through 200 calories with just over 100,000 in wealth value. Now he understood completely, this system was truly a bottomless pit, almost a 1-calorie improvement per day. Fang Ping calculated for a moment, then decided to boost his qi and blood energy a bit more. After consuming 1,000 wealth points, his qi and blood reached 127 calories. Fang Ping moved his body and felt the pressure wasn't too great, feeling somewhat satisfied. If he improves by 1 calorie daily, he might reach the minimum qi and blood threshold for martial artists, 150 calories, by the time of his physical examination. Of course, whether he can maintain this speed afterward is hard to determine. As for whether to reveal such high vitality levels, we'll see depending on the situation. Building vitality is difficult, consuming it is easy. If Fang Ping didn't want to draw attention to himself before the physical examination, he could engage in deep cultivation that would massively deplete his vitality. Bringing it down to just 120 vitality points wouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to wash up, the mobile phone lying beside him began to vibrate. Fang Ping picked up his phone and took a glance. As soon as the call connected, he recognized the voice. It was the same sales department manager from before. Mr. Fang, sorry to bother you. All the procedures for your apartment have been completed. If it's convenient for you tomorrow. Got it. I'll be there by noon tomorrow. Fang Ping lowered his voice and replied softly. Without exchanging pleasantries with the overly attentive manager, Fang Ping hung up the phone. The process at Guanhu Garden was surprisingly efficient. The contract was signed on Sunday, and by Wednesday, tomorrow, all the paperwork would be completed. Once the house was secured, he'd need to purchase some workout equipment and other essential items. That would all add up to a considerable expense. I currently have just over 410,000 yuan in cash left after accounting for the house payment. After buying these things, it probably won't even be 400,000 anymore. Money flows out like water. Fang Ping sighed with emotion, yet completely understood why those high-level martial artists obsessively pursued wealth. He's not even a martial artist, yet he spends a fortune just to train. And that's with the advantage of a system cheat. For those without system cheats, their daily expenses are staggering. Without money, forget about training, it's hard enough just maintaining your current level. I still need to earn money. Fang Ping mumbled, but this matter would have to wait until after the college entrance exams were over. Right now, he simply didn't have time to spare for it. Chapter 42, The Gymnasium. Wednesday. As soon as morning classes ended, Fang Ping rushed straight to Guanhu Apartments. Sales office. After paying the final installment, Fang Ping received all the necessary documents and keys. He went to inspect the property, officially completing the handover process. With the final payment made, only about 410,000 yuan remained in Fang Ping's savings and cash reserves. The sales staff from the property office departed. With no one to interfere, Fang Ping felt much more at ease. Walking around the empty house alone, Fang Ping was in a terrific mood. In just a few short days, he had already managed to buy a spacious house. Just imagining Fang Yuan's reaction when he found out about the new house made Fang Ping chuckle. It was bound to be quite amusing. But Fang Ping wasn't ready to tell his family yet. Even if he did, he'd have to wait until after the college entrance exams. Once he was admitted to the martial arts program, he could always make excuses, whether saying he earned it through cooperation with Wang Jinyang or that it was early investment from a major corporation. If his family found out now, it would only worry his parents unnecessarily. Might as well buy some fitness equipment. We'll hold off on furniture for now. We also need to buy some essential sofas, tables, and chairs, otherwise there won't even be anywhere to sit. Right. I still need to buy a bed, might end up staying here overnight. After figuring out what he needed to buy, Fong Ping didn't waste any time and headed straight out the door. 1 hour later, Fong Ping stepped out of the city's largest furniture store. Everything needed has been ordered, the deposit paid, and it'll all be delivered in the next 2 days. For sofas, chairs, and tables, he didn't buy anything fancy, functional was good enough. As for fitness equipment though, Fong Ping picked mid to high range products. Even after he's done using them, they can still be passed down to Fong Yuan, so it's hardly wasteful. The sofa, chairs, and tables didn't cost much, but the equipment expenses were quite high. After all the calculations, once the payments were made, there were only roughly 390,000 yuan left on hand. Back at school, Chen Fan asked curiously, Fong Ping, why do you feel like you've been elusive lately? In the past when Fong Ping didn't go home at noon, neither would he. Most of the time, the two would go to the cafeteria or eat out together, but recently, Fong Ping has been rarely seen. I've had some things going on lately, keeping me pretty busy. Even though you've signed up for the martial arts program, it's tough to get into. Don't slack off on your regular studies. Chen Fan reminded him once again without getting annoyed, to which Fong Ping nodded with a smile. This is something only said between friends. If they weren't familiar, they'd secretly rejoice if you didn't study, one less competitor to worry about. As they were talking, Yang Jian in the front row turned around and said, Fong Ping, wanna hit the gym together tonight? In recent days, Fong Ping had been busy adapting to the effects of his boosted physical energy. He had no time, nor did he see the need to work out with them. But now that he's learned the technique, practicing stance work or cultivation at home these past few days has felt somewhat constrained. The new place currently has nothing set up, and Fong Ping isn't keen on going there just yet. Taking this opportunity to observe how others train might actually be a good idea. After some thought, Fong Ping nodded and said, alright, let's go together tonight. Yang Jian had made the invitation casually. Fong Ping had turned him down several times before. I never expected Fong Ping would actually agree to my casual invitation. Yang Jian was momentarily caught off guard, but he quickly grinned and said, great, then let's go together after school. Fong Ping, there'll be quite a crowd there. Many of the school's top students train at that place regularly. Watching their training methods might actually give you some useful insights. Okay. The two agreed to meet after school without further discussion as they waited for the teacher to begin class. Soon enough, the afternoon classes came to an end. While some liberal arts students would stay for evening self-study sessions, martial arts students like Fong Ping and his peers almost never attended. Everyone knew Fong Ping was joining the group workout tonight. As they walked out together, Wu Zhihao grinned, Fong Ping, I bet you've never been to the gymnasium before? Prepare to have your mind blown. The gymnasium he referred to was built by No. 1 high school specifically for martial arts students to train their bodies. Not every student gets to have their own private gym. Even if there was, the atmosphere would be different. Wu Zhihao's home has exercise equipment, but he prefers going to the gym with everyone else. With more people around, though it gets a bit chaotic, the mutual comparison among everyone creates motivation to work out. Exercising alone is monotonous and dull. Many people can't endure that kind of loneliness. Fong Ping laughed upon hearing this. Eye-opening? Could people really pull off some fancy tricks when working out? Before Wu Zhihao could respond, Zhang Hao chuckled and said, Fong Ping, you just don't get it, do you? Martial arts students aren't all guys, there are plenty of girls too. TSK. Anyway, you'll understand once you see for yourself. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Nan, one of the two female martial arts candidates from class 4, said impatiently, don't be so sleazy. Fong Ping isn't like you, always staring at the girls. You're embarrassing our class. Zhang Hao wasn't bothered and joked to Fong Ping, did you catch Zhang Nan's meaning? We shouldn't stare at girls from other classes, just her. Get lost. Zhang Nan rolled her eyes. Don't be so fierce. The fiercer you act, the more scared I get to look. If nobody watches, won't you be losing big? Zhang Hao, are you asking for a beating? Their daily bickering had long become commonplace to everyone else. Wu Zhihao completely ignored the two of them, walking away while laughing. Don't listen to Zhang Hao's nonsense. Checking out girls does count as one of the perks, but that's not the main point. There are quite a few top students from other classes over at the gymnasium, each with their own training methods. We can observe them and adopt whatever techniques prove effective. But our foundations are already somewhat set now. Fong Ping, you should take a look and systematically learn from them. Fong Ping nodded, and amidst the group's casual chatter, they had already arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. The gymnasium was staffed and not open to the public. However, students from First High, whether from the liberal arts or martial arts track, could enter though, of course, they had to pay. The fee wasn't expensive, 2 yuan per visit, regardless of duration. Fong Ping paid the fee, while others didn't need to. Regular visitors could get a monthly card instead. The charge was actually implemented to prevent overcrowding and deter people from swarming in all at once. Although 2 yuan wasn't much, those who weren't truly there to exercise wouldn't bother wasting money just to spectate. Second floor of the gymnasium. As soon as Fong Ping entered, he was hit by a wave of scorching air. The place was bustling with noise and constant shouting. The layout resembled a typical gym, but currently, only young boys and girls filled the space. The moment Wu Zhihao and his group arrived, someone immediately called out, "Zhihao, over here. Zhihao, let's have a competition. Yang Jian, what's your chi blood level now?" They were all from the same school. There were fewer than 300 martial arts candidates in number 1 high school, and even fewer frequented this place, probably under 200. Wu Zhihao's vitality was not low among this group. He was one of the top tier, and quite a few people recognized him. Hearing everyone's greetings, Wu Zhihao chuckled and said, "No competitions today, we're just working out on our own." Fong Ping whispered, "Compared to what?" "Nothing much, just everyone joining in the fun, competing at push-ups, pull-ups, sometimes comparing pulling strength." Wu Zhihao casually explained as he led Fong Ping and the others to a less crowded area. The others had their own plans and scattered to find available equipment for supplemental training. Wu Zhihao, meanwhile, found an unused multifunction trainer and began instructing Fong Ping. Though Fong Ping already knew how to operate it, he couldn't refuse old Wu's enthusiastic guidance. He pretended to listen while letting his gaze wander around. There were quite a few people on the second floor of the gymnasium, but the space was large enough that it didn't seem crowded. Indeed, there were many girls working out, wearing naturally less clothing during exercise. To be honest, Fong Ping wasn't particularly interested and didn't find it all that appealing. A group of youthful and attractive high school students, had it been by the seaside on a beach, Fong Ping might have taken a few more glances. But now, everyone was sweating profusely, and girls' sweat wasn't any more fragrant than boys', so he wouldn't stick close to them. While instructing Fong Ping on how to use the equipment, Wu Zhihao whispered, "There's still a third floor in the gym." Not many people go to the third floor, but it's more interesting than the second floor. First-time visitors usually like to check out the third floor. Wu Zhihao explained in a low voice, "As you know, number 1 high school is the best in Yangcheng, and Yangcheng does have martial artists. The children and grandchildren of martial artists almost always attend number 1 high school if they're in senior high. Although there aren't many descendants of martial artists in each graduating class, they're not completely absent. In our current year alone, there are 2 students with martial artists as their elders. Including both junior and senior years, our school has a total of 7 students with martial artist family members. These 7 people often come here to work out as well. They usually don't exercise on the second floor though, they work out on the third floor." "Interested, Fong Ping? We're allowed to go there too?" Fong Ping showed a hint of surprise. Of course, the school hasn't prohibited it, though we rarely go there ourselves. There weren't many equipment on the third floor, and since these guys had martial artists in their families, they didn't mix with us. But they wouldn't say anything if we went to take a look. Usually, first-timers here enjoy watching the excitement. Of course, if you come often, you wouldn't bother going anymore, it gets boring after seeing it. Fong Ping became interested and stood up saying, "Let's go take a look then. Are these people's chi and blood levels high?" "Just so, slightly taller than us, but not by much." Wu Zhihao led Fong Ping upstairs and lowered his voice again, saying, "The martial artists in Yangcheng aren't exceptionally high-ranking, and resources are limited. Those who are truly powerful, who would stay in Yangcheng. Those with higher ranks, their children don't attend number 1 high school either. They're either at Ruiyang number 1 high or studying in bigger cities." Fong Ping understood now. It was no wonder there were hardly any strong second-generation martial artists heard of at number 1 high. The parents of martial second-generation students at number 1 high generally ranked as first or second-grade martial artists, mostly first grade. Moreover, the majority were independent martial artists who had limited resources for their own cultivation, so they naturally couldn't provide much for their children. Even if their chi and blood were somewhat stronger, they were only marginally higher than average. As they spoke, the 2 had already reached the third floor. It was spacious and quiet. This was Fong Ping's first impression, a stark contrast to the bustling heat downstairs. And there were very few people. Although there were 7 children of martial arts families in first high, not everyone would come here, nor would they necessarily come together every time. Fong Ping scanned the expansive third floor. There were just 5 people in total, with 2 clearly being spectators like Fong Ping and his friends. Only 3 were actually cultivating. Yes, cultivating. Not the tempering method, that thing low-level martial artists wouldn't dare let their children practice, but stance training. Having already studied the 16 stance techniques, Fong Ping recognized at a glance that the 3 people upstairs were practicing stances. Chapter 43, The Scapegoat King. Stance training? Fong Ping muttered under his breath. Wu Zhihao beside him wasn't surprised either, nodding as he said, "Indeed, second-generation martial artists usually practice stances for cultivation." Stance training isn't a secret. Martial Arts University has collected 16 common stance techniques. But in society, there are far more stance techniques available. Those who wish to learn can certainly find ways to do so. Even the stances from 16 stance techniques could be obtained at some cost. Wu Zhihao didn't care what Fong Ping was thinking and whispered, "Do you know why these martial arts second-generation heirs have such low profiles? It's precisely because of this. Stance training shows its effects over the long term, and its true value only becomes apparent after entering martial arts university." Entering Wuhan University for martial arts studies, I heard that those who excel at stance training become martial artists faster than ordinary people. That's why these second-generation martial artists usually don't strive to be outstanding in the early stages. Passing the entrance exams for Wuhan University is enough for them. Getting into Wuhan University is when their real opportunity to shine comes. Wu Zhihao shook his head and continued, "But we don't need to emulate them. Stance training consumes too much time and effort. The short-term effects aren't actually stronger than regular exercise, requiring even more nutritional supplements and medicinal tonics. Typically, only second-generation martial artists would practice stance training in high school. Standing meditation focuses on long-term results, and only when paired with the tempering method can its effects be maximized. Otherwise, practicing Zhangzhuan alone would be less effective for boosting qi and blood than regular exercise. Of course, this only applies to those at lower levels of Zhangzhuan practice. But if one could reach the standing solid level before becoming a martial artist, the benefits would far surpass those of ordinary training. These descendants of low-ranking martial artists don't aim to become martial artists before the college entrance exams. Their goal is the future. First, stand firm in the basics, reach the martial arts university benchmark in qi and blood. Only after entering the university, with these foundations secured, can they complement their training with the refinement method. That's when the results truly emerge. Moreover, they can utilize the school's resources instead of solely relying on their own supply. Practicing stance training alone doesn't consume more resources than the refinement method. It can also help relieve the pressure on these lower-ranking martial artists. With just a simple explanation from Wu Zhihao, Fong Ping immediately grasped these points. Now, Fong Ping could also understand why Wu Zhihao and the others chose not to learn stance training, even though they knew of its existence. At present, everyone's primary goal was the martial arts examination. Regular exercises can boost qi and blood circulation faster than standing pole practice, so why bother with standing pole? As for the future, it's still far away. Without passing the martial arts entrance exam, everything is meaningless. And the descendants of martial artists almost always aim to become martial artists themselves. So these individuals could dedicate themselves to time-consuming stance training. Even if they failed to get into Wu University, they would still continue down the martial path. While the two conversed quietly, Fong Ping was also observing the three people maintaining their stances. 2 males and 1 female, both young men, like Fong Ping, were practicing the horse stance. The young woman, however, was practicing the unhurried circle stance. You can easily tell the quality of stance training just by observing the standing posture. While Fong Ping was watching them, the students practicing their stances also noticed Wu Zhihao and his companion. Among the 2 male students, the bullier one with a crew cut suddenly ended his practice and asked with a hearty laugh, "Wu Zhihao, haven't seen you for days. What's your qi and blood reading now?" "Haven't tested in days." "Tan Hao, what's your number?" 118 calories. Tan Hao said loudly, wiping sweat with a towel while complaining, "By last year's standards, I could have just slept at home. But I hear everyone's energy levels are sky high this year. 118 calories might not even be safe. No choice, gotta push harder before it's too late." Aim for 120 calories. Tan Hao had a rugged appearance, his build somewhat resembling Yang Jian's. While speaking, he also cast a glance at Fong Ping. But since they weren't acquainted, he didn't greet him. Wu Zhihao took the initiative to introduce, "This is Fong Ping, the powerhouse of our class whose vital energy is even higher than mine." Then he turned to Fong Ping with a smile, "This is Tan Hao from class 2. He's a second-generation martial artist." "Cut the crap. Calling me a second-generation martial artist." Tan Hao cursed and said irritably, "How can I be considered a second-generation martial artist? My grandpa only reached the first rank, and that was from a martial arts training course. Broke as a church mouse, yet I've eaten fewer elixirs than you." Wu Zhihao laughed, "Don't be so shameless. Who's eaten more? Don't you have any self-awareness? Ha ha ha, enough joking around. So you're saying Fong Ping has higher qi blood levels than you?" Tan Hao suddenly grew interested in Fong Ping and began scrutinizing him intently. At this moment, another relatively handsome boy with slightly longer hair than Tan Hao also stopped his horse stance. Hearing their discussion, the handsome boy approached and asked with mild curiosity, "Wu Zhihao, is what you said true?" Wu Zhihao wasn't in a hurry to reply, but instead said to Fong Ping, "This is Tan Tao, also from class 2. Among our grade this year, the 2 martial arts heirs are these brothers. Don't look down on them now because their energy and blood levels are lower than Zhoubin and Xiaoliang's. Once they enter Wu University, these 2 brothers will be amazing. In the senior year of number 1 high school, these 2 are the martial descendants." As for the girl beside them, she was a sophomore. Seeing them chatting, she didn't join in and continued cultivating on her own. 2 brothers? Fang Ping looked at the two men before him, one rough and towering, the other delicate and refined. Are they brothers? Fang Ping scoffed inwardly, but his expression remained unreadable as he greeted them with a smile. Before the pair could speak, Fang Ping couldn't help but ask curiously, were you two just standing in the horse stance? Yeah, you know about that too? Tan Hao chuckled heartily, but it sounds impressive while the actual effects are just so. If it weren't for my old man forcing us to practice stake standing, I would have quit long ago. If I train like Wu Zhihao instead, my chi blood might even surpass Xiaobin's. Stop bragging, will you? As soon as Tan Hao finished speaking, Tan Tao interrupted helplessly, Xiaobin's blood chi is 125 carts. That guy really is something out of the ordinary. 120 carts is a threshold. Even if we reach the same level as him, it doesn't necessarily mean we can break through 120 carts. 120 carts is a threshold? Fang Ping muttered to himself, where did this threshold come from? How come I didn't know about this? Moreover, these two brothers sure chat a lot. I was clearly talking about horse stance training, but somehow the conversation suddenly jumped to Xiaobin. While silently complaining inwardly, Fang Ping finally saw the two brothers return to the main topic. Tan Tao glanced at Fang Ping with curiosity and asked, Fang Ping, is your vital energy really stronger than Wu Zhihao's? Wu Zhihao's chi and blood levels weren't low. Previously he had reached 115 calories, similar to theirs. Currently, Wu Zhihao hasn't mentioned his level, so they don't know exactly how much it is. If Fang Ping is higher than Wu Zhihao, doesn't that mean he's probably about equal to the two brothers? There aren't many at number 1 high school with chi and blood levels above 115 calories. They'd never heard Fang Ping's name mentioned before. Zhihao just mentioned it casually. I've never actually tested it myself, so I'm not entirely sure. Fang Ping didn't want to dwell on the subject and forcefully steered the conversation back, saying, judging by your posture, you've probably been practicing stance training for quite some time. How long can you hold it now? About half an hour or so. So that means you've reached the first level of stable stance? Ha, so you know about this too. The burly man Tan Hao was once again taken aback, then quickly laughed and said, 3 years of stance training, and only recently have I managed to hold steady at this level. Tan Hao was somewhat rough around the edges, while Tan Tao was a bit more meticulous than his elder brother. Hearing this, he sized up Fang Ping once again. After a while, Tan Tao suddenly said, Fang Ping, you're practicing stance training too? Wu Zhihao couldn't help but glance at Fang Ping. Fang Ping didn't deny it either and smiled, saying, right, I also practice the stance, the same as you all, the horse stance, but I haven't reached the level of standing steadily yet. Just now, watching you all maintain the stance so much more steadily than me, I couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Whether someone practices stance training isn't something you can easily tell at a glance. Upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences in gait and demeanor between them. Fang Ping wasn't walking, so Tan Tao only asked out of mild suspicion. But when Fang Ping admitted he also practiced the horse stance, Tan Tao immediately grew interested and eagerly asked, how long have you been practicing this stance? Quite a while now. Fang Ping didn't elaborate further, forcefully steering the conversation back. I've always been figuring things out on my own. I never knew the school had people practicing stake standing techniques. You're actually the first practitioners of true stake standing meditation I've encountered. Could I observe when you practice stake standing in the future? He hadn't yet reached the steady stance level, not even the first tier. Moreover, attempting stake standing meditation with the tempering method was currently too difficult and dangerous for him. So Fang Ping really wanted to break through to the first level and stabilize before attempting the effects of dual cultivation. Yet merely looking at diagrams made it difficult to fully comprehend certain aspects. Having a real-world template for reference would have made stabilizing the first breakthrough much easier. Though Wang Jinyang could provide guidance, he was after all in Jiangcheng, and with his own imminent breakthrough, Fang Ping didn't want to trouble him too often. Now we happen to meet these two brothers, both at the stable first layer realm, and both practicing the horse stance. Fang Ping observed for a while and surely gained no small amount of insight. Tan Hao chuckled upon hearing this and said, watch as you please, it's no secret anyway. The key to stance training mainly lies in persistence. Tan Tao and I have been practicing stances since our first year of high school, and we only recently broke through to the first layer. Knowing that Fang Ping also practiced the horse stance, the Tan brothers became more talkative. Just after finishing their stance practice, instead of continuing, they started sharing some insights about the horse stance with Fang Ping. High school students aren't usually too deep or calculating. Despite meeting Fang Ping for the first time, the two brothers freely shared whatever tips they had learned from their own practice without hesitation. This instantly made Fang Ping feel that the trip was worthwhile. He had indeed come at the right time. At the scene, Fang Ping also took a stance in the horse stance position, and the two brothers helped correct some of his movements. About half an hour later, the Tan brothers had already gone home, but Wu Zhihao was looking at Fang Ping with a strange expression. Fang Ping, so you also practice stance training? Yeah, Wu Zhihao hesitated to speak. Generally, those who practice stance training progress slowly in vitality and required constant nourishment from medicines and supplements. But where would Fang Ping's family get the money to support such training? Fang Ping seemed to read his thoughts and casually laughed. I was just dabbling in it before without focusing on progress, that's why my vitality has always been so low. Didn't I start taking medicine later? My blood and qi improved quite a bit, so I picked up the stake training again. Wu Zhihao still had some doubts, but didn't press further, just thinking that Fang Ping was really good at keeping secrets. Fang Ping wasn't too concerned, let him wonder. At worst, he could just throw Wang Jinyang under the bus when the time came. With a scapegoat like Wang around, Fang Ping wasn't afraid of anyone suspecting anything. Do these guys dare to ask Wang Jinyang? Even if they do ask, Wang Jinyang will memorize everything. When it comes to Huang Bin's affairs, Wang Jinyang is definitely going to see them through to the end. Jiangcheng. Just after completing his breakthrough, Wang Jinyang suddenly sneezed. Shaking his head, Wang Jinyang had a vague sense of foreboding. But the thought of having broken through to third grade made Wang Jinyang grin broadly, brushing aside his worries. Chapter 44 Wu Zhihao's speculation. Where there's a first time, there's bound to be a second. Over the next few days, Fang Ping would often go to watch the Tan brothers practice their stance training. Several days passed, and he gained substantial insights from the experience. The Tan brothers were approachable, as long as he didn't disturb their practice, they didn't mind him observing. During idle moments, Fang Ping would ask questions, and the two brothers would willingly offer explanations whenever they could. Pile standing practice is a semi-open secret, with no room for shortcuts. The key lies in persistent refinement over time. But what they don't know is that Fang Ping isn't your ordinary guy. While others have to stop and rest when prolonged stance training drains their vitality and saps their energy. Wait until fully recovered? That usually takes until the next day, or even the day after. But what about Fang Ping? Out of qi and blood? Just spend wealth points to replenish them. Feeling mentally exhausted? Just spend wealth points to perk up. The Tan brothers had reached the standing steadily level, now practicing their stance for just half an hour each day. It wasn't that they couldn't continue longer, but the expenditure of qi and blood was too great, and the mental strain too taxing, they'd be exhausted for days afterward. Qi and blood depletion could be managed, with tonics, elixirs, those could be restored. But mental fatigue? For low-rank martial artists, that was nearly impossible to recover from. Apart from sleeping and resting, low-rank martial artists have no other means to recover their spiritual energy. What about Fang Ping? According to his usual pace, 20 minutes per session would be the absolute limit. But this guy spends wealth points without considering the cost. Every day after returning home, Fang Ping begins his training at 7 o'clock. He spends half an hour practicing the body tempering technique, while his stance training exceeds 4 hours. Fang Ping hardly rests before midnight. If it weren't for the physical need to sleep, Fang Ping could continue his stance practice until dawn. A consistently robust vitality and mental state, coupled with prolonged continuous stance practice each session is equivalent to what the Tan brothers achieve in half a month or even a month. After just a few short days, Fang Ping already felt he wasn't far from mastering the first level of stability. By Saturday evening, when Fang Ping sought guidance from the brothers again, Tan Hao remained unfazed, but Tan Tao's gaze had subtly shifted differently. This guy is kinda scary. Just the other day he was asking beginner questions, and now he's already grappling with how to stabilize in the first realm. After holding back for quite a while, Tan Tao finally couldn't resist asking, Fang Ping, are you about to break through? Tan Hao opened his mouth stiffly and croaked out, breakthrough? Fang Ping smiled and said, no reason, just asking. Actually, I've been practicing stance training for a while now, but never had anyone explain it systematically before. I only half understood it. Now that you've given me pointers, as I sort through it, things I didn't understand before have become clear. I've gained so much. Although I haven't made a breakthrough yet, I believe it's coming soon. I really must thank you properly this time. Whenever you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Whether it was because the Tan brothers didn't mind or because they were broad-minded, they had indeed done Fang Ping a great favor this time. Without these two brothers, Fang Ping would have had to rely solely on himself. Without anyone to point out his mistakes in the essential movements, it would have taken him months to reach the first level. Looks like I'm really about to break through. Tan Tao muttered to himself, and upon looking at Fang Ping again, couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. Without breaking through in pile standing skill, even if their vital energy was higher, the brothers truly wouldn't care. A few extra calories of vital energy meant nothing. Having a martial artist father, they understood things others didn't. They've reached the first level in pile standing practice, and upon entering Wuda with access to the tempering method, they'll have mentors and school resources to support them. Within a year, their chances of becoming martial artists are very high. As for those like Fang Ping with naturally high qi blood levels, unless their levels are terrifyingly excessive. Even Zhou Bin's 125 calorie reading, so what? He went to school to learn the stake technique from scratch. It would take who knows how long to reach the firm stance realm and coordinated with the tempering method for cultivation. Very likely, those guys wouldn't have hope of breaking through until after the brothers became martial artists and completed tempering one of their limbs. But that was before. Now that Fong Ping was about to break through the first layer of the stake technique, he would be starting at the same line as them. Tan Tao envied for a while before politely saying, "No need for meals, everyone's busy nowadays. Let's wait until the martial arts exam is over. If we have time, we'll dine together then." Fong Ping has decent chi and blood levels, and his academic performance is reportedly not bad either. This guy has an extremely high chance of getting into a martial arts university. Once admitted to the martial arts department, we'll all be students of Wuda University. Perfect timing then to bond over meals. They didn't have time, and Fong Ping was actually busy himself. After expressing his gratitude again, Fong Ping took his leave. After he left, the two brothers found Wu Zhihao downstairs. With a rough grab, Tan Hao seized Wu Zhihao by the collar and snapped in humiliated fury, "Little Wu, you dare trick your grandpa Hao again?" Wu Zhihao was utterly baffled at first, then flared up in anger, "Piss off, you big oaf. Let go. Don't think I'm scared just because there's two of you brothers. Fight me one-on-one if you've got the guts. One-on-one my ass." Still cursing under his breath, Tan Hao reluctantly released him, muttering gloomily, "You said Fong Ping's family was just average, didn't you? But recently his stake technique progress has been frighteningly fast, and his chi blood is brimming. Logically, this shouldn't be happening." Wu Zhihao said impatiently, "Just for this matter?" This was something he'd also doubted before, feeling puzzled. But now, Wu Zhihao felt he somewhat understood. While the others weren't paying attention, Wu Zhihao lowered his voice and said, "That kid probably has someone backing him." "Who?" "Senior brother Wang." Wu Zhihao's eyes gleamed sharply as he continued, "When senior brother Wang came to the school last time, he asked for his phone number. Then it seems they met once. I don't know exactly what was said, but there's a 90% chance he got senior brother Wang's support. Otherwise, how do you explain his rapid improvement?" "Senior brother Wang Jinyang?" The two brothers exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Wu Zhihao might not know the inside story, but having a martial artist father, they were privy to some details. Just the other day, that most monstrous prodigy Yangcheng had seen in nearly a decade single-handedly hacked a peak second-rank martial artist to death. How old is Wang Jinyang? A freshman, 19 years old. After killing a peak second-rank martial artist, what rank is Wang Jinyang himself? Peak second grade? Third grade? Even their fathers would say, once you get into South River Martial Arts University, try hard to curry favor with such figures. It's currying favor, not getting close. As a freshman, Wang Jinyang is already this monstrous. By graduation, he might directly reach mid-grade realm. Such individuals, once graduated and entering politics, would at least hold the rank of a provincial governor. Only the top leader of a city can be called a provincial governor. At the provincial level, that's a viceroy. Yangcheng is merely a county-level city, its top leader doesn't even qualify as a provincial governor. After a few years of experience, Wang Jinyang might indeed become the governor. How could we not fawn over such a person? The brothers' eyes turned red with envy. Had Fong Ping really managed to cozy up to senior brother Wang? Wu Zhihao lowered his voice and said, "Anyway, that's what I think. It's very possible. So it's no use for you two to be envious. Besides, Uncle Tan is also a martial artist. You have nothing to be jealous of. I'm the one who should be envious. You don't know shit." Tan Hao cursed angrily. Even if his father were present, he wouldn't dare claim equivalence to Wang Jinyang. A nearly 50-year-old first-grade martial artist versus a 19-year-old who's already second-grade, possibly even third-grade. Is this even comparable? The old man now pins all his hopes on his sons making something of themselves. Aside from daily cultivation to maintain his vitality and prevent decline, he hardly cultivates at all. Cultivation costs money, don't you understand? If all three family members were to cultivate, relying solely on the old man's meager welfare benefits, we would have gone bankrupt long ago. But Wang Jinyang was different, young, highly ranked, still a student, and with easy access to resources. With his support, Fong Ping would probably be able to treat blood chi pills like candy. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Even if Fong Ping could consume them, he wouldn't be able to digest them quickly. Why on earth did senior brother Wang take a liking to Fong Ping? Oh no, is this about that reception last time? If we'd known earlier, we should have gone ourselves. Such regrets. The two brothers sighed deeply, as Wu Zhihao added gloomily, "Don't even mention it, I actually went to pick them up, and still didn't get any share." He speculated that it might be because Fong Ping's chi and blood drastically surged after taking the medicine last time, which earned Wang Jinyang's admiration. Of course, it could also be related to Fong Ping's courage and determination. That guy dared to actively call Wang Jinyang. This was something Wu Zhihao genuinely admired. A true warrior must dare to compete. Many have heard these words, but how many young people truly understand them? At this moment, Wu Zhihao felt he somewhat understood. Had Fong Ping not dared to fight back, hadn't made that call, Wang Jinyang might not have taken him under his wing. Though his guess wasn't entirely correct, the outcome remained the same. Had Fang Ping not made that call back then, he truly wouldn't be where he is now. However, Fang Ping was prepared, using the principle of exchanging benefits. If Wu Zhihao had been the one calling, no matter how kind-hearted Wang Jinyang was, he would have at most given a few pointers and wouldn't have offered significant help. Wu Zhihao's wild speculations were naturally unknown to Fang Ping, but this was all part of Fang Ping's plan. He wasn't planning to hide much, he had already decided to pin the blame on Wang Jinyang when the time came. But that would be after the martial arts exam, not now. For now, if Wu Zhihao and the others suspected him, Fang Ping wouldn't bother denying it even if he found out. Leaving the gymnasium, Fang Ping didn't head home but instead went to Guanhu Gardens. These past few days, all the items arrived, and Fang Ping had people install them properly. At noon today, Fang Ping hired a cleaning company to tidy up the place. When he returned in the evening, the new house was spotless. After walking around the house, Fang Ping took off his outer coat and began practicing the tempering method while sitting cross-legged on the floor. These past few days, he used school exercise as an excuse to return home very late, and his parents didn't suspect anything. Half an hour later, the tempering method cultivation session ended. From acquiring the cultivation technique until now, only a mere week had passed. Yet Fang Ping's strength had increased at an astonishingly rapid pace. Wealth, 3,240,000. Health, 129 calories. Spirit, 150 hertz. The wealth value became a whole number because these past few days, Fang Ping's parents gave him an additional 200 yuan for meals and pocket money. Fang Ping hesitated about refusing it but eventually decided against it. If he turned down the money now, his parents would only worry more. It was better to take it for now and settle things after the martial arts college entrance exam. Since last weekend, before obtaining the cultivation method, Fang Ping's net worth had been over 3.37 million. At that moment, the qi and blood level was 124 calories. After a week, the qi and blood increased by 5 calories, and mental energy by an impressive 10 hertz. According to Fang Ping's previous consumption rate, a wealth value of 15,000 would have sufficed. Yet this time, it consumed over 130,000 of Fang Ping's wealth value, nearly tenfold the usual expenditure. However, Fang Ping was reasonably satisfied. Although the previous method consumed less, increasing the upper limit was difficult. It relied entirely on physical training, which was hard on his body. Now, with the tempering method and stance training, while consuming his vital energy and mental energy, his physical endurance and bone strength were also increasing. The wealth value wasn't just reflected in the growth of his vital energy and mental energy but also in his overall enhancement. Moreover, it saved Fang Ping a considerable amount of time. Spending over 100,000 wealth points was still quite worthwhile. Only 11 days left until the physical exam. I wonder how much my qi and blood can improve by then. Today is already April 19th. And Fang Ping has realized that the higher his qi and blood level becomes, the harder it is to improve further. Yesterday he reached 129 kilocalories of qi and blood, but after a full day of training today, his upper limit hasn't increased at all. It seems I'll have to wait until my stance technique breaks through to the next level, then combine it with the tempering method for training. That should speed up the improvement again. I should be able to break through the first level of stance training in just a few more days. Fang Ping silently calculated while quickly washing up, then shouldered his backpack and headed out towards Jinghu Garden. Chapter 45, Stance Training Breakthrough. Evening. Jinghu Garden. In the backyard, Fang Ping didn't waste time and immediately resumed his stance training. Initially, when practicing stances, Fang Ping had to maintain completely still postures. Any movement would disrupt his training state. But now, Fang Ping's upper body was swaying gently. Squatting nearby on a small stool, Fang Yuan widened her eyes in fascination as she watched her older brother's swaying movements. The little girl indeed enjoyed provoking Fang Ping, but she also knew better than to disturb him during his practice. Though she longed to fire off a few sharp remarks, she managed to hold her tongue this time. Horse stance posture, standing firm as if riding a horse. Spine curved like a dragon, form steady as a post, steps light as a cat tread and graceful as a swan. Fang Ping's mind echoed repeatedly with the essentials from the books and the pointers given by the Tan brothers. Practicing stance training, some say it's easy to master. Others claim it's difficult, with some failing to grasp the basics even after years. After several days of prolonged stance training, Fang Ping finally began to sense the essence of it. Fang Ping, who previously would quickly lose his stance with any leg movement, now maintained his zhuanggong practice despite slight shifts in his footing. Stand firm, unshakable when pushed. Suddenly, Fang Ping's eyes flashed as he barked at Fang Yuan. Come push me. Ha, push me now. Fang Yuan finally understood, though he had no idea what kind of crazy whim his big brother was having. But since Fang Ping himself was asking for trouble, might as well satisfy him. Fang Yuan chuckled and rose to his feet, stepping toward Fang Ping. Shall I really push you? Push. Although Fong Ping's upper body was swaying, the movement wasn't dramatic. Fong Yuan giggled as she reached out with her finger, poised to give Fong Ping's head a shove. A few days prior, Fong Ping had willingly subjected himself to this torment once before. The result? With just a single finger, she had managed to topple Fong Ping over. In Fong Yuan's view, since his physical strength was inferior to his elder brothers, this was the perfect moment to bully Fong Ping. His finger extended and indeed poked Fong Ping right on the forehead. Fong Yuan exerted a bit more force, only to find Pang Ping didn't budge an inch. Soon, he heard Fong Ping shout, "Didn't you have breakfast?" Pouting angrily, Fong Yuan retorted, "You asked for this yourself." Fong Yuan, who had initially been holding back his strength, now increased his effort. Instead of pushing Fong Ping with just one finger, he switched to using his entire hand. His palm pressed against Fong Ping's head, but the surface felt strangely slippery. Despite exerting 70% of his strength, Fong Yuan found it oddly difficult to apply force. "Fong Yuan, for someone named Round, you're not very strong, put some more muscle into it." Fong Ping. Fong Yuan was a bit annoyed and no longer held back, shoving Fong Ping's head with full force. Fong Ping gripped the ground tightly with his toes, his body swaying slightly once more. Using all his strength, Fong Yuan pushed forward but felt no resistance, stumbling and nearly falling. Seeing this, Fong Ping shouted again, "Come on, Fong Yuan, hit me." Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, on the verge of exploding. "You eat so much yet have no strength at all, such a waste of all that flesh." Fong Yuan felt he was about to lose his temper. "Chubby, you knocked me over. I'll take you to KFC tomorrow. I'm so mad." Fong Ping, growing increasingly aroused, kept provoking Fong Yuan. At this moment, Fong Ping felt like he was just one step away, just a little bit more. He had previously thought it might take several days or even a week to reach the level of standing firm. But just now, while practicing the stance, he actually began to grasp a hint of it. When Fong Yuan pushed him, Fong Ping seemed to shift only slightly, yet he was altering the pressure points, so that less than 30% of Fong Yuan's full strength actually worked against him. Not being pushed over isn't about brute resistance, it's not simply about standing rigid against the force. Rather, it's through the coordination of pile exercises that force is dissipated. Dissipate the force. Fong Ping felt he had grasped the key point. Achieving the stable stance realm was imminent. Perhaps, it would happen in the very next moment. At this moment, Fong Yuan's inner world erupted like a cosmic explosion. Fong Ping's provocation had crossed every line. This was something even an ant couldn't tolerate, let alone an uncle. The same Fong Yuan who'd previously pushed people with one hand now mobilized both hands with vengeance. No longer content with merely shoving Fong Ping's head, she found her brother's sweaty scalp too slippery for effective retaliation. She changed directions abruptly, thrusting both hands fiercely toward Fong Ping's chest with a sudden push. "That'll teach you to call me chubby." The little girl was furious, putting her full strength into the move without holding back. Fong Ping neither dodged nor flinched, maintaining his horse stance while swaying his upper body again, his 10 toes curling tightly against his soles for stability. When Fong Yuan's hands pushed against Fong Ping's chest, that same weightless sensation reappeared. Despite squarely hitting the center of the chest, his hands now slid eerily apart to either side. Fong Yuan had exerted too much force. His body tilted forward and he stumbled headlong toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping moved his hands swiftly to steady the girl, not bothering about her unsteady steps as she walked away. At this moment, Fong Ping was still recalling the feeling of releasing force he had just experienced. His feet, firmly gripping the ground, began to shift slightly, while the swaying of his upper body grew more pronounced. Soon, Fong Ping suddenly leaned backward. Fong Yuan, who had just regained his senses, immediately cried out upon seeing this, "He's falling." "Won't fall," Fong Ping quickly retorted. Just as his body was about to topple over, his feet remained rooted in place as he rebounded upright like a roly-poly doll. It worked! Delight spread across Fong Ping's face. He had finally grasped that fleeting sensation after that brief moment of effort. His body swayed slightly, and the soles of his feet gripping the ground felt sore and swollen. But at this moment, Fong Ping didn't mind. He had already mastered the secret to standing firm. From now on, whenever he assumed the stance again, he could achieve the same effect without needing to be so deliberate. "Ah, I really am a genius." Fong Ping couldn't help feeling somewhat smug. It had only taken him about a week, though he was admittedly cheating with external help. Yet mastering the knack of maintaining balance so quickly made Fong Ping feel he truly had a natural talent for this. The truth, however, was that his mental strength far exceeded ordinary people's, and enhancing one's mental fortitude inherently boosted comprehension abilities. Seeing Fong Ping's triumphant smirk and hearing his borderline maniacal laughter, Fong Yuan beside him was so angry he gritted his teeth. This guy was going too far. Had Fong Ping said a few soothing words at that moment, the young girl wouldn't have held it against him. But Fong Ping was too busy gloating to remember the provocation from earlier. Just as Fong Ping was about to check his qi and blood consumption, he suddenly felt a cool breeze brush past his face. At this moment, Fong Ping wasn't maintaining his stance posture. Bang! A heavy thud resounded as Fong Ping's backside made intimate contact with the concrete floor. Hiss. Fong Ping sucked in a sharp breath from the pain, hurriedly rubbing his injured rear while snapping angrily, "Fong Yuan, what are you doing? Why are you even asking me?" Fong Yuan couldn't help but look smug when he saw him fall. "Didn't you just tell me to push you? Who said I didn't eat my fill? And who said all this flesh of mine was just for show? You never said stop, wasn't I just fulfilling your wish? Stinky brat." Fong Ping muttered, suddenly remembering this detail. He'd been too caught up in excitement earlier. He decided not to fuss with the girl further. The moment had sparked his teasing streak earlier, and if he didn't let her vent, she'd drag this out endlessly. Fong Ping remained seated, concentrating on the data within his gaze. Wealth, 3,240,000. Qi and blood, 124 calories. Spirit, 140 hertz. The momentary exertion just now drained him far more than half an hour of stance practice ever had, especially his mental energy, consumed in a single burst of 10 hertz. The breakthrough in his stance work made Fong Ping feel he was ready to advance. Thinking of boosting his vitality and mental energy, he soon saw the data shift before him. Wealth, 3,224,000. Vitality, 130 kcal. Spirit, 152 hertz. Stuck at 130 kcal. Fong Ping's eyes gleamed. 130 units of vital energy wasn't the real issue. The key is achieving the breakthrough in stance training to the first level, steady standing realm, which means he can now combine the tempering method with stance training for cultivation. Both Wang Jinyang and the Tan brothers mentioned that only by breaking through the stance establishment realm and pile training could one truly embark on the path of a martial artist. At this level, quasi-martial artists can integrate cultivation techniques into their training, officially advancing toward the limits of human potential. He was eager to experiment with the cultivation effects of combining the two methods. However, after glancing at Fong Yuan beside him, Fong Ping dismissed the idea. Integrating the two techniques for the first time still carried some risks. Practicing in the confined room wouldn't work, and doing so in the courtyard would invite interruptions. It would be better to wait until tomorrow and try at the new house. Fong Yuan, seeing him still sitting on the ground, couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" Fong Ping snapped back to reality, instantly wiping the smile off his face as he grimaced in pain. "I landed on my tailbone." "Fong Yuan, you're so cruel. Did you really hurt yourself?" Fong Yuan suddenly grew concerned and stepped forward to help Fong Ping up. "Ouch, that really hurt. Fong Ping, don't scare me." "Alright then, if you take care of all the housework and laundry tomorrow, I won't hold it against you." Fong Yuan, who had been a bit worried, instantly reacted upon hearing this and retorted angrily, "Fong Ping, ha ha ha." Fong Ping let out a hearty laugh, leapt to his feet, and dashed straight back to his room, leaving the girl no chance for retaliation. Damn it! Although the stake technique had already broken through, Fong Ping still did not let up. In the evening inside the room, Fong Ping continued to practice his stance training, carefully sensing the feeling of achieving stability in the first level. At the same time, South River Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang had his hands tucked into his pockets as he strolled casually along the campus pathway. Some passing students looked at him with reverence and stepped aside to make way. Some were fired up with vigor, itching for a fight right then and there. There were also girls with hopeful expressions, wishing they could catch Wang Jinyang's attention. But Wang Jinyang paid no mind to any of them, ambling slowly along while murmuring to himself, "Should I notify that guy? That kid's bold, ruthless, and unafraid to fight, perfect for the martial path. It's a pity, but I can only rely on myself to fight for it. To strive, my family offers no support." Whenever he thought of Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but think of himself. Coming from the same humble background, Wang Jinyang understood all too well how difficult it was for those from ordinary families to rise above their circumstances. With Huang Bin's medicinal support and having secured the cultivation method, this guy should be progressing pretty fast, right? Maybe there's hope. Forget it, I'll tell him tomorrow. Whether he can win it or not is his own business. Wang Jinyang muttered a few words to himself, not even glancing at the people around him. Tomorrow he would challenge the deputy head of the Martial Arts Society, aiming to seize that position this semester. Next semester, when the current Martial Arts Society president graduates, he could vie for that top position himself. Once he became the chairman, Wang Jinyang's lips curled into a smile. Perhaps he could soon break into the mid-tier realm. Chapter 46, New Benefits. The next day, Sunday. I got up in the morning and held a standing meditation stance for a while. After washing up, Fong Ping was ready to head to the new apartment. Fong Yuan hadn't woken up yet, and Fong Ping didn't plan to call her. If he woke the girl up now, it would be inconvenient for him to go out later. Just as he was preparing to leave, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling out the phone for a glance, Fong Ping looked slightly surprised as he answered, "Brother Wang, what's up?" Under normal circumstances, unless Fong Ping took the initiative to call and inquire about cultivation matters. Otherwise, Wang Jinyang would never proactively call to reach him. How's your cultivation coming along? Not bad. I feel like I'm making rapid progress. Fang Ping didn't mention that his stance training had broken through to the first level, fearing it might discourage Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang didn't press for details either. Judging by Fang Ping's tone, he assumed the cultivation must be going well. With resources at his disposal, it was only natural for Fang Ping to make swift progress. Governor Zhang has broken through to the 7th grade. Fang Ping found it rather odd. What reason could Wang Jinyang possibly have for bringing this up with him out of the blue? On the very first day of his rebirth, Yang Jian had been gossiping about how the governor of Nanjiang province was making a breakthrough to the 7th rank martial realm. Back then it was just rumor, but now it had been confirmed. I told you before, Governor Zhang's breakthrough to 7th rank means attaining grandmaster status, allowing him to secure more martial arts resources for Nanjiang. In the past, the top-performing college entrance examinees from Nanjiang mostly went to Wuda University in other provinces. To put it bluntly, Nanjiang Wuda, along with several other martial arts universities in the province, had to settle for the leftover students every year. This year, Governor Zhang broke through to the 7th rank, and the province hopes to retain more of its geniuses. We didn't have the resources to cultivate them before, but now we do. In order to retain these outstanding martial arts students, the province has introduced new policies and benefits. Fang Ping quickly asked, new benefit policies? What are they? I won't go into the academic standards since they're non-negotiable. The main focus is on qi and blood levels. Wang Jinyang paused before continuing. This year, any student with a qi and blood level above 125 units who is willing to enroll in a local martial arts university in Nanjiang will receive incentives. Reaching 125 qi reaches a reward of 100,000 cash and 3 standard qi nourishing pills. Students achieving 130 qi receive 200,000 cash, 3 standard qi nourishing pills, and 1 premium grade qi nourishing pill. At 135 qi strength, the reward is 500,000 cash, 1 premium grade qi nourishing pill, and 1 premium grade bone tempering pill. The market price for premium qi nourishing pills is 300,000, while premium bone tempering pills reach 500,000. Fang Ping was waiting for the other party to continue when the line suddenly went silent. Fang Ping quickly asked, and then? What do you mean, and then? Wang Jinyang chuckled and said, those with a qi and blood level exceeding 140 units all apply to the 2 prestigious academies. These individuals aren't short on resources, so even with incentivized policies, it's hard to retain them. In that case, why bother implementing such policies at all? If nobody ends up staying in the end, it'd just make us a laughingstock. That's why the current policy only applies up to 135 units. If there really are promising candidates willing to apply to Nanjiang's Martial Arts University, someone will naturally come to discuss it with you then. Worried about missing out on rewards? That does make sense. Fang Ping muttered while involuntarily starting to calculate. His vital energy had already reached 130 calories. With 10 days left before the physical exam, reaching 135 calories shouldn't be a problem, right? If it really reaches 135 calories, the reward alone, converted at the current market price, would be worth 1.3 million. This reward is undeniably substantial. With this much money, even without relying on school resources, it would be enough to break through to the first rank realm unless one had particularly bad luck, since breakthrough attempts sometimes fail. Don't be fooled by the decent stash of elixirs Fang Ping currently possesses. These rewards still pale in comparison to his actual wealth. But Fang Ping had robbed a peak second-rank martial artist, which was an exceptional case. For an ordinary martial arts student, gathering over 1 million in resources without family support would be like chasing a pipe dream. Running the numbers in his head, Fang Ping added, Brother Wang, if someone applies to the 2 elite schools with 135 calories, would they get any rewards? Wang Jinyang chuckled in disbelief. Of course not. Every year, the 2 prestigious universities have numerous martial applicants. Why would they reward non-martial artists? If you were a martial artist, however, these top schools would compete for students and offer certain incentives. By the way, don't compare last year and this year. The minimum admission standard for Qi blood level was 125 kilocalories last year, and that was the bare minimum for otherwise outstanding candidates. Last year, the general benchmark was around 128 units of Qi and blood to barely qualify for admission to the 2 elite academies, placing at the very bottom of the intake. This year, I estimate it'll require over 130 units. While 135 units would mark someone as exceptional talent in Nanjiang, even that would likely place them at the lower ranks within these prestigious institutions this year. Fang Ping, sometimes it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Wang Jinyang said with a serious tone, many people think that better to be a cock's head than a phoenix's tail is just an excuse for escape. In reality, what short-sighted thinking? How many students are there in those 2 prestigious universities? If you're at the bottom, who would care about you? How much of the school's resources could you access? Would the professors provide you with individual guidance? When the university has good opportunities, important tasks, or valuable rewards, do you really think they'd come your way? At a regular martial arts university, it's completely different. As for being surrounded by people weaker than you making you slack, Wang Jinyang said meaningfully, not necessarily. If you really feel no pressure, you can always create your own pressure. For example, go stir up trouble at the 2 prestigious schools and come back half dead. That'll give you plenty of motivation. When the time comes to maintain its reputation, the school won't hesitate to pour resources into you to ensure your progress. But if you're just an average student from a prestigious school who comes to our campus to pick a fight and gets beaten half to death, no one will even glance your way. Fong Ping listened and suddenly felt something was off. He blurted out, "Brother Wang, this wouldn't happen to be personal experience, would it?" Ahem. Wang Jinyang gave a dry cough but didn't directly answer the question, because he had indeed done this before. When breaking through from first rank to second rank, he ran out of resources, had exhausted his school's allocated supplies. Old Wang grabbed his broadsword and headed straight for Modu Martial University, only to get beaten half to death. As soon as he returned to school, the leadership made a decision. They couldn't let the officials from Demon Capital University see them as a laughingstock. Old Wang still has potential. Isn't he just a step away from breaking through to the second rank? No problem, allocate all the necessary resources to him. After breaking through to the second rank, go and take him down. And so, Old Wang smoothly advanced to the second rank. Of course, doing this once might be passable, but failing a second time? The school administration wouldn't be so accommodating anymore. And you'd have to be a top student. The school wasn't foolish enough to waste significant resources cultivating hopeless cases. Old Wang actually felt some regret. If only he'd waited until reaching the peak of second rank before pulling this stunt, he could have squeezed out even more resources. Fortunately, when breaking through from second to third rank, he ran into Fong Ping and ultimately managed to pull it off smoothly. After a brief digression, Wang Jinyang added, "I called you today to talk about this because I still hope you can manage to reach 125 calories during the physical exam." 125 calories? Fong Ping's mouth twitched unconsciously. "Looking down on me, the great genius Fong?" Wang Jinyang seemed to recall something and added, "Of course, if you're willing to spare no resources and take all the elixirs, reaching 130 calories is also possible. But it's not worth it. The reward of elixirs and cash won't be enough to cover your wasteful spending." With the number of blood chi pills and vitality pills Fong Ping has on hand, it wouldn't be impossible for him to reach 130 calories if he consumed them regardless of cost. But think of how much money it would take to consume so many pills. It's actually not worth fighting for these rewards. Better take it slow. After all, elixirs need time to be absorbed. Taking too many in a short period wastes too much of their potency. Fong Ping didn't bother to explain and quickly said, "Brother Wang, what if my chi and blood get too strong and attract attention? Just say I gave you the elixirs." "No problem." Wang Jinyang shrugged it off. By his estimate, even if Fong Ping consumed all the currently available pills, his vitality would barely reach 130 units at most. After all, with the martial arts exam so close, there was a limit to how much medicinal energy one could absorb in such a short time. Such vitality was indeed not insignificant. In Yangcheng, it would likely cause quite a stir. But Wang Jinyang was now a third-rank martial artist, a genius student at Southern River Martial Arts University. With his strength and status, taking care of a junior fellow student and nurturing a genius with 130 chi blood wouldn't be any trouble at all. In reality, Fong Ping's current cultivation of the forging method and stance training consumed a massive amount of energy. Wang Jinyang thought reaching 125 would already be quite good. As for whether anyone might think he showed too much favor to Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang couldn't care less. If anyone had a problem with it, they could come find Wang Jinyang himself. With old Wang taking full responsibility, Fong Ping felt he could relax a bit now. Since old Wang had said any problems should be brought to him, Fong Ping no longer needed to intentionally hide his strength even if he reached 135 kilocalories, or even 140. Thinking this, Fong Ping quickly expressed his gratitude several times. Wang Jinyang didn't mind either. Finally speaking with deep sincerity, "Fong Ping, with our background, the martial path is even harder for us than others. If you want to go far, then seize every opportunity. You can put aside the cultivation of tempering method for now. Refining chi and blood will cause their levels to drop. Compared to experiencing tempering method a few days early, the real gains come from tangible benefits in hand. This counts as speaking too frankly for such a casual acquaintance." Wang Jinyang could understand these non-martial artists yearning for cultivation techniques, but there were only 10 days left until the physical examination. Setting aside cultivation techniques for now would allow Fong Ping's chi and blood to increase even more, provided he hasn't reached his current limit. If the current limit has indeed been reached, then both the tempering method and stance training would become absolutely necessary. Fong Ping didn't mind and responded with a laugh, offering his thanks once more. The call ended. Fong Ping muttered to himself, there are actually extra benefits? Seems like it's really necessary to reach beyond 135 chi points. But, Fong Ping hesitated again. If he really met the admission standards of those two prestigious universities, should he still apply for Nanjiang University of Martial Arts? If he didn't enroll in a local martial arts university in Nanjiang, he wouldn't be eligible for any of these rewards. Forget it, I'll think about it after the exams. The two top universities don't just have high requirements for chi blood levels, their admission standards for practical tests, specialized exams, and academic courses are also extremely stringent. Even if Fong Ping meets the chi blood standard, he might still fall short in other assessments. After finishing the exams, if he truly meets the admission thresholds of these prestigious institutions, then would be the time to worry about such concerns. Also, Wang Jinyang can receive insider information about provincial matters in advance. Seems he's really making something of himself now. Fong Ping let his imagination run wild, wondering what would happen if he really went to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. If he ended up surpassing old Wang, he wondered whether that guy would regret urging him to apply to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Chapter 47, The Zealous Horsefan. Lakeside Villa, Room 2601. Fong Ping stripped off his shirt while joking darkly, I wonder how everyone else looks when they're cultivating. Every time he practiced the tempering method, Fong Ping would take off his shirt. Part of the reason was to observe the effects of qi and blood condensation more clearly. On the other hand, each cultivation session would produce some foul blood that would be expelled from the body. This expulsion wasn't like urination but rather squeezed out through the pores. But when you think about it, it's no big deal if they don't take off their clothes, just prepare a few extra sets. Some people probably ditch the clothes altogether during cultivation to avoid changing too often. Fong Ping came to a conclusion, feeling it necessary to gain a deeper understanding of the matter. But this was just idle thought. Fong Ping grinned and tossed these messy notions out of his mind. A few minutes later, Fong Ping cleared his mind, assumed a horse stance, and entered the pole standing mode. Pole standing combined with the tempering method vibrates bones and vital energy, allowing it to more rapidly temper bones and meridians. In coordination with tempering, it consumes more vital energy. Typically, practitioners begin by tempering one of the four limbs. Ordinary people lack sufficient vital energy. Even the non-martial artist's limit of 150 calories isn't enough for a full-body tempering session. While standing in the horse stance, Fong Ping recalled the book's introduction about Wang Jinyang. When practicing both techniques simultaneously, the consumption rate of qi and blood drastically increases. With low levels of qi and blood, it's generally sufficient to refine just one limb while practicing. When qi and blood exceed 140 units, refining two limbs in a single session already pushes one to the limit. To undergo full-body skeletal and meridian tempering in one go, even while cultivating and frantically taking pills, the digestion rate still can't keep up with the consumption rate. But I'm no ordinary person. Fong Ping's face brimmed with the pride of I'm a genius. While others can't replenish fast enough even with pills, I don't need pills, I have wealth points. By spending wealth points, he could quickly replenish his health and mental energy. Therefore, while others were merely tempering a single limb during this cultivation session, Fong Ping decided to conduct a full-body tempering. Come on, let me see the effects of my first full-body tempering. Fong Ping felt his condition was exceptionally good today. He was certain to gain tremendous benefits. The formerly fixed stance posture underwent a slight change. Fong Ping's muscles and bones throughout his body began to tremor slightly. The amplitude was very small. From a distance at this moment, Fong Ping simply appeared to be quietly performing a horse stance. But if one were to truly lay a hand on Fong Ping, a faint trembling could be felt. While standing in the stance, Fong Ping split his focus and began practicing the tempering method. On his left arm, a normally indistinct vein rapidly turned a dark purple hue and became strikingly prominent in the blink of an eye. Immersive translate. The concentrated qi and blood continuously impacted the outer layer of his bones. Fong Ping's left arm meridians visibly swelled in continuous wave-like motions. Several minutes later, his right arm followed suit, meridians protruding and beginning to pulse just like the left. By now, Fong Ping was drenched in sweat, panting heavily from exertion. The tempering of two limbs had already significantly increased the rate at which his qi and blood were being consumed. Fong Ping could clearly feel the onset of weakness. Restore qi and blood, restore mental strength. Silently reciting these words in his mind, Fong Ping didn't even glance at how much of his wealth points had been depleted. As a surge of fresh blood qi suddenly emerged within his body, Fong Ping continued tempering the remaining limbs. The full-body tempering process was even more time-consuming and strenuous than Fong Ping had imagined. Several times during the process, Fong Ping silently recited incantations to restore his qi and blood, as well as his mental energy. Even without checking the data, Fong Ping knew the consumption this time was absolutely substantial. Nearly an hour passed. Having completed the external tempering of his skull, Fong Ping's taut nerves finally relaxed as his body slumped to the ground. Pant, pant. Gasping breaths echoed incessantly in the empty room. At this moment, Fong Ping's skin was smeared with a mixture of blood and sweat, making him look rather fierce. Too exhausted to clean himself, after repeatedly depleting his energy and spirit midway, Fong Ping was desperate to know exactly how much wealth value he had spent, and by how much his limit had increased. Focusing my gaze on the panel before me, data soon appeared in my field of vision. Wealth, 3,181,000. Vitality, 122 calories, 133 calories. Spirit, 144 Hz, 154 Hz. Fong Ping's eyelids twitched. Suppressing his heartache, he immediately pushed his vital energy and mental power to their limits. A moment later, Fong Ping's vital energy and mental power were restored to their peak. Wealth, 3,160,000. Vital energy, 133 calories. Spirit, 154 Hz. After one cultivation session, Fong Ping's chi blood upper limit increased from last night's 130 calories to the current 133 calories. In terms of spiritual power, there was also an improvement, rising from 152 Hz to 154 Hz. However, the consumption was staggering. Last night, after Fong Ping finished his stance training session, his remaining wealth points still amounted to 3.22 million. Just this single cultivation session, including recovery to his limits, had cost Fong Ping 60,000 wealth points. A rough full-body tempering session increased my chi blood limit by 3 units, but consumed 60,000 wealth points. The closer your chi blood gets to the non-martial artist's limit, the harder it becomes to improve, and the greater the consumption required. Over 3 million in wealth value. I'm afraid that'll only be enough for about 50 cultivation sessions. Fong Ping winced at the thought. According to his estimates, the first session with cultivation aids would probably yield the best results. The effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish somewhat in subsequent sessions, which meant if he wanted to reach the average human limit of 150 units, he'd need at least 10 to 15 more cultivation sessions. The consumed wealth value is estimated to be nearly 1 million. After reaching 150 cards, attempting to improve further might require even greater consumption. The over 3 million wealth value might very well be completely depleted once he breaks through to the first rank. This consumes more resources than spending money on medicinal upgrades. Fong Ping was somewhat frustrated, but he could understand his pursuit of speed relied not on the natural recovery of his vitality and mental energy. Both physical vitality and mental energy could gradually restore themselves through eating and sleeping. By cutting out this recovery time and practicing non-stop, Fong Ping inevitably consumed more resources than ordinary people. Exchanging wealth for time was something Fong Ping was ultimately willing to do. Watching his wealth dwindle before his very eyes, Fong Ping still felt so heartbroken he could hardly breathe. No matter how heartbroken, life had to go on. In the following days, Fong Ping swung between agony and delight. A massive amount of wealth was poured in, yielding immediate results in the cultivation of the forging method and stance training. As the medical examination period approached, news of Governor Zhang's breakthrough to the 7th rank was officially made public. Alongside the announcement of Governor Zhang's breakthrough, an official document was distributed to all schools. A new reward scheme, Class 4, Grade 12. Fong Ping had assumed that with the rollout of the new plan, everyone would discuss it. After all, with rewards as high as 1 million, few could resist feeling envious. But when Fong Ping arrived at school on Friday, no one was discussing the proposal at all. Although no one was talking about it, the classroom was buzzing with excitement. It's terrifying. Even from that far away, just watching the video scared me to death. Grandmaster-level warriors are truly terrifying. Did you see that? Grandmaster Ma blasted apart a mountain peak with a single punch. Zhang Hao, stop talking nonsense. I watched the video, it wasn't clear at all. All you could see were some rocks exploding. How do you know it was Grandmaster Ma who blasted the mountain peak? Nonsense. Of course it was Grandmaster Ma who did it. Penguin announced today, officially entering the Asian market. No one else uttered a word. Team must have lost for sure. Not necessarily, the results haven't been announced yet. Are you still even a Chinese? If it wasn't Grandmaster Ma who won, then was it that foreigner? What? I never said Grandmaster Ma lost, but team has been stuck at the 8th rank for years. The classroom was abuzz with a mix of discussions and arguments. Not just the martial arts students were debating, even the liberal arts students were visibly agitated. Yang Jian, who had been talking to Chen Fan, turned red-faced when he spotted Fong Ping entering. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Fong Ping, did you watch that video from last night? So exciting, absolutely amazing." 2 grandmasters clashed, shaking the earth and mountains, their fists capable of splitting rivers and mountains, truly invincible grandmasters. Watching the bearded man of the future ramble excitedly, Fong Ping said with a headache, "I didn't watch it. My family doesn't even have a computer." Are you guys talking about the fight between Grandmaster Ma and Tam? You actually didn't watch it? Yang Jian wore an expression of utter astonishment as if you'd committed some unforgivable crime, exclaiming, "The internet went absolutely wild last night. Two 8th-rank grandmasters crossing swords, though the exact location wasn't publicly disclosed. But around 7 p.m., some journalists still managed to stake them out. A grandmaster-level expert couldn't fully unleash their power indoors, so Grandmaster Ma and Tame battled in the mountains outside Shenzhen. Though the reporters were too far to capture them on camera, just the sounds alone were terrifying enough. And after the fight ended, when the journalists finally dared to inspect the scene, the devastation was beyond words. The entire rocky mountainside was pitted with craters, shattered like a honeycomb. Yang Jian was so excited that he waved his fists around, spraying saliva everywhere, forcing Fang Ping to quickly dodge aside. When he finally calmed down a bit, Fang Ping hurriedly asked, "Is the video available online?" "Yes, it's online, you really should check it out." Yang Jian added, "Though it's a bit of a shame we didn't get to see the final outcome. But rest assured, Grandmaster Ma must have won." Zhang Hao beside him also shouted loudly, "Definitely." While everyone was engaged in heated discussion, another person entered the classroom from outside. It was Wu Zhihao, whose figure had been absent earlier. Wu Zhihao was usually quite composed, but now his face was flushed with excitement. As soon as he stepped inside, Wu Zhihao announced loudly, "The China Grandmaster rankings have just been updated. Master Ma jumped up 64 spots, from 92nd all the way to 28th. That's incredible. He made it into the top 30. Only 28th, someone immediately shouted. Master Ma defeated Tame, he should be in the top 20 at least. Didn't they win yesterday? Someone speculated. Little brother Ma's supporters wouldn't have any of that, with one angrily retorting, "Of course they won, otherwise how could they have broken into the top 30? As the crowd argued endlessly, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. Although I've already come into contact with martial artists myself and am currently training. Yet the fervent worship these people have for Brother Horse, especially how he supposedly punched a mountain peak to rubble, still struck Fang Ping as somewhat incongruous. Listening to their heated debates, Fang Ping found himself growing rather intrigued. At noon today, I'll have to go to the internet cafe and check it out, see just how powerful these grandmaster-level experts really are. Although according to everyone, they didn't actually capture anyone on camera, just looking at the scene can give you a pretty good guess. At present, Fang Ping still doesn't have a concrete understanding of the destructive power of martial artists. As for Governor Zhang's breakthrough to the 7th rank and the new welfare policy being announced, even these have to take a back seat right now. Chapter 48, The Video. Noon. Blue Sky Internet Cafe. Normally deserted on non-holidays, the internet cafe was now packed to capacity. Every now and then, startled shrieks could be heard erupting from the crowd. In the corner of the internet cafe, Fang Ping stared at the screen before him and muttered, "Bunch of clowns." And here I was, genuinely thinking there'd be footage of a Grandmaster showdown. The class had been buzzing with excitement all morning, and Fang Ping had been eagerly anticipating the video. Who would have thought that upon actually seeing the video, Fang Ping ended up somewhat disappointed. It wasn't that the Grandmaster fighters weren't impressive, they simply failed to capture any human figures properly. This so-called risking death to sneak footage journalist was positioned at least 100 meters away from the actual combat zone. Making matters worse, the dimming dusklight and an intervening hillside made the entire scene practically unwatchable. Apart from the deafening roar, Fang Ping couldn't see anything at all. In the faint distance, he could barely make out the scattered stones shooting over from the other side of the hillside. Were those guys talking about blowing up the mountain referring to just these flying rocks? Fang Ping had to admit being able to send rocks flying 100 meters away in a fight was pretty damn impressive. Where was that promised punch that could level a mountain? Though feeling somewhat disappointed, Fang Ping didn't turn off the video, continuing to watch for the subsequent footage from the reporter at the scene. This reporter who risked his life for the sneaky footage turned out to be quite the chatterbox. While secretly filming, he kept boasting, the duel between these two Grandmaster fighters wasn't publicly announced at any specific location before. Through my continuous analysis and judgment, I, Lu Dali, have ultimately determined the most likely combat zone between the two sides. The facts have also proven that my analysis was correct. This sufficiently demonstrates my wisdom and courage. This time, I risked my life to get close to the combat zone where Grandmaster-level experts clashed, all to contribute to the masses. If I, Lu Dali, die here, the audience must remember me, Lu Dali. Saying this, the guy even pointed the camera at his own weathered face. In the frame appeared the face of a man in his 30s, filling the entire screen. He wasn't exactly ugly, but his grin had such cheeky, punchable quality, the kind that made you want to smash your fist right into his blooming face. At the very least, Fang Ping had the urge to beat him until his face blossomed like fireworks. In some darker frames, Lu Dali bared his teeth and grinned, "Remember my face, everyone. Even if I die, my death will have meaning. To die at the hands of two 8th-rank Grandmasters, that's heavier than Mount Tai." This chatterbox of a reporter keeps prattling on endlessly. Just as Fang Ping was growing impatient and about to fast forward, Lu Dali suddenly grinned and said, merely watching can never convey how terrifying Grandmaster level fighters truly are. Now I'll perform an experiment. If I accidentally perish during this, blah blah, Lu Dali played the victim for a while longer. Finally, Lu Dali solemnly declared, "From what I can see, I'm at least 120 meters away from the core combat zone where two Grandmaster level experts are fighting. I, Lu Dali, a third-grade martial artist, have completed the tempering of my limb bones and most of my torso bones. With my strength, splitting a greenstone with my bare hands without injury is effortless." As he spoke, this fellow whom Fong Ping considered somewhat showy and attention-seeking suddenly slapped his palm against the nearby ground. This was a rocky mountain instead of soil. The ground was covered with stone. With Lu Dali's single palm strike, a dull thud echoed through the video. Then, Lu Dali turned the camera toward the ground, saying with undisguised smugness, "See that? The bluestone already has cracks. Yet my hand remained completely unharmed. Of course, I'm not boasting about myself, I just want to prove to everyone that my strength, Lu Dali, is genuinely formidable." Though claiming not to brag, anyone could hear the unmistakable tone of boasting in his words. At that moment, if someone had showered him with praise like 666, this old chap would probably have laughed even more heartily. Then, I'll use these palms of mine capable of splitting mountains and cleaving rocks to catch a single flying stone fragment. I want to know if Grandmaster level warriors are truly as terrifying and invincible as they say. With my formidable strength, can I withstand the residual shockwaves of a Grandmaster's battle? This would serve as indirect proof of their terrifying power. Fong Ping was somewhat dumbfounded. At first, he genuinely thought this guy was just here for laughs. As for the so-called risking life to secretly film, that was naturally just a gimmick. But when Lu Dali shattered the bluestone on the ground with a single palm strike, Fong Ping's expression changed noticeably. Is this the power of a third-rank martial artist? Or is this just an ability that all bone-tempering martial artists possess? From the perspective of the video, the stones on the mountain were all hard-textured bluestones. This unreliable journalist shattered a bluestone slab with a single palm strike. His strength speaks for itself. Even if he didn't witness master-level exchanges today, Fong Ping felt he'd already gained tremendously. Fong Ping was still immersed in the scene where the opponent had just shattered a bluestone with a single palm strike. In the video, Lu Dali's expression turned completely solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I'll only use my palm to catch it. But mistakes are everywhere, and I haven't yet tempered my skull. If the shattered stones prove too powerful and accidentally strike my skull, I'll perish right here. But I, Lu Dali, fear neither life nor death. Gentlemen, just wait and see." With these words, Lu Dali set the camera aside and pointed it at himself. He stood firmly rooted like a stake, focused his spirit, and gazed straight ahead. Soon, as Fong Ping's breathing grew somewhat labored, Lu Dali suddenly thrust out his palm with lightning speed, as if to catch a stone. The footage was somewhat dark, making it difficult for Fong Ping to see clearly. At the very moment Lu Dali reached out, a muffled groan suddenly came through in the video. "Damn! That hurts! I'm done for! Never messing around again." Not far from the camera, Lu Dali clutched his hand, cursing continuously while hissing in pain. After a while, Lu Dali returned before the camera, calmly extending his now bloody and mangled hand. "The power is indeed formidable. A Grandmaster warrior is truly extraordinary. Let me tell you from actual experience, when Grandmasters fight, low-ranking martial artists should run as far away as they can. Look everyone, my supposedly rock-splitting palm has been pierced by mere stone fragments. You should know, I, Lu Dali, am someone who has caught bullets with my bare hands. Though it was just small-caliber pistol rounds, back then those bullets didn't even penetrate my palm. You can check out my previous video Lu Dali, catching bullets barehanded for proof. Remember, you must watch it on legitimate video platforms. I risked my life to catch bullets, and it's not expensive, just 10 cents per view." Lu Dali took a moment to advertise, promoting the website where his videos are officially hosted. He continued the previous topic, saying, "When 8th grade Grandmasters clash, the shockwaves and flying debris are more powerful than bullets. You don't need to doubt this, because I, Lu Dali, have personally tested it for everyone." In the video, Lu Dali started rambling again, appearing quite clownish, yet Fong Ping didn't underestimate him in the slightest. His palm was truly pierced through. It looked like a bloody mess. Even Fong Ping could tell it must have been excruciatingly painful. Despite letting out a few cries at first, this guy still had the nerve to keep boasting at such a moment. Such endurance was already beyond what most could muster. Next, Lu Dali used the camera to film some scenes of the ground punctured by shattered rocks. During this time, Lu Dali didn't dare to actually go film the scene of the two masters exchanging blows, relying solely on his imagination to provide a live commentary. Yes, an improvised commentary. Listen up, everyone. Grandmaster Time has made his move. What a move, thunderbolt striking hand. Wow, incredible, absolutely incredible. Quick, listen. Grandmaster Ma is counterattacking. He's using his signature move, 10,000 horses galloping. The guy was spluttering with excitement, while Fong Ping just stood there dumbfounded. If it weren't for him showing off his skills earlier, Fong Ping would have cursed him out royally. Who the hell does this guy think he is? But since the other party had demonstrated real ability, Fong Ping couldn't be sure whether this was all made up or not. Perhaps a third-grade martial artist could really hear these things? With a mix of doubt and uncertainty, Fong Ping had no choice but to keep listening to his explanation. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, Lu Dali suddenly leaped up with undisguised joy, exclaiming, "It stopped. I wonder if it's over. I'll go check now. Everyone bear witness, I'm walking over there alive. If I don't come back, you must demand justice for me. I'm definitely getting silenced by those two grandmasters." The guy claimed he wasn't afraid of death, but in reality, he was terrified out of his wits. He dawdled for quite a while before finally moving forward. 1 minute later, an awe-inspiring scene appeared in the frame. In a small valley, the ground looked as if it had been struck by countless artillery shells. Densely packed holes pockmarked the ground, the deepest measuring several meters while the shallowest were dozens of centimeters deep. An uninformed observer would never guess these were caused by living, breathing humans locked in combat. On the ground, a light breeze stirred, sending fine stone dust swirling through the air. Lu Dali casually kicked the ground, sending up a thick cloud of pulverized rock powder. The camera panned around, and Lu Dali seemed to exhale in relief, grinning as he said, "What a pity. The two grandmasters have already left, and the outcome remains unknown." However, in my opinion, it was likely Grandmaster Ma who lost. These craters on the ground were probably caused by Grandmaster Ma. Grandmaster Ma had just broken through to the 8th rank, so he likely struggled to control his strength, hence such massive shockwaves were left behind. Master Taimu had reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank realm for several years now. With flawless control over his power, there was no way such overwhelming residual energy would erupt from him. Of course, this is pure speculation. I'd much prefer to see Master Ma emerge victorious. But standing here as a journalist, I can't betray my conscience. The guy boasted for a while longer before finally panning the camera across the valley a few more times for close-up shots. There were boulders shattered into countless fragments, and what Lu Dali claimed to be a footprint created by stomping. Fong Ping found it hard to imagine how someone could stomp a footprint the size of a washbasin and half a meter deep into a rocky mountain. There were also crater-like pits allegedly formed by what was described as a fist strike. Having finished the video, Fong Ping was so deeply shaken that he had no mind left to listen to Lu Dali's advertisement. This guy is at it again, dramatizing his near-death experience to lure people into paying for videos on some website. Fong Ping glanced at the website he had opened and confirmed it was a well-known legitimate platform. Feeling slightly puzzled, he noted there wasn't any paywall either. Just as Fong Ping was feeling puzzled, at the headquarters of a certain video platform, Lu Dali was grief-stricken and indignant. "All I did was say that Grandmaster Ma might have lost, and they actually sent me a lawyer's letter? Not only that, they're forbidding me from profiting off the video. My money. I'm going to the rooftop. Nobody try to stop me." Chapter 49, Unable to Wait. On the way back to school, Fong Ping was still recalling the battle scene he had just witnessed. Beyond Human, a humanoid RPG. This was Fong Ping's assessment of an Grandmaster's strength based on the extent of damage at the scene. We ought to add an RPG that's intelligent, can walk and run, with endless ammunition as long as chi and blood are sufficient. And Grandmaster's individual destructive power might not match that of a missile, let alone a nuclear bomb. But when it comes to lethality, who's to say which is greater? Missiles and nukes are ultimately lifeless objects. With proper fortifications, survival is possible even if attacked. A sealed-off city, even if carpet-bombed by missiles, wouldn't necessarily face complete annihilation. But throw in a Grandmaster, essentially a human RPG, into that sealed city, without factoring in energy depletion, and they could slaughter every last inhabitant without issue, and escaping would be near impossible. Moreover, what he saw might not be their full strength. The two masters were merely sparring to settle a dispute over business territory. This wasn't a life-or-death battle. Who could tell how much strength they actually used in a friendly match? Perhaps when truly facing mortal danger, these people could unleash even more terrifying destructive power. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly started cursing, that damn Huang Bin. The reason he swore at Huang Bin was that this guy had utterly misled Fong Ping's impression of martial artists. A peak second-grade martial artist was taken down by him with just a few bottles of knockout drugs. During those days, Fong Ping truly believed that martial artists were nothing special. At the very least, low-ranked martial artists are still just ordinary people. Yet just now, that joker Lu Dali effortlessly shattered a bluestone with a single palm strike, and once even caught bullets with his bare hands. Is this still human? If Fong Ping considers all low-ranked martial artists to be like Huang Bin, he won't even know how he dies in the future. If Huang Bin knew this in the underworld, he would haunt Fong Ping even as a ghost. Afternoon. The combat footage of the two grandmasters remained the hottest topic of discussion. Although Fong Ping already knew these guys hadn't even caught a glimpse of the person, it didn't stop them from getting worked up like they'd been injected with chicken blood. The discussions only gradually died down when school was over. Just as Fong Ping was about to pack up and leave, homeroom teacher Luan Hua entered the classroom. Martial arts examinees stay behind. The other students can go home. The other students didn't linger either, quickly dispersing. A few fellows ran particularly fast, their faces beaming with joy as if something good had happened. As they left, Fong Ping found himself overthinking and couldn't help asking, "Teacher, who's going to clean up?" Lu Anguo was momentarily stunned. Wu Zhihao and the others were also momentarily stunned. That question made perfect sense. It's not their turn for duty today, the assigned cleaners have all left. Shouldn't they be the ones cleaning up later? Lu Anguo was at a loss for words for a moment before finally saying, "Clean up later." "Alright, everyone, take a seat. Let's get down to business." Old Lu also felt a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject. "Who even remembers about cleaning? Fong Ping, you're the only one making a fuss about it." Fong Ping chuckled awkwardly. "It's just that I've been getting tired of cleaning lately, so I mentioned it again. At Guanhu Gardens, he's been doing all the cleaning by himself. Those who don't do household chores don't know the pain." Fong Ping felt that every cleaning session was more troublesome than his cultivation practice. Just as his mind was wandering, Lu Anguo cleared his throat lightly and got down to business. Today is already the 25th, and there are only 5 days left until the physical examination. The results of the political screening haven't been announced yet, but the school has already received the list. All the students in our class have passed this time. Very few are eliminated in the political screening phase. Aside from those who took their chances or encountered issues after registration, almost everyone makes it through. The school has also made arrangements. On the morning of the 30th, everyone will gather at the school, and will arrange transportation to take you all to Ruiyang. Additionally, the school has arranged accommodations at Ruiyang Hotel for a unified group trip. Of course, those who prefer not to join can travel to Ruiyang independently, though they must absolutely not miss the medical examination schedule. Also, students who feel pressed for time these days may skip school classes. With the martial arts examination approaching, these martial arts students surely deserve a few days off to prepare themselves. Lu Anguo said, continuing to remind them, everyone should take good rest these few days, balance work and leisure, and definitely avoid overexercising. Going too far is worse than not enough, hurting your bodies would backfire. After announcing the specific gathering time, Lu Anguo didn't linger any longer. As he was leaving, however, he remembered something and turned back saying, "Don't forget to clean the classroom." As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Zhihao and the others all turned to look at Fong Ping. Fong Ping put on an innocent expression and said, "Why look at me? Even if I didn't mention it, it'd still be our job." Wu Zhihao didn't bother continuing this topic. While sweeping with a broom, he asked, "We've been talking about Martial Master Ma all day and nearly forgot about the reward. Fong Ping, how confident are you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the others turned their gaze toward Fong Ping. Yang Jian couldn't help but ask, "Wu Zhihao, are you kidding me? Starting with 125 calories? And you're suggesting Fong Ping?" Wu Zhihao wore an expression of serene confidence, smiling at Fong Ping as he asked, "Fong Ping, what do you think?" "Go to hell, mind your own business." Fong Ping didn't respond. Wu Zhihao had been quite interesting lately, constantly testing him with casual mentions of Wang Jinyang, putting on that "I know everything, you can't fool me" attitude. Fong Ping understood exactly what he was thinking, but refused to give a direct answer, keeping him guessing on purpose. Fong Ping didn't respond directly, which Wu Zhihao was already used to, so he continued, "We've got a few days off coming up, any plans?" Yang Jian grinned and said, "Take supplements, do some training. My qi blood levels have probably increased a bit. I haven't gotten them checked yet, but I'm sure I've hit at least 114 calories now. Before the physical, I'll take another qi blood pill and use the emotional outburst method Brother Wang mentioned during the exam. If I can reach 116 calories, I think my chances of getting into the martial arts program are very good." Hearing Yang Jian say this, everyone felt a bit envious. Being able to burst up to 116 calories truly gives high hopes. Last year's minimum was 112 calories, with most around 115 calories. This year will definitely be higher, but 116 calories might still have a chance. Zhang Hao cursed at Yang Jian enviously before asking Wu Zhihao, "Zhihao, you must be at 116 calories now, right? More or less?" "I haven't tested it these past few days." Wu Zhihao sighed and said, "If only it were last year. This year really doesn't feel secure. Those two, Tan Hao and Tan Tao, told me yesterday they'd probably reach 120 calories during the physical exam. Jobin had already reached 125 carats before, and Chen Jia from class 2 had previously reached 120 carats. Adding it up like this, including Tan Tao and the others, there are already 4 who exceed 120 carats. No, 5. Wu Zhihao glanced at Fong Ping again. This guy must definitely be over 120 carats. Last year, number 1 high school only had 5 in total, but this year, those exceeding 120 carats alone already number 5. If it's still last year's ratio, Wu Zhihao wouldn't stand a chance either. Moreover, there are 4 or 5 students from number 1 high school with similar chi and blood levels to his. Calculating roughly, those above 115 calories would be at least 10 people, possibly up to 15. Take Yang Jian for example, though not at that level now, a temporary drug boost could push him over the threshold. Can one school produce 15 martial arts students? Even if chi and blood weren't the only deciding factors, Wu Zhihao still felt he was on shaky ground. At this point, Wu Zhihao could only console himself by thinking that other schools were all trash, and only number 1 secondary school had surged ahead this year. Last year, nearly 10 students from Yangcheng were admitted to Wuhan University. Compared to other schools that performed poorly, his chances were still quite high. As they chatted idly, the cleaning was finished. The others all revealed their chi blood values more or less. Only Fang Ping kept diverting the topic whenever it was mentioned. Fang Ping, who had left the school, also felt somewhat helpless. It's not that I won't say it, but even if I did, you wouldn't believe me. Last weekend, for the first time, he practiced the tempering method in conjunction with stance training, and his vitality reached 133 calories. 5 days had already passed since then, and with Fang Ping's speed, his progress naturally hadn't slowed down. After gazing intently at the panel for a while, Fang Ping sighed helplessly. Old Wang would never believe him if he told the truth. Wealth, 2,965,000. Vitality, 139 calories. Spirit, 160 hertz. This was Fang Ping's result after being stuck at level 139 for 2 full days. Fang Ping knew this must be what the Tan brothers had referred to as a minor hurdle, but he had a feeling it would probably be over today. It took me 3 days to overcome the small hurdle, quite a time-consuming effort indeed. Remember, when he was at 120 calories, he finished it in just 3 seconds. I didn't go home. As usual, I headed to Lakeside Garden for my daily training. Today Fang Ping prepared to break through the 140-calorie threshold. The gym. Fang Ping took off his shirt and officially began his training. Only 5 days remained before the physical examination. Fang Ping wanted to test whether he could reach the 150-calorie limit in those 5 days. However, based on his speculation, 149 cards might hold some promise, but hitting 150 cards could pose a significant hurdle. After all, for most people, 150 calories is already the human body's limit. Lost in these thoughts, Fang Ping couldn't help wondering just how immense must a grandmaster's chi and blood be? 1,000 calories? 5,000 calories? Or even more? Only with robust chi and blood, and strong bones, can one possess formidable explosive power. Fang Ping, already at 139 calories of chi and blood, could muster his chi and blood to deliver a punch with more force than an average adult, yet the difference remains marginal. Those grandmasters could effortlessly turn stone mountains into honeycombs, with their mobilized blood and chi power frighteningly formidable. Putting these thoughts aside, Fang Ping began to focus intently on his cultivation. An hour later, Fang Ping stepped out of Guanhu Gardens, a smile on his face and in excellent spirits. Wealth, 2,913,000. Chi blood, 140 calories. Mental power, 162 hertz. His chi and blood finally broke through to 140 units, though the expenditure of his wealth points was growing increasingly steep. However, crossing thresholds that weren't multiples of 10 consumed comparatively less. Fang Ping calculated that by the time his chi and blood reached 150 units, he should still have at least 2 million wealth points remaining. Having witnessed the formidable power of Grandmaster-level fighters, Fang Ping found himself growing impatient to officially become a martial artist. Fang Ping had previously viewed martial arts merely as a tool to break free from his social class, but after seeing the valley riddled with bullet holes during the day, he realized that martial arts were far more than just a tool. Previously, Fang Ping had hoped the martial arts college entrance exam would arrive later, but now he couldn't wait for it to end quickly so he could enter the martial arts university. Yangcheng is too small. Few have truly witnessed martial artists firsthand, though everyone knows they exist. Even someone as seemingly insignificant as Wang Jinyang, a martial arts university student, could swagger through Yangcheng without demonstrating his prowess. Join the martial arts university to explore uncharted worlds. This was Fang Ping's sole thought at the moment. Chapter 50, Departure, Recommendations and Collections Requested. With no classes scheduled for the next few days, Fang Ping devoted more time to cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it was April 29th. Evening at Jinghu Garden. Li Yueying helped her son pack his clothes, still uneasy as she said, "Ping Ping, are you sure you don't want Mom to come with you?" "Mom, the school has arranged food and lodging for everyone this time. There's really no need to trouble yourself." But, Li Yueying still couldn't quite put her mind at ease about her son going on a long trip alone. Fang Yuan nearby said somewhat jealous, "Mom, Fang Ping might come back on the 3rd, no need to keep him company." Fang Ping glared at her, and Li Yueying also scolded, "Nonsense. Physical exams are on the 1st, official results will be released on the 3rd. If he fails the physical exam, he'll return on the 3rd. But if I pass, I'll have to stay in Ruiyang to prepare for the practical test on the 7th and the specialized exam on the 10th. How long you stay at Ruiyang determines how many hurdles you'll face. The longer you stay, the greater the hope of getting into Wuhan University. Under the glaring stares of his mother and elder brother, Fang Yuan replied sheepishly, I didn't mean to provoke Fang Ping on purpose. I just wanted him to stay in Ruiyang a few more days. As she spoke, Fang Yuan became somewhat excited and tentatively suggested, Fang Ping, why don't I go with you to take care of you? You take care of me? Fang Ping's face darkened. How useless would I have to be to need a little girl like you taking care of me? He couldn't be bothered to respond to this, but unexpectedly Li Yueying seemed tempted and said, Ping, maybe. Mom! Fang Ping immediately interrupted, with Fang Yuan's temperament, it's obvious who'd be taking care of whom. I'd be lucky if she doesn't cause me trouble instead. Besides, she has classes tomorrow. There's no way she can come with me. Fang Yuan said somewhat displeasedly, don't forget, I was the one who washed all your clothes these past few days. Why don't you mention how much you charge per piece of clothing? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Over the past couple of days when Fang Yuan was home on holiday, he had to change clothes every time he practiced martial arts but was too lazy to do laundry himself. In the end, the younger sister volunteered to help, of course, charging by the piece. Now this girl has the nerve to claim credit. Facing his mother's questioning gaze, Fang Yuan grew slightly guilty again. I was saving money for you, who said anything about taking your money? Fang Ping was torn between laughter and exasperation but chose not to expose her. Once the clothes were packed, Li Yueying handed him a stack of bills, just a glance told him it had to be at least 1,000. Fang Ping didn't take it, smiling as he said, Mom, I still have some left. Besides, the school takes care of food and lodging, it's all included in the registration fee. A few days earlier, he had bought Fang Yuan plenty of snacks, which his parents had discovered. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ping mentioned that he had sold Wang Jinyang's autograph for quite a bit of money, conveniently shifting the blame onto old Wang. Naturally, old Wang couldn't refute it, and Fang Yuan had always believed that's how things really were. Fang Mingrong and his wife thought Fang Ping was being somewhat reckless by selling martial artists' autographs. However, after hearing that Wang Jinyang knew about it, the couple didn't press the matter further. Although Fang Ping claimed he had money, Li Yueying insisted on stuffing the cash into his hands nonetheless. Who knew how long their son would be away this time? Being alone on a journey without money would make every step difficult. Li Yueying wasn't out of touch with society, and she often heard people talk about how much money they had spent on their children's martial arts exam preparations. Some sold their houses, others took bank loans, and some borrowed from relatives. Yet in her own family, since Fang Ping had decided to prepare for the martial arts exam, they had only spent 30 or 40,000 yuan in total. For the Fang family, this was no small sum. For ordinary martial arts examinees, this amount of money isn't even enough to cover the cost of elixirs they prepare before physical exams. In recent days, Fang Mingrong had been contemplating buying Fang Ping another elixir before the exam even if he couldn't afford a cheap blood pill, a blood chi pill would suffice. But Fang Ping firmly refused, claiming he had confidence in himself, leaving Fang Mingrong with no choice but to relent. His son was sensible, unwilling to burden the family. But the couple felt uneasy, always feeling they had wronged Fang Ping. Li Yueying shoved the money into Fang Ping's hand, gave a few more instructions, then went out to clean. Fang Ping pulled the bill stuffed into his pocket. He didn't need to count to know it was 2,000 yuan. The trip to Ruiyang would take at least 3 days, possibly up to 10. Offering such a large sum at once was indeed a generous move for the other family. After some consideration, Fang Ping ultimately accepted it. Their family hadn't yet reached the point of starvation, and the martial arts exam was approaching. Once the martial exam was over, all problems would naturally resolve themselves. Though mother was gone, Fang Yuan still lingered nearby. The little girl was quite excited about going to Ruiyang. Propping her chin in her hands, she looked at Fang Ping and said, Fang Ping, are you really not taking me with you? I can do your laundry, for free. And when you're taking exams, I'll carry your bag and hold your clothes. If you don't make the cut, I can even comfort you. Focus on your classes properly. There'll be plenty of opportunities to go out and play later, don't cause trouble this time. Fang Ping didn't even consider it and flatly refused. While it might be an exaggeration to say Fang Yuan would cause trouble, bringing along a little tag-along was the last thing Fang Ping wanted to do. Fang Yuan said disappointedly, now that you're leaving during the May Day holiday, I'll be bored all alone at home. Though they often bickered, the siblings had hardly ever been apart since childhood. With Fang Ping going out alone now, Fang Yuan didn't even need to think, she knew she'd be dreadfully bored. Fang Ping chuckled and ruffled her hair. If you're bored, go hang out with your classmates. And remember to call me if anything comes up, you got the number memorized, right? Fang Yuan also knew about Fang Ping buying a new phone. When Fang Ping said he used the money from selling autographs to buy it, Fang Yuan didn't doubt him. She just increasingly felt how awful her big brother was stealing her idea, making a fortune off of it, and then not even cutting her in on the spoils. That's why there's been a laundry fee these past few days. Blame Fangping for spending money recklessly. The siblings chatted a bit more, with the little girl insisting Fangping wouldn't pass his exams. But just as she stepped out the door, she gritted her teeth and vowed, "Fangping, if you come back after the 10th, I'll treat you to KFC." Fangping chuckled and teased, judging by that tone, must have saved up quite a little stash, huh? Absolutely not. Fang Yuan hastily denied, terrified that Fangping might discover how much she'd saved up. Lately, she had been scheming relentlessly to transfer money from Fangping's secret stash into her own. Just last night, after counting her hidden savings, she was astonished to find she had almost 300 yuan. Fangping must never find out about this. Fangping chuckled helplessly, "You little money grubber. Once your brother gets into the martial arts program, what's a few hundred yuan?" This year's martial arts program, for those with high chi blood levels, the admission bonus alone is over 1 million. When that time comes, Big Brother will buy our family a bigger house, get you delicious treats, buy you new clothes. As Fangping recounted his story, Fang Yuan found himself nearly dizzied by the tales, and had no memory of how he eventually left the room. The next day, at 7:50 a.m., Fangping arrived at the school gate with his backpack. At this moment, 8 or 9 coach buses were parked at the entrance of number 1 high school. Under the buses, students gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Besides these buses, there were also many more private cars parked nearby than usual. Fangping was just about to locate his class 4 classmates when someone called out to him. Turning his head, he saw the eldest of the Tan brothers, Tan Hao, waving at him. Noticing Fangping looking over, Tan Hao shouted, "Fangping, over here." His voice was so loud it drew the attention of many people nearby. At the moment Tan Hao called out Fangping's name, a middle-aged man standing beside him chatting with several school officials also turned to look at Fangping. As Fangping strode towards them, the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly astonished the closer he came. When the distance between them shrank to less than 3 meters, the man's eyes already revealed traces of shock. Similarly, as the two drew near, Fangping, whose mental prowess far surpassed ordinary people, found his attention involuntarily drawn to the man. Fangping turned his head and saw the middle-aged man looking at him. He quickly forced a smile and nodded respectfully. This only deepened the middle-aged man's astonishment. Did this kid recognize him or had he noticed something? Their silent exchange naturally went unnoticed by Tan Hao. Seeing Fangping stop in his tracks, Tan Hao laughed heartily and asked, "Fangping, made any progress with your stake training these past few days?" "Not bad." As the two were talking, the man behind Tan Hao brushed past the school administrators and took a step forward, smiling as he said, "Ahao, is this the Fangping you told me about?" Tan Hao quickly replied, "Yes, Dad, this is Fangping. Fangping, this is my father." Tan Hao also explained to Fangping, who had already guessed the man's identity. Accompanying Tan Hao were several school administrators with slightly ingratiating smiles and auras more vibrant than ordinary people's. "Use your head," and Fangping immediately knew who the other person was. "I just didn't expect Tan Hao's father to show up as well." Tan Jinping gave Fangping a deep look and nodded with a smile upon hearing Fangping's greeting. "Fangping, this time I'm representing the city as the team leader for Yangqing's martial arts entrance exams, responsible for overseeing the process. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me. Once in Ruiyang, Ahao and Ah Tao will be moving together with the martial arts candidates from number 1 high school. If you can't find me, you can look for Ahao and the others." As soon as these words were spoken, Tan Hao showed a hint of surprise. But recalling Fangping had Wang Jinyang's backing, Tan Hao dismissed further thoughts. However, several school leaders from First High were shocked. What was going on? Most of the faculty in charge of leading the teams didn't even recognize Fangping. Tan Jinping, as the leader of the Yangqing delegation this time, held a much higher status than them and was also the only martial artist in the delegation. However, Tan Jinping's words just now had left them somewhat baffled. Fangping was also surprised, not so much by Tan Jinping's politeness, but rather by the fact that the leader of this delegation was actually Tan Hao's father. The martial arts examination was crucial, and since it involved traveling to Ruiyang for the test, it was only natural that high-ranking officials from Yangqing would accompany them. Without a martial artist status, going to Ruiyang would make it difficult to handle many emergency situations. Therefore, having an official martial artist lead the team is an annual tradition. Fangping just didn't expect that person to be Tan Jinping. He vaguely remembered Wu Zhihao mentioning before that Tan Hao's father held a position in the government, though Fangping hadn't inquired about the specifics. Tan Jinping being so polite, Fangping quickly responded, "Thank you, Uncle Tan. You're welcome. Go ahead and chat. Once the other high school teams arrive, we'll set off together." Tan Jinping explained a few more things, making even Tan Hao feel that his father was being overly courteous. Even if Fangping had Wang Jinyang's support behind him, Wang Jinyang wasn't here right now. Was it really necessary to explain every minor detail to Fangping so clearly? Doubts aside, Tan Hao shrugged it off carelessly without overthinking. Meanwhile, Tan Tao, who had remained silent, glanced at his father. Tan Jinping offered no comment but simply smiled before turning back to continue his conversation with the school administrators. Though engaged in conversation elsewhere, Tan Jinping's attention wasn't truly focused there. His peripheral gaze lingered on Fang Ping. Earlier, he'd heard his son mention Fang Ping and the rumors about Wang Jinyang potentially favoring him. But Tan Jinping didn't pay too much attention. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were neither relatives nor acquaintances. Even if Wang Jinyang thought highly of the young man and offered some guidance and support, it wasn't anything significant. Tan Jinping was a martial artist too, and had done the same thing before. When in a good mood, it wasn't unusual to give a few pointers upon encountering promising youngsters. But whether he could remember it afterwards, that remained uncertain. Yet the moment Fang Ping approached just now, Tan Jinping immediately sensed something unusual. This kid's blood qi intensity was alarmingly strong. As a mere peak first-rank martial artist, Tan Jinping couldn't detect weaker blood qi fluctuations, being inferior to fighters like Wang Jinyang. Back when Wang Jinyang could sense Fang Ping's qi blood at just 120 units, Tan Jinping couldn't. His own qi blood wasn't strong enough to perceive the difference. If someone could make Tan sense something unusual, it meant their qi blood was tremendously powerful. Now Tan Jinping could even faintly feel Fang Ping's qi blood surging violently within him, with signs of bursting through his skin. Tan Jinping knew all too well what these signs represented. Those showing such signs among non-martial artists already have one foot in the door of becoming martial artists. Just how many calories of qi and blood does this kid have? Tan Jinping speculated inwardly before concluding with certainty. This student named Fang Ping likely had at least 140 calories of qi and blood. That was truly terrifying. This means Fang Ping's admission to Wu University is almost a sure bet, and once his academic grades meet the requirements, his entry into the two prestigious universities is virtually guaranteed. Someone like him might surpass his own martial arts grade the next time they meet. At this point, even if Tan Jinping cares about saving face and refrains from currying favor, exchanging a few polite words would still be inevitable. Chapter 51, Keep a Low Profile. At the entrance of number 1 high school, after exchanging a few words with Tan Hao and Tan Tao, Fang Ping returned to where the class 4 students had gathered. Once he left, Tan Jinping dismissed the school administrators nearby as well. Following Fang Ping's retreating figure with his gaze for a moment, Tan Jinping murmured quietly, Yangcheng has become far more interesting these past 2 years than it used to be. Tan Hao asked curiously, Dad, what are you talking about? Tan Tao thought deeply and said, Dad, are you talking about Fang Ping? Not just Fang Ping, but also your senior Wang. Tan Jinping smiled but didn't elaborate. A 19-year-old martial artist at the 3rd rank, hailed as the future pillar of Nanjiang Martial Arts University for years to come. An ordinary high school senior, aged 18, on the verge of stepping into the ranks of official martial artists. It wouldn't be surprising to find such individuals in metropolitan areas or martial arts families. Yet both these youths come from ordinary backgrounds, born in small cities like Yangcheng. It has to be said, the probability is simply too slim. The emergence of Wang Jinyang and Yangcheng had already left some powerful figures in Nanjiang province in awe. Now another Fang Ping appears. Of course, this Fang Ping remains far from matching such achievements yet. About to step into the rank of first-grade martial artist doesn't mean much. The road ahead is still long. From 1st to 3rd grade, relying on time and resources can still grind and push one through. But beyond 3rd grade, it's no longer just a matter of resources and time. What makes Wang Jinyang so stunning isn't solely his 3rd-grade strength. Of course, Tan Jinping wasn't clear about the specific details. He only knew that after Wang Jinyang broke through to the 3rd rank, he reportedly established connections with some influential figure. Lost in these thoughts, Tan Jinping shook his head with a light chuckle. Whatever the future held for these individuals, it had little to do with him. No matter how brilliant Wang Jinyang became, he wouldn't go out of his way to look after his hometown fellows just because they hailed from the same place. The same went for Fang Ping. He turned his head to look at his 2 sons. They were his hope, the future of the Tan family. He scrimped and saved, deliberately holding back from breaking through to the 2nd rank, all to conserve those precious resources for his boys. Tan Jinping, nearing 50, had long lost his edge. Even if he managed to break through, his prospects were dim. But his sons were different. They were still young. At this thought, Tan Jinping set aside Fang Ping and said with a light smile, Ahao, Tao, give it your best shot this time. If you get into Wu University, you'll soon be stepping into the ranks of martial artists. With the school's allocated resources and their savings, both sons had advanced their stance training to the steady stand level. Although their vital energy wasn't particularly high at the moment, Tan Jinping was confident that once they entered Wu University, both sons would break through to martial artist status much faster than that Zhou Bin. Immersive translation. Fang Ping, what did Director Tan just say to you? As soon as Fang Ping arrived at class 4, Wu Zhihao immediately whispered to ask him. Director? Fang Ping asked doubtfully. Uncle Tan is the bureau chief of which department? Education Bureau, though he's just a deputy director. Ha! Fong Ping exclaimed in surprise. But Yangcheng barely has any martial artists, right? How did Uncle Tan manage to? In Fong Ping's view, Tan Jinping was at least a martial artist. Yangcheng didn't have many martial artists, the entire city only had about 20 or 30, with half of them engaged in business. Of the remaining half, not all were necessarily working in the government. In other words, no matter how poorly Tan Jinping had fared, he still ranked among the top dozen or so figures in Yangcheng's official circles. How could someone like him only manage to become a deputy director of the Education Bureau? Of course, the officials don't judge solely based on combat prowess, but Tan Jinping's position is still shockingly low. Wu Zhihao was even more surprised than him and said helplessly, "What's the matter? Isn't being a deputy director of the Education Bureau impressive?" The Education Bureau is one of Yangcheng's 3 most powerful institutions. Though it can't compare to the bureaus in major cities, it's not really that bad, is it? Tan has managed to become deputy director in Yangcheng's municipal government, the Bureau of Investigations, and the Education Bureau. That's already quite impressive. 3 major key institutions. Fong Ping felt his worldview crumbling. How could the Education Bureau rank so highly? Seeing his blank expression, Wu Zhihao sighed with the look of one despairing of teaching an unteachable student. You should pay more attention to current affairs. Even though we're still high school students, we'll soon be entering university. There's no harm in knowing more about these things. Yangcheng is a county-level city without a military garrison, so the Education Bureau ranks 3rd in the hierarchy. Like Ruiyang, it has military garrisons stationed there, so Ruiyang is home to 4 major institutions: the government, the military, the Investigation Bureau, and the Education Bureau. Of course, Ruiyang's Education Bureau ranks lower due to its limited resources and weaker influence. In places like Zhangcheng, it's entirely different. Zhangcheng is home to several major martial arts universities in southern Jiang, with abundant resources and strong influence for its Education Bureau, which even ranks above the Investigation Bureau. Fong Ping opened his mouth but remained silent for a long moment. He had never paid much attention to institutional matters, focusing mainly on things related to martial universities, martial majors, and martial artists. Moreover, as a high school student, few people genuinely cared about such matters, and no one in his class ever discussed them. So up until now, Fong Ping had no idea there could be such significant differences within the system. In Fong Ping's view, although the Education Bureau wasn't a completely insignificant department, it still didn't seem like a particularly important one. Now it's become one of the main institutions just like that. As for that other detective bureau, Fong Ping seemed to recall Wang Jinyang mentioning it once, probably a law enforcement agency specifically set up to deal with martial artists. Fong Ping shook his head. Whatever, if he'd already seen a humanoid RPG, what was the point of worrying about this little difference? Still, Wu Zhihao's earlier remarks had at least let Fong Ping know that Tan Jinping was doing pretty well for himself. As the deputy of one of the 3 major power institutions, his position was relatively decent compared to the opposing party's first-grade strength. Wu Zhihao briefly explained these matters before circling back to the earlier topic. Fong Ping casually gave a few perfunctory replies, then couldn't help asking, "Why did you take the school bus? I thought you'd go to Ruiyang separately." Wu Zhihao gave him a dumbfounded look and said, "Am I an idiot? Going separately would cost money for transportation, hotel booking, and meals, wouldn't it? I wish I could make every penny count. Why waste this money?" Fong Ping was left speechless by this remark. "So you're this stingy too? Wait, why say too? I'm not stingy myself." During the casual chatter, buses from other high schools arrived one after another. Unlike number 1 high school, which had 8 or 9 buses for its students alone, some high schools couldn't even fill a single bus with all their martial arts trainees combined. Meanwhile, several rural high schools had already set off separately for Ruiyang, where they would regroup. At 8:20 a.m., all vehicles had assembled. There were over 20 buses carrying nearly 900 people, with First High School accounting for almost a third of them. Once everyone had gathered, Tan Jinping exchanged a few brief words with the school representatives, then boarded his personal car and set off toward Ruiyang. The long convoy of vehicles drove away from First High School. At the school gate, some remaining teachers couldn't help but sigh. Who knows how many will stay after the 3rd? Someone shook their head and said, "The physical examination is the toughest hurdle. If even 100 make it through, that'd be considered good." 100? I doubt it. This year, Yangcheng has nearly 20,000 senior high school students, with about 1,500 applying for the martial arts program. In cities like the capital or Shanghai, the proportion would definitely be higher. But in Yangcheng, based on our previous estimates, the minimum physical exam cutoff this year would be at least 110 units. Probably only about 5% can pass the physical exam. However, for those who do, the proportion who later get into martial arts universities is actually quite high. Big cities are better. Some high schools have whole classes applying for martial arts programs, just incomparable. The teachers murmured among themselves, some with faces full of envy. But big cities aren't livable places. The housing prices are frighteningly high, and there are quite a few requirements for settling down. These teachers from key high schools may be considered minor elites in society, but moving to big cities might not necessarily offer a more comfortable life than staying in Yangcheng. On the bus, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao sat in one row, while the other students from class 4 were seated in front and behind them. Besides these students, there were also some from other classes, most of whom were from the regular classes. However, the Tan brothers happened to be mixed in on this bus too, sitting to the left of Fang Ping and the others. At first, since they weren't from the same class, everyone chatted among their own groups. But it didn't take long before everyone started chatting under the influence of Zhang Hao and other usually lively guys. Sitting in the front row, Zhang Hao said excitedly, "Our bus today is amazing. Tan Hao, Tan Tao, Wu Zhihao, Zhou Ming, Fang Ping all 5 have Qi blood levels above 115 cards. Yang Jian, Lu Ruoqi, Lan Pei, along with a few others, also have Qi blood levels above 112 cards. If this were last year, we could have produced 10 Wuhan University students from just one carload of us." As for the others, they were all familiar faces. Tan Hao and his crew need no introduction, and Zhou Ming was also considered one of Class 3's top contenders. But what the hell was Fang Ping doing here? When Tan Hao called him earlier, a few people overheard, but frankly nobody really knew who Fang Ping was before this. So when Zhang Hao said this, someone beside him asked uncertainly, "Zhang Hao, is Fang Ping from your class?" As he spoke, the person turned his head to look, but Fang Ping was reclining on his seat at that moment, so he couldn't see him. Zhang Hao immediately understood what he meant. Usually, everyone in their own class minds their own business and lacks any sense of collective honor. But with outsiders present, Zhang Hao immediately raised his voice. "What's wrong? You think Wu Zhihao is the only strong one in our class?" When Fang Ping went to pick up Senior Wang before, even Senior Wang said Fang Ping would have no problem getting into Wu University. "Don't believe me? Ask Zhihao yourself." "Zhihao, hasn't Fang Ping's vital energy already exceeded 115 calories? Wu Zhihao grinned at Fang Ping, who couldn't be bothered to respond and just rolled his eyes while continuing to gaze at the scenery. Seeing his indifference, Wu Zhihao laughed and said, "Not just 115 calories, Fang Ping is far stronger than me." At Wu Zhihao's words, the others on the bus couldn't help but glance toward Fang Ping. Tan Hao, sitting nearby, chimed in cheerfully, "This guy Fang Ping is a sure bet for the martial arts university. He might just snatch the title of top scorer in Yangcheng's martial arts exam from Jobin this year." Hearing this, even students like Zhou Ming with exceptionally high qi and blood couldn't help but look Fang Ping's way. Contenders for Yangcheng's military science top honors? When Zhang Hao broadcasted the news, they didn't believe it. When Wu Zhihao said it, they gave it 30% credibility. But now that Tan Hao had confirmed it too, suddenly their belief soared to 80%. In an instant, the previously bustling bus fell utterly silent. Fang Ping sighed resignedly while shooting a sidelong glance at Tan Hao and the others. Were these guys deliberately painting a target on his back? But to be honest, that actually felt pretty damn good. That guy who questioned me earlier clearly underestimated Fang Ping. How dared he doubt whether my qi and blood had reached 115 calories? Looking down on Fang Ping, are you? As someone maintaining an expert's demeanor, of course he couldn't argue back. But these hired applauders really set me up. The slaps to their faces were absolutely delicious. Fang Ping gloated inwardly while maintaining an air of nonchalance, even rolling his eyes at Wu Zhihao and the others. "What are you guys doing? Do I look like the kind of person who'd show off? Honestly, do you even know what low profile means?" Chapter 52, The Taste of Cruelty. More than 3 hours later. Ruiyang City, Anping District. Sunrise Hotel. This hotel is the designated accommodation for senior high martial arts examinees in Yangcheng. Room 1608. Fang Ping set down his luggage, glanced at the 2 beds in the room, and then began contemplating a rather serious issue. The school is being really stingy, booking rooms with 4 people to a room. But right now there are only 2 beds. How are 4 people supposed to sleep? With 4 grown men, who sleeps with whom, and who might cross boundaries in the middle of the night, these are all highly unpredictable situations. Glancing at the other 3 in the room, Wu Zhihao, Zhang Hao, Yang Jian, that burly fellow, seemed rather dangerous. As for the other 2, after pondering for a moment, Fang Ping spoke up, "Just a heads up, I have smelly feet, I snore when I sleep, I toss the blanket off in the middle of the night, and I love rolling around." "What a coincidence, so do I." Wu Zhihao laughed cheerfully. Zhang Hao glanced at them irritably and snapped, "You idiots. Fine, you 2 sleep on the floor at Yang Jian and I get the beds." They exchanged looks and couldn't help bursting into laughter. After laughing for a while, Zhang Hao complained again, "This school is so stingy. Couldn't they have booked more rooms?" Wu Zhihao exposed the truth with a single remark, "Not being stingy, it's all calculated. A bunch of people will be leaving on the 3rd. Once they're gone, those remaining get a room each. I've already checked," he added. "Holy shit." Zhang Hao cursed under his breath, "Too realistic." Fang Ping, unsurprised, smiled and said, "Let's squeeze together for these few days. Just don't kick me in your sleep at night." This is a real warning. I've recently made a breakthrough in stance training and now possess devastating power. You'll bear the consequences yourself. Piss off. The others all cursed. Who the hell is interested in you? As for his claim about possessing devastating power, Wu Zhihao seemed deep in thought, while the other two didn't take it too seriously. Yang Jian chuckled foolishly. How about we discuss with Lu Ruoqi and the others to see if we can switch rooms? Fong Ping's group all stared at him in unison. Sure thing. Everyone thought you were simple and honest, but turns out you're the most secretly flirtatious one. Yang Jian quickly explained. What I meant was, maybe the girls' room is bigger, so we could switch collectively. Ha! Explaining is just making excuses. Who'd believe you? The three of them kept bantering with Yang Jian, tossing jabs back and forth, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Yang Jian hurried to open the door, and as soon as it swung wide, the Tan brothers stepped inside. Tan Hao entered and immediately announced, "Big news. Just now, my dad was chatting with leaders from several other counties and districts. Guess what I heard? This year's physical exam standard might be set at 112 calories." As soon as Tan Hao finished speaking, Zhang Hao urgently responded, "No way?" Although everyone had been speculating earlier, Zhang Hao had thought 110 units should be sufficient. While his qi and blood hadn't reached 110 units yet, there was still hope. Tomorrow, after taking another qi and blood pill, he might just hit the mark. At the very least, he had to pass the medical exam. Only then would his efforts in the martial arts examination count for something. If he couldn't even clear the medical check, then this entire trip would have been for nothing. Really? Tan Hao explained, this year, everyone's qi and blood levels have significantly improved. Take our Yang City for example, just based on the Education Bureau's statistics, there are at least 100 people with qi and blood levels above 110 calories, not to mention those taking medication, and shady characters like Fong Ping. Fong Ping said helplessly, "Don't drag me into this." Tan Hao chuckled and said, "Alright, I won't single you out. Anyway, including those unaccounted for or recent breakthroughs, the numbers are even higher. In Yangchang, there are probably about 200 people with qi blood levels above 110 ka. Other places are similar. I heard Ruoyang has also seen a surge this year. Based on previous ratios, unless Wu University expands enrollment this year, passing the physical exam with 112 ka is practically guaranteed." Tan Hao's words didn't have much impact on the others. Among the crowd, Zhang Hao was the only one who failed to meet the standard, and now he was visibly disheartened. Though he kept saying he was just there to keep the prince company and that elimination didn't matter. But when it really came down to it, the thought of years of effort wasted, failing even the physical exam, was too much. No matter how indifferent Zhang Hao tried to appear, grief welled up in his heart at this moment. Card 112. Zhang Hao's smile was more bitter than tears. No hope for Wuhan University now, can't even stay a few more days. Zhang Hao. I'm fine. Zhang Hao forced a smile. Well, I was prepared anyway, though earlier I'd still hoped that. I didn't know whether I was eliminated or not until the cultural exams were over. At least I had something to look forward to. That's fine too. I'll focus on the cultural subjects now and continue in the martial arts training class later. Tan Hao noticed his words had made the atmosphere a bit heavy and awkwardly added, "I just heard this from my dad and the others, who knows if it's accurate. Let's not talk about this. By the way, why is your room so small?" Fong Ping, are you sharing a room with Wu Zhihao? What? I'm rooming with A Tao, though our room is slightly bigger than yours. Tan Hao was about to shift the conversation from the previous topic when he failed to notice Fong Ping and the others glaring fiercely at him. Tan Tao twitched at the corner of his mouth and tugged at his elder brother's sleeve. He now felt a chilling wind sweeping through the room, as if those guys opposite had the intention of swallowing them whole. Tan Hao was slow to react, only stammering what's wrong, after Tan Tao tugged at his sleeve. Fong Ping glared at him irritably and snapped, "Enough already. If you've got nothing to do, hurry up and leave. Stay any longer and I can't guarantee your safety." "What are you doing? You're not planning to gang up on the two of us, are you?" Tan Hao said this while Tan Tao looked somewhat resentful. "They wanted to gang up on you, why drag me into it?" Tan Hao wasn't actually foolish, he just hadn't thought that far ahead earlier, but now he'd figured it all out. Lightening the mood, he quickly put on a smile and said, "I'll treat everyone to lunch at noon. The hotel's free buffet is terrible. My treat, let's all go out to eat together." This had been his original intention all along, though he did ramble a bit the moment he stepped through the door. He ruthlessly put all four of them in their place. Fong Ping glanced at Wu Zhihao, who in turn looked at Zhang Hao. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhang Hao snarled, "Eat, take advantage while you can. These two guys just showed up and immediately crushed us, we better make them pay for a feast." Zhang Hao had regained his composure, and the awkwardness had dissipated. Laughing good-naturedly, they dragged the Tan brothers along with them as they headed out. As for Tan Hao and his brother sharing a room, Fong Ping genuinely didn't have any particular thoughts about it. When paying the bill after eating out, Tan Hao's pained expression made everyone feel thoroughly amused. After the Tan brothers left, Zhang Hao suddenly remarked, "Tan Hao and his brother are actually decent guys. If it weren't for me today, they wouldn't have needed to deliberately clown around to ease the tension. Brother Tanhao went out of his way to treat everyone afterward, even pretending to care about the expenses to lighten the mood, including the matter of the room. Perhaps none of them had expected beforehand how the issue of 112 calories might affect someone. No wonder they overlooked it. Among the brothers, Fong Ping, Wu Zhihao, and Yang Jian, who didn't have a blood energy level above 112 calories, they were all cut from the same cloth. Bringing it up at the door earlier was just small talk to break the ice. This ended up deeply discouraging Zhang Hao, and seeing how Fong Ping and the others got along well with him, that's what led to the incidents that followed. Speaking of this, Zhang Hao mocked himself again. Truth is, I figured it out long ago, society is just unfair like this. If you don't become a martial artist, you had better prepare to live beneath others. Don't worry, little setbacks like this won't break me. Once I start university, I'll find ways to begin earning money. With some financial support from my family, I'll be able to join a martial arts training program in a couple of years. Who knows, I might become a martial artist even sooner than you all. Wu Zhihao immediately laughed and said, that might actually happen. I've heard many seniors in martial arts universities haven't even become martial artists yet. If you become a martial artist before graduating from college, you'll be even more impressive than those university students. Yang Jian nearby also chuckled sheepishly. Whether I get into Wu University or not, I definitely won't give up on martial arts. Even if it takes me longer to become a martial artist, that's fine. After they exchanged a few more words, Fong Ping remained mostly silent. Yet Zhang Hao's performance made Fong Ping realize even more clearly that passing the martial arts college entrance exam was truly like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. This carried with it no small measure of cruelty. Today was still manageable, but when the number 3 physical examination results and benchmark scores were announced, no one knew how many students would be demoralized and lose their fighting spirit and confidence. Many had spent years preparing for this martial arts exam. Some families exhaust their entire fortunes just to support their children in the martial arts exam. Others sink deep into debt, clinging to the hope that their children might one day transform into dragons and change their destinies forever. Yet in the coming days, no one knows how many families will find their dreams shattered. Fong Ping could easily imagine the aftermath each year when the martial arts exams conclude. Likely there are those who, driven to despair, commit desperate acts. Wu Ku! Fong Ping mumbled in his heart. The government's treatment of martial artists was excessively generous. So generous that even knowing these individuals possessed superhuman abilities, one couldn't help but wonder why. Is this fair? It's actually quite unfair, even if one martial artist can do the work of 10 or 100 people. But after all, martial artists are a minority, and ordinary people still make up the majority of society. Such glaring disparities in treatment and social status are still somewhat excessive. In my mind, I couldn't help recalling Wang Jinyang's casual remark from back then. In this world, you must give in order to receive. Nothing comes for free. They feel resentful, think it's unfair, unaware that the strong also find it unfair. Old Wang's offhand remark plunged Fong Ping into deep contemplation once more. These words carry profound meaning indeed. Unfortunately, there was too little information available, and for the moment, Fong Ping couldn't make heads or tails of it. Setting these thoughts aside, perhaps everything would become clear once he entered Woda University. Fong Ping never believed himself to be smarter than everyone else in the world. Since martial artists held their current social status, there must be good reason for it. Those in power are no fools. Their considerations clearly extend much further than one's own. Out of position, one doesn't meddle in governance. The immediate priority is still tomorrow's physical examination. In the afternoon, Fong Ping didn't go out again. Everyone else remained quiet as well, abstaining from exercise to conserve their energy for tomorrow's martial arts examination. The vast hotel, filled with thousands of students, remained remarkably quiet as most maintained this state. Chapter 53, A Martial Artist Must Strive. Evening. Since it was a 4-person room, Fong Ping stopped practicing the tempering method and instead stood in horse stance during the free time. During rest periods, the group pushed 2 beds together to create one large sleeping pallet. Few have had such an experience aside from Fong Ping. The rest were high school students who had yet to experience university dorm life. That night, Fong Ping spoke very little, while the others chatted at length. May 1st. From the moment they woke up that morning, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Outside the rooms, students were coming and going, while teachers began knocking on doors one by one. Everyone get up quickly and gather downstairs. Bring your ID cards and admission tickets. Those with elixirs, start taking them now. With a series of shouts, the students began filing downstairs one after another. Fong Ping and his roommates had already gotten up. Before the teacher could knock on their door, the group left their room. No sooner had they stepped outside than they faintly heard someone crying, "I'm sick, my vitality has plummeted badly. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry." The sound of sobbing carried from afar as teachers began stepping forward to offer comfort. Falling ill before the physical aptitude exam, for aspiring martial arts students, this was the cruelest blow. When sickness strikes, vital energy plummets. What was already a struggle at the passing threshold now becomes impossible. At that moment, an illness almost completely dashed the candidate's hopes. This was even more brutal than missing the college entrance exams outright. The expenses for martial arts candidates were just too great. Losing a year was devastating. Some families were already struggling and simply couldn't afford to support a repeated attempt, leaving them no choice but to give up. The group listened with heavy hearts. Wu Zhihao sighed softly and said, "Falling ill at this time really is." He didn't know what to say either. Beyond offering sympathy, there was nothing else to be done. The assembly order kept coming through continuously. A few of them glanced back. The sound of crying still hadn't ceased. At this point, they couldn't afford to check on the situation either, following the others downstairs. As the students descended the stairs, teachers from various high schools began shouting through megaphones. "First high students, line up over here. Second high students, come this way. Fifth high students, assemble." Fong Ping and the others walked to the assembly point of number 1 high school. Shortly after, the leading teacher began roll call. During the roll call, one student was missing. The teacher didn't comment, but someone in the crowd said pityingly, "Xiao Liang from class 8 isn't here. I heard he has a high fever." Was that Xiao Liang crying just now? What a shame, he had exactly 110 chi units, his chances were really good. Tell me about it. Well, that's it for him this year. And not just this year, the admission thresholds keep rising annually. Plus, Xiao Liang's family isn't exactly well off. The students whispered among themselves until the team leader teacher barked, "Quiet, all of you. Students, the martial arts examination has officially begun. Whether to attend the martial arts university represents the first major crossroads in our lives. But you must remember, it won't be the last. For the upcoming physical examination, we'll give it our all. Passing it would indeed be cause for celebration. Don't give up, even if you fail. You're still young, there's still hope, there's still a future. If you can't get into Wuhan University, we'll attend training classes. If training classes don't work out, we can join the military. Even if none of these options work, there are still other paths we can take. The path of martial arts isn't limited to Wuda University alone. After graduation, we can join major corporations, work hard, excel in performance, and these corporations can also train you to become martial artists. The road ahead is long." The teachers began dispensing motivational speeches to the students. While such pep talks might not work on adults, they still had some effect on these young, impressionable students. A few minutes later, the leading teacher stopped speaking. Outside the hotel, Tan Jinping had somehow appeared at the rear of the crowd unnoticed. "Students, the medical checkup will take place just 300 meters away at the Ruiyang First Examination Center. Now, form lines and follow me." Tan Jinping didn't use a loudspeaker nor raise his voice, yet his instructions clearly reached the ears of over 1,000 students. This is the true strength of a martial artist. Powerful blood qi erupted from Tan Jinping's body, and even those less perceptive than Fong Ping could sense the overwhelming presence of the person calling out. The group was heading toward the first examination point. The Tan brothers suddenly appeared before Fong Ping, then without a word, grabbed him and marched forward. Fong Ping was speechless and said gloomily, "What are you guys doing? We need you for something." As Tan Hao spoke, he had already pulled Fong Ping to the front. At this moment, Tan Jinping stopped at the front of the crowd and stood off to the side. There were several students standing near Tan Jinping. Fong Ping wasn't very familiar with Zhou Bin and Chen Jie from number 1 high school, though he recognized their faces from having seen them before. There were 2 others, a boy and a girl, who were probably from another school, neither of whom Fong Ping knew well. By the time Fong Ping arrived, Tan Jinping had already finished speaking with them. Zhou Bin and his group glanced at Fong Ping, who had been dragged over by the Tan brothers. Without further exchange, they nodded and joined the student ranks. Once they left, only the Tan brothers and Fong Ping remained by Tan Jinping's side. Tan Jinping looked at Fong Ping with a smile and said, "Fong Ping, your qi and blood should be above 130 card, right?" Holy shit! It was Tan Hao who spoke. Although he knew Fong Ping's qi and blood weren't low, his father hadn't mentioned yesterday that it was above 130 card. Fong Ping didn't deny it and nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Tan Jinping smiled again and said, "Good, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, student Fong Ping." "Please go ahead, Uncle Tan." Ruiyang City administers 5 counties, 3 districts, and 1 county-level city overall. Among these jurisdictions, Yangcheng City, as a county-level city, ranks at the forefront. However, Yangcheng is only slightly better than the 5 counties and slightly worse than the districts of Ruiyang. Each year's martial arts college entrance examination determines how many students meet the standards and how many get admitted to Wu University. Educational assessment is the top priority and a rigid requirement. Tan Jinping gave a brief introduction, summarizing that even within Ruiyang, there is intense competition. Educational assessment indicators across various regions are crucial. The designation of Yangcheng as a county-level city is coveted by many. If it continues to be outperformed for several consecutive years, especially by the 5 counties, the possibility of being replaced becomes uncertain. Of course, these power struggles have little to do with Fangping. Tangenping came to Fangping with only one purpose. For this physical examination, we're grouped with Xingxi County and Anping District at the same examination site. Among the 5 counties, Xingxi County has the strongest economy and educational resources. This is even more true for Anping District, since Ruiyang No. 1 High School is located within its boundaries and falls under its jurisdiction. This exam topic selection wasn't drawn very well. Seeing Fangping's confusion, Tangenping shook his head and explained, "You probably already know that emotions significantly influence students' ability to exert their qi and blood during tests. When everyone around you performs worse than you, you'll feel confident, and your test results might surprise you. But if those around you are all stronger, your confidence will suffer, making you nervous and anxious. Under such circumstances, you can't perform at your true level." This aligns with what Wang Jinyang said about emotional outbursts. Fangping understood and nodded in agreement. Both Ruiyang No. 1 High and Xingxi No. 1 High have promising seedlings, and neither of them has shown particularly good attitudes toward our Yangcheng. They've been coveting Yangcheng's half-tier higher administrative status for many years now. A prefecture-level city can't have 2 county-level cities, at least, that's how Ruiyang sees it. So, in a moment, I hope you can unleash all your qi and blood power before the assessment to overshadow the students from this county and district. I just reminded Zhou Bin and the others, but their qi and blood levels aren't particularly high. Even if they go all out, the effect will be limited. But you're different. If you unleash your power, others will definitely sense it. Fangping understood Tangenping's words. Fangping, however, was frowning slightly. Unleashing his aura to suppress other students made them nervous and dispirited. To be honest, it wasn't exactly a noble thing to do. As if reading Fangping's thoughts, Tangenping smiled faintly and said, "A martial artist must have the courage to compete, must fight fiercely. Sympathizing with your opponents or pitying the weak, that's not the way of a true martial artist. Moreover, the strong always stay strong. If they can't perform at their peak due to the influence of your qi blood outburst, then those individuals never stood a chance in the martial arts exams to begin with. Do you really think someone like Wu Zhihao or Tan Hao would be unable to perform because of your influence? If that were truly the case, then any martial artist could just release their qi blood randomly, and none of the students would be able to take their exams. This is just to boost the confidence of the students in Yangqing a bit. After all, for many people, students from Ruiyang No. 1 High School are considered exceptionally strong. Once this mindset takes hold, it tends to influence everyone's performance later." Fangping hesitated slightly, but Tangenping couldn't hide his disappointment and said, hesitant and indecisive, capable yet unwilling to compete. "Fangping, I'm not provoking you lightly. Once you develop this cautious style, constantly overthinking and second-guessing, your future path in martial arts will become incredibly difficult to traverse. Young people should showcase their abilities and strengths instead of hiding them. What are you worrying about? Are you afraid to reveal your capabilities, or worried that someone might resent you?" Tangenping shook his head and said, "You're mistaken. The more capable you are, the more others will value you. Your connection with Wang Jinyan from Nanjiang Wudao University is no secret, so there's really no need for you to have any reservations." Fangping gave an awkward laugh. Truth be told, he didn't actually have any reservations, especially since Old Wang had already volunteered to take the blame. His hesitation stemmed partly from feeling it was somewhat underhanded, and partly for another reason. After some thought, Fangping said with slight embarrassment, "Uncle Tan, it's not that I'm worried about these things. I was just thinking that erupting before the assessment would deplete my vital energy. When it comes time for the actual assessment, then Tangenping was momentarily stunned, then laughed and said, "Ah, right, I actually forgot about that. Don't worry, the city will compensate you. Later, after your qi and blood erupt, I'll compensate you with a qi blood pill. This isn't from me personally, it's Young City compensating you. A qi blood pill." Tan Hao immediately looked aggrieved upon hearing this. "Dad, didn't you say it would be a blood qi pill?" Tangenping gave him a glance, his foolish son. While Zhou Bin and the others received qi replenishing pills as compensation, you two little rascals, I selfishly gave you blood qi pills instead. Could Fangping be compared to them? Not to mention his powerful qi and blood, with him being on the verge of becoming a martial artist, just considering his connection to Wang Jinyang, it was imperative to let him unleash his blood qi, making it necessary to compensate him with a blood qi pill. If we can really outperform Anping District and Xingxi County, ensuring fewer of their people pass the assessment this year, then having just a few more in Yangcheng would count as its greatest success. I don't need to be too strong, just weaker than the others. Outdoing strength is hard, but anyone can compete in being worse. With a resource like Fangping available, why not make use of it? If Yangcheng performs well this time, applying for rewards upon returning could mean more than just 4 energy tonics, 2 blood tonics, and 1 vitality elixir. With a little adjustment, it might even be possible to secure 7 vitality elixirs. Of course, this is all contingent on actually outperforming both sides in terms of results. Tan Jinping's little schemes, though unclear to Fong Ping, had nothing to do with him, and he wasn't particularly concerned about them. The moment he heard about receiving a qi and blood pill as compensation, coupled with the thought that his wealth points had been draining rapidly lately and his cash reserves were dwindling, Fong Ping immediately cast aside his hesitation and nodded firmly. "Alright, Uncle Tan, I'll do my best later." Tan Jinping's face broke into a satisfied smile as he declared, "That's the spirit of a true martial artist." "Fong Ping, Uncle Tan is getting old, but you're still young, we're not the same. A young person should be full of fighting spirit, believing they're second to none. Once you enter Wu University, you'll realize that excessive modesty will only leave you lagging further behind. The only way is to compete. Fight for what you must, dare to fight for what you desire, and be capable of fighting for what you deserve. Losing the fight doesn't matter, only by winning it can you go further. What matters most is having the courage to try." These last few words struck a chord with Fong Ping. This wasn't just Tan Jinping talking, the same message echoed in books and in Wang Jinyan's words. Reality also told Fong Ping that he must fight. Even little brother Ma is fighting, going so far as to battle tame for it. This kind of struggle is demonstrated to the fullest extent. Chapter 54, Throwdown at the Slightest Provocation. Ruiyang Premier Physical Examination Center. Outside the building, 3 distinct groups of students stood divided like separate streams. The Physical Examination Center was built on a grand scale, and even with thousands gathered in the square outside, it didn't feel crowded. It wasn't yet time for the formal examinations, so the students hadn't been allowed inside. At that moment, murmurs swept through the square like ripples in a pond. "Is that someone from Ruiyang No. 1 High School? It's them. Didn't expect to have our physical exams together this time. Students from Ruiyang No. 1 all have exceptionally high vital qi. Heard they don't even register anyone below 110 calories. No way? Hundreds of students all above 110 calories? We're doomed. We're really just going to end up as spectators this time." Among the 3 teams, the student group from Anping District stood out. 400 or 500 of them were all wearing school uniforms. Unlike them, Fong Ping and his companions dressed casually, as their school had no strict dress code. Meanwhile, everyone from Ruiyang No. 1 High School wore their school uniforms in perfect uniformity. At first glance, the students from Yangchang and Xingxi County both bore an air of being somewhat ragtag. The students from Ruiyang No. 1 High School at this moment also appeared rather aloof and proud. The students didn't have much guile, wearing many of their emotions on their sleeves. As Ruiyang's top high school, the institution that produced the most Wuhan University admits in the city each year, Ruiyang No. 1 High students had every right to be proud. Just like Yangchang No. 1 High School, its students also feel a sense of superiority when compared to students from other high schools in Yangchang. "Even if I'm academically poor, it doesn't matter, my school is better than yours. I'm from No. 1 High, and that's my source of pride." Of course, no one would say it out loud. You'd have to read between the lines. If you really compliment them, they'd modestly humbly say, "No. 1 High is actually just average. Your XX High isn't bad either, quite impressive." At this point, you shouldn't take it seriously, keep flattering them with a few more compliments. If you don't continue praising them a bit more, they'll start thinking, "These nobodies actually believe their school is something special. Comparing themselves to our prestigious No. 1 High School, how embarrassing." Students all share this similar mindset, and this attitude is actually quite easy to spot. When whispers filled the square, the students of Ruiyang High School No. 1 maintained an air of indifference and arrogance, standing in formation with even straighter backs than usual. While others gossiped, those from Ruiyang High School rarely joined in, all meticulously preserving their aloof image. Yet in reality, Fong Ping could clearly see that many Ruiyang students were barely containing their glee. A bunch of inexperienced kids, competing with them feels a bit like bullying toddlers. Fong Ping muttered to himself, feeling that bullying them just didn't spark any excitement. Yet this was merely Fong Ping's one-sided view. Jobin and the others beside him were already itching for a fight, tensions running high. Not just them, even the leading students from Anping District and Xingxi County were all poised for action, their edges openly displayed. Clearly, Tan Jinping's thoughts weren't unique to him alone, the opposing leaders were thinking the same way. Or perhaps, this is an annual tradition. At the front of the line, Tan Jinping and the group leaders from Anping and Xingxi were chatting with smiling faces, presenting a scene of joyous reunion between old friends. Yet upon closer observation, one could detect something artificial about their smiles. After exchanging insincere pleasantries for a while, Tan Jinping turned his head and smiled, saying, "Jobin, you and your classmates should get acquainted with the students from Anping and Xingxi. When you all enroll at Wuhan University later, you'll all be from Ruiyang, so let's look out for each other." The 2 warriors from Anping and Xingxi also expressed similar sentiments. The students who had been briefed beforehand also stepped forward from their respective groups. Yancheng produced 7 candidates, Xingxi 5, while over a dozen emerged from Anping District. The selection followed a unified standard, 120 calories serving as the threshold. All those stepping forward were students, momentarily hesitant. They wondered whether to exchange pleasantries first or simply roll up their sleeves and dive straight into action. Polite pleasantries weren't really anyone's strong suit. Rolling up their sleeves and jumping straight into action would have seemed too brash. Tan Jinping and the others didn't offer any guidance either, simply watching with amusement as these top students performed. More often than not, observing these students' clumsy attempts at provocation and showing off provided a rare moment of lighthearted entertainment. Years later, if some remarkable figures emerged from among them, it would surely become a bragging right in their old age. A few martial artists were now whispering among themselves, their smiles noticeably more genuine than the forced ones from before. Fang Ping glanced at Tan Jinping and the others, then at the students beginning to mingle, before finally taking in the gaze of thousands of students focused on the square. This whole scene made Fang Ping feel like they were all watching a circus performance. Of course, the students probably didn't think this way. They looked at these people ahead with admiration, envy, and even jealousy. As renowned figures from their respective schools, everyone understood what their presence signified. They were the elite among them. But Fang Ping could guarantee that warriors like Tan Jinping were currently watching the spectacle with the same amusement as one would a monkey show. Just like myself, when I see a few elementary school children posturing aggressively on the street, ready for a duel, it makes me laugh too, and I might as well enjoy the show. After all, they're not really going to fight. It's quite amusing to watch them puff up with exaggerated anger, blaring at each other. At this moment, Fang Ping recalled Tan Jinping's words about how they should unleash their energy to overwhelm the other side and crush their confidence. But is this approach even reliable? For non-combatants, even with chi and blood eruption, students around 120 calories can only appear slightly more powerful when erupting. As for so-called aura or sense of pressure, there really isn't any. Those above 130 calories might barely create some oppressive feeling for nearby individuals. But the actual intensity is hard to quantify, and the effective range remains quite limited. Looking back now and recalling Tan Jinping and the others' expressions while watching the play, could this be those leaders' annual entertainment tactic? Pure amusement might not be the case, or perhaps it's more of an investment strategy? After all, just triggering a surge of your chi and blood, then compensating you with medicinal pills, no matter how you look at it, they're not losing out. Having received the pills, it's only natural to feel a surge of gratitude in your heart. Fang Ping thought about these things while watching those top students still attempting to make contact. Who knows if you guys will feel ashamed years later when you've achieved something, recalling this scene today. Whether they would or not, Fang Ping didn't know. But seeing these people finally make connections, only to have no idea how to turn hostile afterward, Fang Ping personally felt quite embarrassed by the whole affair. If it weren't for considering the blood chi pill, Fang Ping would have turned around and left by now. After some thought, he decided it was better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. Continuing this conversation only to have a falling out later would be even more humiliating. With this thought in mind, Fang Ping stopped hesitating. Taking a step forward while others were still introducing themselves, Fang Ping suddenly announced, "Classmates, let's get straight to the point." Everyone froze momentarily before they could react. Fang Ping suddenly gathered his chi and blood, employing a clever technique from the tempering method to instantly unleash a surge of vitality. Over 140 calories of chi blood energy coupled with more than 170 hertz of spiritual power erupted simultaneously. The next instant, the outstanding students who were introducing themselves felt as if someone had suddenly choked their throats. The faces of those standing closest to Fang Ping turned red, their eyes still carrying a trace of bewilderment. What's going on? Throwing punches over a minor disagreement? I can't breathe. The students were caught completely off guard. Except for the two students from Rueyang No. 1 High School whose vital energy exceeded 130 kilocalories and remained largely unaffected, everyone else felt an intense pressure bearing down on them. Not far away, even the two martial artists who had just been chatting and laughing with Tan Jinping appeared as though someone had grabbed them by the throat. What's going on? The team leader from Manping district wore a blank expression. He then fixed his gaze squarely on Fang Ping before abruptly turning to glare at Tan Jinping, grinding his teeth as he demanded, "Did you poach someone from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School?" The leader from Xingxi County finally caught on and muttered darkly, "Old Tan, this is shameless. It's just a small recreational event. Are you really pulling this stunt for Yangcheng?" This explosion is almost comparable to a martial artist, at least 145 calories of vital energy. Old Tan, is it worth it? How much did it cost you? The two leading officials wore stern expressions, glaring fiercely at Tan Jinping. Before Tan Jinping could explain, the official from Manping district hurriedly spoke out. "Classmate, the physical examination is about to begin. If your chi and blood erupt now, it will affect the test later." A martial artist from Xingxi County stepped forward with a cheerful smile and said, "Classmate, wait until you enter the chi and blood chamber before erupting. Don't let it interfere with the main event." The two couldn't help but pay close attention. Fang Ping's chi and blood eruption came with an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Several students whose chi and blood had barely reached 120 units were almost suffocating, their eyes rolling back. If this goes on, the upcoming exam will definitely be affected. Originally capable of reaching 120 calories, slipping down a couple later is no joke. None of them had expected Yangcheng to have a quasi-martial artist in their midst. Under normal circumstances, even if these students erupted with Qi blood, the impact on peers with similar levels would be minimal. Fang Ping's Qi and blood were exceptionally strong, approaching the first-rank realm. Hence, the two martial artists spoke rather politely, unaware of which prestigious high school in Yangcheng had managed to recruit such a student. Only at this moment did Tan Jinping finally comprehend the situation. He had known earlier that Fang Ping's Qi and blood weren't weak, but without Fang Ping unleashing it fully, even his perception couldn't grasp the true extent clearly. At this moment, gazing at Fang Ping's surging vigor and energy, refined to its utmost, it was evident he had grown extremely close to the first-rank realm. Apart from this, there seemed to be other effects as well. A quasi-first-rank outburst, by all logic, shouldn't have been enough to make the surrounding individuals turn deathly pale. At this point, Tan Jinping had no time for careful consideration. If he allowed Fang Ping to continue, things would spiral out of control. Anping and Xingxi began moving forward, while Tan Jinping hastened to catch up, calling out loudly, "Fang Ping, enough!" As Tan Jinping spoke, Fang Ping withdrew his aura. With a glance at the three figures approaching rapidly, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Weren't they enjoying the show just moments ago? Now they're in a hurry? With these thoughts running through his mind, Fang Ping's face displayed nothing but bewilderment, his expression clearly saying, "Why stop now?" This made several of the leading officials turn visibly rigid. "Keep going? If we continue, at least 5 of today's 120-calorie elite students will drop below the threshold. Don't forget, in educational assessment metrics, 120 calories serves as a crucial dividing line. Ruian wasn't just limited to their few counties. If this ended badly, they'd all face severe consequences." Tan Jinping had already walked over by now, first glancing at the panting Zhou Bin and the others. Seeing they were merely pale-faced without serious injuries, he quietly sighed in relief. Then he couldn't help but look toward Fang Ping with an expression of frightening complexity. "You just jump into action without hesitation, completely off script. If we'd proceeded step by step with everyone prepared, things might not have reached this point. You even attacked your own people, have you no shame? And another thing, how has this guy's energy escalated to such an extreme level? This isn't just 130 cards and above, he's clearly nearing first-rank cultivation. What kind of training did Wang Jinyang give that kid? He's practiced the tempering method, and his stance work has at least reached the steady realm. Otherwise, his Qi and blood couldn't have reached such levels. His Qi and blood are condensed, with explosive force. This shows even if he took elixirs, he fully digested them without causing stagnation. A true quasi-warrior, ready to break through at any moment." Although Tan Jinping was only at the peak of the first rank, nearing 50 years of age and having remained at this level for many years, he instantly reached a judgment in his mind. Fang Ping was far stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 55, Old Wan's Successor. With Fang Ping's outburst, the annual tradition was shattered. Several martial artists who had come to watch the show and have some fun noticed the expressions of terror and silent suffering on the faces of the top students from various schools. Even the 2 elite students from Ruiyang High School, whose energy surpassed 130 calories, though not under too much pressure, were now looking dazed and absent-minded. In such a state, the test results to come likely wouldn't be very satisfying. Not to mention students from other schools. Even Zhou Bin and Chen Jie from Yangcheng High School stood dumbfounded, unsure whether it was disappointment or a lingering stupor that had them silent. Just now Fang Ping suddenly erupted, and the few of them were right by his side, suffering no less impact than anyone else. Tan Jinping felt like he had done something incredibly foolish. As for what effects this had on other regions, he had no idea. But people like Zhou Bin and Chen Jie were all Yangcheng's prized seedlings for martial universities. If Fang Ping's taunts rattle them now, making mistakes later would be disastrous. Tan Jinping couldn't help but feel speechless, recalling how Fang Ping even schemed against his allies. The kid appeared honest, but might not truly be one at heart. After all, Fang Ping wasn't a martial artist, so the scope of his outbursts remained limited. The students standing in formation had no idea what exactly had transpired. The expressions of the top students from each school were noticeable to all present. Outside the venue, whispers arose once more. "What's happening with Zhou Bin and the others? Lu Yang is turning pale. Is he feeling unwell? What just happened? Why did everyone suddenly go quiet?" In the crowd, Wu Zhihao stroked his chin, having witnessed the whole scene. Could Fang Ping be behind this? Wu Zhihao made a casual guess in his mind, though he wasn't entirely sure. After all, there had been top students from Ruiyang No. 1 High School present moments ago. Listening to the hushed whispers among the students and then glancing at the innocently blank-faced Fang Ping, Tan Jinping rubbed his temples with a headache before announcing, "Everyone back in line, time to prepare for the physical exam." When the others drifted away in a daze and he noticed Fang Ping trying to slip off too, Tan Jinping called out, "Fang Ping, wait a moment." Fang Ping's footsteps faltered, then he turned back with a strained smile. "Uncle Tan." Tan Jinping studied him deeply for a long moment before finally saying, "You performed exceptionally well. Just a bit too exceptionally." Tan Jinping mentally added, "Do you want the blood qi pill now, or now?" Fong Ping's eyes lit up as he hastily chimed in. "Not now, what if you go back on your word later?" Tan Jinping didn't mind either, casually pulling out a small medicine bottle from his pocket and tossing it to Fong Ping. Seeing Fong Ping seemingly intending to open and examine it, Tan Jinping couldn't help but rub his temples. "Would I really lie to you about this?" Fortunately, Fong Ping ultimately didn't open the medicine bottle and simply stuffed it into his pocket. In truth, Fong Ping could tell whether it was authentic without opening it. If there were truly to be a situation where wealth points stopped increasing, Fong Ping would likely go find Tan Jinping for a serious talk right away. With the energy blood pill in hand, the previous matter could be considered completely closed. Tan Jinping wanted to say a few more words, but ultimately held back and simply waved his hand, saying, "We'll talk after the physical exam is over." Fong Ping nodded and turned back to rejoin the queue. As soon as he left, the two leaders from Anping and Xingxi stepped forward, their gazes turning somewhat hostile as they fixed them on Tan Jinping. Tan Jinping felt his head swell like a bull's. "Helpless," he sighed. "Don't look at me, I had no idea his qi and blood would be that intense. Besides, he has some connection with someone from Nanjiang Martial University." "Who?" Almost instinctively, both men muttered in unison, and then the Anping team leader raised an eyebrow and asked, "Wang Jinyang?" "Yeah, alright, enough said." Wang Jinyang, that monster, had just secured the position of vice president of the Martial Arts Society at Southern River Martial University a few days ago. News of this had already spread throughout the martial arts community. The Martial Arts Society at Nanjiang University of Technology was quite different from the typical student council found in ordinary universities. The student council may have authority, but it is ultimately subject to the school. At specialized martial arts universities like Konan Jiangwu University, the Martial Arts Society holds significant power, sharing authority with the school's management in roughly a 30-70 split. This includes resource allocation and the operation of university-affiliated industries. The Martial Arts Society is involved in all these matters. Everyone could see that Wang Jinyang, having secured the position of vice president in the Martial Arts Society, was aiming for the presidency. Once Wang Jinyang takes control of the Martial Arts Society, just imagine how many benefits he could secure over the next 3 years with such influence. One can almost predict what level they'll reach after graduation. Wang Jinyang, who advanced 3 ranks in a single year, was not someone they could afford to provoke. Since the other party was connected to Wang Jinyang, even if his performance had exceeded their expectations, there was no need for further questioning. Just recalling how Fong Ping's vital energy eruption had overshadowed nearly all the elite talents from Ruoyan's martial arts universities, Anping's martial artist said with a hint of envy, "First rank is imminent. Once admitted to the martial arts university, they'll undoubtedly break through within 3 months. Every year, there are only a handful of martial arts examinees in Nanjiang. Judging by qi blood alone, they'd probably rank among the top 10 in Nanjiang. Ruoyang isn't considered outstanding in Nanjiang province, but not too backward either, just average. The provincial capital, Jiangcheng, almost sees martial arts examinees every single year. They also occasionally appear in a few other major cities. At the low end, there are 2 to 3 martial artists in the province, while at the high end, there can be 7 or 8. Now, with each passing year growing stronger, judging by the usual standards, it wouldn't be too difficult for Fong Ping to rank within the top 10. Speaking of which, the leader from Anping added, "How's the performance in cultural subjects?" Tan Jinping thought for a moment before replying, "It's fairly decent. If his score passes the key university threshold, the Big Two likely won't reject him." "You're certain he'll get into the Big Two?" Anping's martial artist raised an eyebrow. "If he enters Nanjiang Martial Arts University, it's not entirely impossible for him to take over the Martial Arts Society after Wang Jinyang leaves. Hard to say for sure. Anyway, these matters aren't ours to worry about." Tan Jinping pondered for a while but didn't delve deeper into the matter. This might be related to Wang Jinyang's schemes, something beyond the concern of a mere first-rank martial artist like him. If the Martial Arts Society of Nanjiang Martial University were to have 2 consecutive presidents from Yangcheng, the city would surely benefit from it. Whether Fong Ping attends Nanjiang Martial University or enters the 2 major schools, this matter had already exceeded their scope of influence. At this moment, all 3 of them vaguely suspected that Fong Ping was Wang Jinyang's preparation for future maneuvers. As for why he didn't pick someone from Nanjiang Martial University, it was simple. Wang Jinyang was only a freshman now. No matter whom he supported, no one could succeed him yet. Nanjiang Martial University. Wang Jinyang had just stepped out from a meeting when he suddenly sneezed, drawing curious glances from many around him. Is old Wang, a 3rd-grade martial artist, actually catching a cold? Wang Jinyang couldn't help but rub his nose, his gaze profound as he glanced at the former deputy president of the martial arts club following behind him. Is this guy secretly cursing me in his heart? A martial artist's senses are extremely sharp. To provoke such a sneeze, the ill intent must be significant. Old Wang wore a smile as he swept a meaningful glance at the senior whom he had ousted from power, still dreaming of a comeback. The young man caught in Wang Jinyang's gaze turned visibly grim. Stealing my vice president position wasn't enough, now you want to drive me to utter ruin? The youth swore inwardly, just wait until I complete my torso bone tempering, I'll settle this score sooner or later. For a moment, a chilling atmosphere hung over the entrance of the martial arts club. Back in formation, Fong Ping was completely unaware of the incident at Nanjiang Martial University. Ignoring the complicated gazes of Zhou Bin and the others, Fong Ping focused intently on scanning his data panel. Wealth, 2,270,000. Vitality, 147 calories, 149 calories. Spirit, 170 Hz, 172 Hz. A few days ago, Fong Ping engaged in intensive cultivation, rapidly depleting his wealth value until only 2.2 million remained. Just now, after obtaining the vitality pills, his wealth value increased by 70,000. This time was different from the last. Back then, Fong Ping had received too many elixirs and wasn't sure how the system had calculated their value. The exact worth of each elixir was unclear at the time. Now that he had obtained a single qi and blood pill, Fong Ping finally understood the system had estimated its value at 70,000. Should I consider becoming a middleman in the future? Fong Ping muttered to himself, the system's appraisal for an ordinary blood qi pill was 70,000 yuan. Given the system's usual behavior, this meant there was a channel to acquire blood qi pills for 70,000. Normally, selling blood qi pills to those without such connections would fetch around 100,000 each. If flipping them was possible, he could make a profit if he managed to obtain each pill at 70,000. Selling them off wouldn't just earn money, it could rack up a hefty amount of wealth points. But that was just wishful thinking. Even if he had the connections, which he didn't, bulk trafficking in pills was outright illegal. Ordinary folks could only buy pills from licensed pharmacies. Even if Fong Ping had a large stash, selling small quantities unnoticed might fly under the radar. Once large-scale reselling begins, without a doubt, he'd be invited for tea by the investigative bureau the very next day. However, Fong Ping kept this matter in mind. If the opportunity arose, he might give it a try. Shifting his focus away from the wealth value, Fong Ping took a glance at his qi and blood as well as his mental power. The burst just now didn't consume too much, 2 cards of qi and blood and 2 hertz of mental power. Spending 4,000 wealth points to replenish his energy reserves, Fong Ping gave a slight smirk. This deal wasn't bad, not only did he earn a blood qi pill, but also 66,000 wealth points, which somewhat made up for his recent massive expenditures. Moreover, his blood qi was currently stuck at 149 units. He wasn't sure how many more training sessions it would take to break through to 150 units. While Fong Ping was still calculating his gains and losses, the doors of the examination center swung open. It was time for the physical test to begin. The students lined up in preparation to enter. At that moment, several men dressed in police uniforms and outfits resembling police attire suddenly appeared from nowhere, securing both sides of the examination center. Fong Ping glanced briefly and heard Tan Hao beside him mutter, "Stop looking. They're from the Investigation Bureau." The Investigation Bureau? It's okay, just precautions against imposters and troublemakers. In the past, some martial artists disguised themselves as students to take exams for others. Fong Ping understood now. Sure enough, when entering, they had carefully checked each examinee's admission ticket for verification. There weren't many personnel from the Investigation Bureau, only 4 in total. Fong Ping could also sense that 2 of them had weaker vital energy than he did. It seems the Detective Bureau isn't entirely comprised of martial artists. This makes sense after all, even cities like Yangcheng have detective bureaus. If they were all martial artists, Yangcheng wouldn't have enough to fill them. Even if Ruiyang is far stronger than Yangcheng, its bureau wouldn't consist entirely of martial artists either. When it came time to inspect Fong Ping, a detective bureau martial artist whose qi and blood vitality was no weaker than Tan Jinping scrutinized him carefully for a moment. In the end, nothing more was said, and Fong Ping was allowed to enter the medical examination center. The moment Fong Ping stepped into the medical examination center, he let out a long sigh. After waiting for so many days, the moment of truth had finally arrived. Chapter 56, Self-Rescue. Just as Fong Ping and the others entered the physical examination center, control room of the physical examination center. At that moment, gathered in the control room were 7 or 8 people, some sitting and others standing. Among them were inspectors from the Ministry of Education, invigilators from Nanjiang, and official representatives from Ruiyang. As the students began filing in, the deputy leader of the Nanjiang examination inspection team, a man nearing 60 with hair still jet black, tilted his head and remarked, "Director Jean, there aren't any martial arts examinees from Ruiyang this year, correct?" Standing beside the elder was Jean Kemming, director of Ruiyang's Education Bureau, whose forehead now glistened with sweat as he replied cautiously to Director Luo, "Indeed there are no martial arts examinees from Ruiyang this year. Including this year, if I recall correctly, it makes exactly 10 years, a full decade since Ruoyang last produced a martial arts examinee. The old man addressed as Chief Luo said calmly. Without waiting for Jean Kemming to continue, the old man scoffed lightly. 10 years ago, during such difficult times, there were still martial arts examinees taking the martial science exams. Who would have thought that over these 10 years, as life has gotten better and better, and the educational environment has continuously improved, Ruoyang has gone a full decade without producing a single martial arts examinee. Nobody knows where the annual education funding goes. Director Luo. Jean Kemming's forehead grew even more slick with sweat. The old man ignored him, instead glancing sideways at the two inspection team members who were fixated on the surveillance footage. As if completely ignoring his words, a faint smile inadvertently appeared on his somewhat somber face. Without regard for the presence of these two individuals, the old man continued, this year, the provincial inspection team has a much higher standard than before. Director Chin is personally leading the team to inspect Jiangcheng. Deputy Director Lu and I are each leading teams to investigate various cities. Do you know why? Jean Kemming licked his dry lips and whispered, Governor Zhang has reached the 7th rank master realm and intends to rectify the declining state of martial arts in Nanjing. So you knew? The old man said indifferently, I thought you were unaware. Jean Kemming didn't dare reply, and the old man continued unfazed, Nanjing governs 15 prefecture-level cities. Ruoyang isn't at the top, but it's not at the bottom either. Yet Ruoyang's martial arts education has ranked among the bottom 3 for several consecutive years. Every year, Ruoyang talks about change and renewal, with Jean Kemming pounding his chest in grand promises. Last year during his provincial performance report, he was even more ambitious, vowing to shed Ruoyang's reputation as the perennial underdog this year. Yet what's the reality? For 10 consecutive years, not a single martial arts examinee has emerged. Forget martial arts candidates, not even one quasi-warrior at the peak threshold has appeared. If not 4. The old man's gaze turned notably colder as he snorted disdainfully. If it weren't for Wang Jinyang from Ruoyang performing exceptionally well at Nanjing Martial University last year, the Ruoyang Education Bureau could have been completely disbanded. Jean Kemming's forehead beaded with more sweat, yet inwardly he felt a slight easing of tension. He even felt a tinge of relief. Fortunately, there was still Wang Jinyang, who had preserved Ruoyang's dignity. It's a shame Wang Jinyang performed only moderately in the martial arts examination. Had he become a martial artist in last year's exam, Ruoyang wouldn't have been under such immense pressure. Just as Jean Kemming was sighing in relief, the old man suddenly said, although because of Wang Jinyang's situation, the Ruoyang Education Bureau might not undergo major changes. Before leaving, Governor Zhang personally visited the Department of Education, making it clear that merit must be rewarded and faults punished. Ruoyang's martial arts education has numerous flaws. High schools in subordinate counties and districts lack professional martial arts training programs. The subsidy scheme for outstanding students exists in name only, yet remains unimplemented. The old man listed numerous issues one after another, leaving Jean Kemming pale-faced. After finishing his critique, the elderly man finally said slowly, don't blame the province for not giving you opportunities. This time I came to have a civilized conversation with you, instead of arresting you on the spot for dereliction of duty, which means you still have a chance. And this opportunity lies in this year's physical examination results. If Ruoyang has more than 100 students with Qi and blood levels above 120 points this year, the provincial authorities will give you time to make changes. Alternatively, if there are candidates who reach the threshold of a quasi-martial artist or martial artist, you'll also get a chance to rectify the situation. If there are none, and the standard is not met, the old man slowly said, Director Jean, then you must enter the underground cavern. The underground cavern. Jean Kemming could no longer restrain himself, sweat poured down his forehead. The two inspectors from the supervision team, who had previously pretended not to hear the conversation, couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Especially when their eyes fell on Jean Kemming, there was a hint of pity in their gaze. This man had presided over Ruoyang's Education Bureau for 5 years and was considered one of the top 5 influential figures in the city. But for someone accustomed to such comforts, would he even survive if sent to the underground caverns? Although this fellow had already reached the 3rd grade realm, the old man said indifferently, enjoyment and sacrifice go hand in hand, as do rights and obligations. No one is exempt. If you, Jean Kemming, can cultivate a large number of martial arts talents, you'd be making a contribution to the country. Then naturally, you can enjoy all the privileges you deserve in Ruoyang. But you sit in high positions, only indulging in enjoyment, without understanding sacrifice. You don't even grasp the principle of each fulfilling their duty. The empire has invested heavily in nurturing you to the 3rd rank. It wasn't easy. Naturally, you must pay the price you owe. Chief Luo, I. Jean Kemming's face was deathly pale, his legs even trembling slightly as he pleaded, Director Luo, please give me 1 more year. I promise, next year, next Ruoyang definitely won't be like this. This year's situation is already settled. Over 100 examinees scoring above 120 points? Difficult? Hard to say it's difficult, but not exactly easy either. For big cities, having 100 students with over 120 cards is really not difficult. Some prestigious high schools can achieve that number with just one school. But for Ruiyang, it's truly challenging. The first physical examination site had already gathered top high schools in Ruiyang, including Ruiyang No. 1 High School, Xingxi No. 1 High School, Yangcheng No. 1 High School. Even so, there were fewer than 30 students who exceeded 120 cards. This time, there were only 3 physical examination stations in total. The other 2 locations were significantly worse off than this one, with very few exceeding 120 carats. Calculating it out, there would be at most 60 or 70 people in the end. Although the old man said he was giving him a chance, Jean Kemming knew full well there was absolutely no chance at all. The mere thought of sending himself, a civil servant martial artist who hadn't fought in years, into the underground cave made Jean Kemming instantly look as grief-stricken as if he'd lost both parents. This was practically sending him to his death. The old man paid him no attention at all. Give you another year? They say this every year, and every year there's a new excuse. Previously, Governor Zhang hadn't broken through to the 7th rank. As a 6th-rank martial artist, his deterrence over the subordinate cities hadn't reached its peak. Given the complex local situation, the governor had refrained from taking drastic action. But now, having broken through to the 7th rank, the governor possesses the power to suppress an entire region. To revitalize Southern River's declining martial arts scene, making an example was absolutely necessary. And it wasn't just Ruiyang, the sacrificial victims this time extended far beyond just Jean Kemming. As the second-ranking deputy director of the education department, his personal visit to Ruiyang showed he was fully prepared to remove Jean Kemming from his position. As for Ruiyang's governor, if they chose not to interfere, all well and good, but if they dared intervene, he wouldn't hesitate to make it clear they had overstepped. Making an example out of someone even the governor of Ruiyang would serve as a warning to others. Seeing the old man remain impassive, Jean Kemming suddenly clenched his teeth and said, "Director Luo, I'd like to go down and assess the situation myself." The old man shot him a glance and said indifferently, "Do as you please. The blood energy detection area has personnel from the investigation bureau. Besides, I'll be staying right here. If you think you can vanish under my watch, that would be quite a skill of yours." "I wouldn't dare. Jean Kemming hastily shook his head. Attempting to flee now would mean certain death. Even if he went to the cave, he might not die, but if he fled now, death was certain. He didn't even entertain the thought. "Go!" The old man naturally understood his reason for going down, nothing more than making some effort to save himself. After all, Jean Kemming was only a 3rd-rank warrior, an incompetent official perhaps, but hardly deserving of the most heinous crimes. Not detaining him on the spot was essentially giving him a chance. But how slim that hope was, only they themselves knew. Jean Kemming hurriedly left. Inside the central control room, one of the inspection team members who had remained silent until now, a refined-looking man in his 30s, chuckled softly. "It's been said all along that Director Luo takes great care of his subordinates, and today I've witnessed it firsthand. Chief Jean is truly fortunate to have a superior like you. Someday, if I get the chance to come to Nanjiang, I'd love nothing more than to serve under your leadership, Director Luo." The old man smiled and said, "You flatter me. I also look forward to working with the talented young minds from the ministry. But whether Jean Kemming can make it through remains uncertain, with little hope." He said this because he guessed what Jean Kemming would do next, or rather, the only thing Jean Kemming could possibly do. However, having 100 students with a chi and blood level above 120 calories is no easy feat to achieve. Inside the physical examination center, at the doctor's command of undress, Fong Ping and the other 9 individuals undergoing the checkup promptly began to remove their clothing. When Fong Ping was down to just his underwear, his movements came to a halt. Of the remaining 9, 7 also stopped undressing at this point. But amidst the crowd, the other 2 continued stripping until they were completely bare. Watching Tan Hao and Yang Jian, these 2 absolute fools, standing stark naked, the crowd looked visibly uncomfortable while some struggled to suppress their laughter. The inspecting doctor was also at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said, "For external examinations, we only check for major scars. The main purpose is to prevent severe injuries that might burst open during breakthroughs due to chi blood surges, causing serious complications. So just get a general idea. Besides, as I just said, keep your underwear on." The middle-aged male doctor was torn between laughter and tears. "Hadn't I made myself clear enough? Those areas covered by your underwear? Even if there are some scars, they're completely insignificant, got it? These 2 idiots, stripping completely naked, were they showing off or what?" The doctor said a few words and stopped paying attention to them. After a quick check, he stamped everyone's medical examination forms. Fong Ping watched these 2 clowns, who hadn't even listened to the rules, still looking smugly pleased with themselves, and felt embarrassed to be associated with them. Fong Ping couldn't even be bothered to knock them down a peg. He hurriedly put on his clothes and left the examination room, determined not to undergo the next checkup with these 2 fools. Fong Ping had just stepped out of the examination room when he spotted Tan Jinping. Seeing Tan Jinping gave Fong Ping pause. Weren't the leading instructors strictly prohibited from entering? What was Tan Jinping doing here? Chapter 57, A Windfall. Tan Jinping spotted Fong Ping and immediately waved him over. Moments later, the two found a secluded spot to stop and talk. Tan Jinping pressed urgently, Fong Ping, could you tell me exactly what your qi blood measurement is? Fong Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eye, seeing his anxious expression, and replied after a brief pause, Uncle Tan, I haven't actually had it tested. Although he knew his own qi and blood levels, Tan Jinping's eagerness made Fong Ping unsure of his intentions, so he naturally chose to hold back a bit. You must have practiced the tempering method, right? Yes, I have practiced it. Then have you felt that surge of qi and blood recently, yet still unable to break through that barrier? Fong Ping immediately understood Tan Jinping was referring to the bottleneck period faced by card 149. After some deliberation, Fong Ping didn't directly answer. Instead, he asked puzzled, Uncle Tan, why are you asking about these things? The qi and blood test will begin shortly. The exact levels will be revealed once the measurement is taken. Tan Jinping saw that he wasn't talking and knew this kid wasn't exactly an honest fellow. His mind was sharp and cunning. After some thought, Tan Jinping said quietly, let me put it this way, if your vital energy truly has reached a point where improvement seems impossible, then judging by the intensity you've previously demonstrated, you're likely nearing your limit, or perhaps have already hit it. The limit I'm referring to is that of a non-martial artist's maximum capacity. You must understand what this implies. You're talking about the boundary between 149 calories and 150 calories? Not bad. Tan Jinping continued, I had some suspicions before, but I didn't dare to be certain. Level 149 quasi-martial artists are referred to as ultimate quasi-martial artists. Fong Ping wasn't in a hurry. He waited for him to finish speaking but remained silent, still watching him. Tan Jinping had rushed over anxiously to find him and asked if he had reached the limit of a non-martial artist. He must have had his own purpose in mind. Phew! Tan Jinping felt somewhat helpless. This kid didn't seem like a high school student at all. After contemplating for a moment, and considering that this kid had Wang Jinyang backing him up, someone not easily fooled, Tan changed his approach. With this in mind, Tan Jinping spoke frankly, Ruiyang's martial arts exam results have been subpar these past few years. If we trail at the bottom again this year, higher-ups might hold us accountable. Previously, Director Jean from the Ruiyang Education Bureau approached us, hoping we could provide information on some students with vitality levels above 115 units. He wanted to use elixirs to assist them and help them break through to 120 units during the upcoming vitality test. But the risks involved were too great, so we didn't dare act recklessly. Later, Director Jean brought up the matter of extreme quasi-warriors, which made me think of you. Tan Jinping didn't go into details, but Fong Ping grasped the general idea. If Ruiyang's performance in this year's martial arts college entrance exams continues to decline, the local education bureau would be held accountable, whether that meant officials being dismissed or demoted. Fong Ping wasn't sure. In any case, it certainly wouldn't end well. They needed to find a group of students whose qi and blood levels were nearing 120 calories. Director Jean would personally provide elixirs to help these students break through the 120 calorie threshold. How many students are there who are close to 120 units of qi and blood vitality? Moreover, to increase several units of qi and blood vitality, ordinary qi blood pills might not even work. First-grade qi blood pills might be necessary. However, first-grade qi blood pills are commonly used by second-grade martial artists and contain extremely potent medicinal effects. For students with low qi and blood vitality, consuming them could easily lead to complications, and death is not out of the question. Tan Jinping and the others were genuinely intimidated by this proposal, hesitant to support it for fear of being implicated along with Director Jean. Finally, the conversation turned to Fong Ping. Earlier, when Fong Ping's qi and blood erupted, all three martial artists had witnessed it and speculated that he must be nearing his limit. Even if it wasn't 149 units, it should at least be around 145 units. Fong Ping, with his extremely high qi and blood levels, faced minimal danger when taking a first-grade qi blood pill. Even if one's qi and blood haven't reached 149 kilocalories initially, consuming a first-grade qi blood pill could temporarily boost it to that level during sudden exertion. Compared to seeking help from those students, this method carried significantly lower risks and offered much greater certainty. Having roughly grasped the implications, Fong Ping's eyes flickered slightly as he forced a dry laugh. Uncle Tan, I don't think I've actually reached 149 kilocalories of qi and blood. It's alright, your earlier burst was at least above 145 carats. As long as you've taken a qi blood pill, the temporary burst detection. That's way too risky. Fong Ping quickly shook his head and said, Uncle Tan, don't actually think I don't understand. The bone tempering of a non-martial artist wasn't completed, and the potency of the first-grade qi blood pill was too strong. You're different, and Director Jean is a third-grade martial artist, the head of the Ruiyang Education Bureau. Fong Ping said indifferently, a third-grade martial artist? I wonder what grade brother Wang is. Maybe I should give him a call and ask. Tan Jinping's words just now carried a hint of threat. Of course, it wasn't stated explicitly, but Fong Ping wasn't foolish, he understood perfectly well. Tan Jinping's words caught in his throat, he'd nearly forgotten about that detail. Fong Ping wasn't some rootless drifter, this guy had Wang Jinyang standing behind him. But when his peripheral vision caught Fong Ping's expression, Tan Jinping suddenly understood. This kid isn't trying to refuse, he's setting conditions. At this realization, Tan Jinping felt both amused and exasperated. He suddenly felt this conversation bore no resemblance to talking with a typical high school student. Any ordinary high schooler, forget about Jean Kemming, just the dual authority of Tan Jinping's identity as both a martial artist and deputy director of Yanqing's Education Bureau. If Fong Ping were truly capable of what he claimed, he would have accepted without hesitation long ago. After all, it's not like he's footing the bill himself. Tan Jinping had just been startled by Director Jin's urgent demeanor earlier. Now that he had regained his composure, he immediately put on a smile and said, "You rascal, I get what you're implying. You're friends with Ah Hao and Ah Tao, so Uncle Tan naturally has your back. But even with Wang Jinyang supporting you, you can't go overboard. Director Jin holds considerable influence in Ruiyang, after all. This time if you help Director Jin, that favor is guaranteed to be collected. But if the conditions are too excessive, not only will the favor be lost, but it'll also plant a thorn. Even if you don't care, your relatives and friends all live within Ruiyang." "Uncle Tan, I understand this matter," Fong Ping interrupted. "I've never had contact with Director Jin, and I don't know the urgency of the situation. You're Tan Hao and Tan Tao's father, I don't believe you'd deliberately harm me. This matter does carry some risk, and if one takes risks, there must be worthy value in doing so. After all, I have prospects as a martial artist, it wouldn't be worth taking risks for mere petty gains." "That's a fair point." Tan Jinping acknowledged that Fong Ping made sense. Though he felt the risk wasn't substantial, danger still existed. For someone like Fong Ping, who's practically guaranteed admission to Wu University and on the cusp of becoming a martial artist, taking risks would surely come at a price. After pondering for a moment, Tan Jinping hinted, "Commissioner Jin previously asked us to find 30 students with Qi blood levels approaching 120 points, each receiving at least one ordinary Qi blood pill, but most likely all would be given first-grade Qi blood pills. First-grade Qi blood pills cost 300,000 on the market, but of course, Commissioner Jin has supply channels, they can be secured at 70% of retail price. Giving out first-grade blood Qi pills would exceed a value of 6 million. However, excessive greed isn't necessarily a good thing, it could also cost you goodwill. Based on this, having the demand for pills or cash, I think Director Jin wouldn't refuse." Holding on to the thought that it wasn't his own money and thus spending it without qualms, Tan Jinping laid his cards on the table for Fong Ping. "Though I don't expect Fong Ping to help me much in the future, there's no harm in befriending him appropriately. In the heat of the moment earlier, I said something I shouldn't have. Youngsters hold grudges fiercely, so coming clean now could earn me some goodwill." Fong Ping sees everything clearly. "And there's such good fortune? This is truly a stroke of great luck delivered right to my doorstep. The blood and vitality test was something I had to undergo anyway, and now I could even earn some money from it." Fong Ping certainly wasn't going to complain about that. As soon as Tan Jinping finished speaking, Fong Ping immediately responded, "Uncle Tan, I'm just a tiny bit away from reaching my limit. With just one first-grade blood vitality pill, the chances of hitting my limit are very high. Of course, one might not be enough, but with two, you're pretty much guaranteed success. Just give me 2 top-grade Qi and blood pills plus 2 million in cash, and I'll risk my life for this shot. After all, if something happens to me, my family would lose its breadwinner, and my parents aren't in the best health either." Listening to Fong Ping's sob story, Tan Jinping's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Are you trying with all your might? But why do I feel like you might have already reached your limit?" However, Fong Ping's demands weren't too high. 2 first-grade blood Qi pills and 2 million in cash, far more budget-friendly than Jean Kemming's original idea. Besides, seeing how Jean Kemming was so anxious he might jump off a building any minute, Fong Ping could have set even higher conditions and Jean likely wouldn't have refused. At this thought, Tan Jinping nodded and said, "As long as you can ensure your physical energy reaches the limit of 149 kilocalories during the test, I'll agree to the terms on behalf of Director Jean. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Tan." "By the way," Fong Ping said with a chuckle, "you could tell them I asked for 3 first-grade energy-boosting pills and just give me 2 later." Tan Jinping was dumbfounded again. Damn it, are you really just a high school senior? At this moment, he still has the mind to think about his own benefits. Is this some sort of escape fee? Fong Ping remained all smiles and continued, "Uncle Tan, please elaborate more on the risks I'd need to take, as well as how after I enter Wu University, a few million won't even count for much. I believe that Bureau Chief would understand me, maybe even appreciate me for being willing to take the risk at this time. I won't mention this to Brother Wang, so we won't have to worry and things don't get messed up in between." Tan Jinping's face stiffened. "You're quite thorough with your considerations." First playing the sympathy card, then using Wang Jinyang as deterrence, both carrot and stick tactics thrown out in full force. Never mind that Jean Kemming is desperate to grab any lifeline and might not hold a grudge, even if he really did. When Fang Ping spoke these words, Jean Kemming probably lost any ideas he had left. At this moment, Tan Jinping felt a ripple in his heart. This kid, just as he'd imagined, was no honest fellow. Never mind that Fang Ping was preparing to use a first-grade blood qi pill to silence him. Even without it, he already knew what needed to be done. Alright, the blood qi test will begin soon. I'll go negotiate with Director Jean immediately. Wait until you get to the entrance of the medical center, and the elixir will be given to you on the spot. As for the payment, it will be transferred to you after the assessment is over. Additionally, Tan Jinping's tone turned serious as he said, also, you must ensure you reach the limit of vital energy. Otherwise, even with Wang Jinyang here, you'll still stir up quite a bit of trouble. I understand, Uncle Tan, don't worry. Outside the medical examination center, Jean Kemming was already sweating profusely with anxiety. If not for maintaining his last shred of dignity in front of others, he would have barged in long ago. As the head of the Education Bureau in Ruiyang, as long as he avoided the qi and blood testing area, inspecting any other place was well within his job scope. Tan Jinping still hadn't shown up, and the qi and blood test was about to begin. Jean Kemming cursed internally, thinking it would have been better to gather a group of students to help. With the right incentives and a mix of threats and coercion, these students wouldn't refuse, even if they knew the risks. As for that Fang Ping, though his subordinates in Anping and Xingxi claimed he was nearing the first-level martial artist threshold, who could say if he had truly reached his limit? Just as he was considering whether to enter, Tan Jinping hurried out the door. Jean Kemming quickly asked, well, Director. Tan Jinping quietly recounted what had just happened in brief, though not entirely verbatim to Fang Ping's account. He emphasized again that Fang Ping had a bright future ahead, with Wang Jinyang backing him up. Fang Ping's conditions were 2 million in cash and 3 first-grade qi blood pills. Jean Kemming couldn't care less about these demands. As one of the top 5 tycoons in Ruiyang, even without any corruption, his personal wealth far exceeded this amount. He had previously been prepared to offer 30 first-grade qi blood pills, let alone now when Fang Ping was asking for even less than he'd anticipated. After Tan Jinping finished speaking, Jean Kemming immediately said, as long as he can reach the limit, I guarantee the conditions won't be compromised in the slightest. As for failure, just the thought that the person from the department was currently in the control room upstairs meant he probably wouldn't have much of a future to speak of. Someone Wang Jinyang has his eye on, I suppose won't let me down. Jean Kemming muttered this self-reassurance. Wang Jinyang was young, yet already at his same level. Someone he has his eye on probably isn't bad either. Since the other party dares to accept the task and set conditions, it means they're quite confident. Jean Kemming stopped hesitating. Taking a bottle of elixirs from his secretary, he handed it to Tan Jinping and said, deliver this immediately. I won't make an appearance. Good. Tan Jinping glanced at Fang Ping waiting nearby, subtly indicated the medicine bottle in his hand, and walked toward Fang Ping. Soon enough, Fang Ping obtained 3 first-grade qi blood pills. They didn't divide the spoils with Tan Jinping on the spot. Since Jean Kemming was waiting outside, any distribution would have to wait until everything was settled. With the elixir in hand, Fang Ping's face lit up with joy. This was like manna from heaven, nothing could top it. Not long after Fang Ping obtained the elixir, the qi blood test officially began. The students who had passed all the preliminary tests began to gather in the vital energy inspection area. Meanwhile, Jean Kemming, under the pretext of inspecting the physical examination sites, brought along Tan Jinping and several subordinates. Accompanied by personnel from the Investigation Bureau, Supervision Team, and Inspection Team, they all entered the vital energy inspection area. Chief Luo in the upstairs control room was well aware of his intentions. According to regulations, local leaders from Ruiyang are not allowed to enter the blood qi testing area to prevent any potential cheating. However, with personnel from the Investigation Bureau, Supervision Team, and Inspection Team accompanying him, no one believed Jean Kemming had the capability to cheat. Anxious to save himself, Jean Kemming wanted to know the results as soon as possible, and Director Luo was willing to accommodate him. Blood qi testing area. At this moment, many people were extremely anxious, but Fang Ping, who was still waiting, remained perfectly calm, his face utterly relaxed. Wealth, 2,896,000. Qi blood, 149 calories. Spirit power, 172 Hz. 3 first-grade qi and blood pills increased his wealth value by 630,000. Moreover, this boost in wealth might allow Fang Ping to gain a deeper understanding of the system. For example, if he were to gift Tan Jinping a first-grade qi and blood pill next, would the wealth gained be deducted? Earlier, when Fang Ping gave allowance to Fang Yuan, there hadn't been any indication of that happening, but when it came to items, it was harder to tell. Thinking about these things, Fang Ping truly didn't take the qi blood test too seriously. Chapter 58, The Limit of a Quasi-Martial Artist. Qi blood testing area. This was Fong Ping's first time seeing what a chi blood chamber looked like. Resembling the shape of a small house. That's a compliment, though in reality it looks more like a vertical crystal coffin, numbered from 01 to 60, indicating there are a total of 60 vitality pods at the first testing site. Wu Zhihao, who had just arrived, said with envy in his eyes, one of these vitality pods costs over $1 million. This thing is truly unaffordable for ordinary families. Wu Zhihao's home still uses a small second-hand chi blood analyzer bought online. As Wu Zhihao was speaking, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat emerged from the chi blood testing area. Classmates, for martial arts exams, chi blood levels are the most crucial factor. Many students would go to any lengths to pass the blood chi test, but I must remind everyone you only have one life, so cherish it. A warrior must strive, but that doesn't mean striving recklessly. Many students prepared pills for temporary bursts of energy during the blood chi test. This is permitted by the rules. But you must think carefully. Some students resort to consuming elixirs beyond their endurance limit just for a temporary surge. Every year, there are such overambitious students attempting this across the country, and every year it results in casualties. A true warrior is not reckless, nor is he a brute. Wisdom brings stability to the nation, while martial prowess secures its safety. A true martial artist excels in both literary and martial arts. Those who rely solely on brute force without using their minds are mere thugs and ruffians, not true martial practitioners. So, as per tradition, I'll give this final warning once more. During the upcoming chi blood test, should any accidents occur as a result of your actions, you'll bear full responsibility. The white-coated man spoke coldly. Students who recklessly ingested drugs beyond their physical limits deserve their fate, even unto death. The nation needs a group of martial artists with intelligence, especially in places like Wu University, who know how to make choices and truly understand themselves. Such individuals are precisely what the government requires. As for ordinary martial artists in society, their miserable state is partly due to their reliance solely on brute force while lacking essential wisdom. Fong Ping listened without comment, while Wu Zhihao nearby gave him an oddly searching look. Reckless brute, doesn't use his head. Better save that for Fong Ping, muttered Wu Zhihao under his breath. Hearing his muttering, Fong Ping didn't react immediately, then suddenly realized something. With a darkened face, he grumbled, "Get lost." Wu Zhihao was grinning from ear to ear. This time he'd finally gained the upper hand. Back when Fong Ping's blood chi surged violently, wasn't it because he took pills that exceeded the limits? Though Fong Ping was slightly luckier, he didn't die. Now, the blood chi test officially begins. Students, please enter the chi blood chambers for testing in order according to the displayed serial numbers, schools, names, and examinee IDs on the screen. The numbers represent the chamber numbers. The lab-coated staff members' stern shout instantly silenced the students, who then collectively turned their gaze toward the large display screen. Number 01, Lizabine from Monping Experimental High School, examinee ID 2008340501176. Number 02, Chang Xuejian from Ruiyang Number 1 High School, examinee ID 2008340510336. Number 36, Yangqing Number 1 High School, Zhang Nan. The first batch of 60 students called for testing stepped forward from the crowd after seeing their names displayed on the large screen. Zhang Nan from Class 4 was among the first batch of students to undergo the test. Her expression was tense, somewhat nervous, with a faint trace of despair deep in her eyes. She knew the likelihood of getting into Wuhan University was extremely slim, so slim it barely warranted consideration. Having not yet reached 110 calories of chi blood by now, she probably wouldn't even pass the physical examination. In the crowd, just as Zhang Nan was about to step forward, someone suddenly shouted, "Zhang Nan, so what if you don't make it? We'll all take the humanities track together." Fong Ping and the others turned their heads to look, only to see Zhang Hao's face flushed red as he ducked back into the crowd after his outburst. Zhang Nan, who had been visibly tense moments before, turned crimson in an instant. Without daring to look back, he hurriedly rushed into the testing area. The white-coated staff member who had disappeared earlier suddenly glided back into view and rebuked sharply, "Keep quiet." He glanced at Zhang Hao but didn't say anything more. "Kid, your chi and blood may not be impressive, but your timing is excellent. You've got potential." Chi blood testing area, central control room. When the first batch of students entered, surveillance footage of them stepping into the chi blood chambers was quickly transmitted. In addition to video feeds, the central control room is also connected to 60 biochambers, with test results being instantly relayed back. Simultaneously, these results are directly transmitted to the relevant departments of the Ministry of Education. Jean Kemming stared intently at the various data streams displayed on the computer. When the first batch of students entered and began reporting results, Jean Kemming's expression turned terrifyingly grim. He gave Fong Ping the elixir, hoping Fong Ping could meet the standards of a peak quasi-martial artist. But he understood the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket. Jean Kemming also pinned his hopes on these students performing well. If there truly could be over 100 students with 120 calories or more, he wouldn't have to rely solely on Fong Ping. But now, out of 60 students, not a single one had reached 120 calories in Qi blood. Not even 115 calories, let alone 120, not a single person made it. Taking a deep breath, Jean Kemming whispered, "How many students are there at the first examination point in total?" 3,895 participated in the physical exams, but 25 were eliminated during the preliminary tests for scars, vision, and bone structure. Now there are 3,870 left, so it'll test 65 times in total? Jean Kemming murmured to himself. The first testing site had gathered most of the prestigious high schools from Ruiyang. To achieve over 120 Qi blood points, they needed at least 50 students here to qualify. In other words, out of every 4 tests, at least 3 must have students with 120 Qi blood points or higher. Suppressing his worries, Jean Kemming fell silent and continued staring intently at the computer screen. The first group was completely wiped out, with not a single person scoring over 120. The second batch of 60 people once again suffered total annihilation. The third batch followed the same pattern, though this time there was a student who scored 119 cards, just one step short. The fourth batch. By the time the sixth round of testing concluded, a total of 360 students had been examined. Jean Kemming could no longer contain his fury. Turning to face Tan Jinping and the other two, he said through gritted teeth, "I admit that the Ruiyang Education Bureau hasn't paid sufficient attention to martial arts education in each county district. But every year's education funding, we've never shortchanged you on that. Take Anping for example, last year alone, the education budget allocated was 280 million. Where's the money?" Out of 360 people expanded to include regular students, at least 4,000 high school seniors, not a single one with a 120 kilocalorie Qi blood threshold. Where did the money go? Damn bastards! Jean Kemming outright cursed. Some things weren't that he didn't know, but over the years, everyone had grown accustomed to muddling along. When it's not yet the critical moment, after all, it's not his own money, so he doesn't feel heartbroken. But now that he's about to face misfortune, the thought that these guys might get off scot-free makes Jean Kemming feel like shooting a few of them on the spot. Tan Jinping and the other two were parched with thirst, but dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. Where's the money gone? Who the hell knows? Logically speaking, a school like Yangcheng No. 1 High School should have a professional martial arts class with hired martial artists as instructors. Additionally, outstanding students would receive medicinal rewards, common pills like blood replenishing and qi replenishing pills specifically prepared for these underprivileged youths. But Yangcheng doesn't have any. Not only Yangcheng, but most schools in Ruiyang lack them as well. It was only Ruiyang No. 1 High School that had a few, after all, being right under their noses. If they let this matter slide, it would be fine. But once they truly decided to investigate, who knew how enormous the waves it would stir up? If Fong Ping were here to hear these words, perhaps some things would suddenly make sense to him. Earlier, Fong Ping had been wondering, if the government placed such importance on martial studies, how could there not be a single specialized martial arts class? Relying entirely on self-study seemed utterly unreliable. In reality, such staffing arrangements do exist on paper, but putting them into actual practice isn't so straightforward. The more remote and underdeveloped the area, the harder it is to implement. Jean Kemming was seething with rage, yet this didn't hinder the ongoing inspection. Batch after batch of students entered the Qi and blood chambers, each time leaving with disappointment, even despair. By the 10th batch, Tan Jinping suddenly grew excited and said, "Director, look, Wu Zhihao from Yangcheng No. 1 High School has reached 120 calories. Jean Kemming hurriedly turned to observe, his mood lifting ever so slightly. With a faint nod, he murmured, "Yangcheng No. 1 High School isn't completely hopeless." His thoughts drifted to Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping. As for that education committee leader in Anping district, Jean Kemming had already made up his mind if he survived this, those bastards in Anping district were as good as dead. Ruiyang No. 1 High School invested so many resources, yet this was what they gave him in return. Blood Qi testing area. When Wu Zhihao walked out, he was practically exhausted. Fong Ping and the others quickly stepped forward to support him, while Yang Jian urgently asked, "How did it go?" "And not sure, but I gave it my all." Wu Zhihao gasped for breath and lowered his voice, saying, "Just now, I kept thinking, that bastard Fong Ping is so infuriating. He wasn't better than us before, but suddenly he's surpassed us. Envy, jealousy, hatred, rage, I even felt like cutting him down. I think, the result should be decent." Yang Jian's eyes lit up as he quickly responded, "Really? Really?" Wu Zhihao gasped. "After taking that Qi and blood pill just now, I don't think I'll score below 118 calories, might even be higher." "Awesome." The others nearby looked on with envy, yet Fong Ping wore a grim expression, his face darkened with annoyance, itching to kick the bastard to death. "Your emotional outburst, what do you want with me? Can't you just think about some dirty movies instead?" As they were talking, Yang Jian suddenly said, "It's my turn." Wu Zhihao encouraged him, saying, "Go on, think about chopping Fong Ping to bits." "Piss off." Fong Ping cursed and shook the guy off. Wu Zhihao didn't mind and said cheerfully, "Alright, I'll go out first and wait for you. This time I did really well improvising on the spot. I'll treat you to a meal later, I owe you my thanks. Are you going to scram or not?" "Scramming now, scramming right away." Control room. A martial artist from Anping exclaimed with pleasant surprise, Lu Yang at 122 cards, from Ruoyang number 1 high. Xia Qingyi at 121 cards, from Anping experimental high. Zhao Shui, card 124, Ruoyang high. The education committee official from Anping was grinning like an idiot. Just moments ago, he'd nearly pissed himself. Jean Kemming's glare genuinely carried murderous intent. For some reason, the students with high qi and blood levels from Anping were all scheduled later. Now, over 3 consecutive batches, Anping has already produced 6 students with 120 card qi and blood levels. So far, the Anping district has produced a total of 8 students with 120 card qi and blood levels. Yangchang, meanwhile, has only yielded 4. Xingxi has the fewest, with just 2, and nearly half of the students have already been tested. Jean Kemming had already given up on expecting anything from these people. Paying no heed to Anping's pleased expression as a leader, he asked quietly, "Which group is Fong Ping in?" A supervisor at the testing center glanced at the personnel from the investigation bureau, inspection team, and patrol team beside him, uncertain whether to respond. The male inspector from the Ministry of Education smiled and said, "No harm done. Since Commissioner Jean wants to know, let's help him look it up." Jean Kemming smiled in acknowledgement of his thanks, then casually glanced at the computer screen before turning his head slightly toward Tan Jinping and saying, "Tan Tao is your son, right? Not bad, 121 points. Tan Jinping said dryly, "Average at best, can't compare to the one at your place, chief." Jean Kemming didn't press further, waiting for the examination center to conduct their inspection. After a moment, someone spoke up, "Fong Ping from Yangchang number 1 high school is in batch 46. They're still testing batch 31 right now, so it'll be a while longer." "Thank you." Jean Kemming expressed his gratitude and then fell silent. Even when a prodigy from Ruoyang number 1 high school was detected with 132 units of qi blood, Jean Kemming remained silent. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Tan Jinping lowered his voice to remind, "Director, it's Fong Ping's turn." Jean Kemming had been keeping an eye on the situation and naturally noticed as well. Squinting, he stared intently at the computer data feedback and the surveillance video of number 06 qi blood chamber, not even sparing a thought to blink. Number 06 qi blood chamber. The moment Fong Ping stepped inside, he immediately felt the space was excessively cramped, giving off a sense of confinement. After giving him a once-over, Fong Ping also noticed the surveillance camera. After some thought, Fong Ping suddenly pulled out a pill from his pocket, shielding it slightly with his palm before swallowing it in one gulp. He wasn't taking the 3 later grade qi and blood pills but the ordinary one given earlier by Tan Jinping. He had previously claimed he was just short of reaching his limit, and with surveillance both here and at the examination center outside, he had to be cautious. If the bureau chief later checked the surveillance footage and saw that he hadn't swallowed the pill, wouldn't that be obvious deception? Although the goal was ultimately achieved, Fong Ping understood the mindset of those in power. They would still feel somewhat displeased. Now, by consuming an ordinary blood vitality pill, even if the other party knew it wasn't first grade, they'd feel much more at ease. At the very least, Fong Ping had respected their reputation. The moment the pill entered his stomach, Fong Ping soon felt a surge of blood vitality spreading outward from his abdomen. This feeling, Fong Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. This blood qi energy is somewhat different. The blood qi energy contained within the pill actually bore some resemblance to that refined by the tempering method. In other words, the blood qi energy in the pill was much more refined than what the system provided, eliminating the need for further purification. No wonder. Fong Ping pondered thoughtfully. The qi and blood energy provided by the system seemed somewhat insufficient, making breakthroughs past bottlenecks less effective. Perhaps he could rely on consuming elixirs to break through the 150 unit qi and blood limit. Without dwelling further, Fong Ping waited a moment before suddenly letting out a fierce shout, his entire body's qi and blood surging in eruption. Control room. Jean Kemming clenched his fists, staring intently at the computer screen as the numbers flickered endlessly, his heart pounding in his throat. 5 seconds later, Jean Kemming suddenly swung his fist, the air even emitting a series of explosive cracking sounds. Good. Director Jean. Several people beside him suddenly stepped forward, while members of the inspection team frowned and said, "Show some restraint." Golden Keeman, a third-rank martial artist, could tear apart the control room without restraint if he unleashed his full power. Jean Kemming quickly nodded, his face full of smiles and relief. Why would he mind being scolded at a time like this? 149 units. He's truly a borderline martial artist. Fong Ping, very good, excellent indeed. Jean Kemming almost laughed out loud at the sky. He wouldn't have to go to the underground cavern anymore. The others were also somewhat surprised. The staff member responsible for computer data transmission muttered, "Just now, it seemed like there was a tendency to jump toward 150 cards. Unfortunately, it ultimately stopped at 149 cards, indicating that Fong Ping hadn't truly broken through his limits. Once they reach 150 chi and blood points, they can no longer be called quasi-martial artists. Such individuals are already half a martial artist, just one breakthrough away.